Chapter 1 Eternal Life, the system awakens at last. Immortal, support my crown, initial receival longevity. Longevity, halonelliitis. Beneath the settingsun, Iunbladleatop Feslinta for humble cottage, a tuft off dog tail grass glenched between his teeth, hishin scradling heshid. From a stone, one might perceive element fortern a lif, yethis expression betrays a certain delight in it. Woof woof. Beside him sate a large black dog not crouching in ulfers buttrether seated with its shin legs crossed, its back held a. However, the current statofta black dog appeared rather dismal. Its prominent fronty thwara kept allowing gaslight whistle when it breathed donair drooped, having lost its brightness its large, expressive eyes were a dark ondit salria dipich black face sema devon more so. The boy was named Chen Ning, having traversed into Thyssera nearly a century ago. These world was on of cultivation, boundless and vast, populated by countless cultivators would dwell a day top divine mountains, looking down upon the mortal realm. In Chen Ning's recollection, the black dog had appeared in these world almost simultaneously with him, and like him, it remained digeless undundying. Do it naturi thy immortality, Chen Ning gan the black dog, affectionately known as Hazy, moved theraside and say everidicade. Currently, the resided in Jonja village for thenth time. In the precedent gyres, all had been well however this year, the five-and-so-fold Wong from the neighboring village had dronupand emboldened with their numbers, frequently bully Chen Ning. A week prior, under the cloak of night, old Wang and his fives raided Chen Ning's shumble abode, sizing the chickens, ducks, and geese had nurtured for nearly year, cooking themolinazinglpo. This is intolerable, is the Renalaw? Upon learning of this, Chen Ning's fury ignited, and he sharpened his blade, brandishing gahacha tinini handanda boning knife in theater, accompanied by hezayashiso retribution. Alas, idealism harsh reality. Outnumbered, Chen Ning and Hazai were swift Libyatan. Had it not been for Haz's valiant defense, Chen Ning might have juffered revu injuries. As a result, Hazai Berethesker soft Hay-10 counter a significant event that'll have profound impact in Chen Ning. Old Hay, while we may live forever, we can still be killed. For now, let us bide our time Gindleman's revenge ice best served after 100 years. Woof, woof. Hazai expressed his agreement, envisioning the day they would do our thyr ancestors' graves. Over the past century, Chen Ning had mostly lived among ordinary folk, hearing countless tales of immortal realm. They reside in a place known as Shenzhou, the primary domain of the human race. Beyond Shenzhou lay 3,000 exotic races, collective lyre for red toasty demon sand spirits by humanity. It could be said that humans are naturally nemius of demon sand spirits. Since at the dawn of creation, humanity had been heralded as hepexophal beings. The 3,000 exotic races were on ledimed maturi when they could assume human form. In contrast, humans are born imbued with innate primordialessence, granting them boundless potential despite their inherent frailty. This primordialessence held a fatal allure for the ancient beings of demon sand spirits, particular lighthouse nearing their end. Not a mentioned world beyond Shenzhou, the modest mountain range where Chen Ning resided was a place where immortals might spend their entire lives without ever escaping. Each time they moved, they journeyed northward. Thus Chen Ning and Hazy had traversed the same path for a full decade, yet remained ensnared within the small mountain range. Observing the black dog lounging beside him, Chen Ning mused wistfully of old Hay, tomorrow marks another decade, and we must move again. Woof. You've been alive for a century, yet you still can't speak like ye proper ancestor. Woof woof, woof woof woof. How is the tune important? You understand well and oh beauty our incessant barking is making feel like I've turned it into adigmize. Ningir, Ningir. It was Erdetzi, Thean Lipperson in Zangji village who had shown kindness to Kenning and Heezy. Here. My Motherson medically ufordener. Alright, I'll be right there. You go ahead. Chen Ning returned to his thatched cottage, retrieving 12 large carp. These fish were plump and glistened golden the sunlight, a truly delightful sight. With a carp in hand, he made his way to Antwangshaus. And one I carp willarge carp with old Hito Brinju. They'll be good for air wash shelf. Antwine was an ordinary woman, her husband having left for work shortly after Chen Ning's arrival and never returned. Kind-hearted, Antoine had often invited Chen Ning to share meals during his early days, claiming it was merely a neighborly gesture, not a beta kento heart. Great, just place them in the water tank, and I'll make a soup for you tomorrow. Antoine said cheerfully, treating Chen Ning with the familiarity of family. Chen Ning fell silent for a moment, and hesitantly nudged him with a paw. I do enjoy the fish soup Antoine makes. Chen Ning smiled faintly, exuding an array of innocency and purity. As Antoine brought over the dishes, share marked with a smile, Chen Ning, you've been living in our village for 10 years now, and you haven't changed a bit, truly remarkable. Chen Ning was momentarily taken aback, but maintained discomposure. He replied, Auntie, please don't jest. Look, my hair is turned white. Antoine chose not to pursue that topic further, instead glancing at Hazy, reflecting Hazy has grown quite a bit truly handsome now. Woof. What did Hazy see, Chen Ning? Ha, Auntie, this a litigious and he tend wants you to find him a mate. Woof, woof, woof. Chen Ning, why do I feel like Hazy is getting agitated? Ha ha. Woof. Thus, a warm and ordinary dinner concluded amid the playful banter between T-boy and this dog. After leaving Antoine's home, Chen Ningland set back several Timmy's other busy figure, his is misty with emotion. Tot 8, Chen Ningen has a had moved 10 times, beauty twaisonly and Antoine method Chen Ning truly fell the hate a family. They had always relied on another, and Antoine had shown at him the respect for Hazy. Even during meals, she had provided a special dining set for him a high stolt had allowed Hazy to comfortably reach the table, and did the periron boltanajul, preventing food from spilling and making it difficult to pover. Woof. Hazy soft barked to red themament of tranquility. It's impossible not to move even Antoine has not a severe situation. I fathers find out, they'll surely think Warminsters. The following morning a drop-off dew fell from the leaves, sparkling like a brilliant gemstone under the morning soon. Chen Ning slowly opened his. Ding, the host has successfully survived for and retires and is official abound to their character system. Chen Ning felt a jolt of surprise such a thing truly existed, a golden opportunity, a system. Chapter 2 The Era Character System. The Era Character System? What exactly is system, goodness, after a century of cautious living, is it final item formato stantal? The Era Character System over 5,000 years of history in Washa, countless emperors, sages, and doubtful heroes have emerged, each a paragon of excellence. If such extraordinary figures do not shine in this alternate world, how regrettable would that be? The host mirandum summon a remarkable figure from mystery to this world. The greater their achievements, them rare words the host shall receive. Doest the host wish to summono? What kind of absurd system is these, pooling their sharito witness their greatness will remain in obscurity, this is outrageous. But, alas, it's better than having nothing gatal. Summon! Chen Ning issued a command in his mind, and immediately, countless historic figures from his past emerged: Li Shimen, Ingzheng, Lu Che, Baichi, Lu Bang. Qin Hui, Zhao Gao, Gauchio. My goodness, how can the Sebe consider red extraordinary figures, Iphoneo Femeriv, one they immediately out humanity? Yet, upon reflection, even Qin Hui, despite being graveled as a treacherous minister for millennia, will de immense powers enough to for great ministers of southern Song dynasty. How cold he net Beparagon, likewise for Zhao Gao and Gao Kai each had reached the pinnacle of secular power. To hell with it, no matter how impressive they may be, you want none of it. Finally, a figurious information gradually materialized in his mind: Qin Ingzheng, the first emperor, the ancestor dragon. What hell, what hell, what hell? A century of cultivating me heart and mind was cast aside in that instant, while me past life may have been but 50 years, those airs and fulfilling, steeped in the profound culture if waxion the myriad material and spiritual pursuits to tad permitted me vera being. Ingzheng, tose heist the most uncontroversial emperor and waxi as millennia of history would surely meet no objections. Chen Ning murmured in excitement, my carming ancestor, Felix Xeroflifius otin your past life, now your descendant Chen Ning shall provide you with a platform for to live. These world is for grandeur more intriguing than Washa, isn't it, the first person in Waxia's history, how exhilarating, Chen Ning muttered to himself while vigorous lie shaking the sturdy neck of the black dog by his side. Woof! Damn it, lauhe ubit megan, just wait until la have a strong backing ilfeast in dogmeat. Chun Ning was furious. What breed was this, the tree sorteto biting gatani javen moment? As Chun Ning playfulitus led with the black dog far away, a fevery heart off the vine landchurching. A thunderous bolt suddenly split the heavens, and following the flicker of lightning, Ayuman materialized from thin air. The youth Boriphus the tree zumbledottiger sma, with a prominent bone protruding between his brows, standing in impressive feet tall, exuding an undeniable aereo of imperial majesty. Thesea unman was nonio thirthanth first emperor, Ing Zhang, summoned Bichan Ning himself. Unfazed bethun familiar surroundings, Ing Zhen displayed the demeanor offerular, his brow furrowed with a hint of perplexity. Was Zinotant the brink of death, how cold I'd standing herein perfect the elf, and didn't this body at the peak of me prime? As Ing Zhang pondered, ripples begin to dance Saint has space before him. An eldra appeared as if descending from the heavens. Startled, Ing Zhang exclaimed, "Do celestial beings truly exist?" His astonishment was met with fielders of greater surprise, Hagazdothem with trembling voice, ancestral. Dragon, abadayo fanata dragonescence. With a grave expression, Fielder unleashed a bemafazir light that enveloped Ting Zhang, as if shielding him from something. Youth, I perceive a connection between us. Would you company main cultivating? At that moment, a tempest surged within Ing Zhang chart. These was soon doubted lie a celestial being, the Veryon had sufferilous lie throughout his life, now standing before him. Haha desperately zirchet for the elixir of immortality, yearning for another chansat life and out of fear of death, butout of concern for the nolistabilized vast huashia. These world now inhabited was clearly not the expansive waxiofold. So bite let this life believed for himself. Life's a metamis unfolds in such a manner watona sklunto for a lifetime, once understood, brings an overwhelming sense of relief physis the clarity of taught. Ing Zhang, I pay me respect Tommy me master. Good, a promising disciple. Fielder smiled, casually casting another beam of azure light, and Togather they soared into the distance. Meanwhile, a figure materialized in Chun Ning's mind, intricately linked to his own being. Gazing toward Shurching, Chun Ning realized that a legendary first emperor of Qin dynasty was there. Suppressing his rampant thoughts, he looked at the small mountain village before Hyman's until my backing is established, he must move. The black doggelin sated the mountain of luggage up on his back and thin at Chun Ning, hustowed with arms crossed, lost in contemplation of life, and immediately zensit something amiss. Woof. Chun Ning was infuriated. How dare you, Lahi, has your conscience been devoured by a dog? In the previous 9 instances, you never grew up was tell ways I ho carried more? The black dog blinked innocently, he's a sudden full of guilt, as if there were a symmetrith toit. Never mind, after all, he was she's older brother, such trivial matters could be overlooked. Woof. Thepo san pants have been use for nearly a century surely they hold some sentiment. Woof. Oh, that greenstone, since you're a carry injit, just bring it along. Woof. Damn you, old black, carrying some Muchan still arguing with him? Not far away, and one with Turson Harris held a heavy bag, watching as the Wolfman on Dug gradually receded into the distance. Take care and safe travels. 6 months later, Chun Ning and the black dog passed through a small town. Pinyin City. Chun Ning gazed at the 3 comforting characters, momentarily dazed, and said to the not a sublitener black dog beside him, Lauhe, wevenever state tenacity shall wetry living in own? The black dog, having never carried such overden for so long, was utterly weary of the journey. Woof. Chun Ning, who valued democracy, decided that since the black dog agreed, it was a delightful destination. Thus, Thema Nandisto gentered the small town, carrying all their belongings. Pinyin City was modest in size, bisected by a winding stream. This stream beareth the name Pinyin River. It remained unclear whether the city was built around the Ivory or the Ivory Mergaduito Thicity's existence. Regardless, Pinyin City lived up to its name, providing gasons of tranquility. The faces of the townsfolk radiate a comforting smile. The two, Chun Ning and the black dog, strolled along the cobbled streets of Pinyin City, enveloped by an atmosphere of reassuring happiness. the entire Smalltown Murray Ningsna Mezerini Secure. Ultimately, after various assessments, Chunning and the Black Dog settled in Asmaltia House named Ping and Tea House. Little did they know, as Ingjen first practiced a disc cultivation technique and absorbed spiritual energy, the entire Shangqing sect was left astounded. The spiritual energy theirs were led into Amanayachara vortex, thus in a reason Belinga dragon drinking water, as the Sensiophia van and earth filled Ingjen's body in an instant with he nasingle breath, he entered the first live cultivation. Every onyx claimed a figure destined for immortality.
Chapter 3 In Zheng's Enlightenment. The Shangqing sect is one of the few schools of thought among cultivators that emphasizes the cultivation of the heart and the Tao, nestled in a spiritual mountain. 1,000 miles away from the capital of the Great Xia, this modest region is deeply revered by the local populace. The teachings of the Shangqing sect advocate a philosophy of tranquility and non-action, where non-action does not imply inaction, but rather the reverence of one's true self, abstaining from what ought not to be done, while pursuing what must be done, even at the cost of one's life. A mountain may not be grand, but it is deemed sacred if it harbors immortals. Thus the disciples of the Shangqing sect are regarded as celestial beings in the hearts of the common folk. Embodying the essence of practical immortality, the Shangqing Taoist, the founding master of the Shangqing sect, possesses unfathomable cultivation yet shows compassion for the common people. His junior brother, the current ruler of the human race, has behaved strangely since the battle 100,000 years ago, losing the hearts of the people. His emergence is indeed a harbinger of chaos. Standing atop the mountain, the Shangqing Taoist gazes into the wind, his eyes filled with concern. His brother's words ring true. I perceive this individual as a vessel of dragon fortune, a natural-born sovereign. As soon as the Shangqing Taoist's words fell, Yu Qing appeared out of thin air, causing ripples in the very fabric of space. Prosperity brings suffering to the common folk, and demise brings them suffering as well. The Shangqing Taoist sighed deeply, pondering how the common people in these tumultuous times differ little from ants. Merely a month has passed since in Zheng's place of cultivation, suddenly, the spiritual energy above the thatched cottage began to rapidly contract, forming a small vortex of spiritual energy. Atop the mountain, Yu Qing seemed to sense something, his eyes radiating golden light as he pierced through layers of space, witnessing that Zheng had already broken through to the foundation establishment stage. What a terrifying talent, unprecedented throughout the ages. After breaking through to foundation establishment, the aura emanating from Zheng gradually stabilized, and an ethereal connection of causality emerged within his consciousness. His profound gaze directed towards the east. Is that where my purpose for arriving in this world lies? The direction he gazed upon was indeed where Chen Ning resided. What a curious feeling. Meanwhile, Chen Ning, who was roasting chicken in the wilderness, suddenly paused, staring at his hands in a daze, as if he had become a tad stronger. At that moment, Haizi, seizing the opportunity while Chen Ning was lost in thought, swiftly snatched the large chicken leg from Chen Ning's bowl with a flick of his paw. With a slap, the chicken leg was already boneless, melting in the mouth, flowing into Haizi's belly. Damn it, Chen Ning fumed, enraged that after all these years of brotherhood, Haizi would so brazenly disregard the rules. Spitting 3 times, he expectorated a mouthful of saliva onto the now legless roasted chicken. Completely losing his composure, Haizi's face was filled with disbelief. It turns out one could act this way. Just as the two brothers were playfully tussling, streaks of light appeared in the sky, and moments later, 3 figures materialized before Chen Ning. Boom! Chen Ning's spirit jolted, filled with trepidation. Immortals. The leader, a young man, frowned slightly at Chen Ning's foolish demeanor, displaying dissatisfaction. You mere mortal, why do you not bow upon witnessing my presence? Clang! An overwhelming pressure descended upon Chen Ning, as if a colossal mountain had suddenly settled upon his shoulders, leaving him breathless. Thud! Unable to withstand such oppressive force, Chen Ning's legs gave way and he knelt, I have encountered an immortal. Beside him, Haizi's eyes brimmed with astonishment and fury. The darkness in his pupils gradually engulfed his entire gaze, and he was about to bare his teeth and charge forward. Slap! A familiar hand pressed down on his canine head. Bow to the immortal. Instantly, the darkness in Haizi's pupils dissipated, his forelegs bending, head lowered, not daring to glance up at the immortals. The leading youth, satisfied, nodded, his eyes filled with disdain. I ask you, where is Ping'an City? Chen Ning did not dare to raise his head, showing no signs of disrespect, recalling an old man he had encountered the previous day, who mentioned that traveling north for 500 miles would lead to a den of demons, and one must exercise caution. Immortal, beyond that northern path lies very well, a reward awaits. As soon as he finished speaking, the youth extended his right hand, and a silver ingot appeared in his grasp, casually tossing it at Chen Ning's feet. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The three figures exchanged no further words, as if conversing with a mortal would tarnish their immortal status. Having obtained the information they sought, they took to the skies once more, watching the three streaks of light recede into the distance. Chen Ning bit his lip until it bled, the silver ingot crushed in his grip. Old He, I assure you, such an occurrence shall not repeat itself. With an expressionless face, Chen Ning spoke coldly, his eyes filled with depth. Woof! The following morning, as the sun rose, painting the sky in hues of red, the world brightened. Old He, Chen Ning gently patted the drooling Haizi, but he remained unresponsive. Damn it! Smack! The heavy slap landed on Haizi's face, the thick skin causing Chen Ning's palm to tingle. Woof! Haizi barked in anger. Damn it, after all these years he had never awoken naturally. Their daily bickering had long become a compulsory course for the two brothers. Strangely, neither Chen Ning nor Haizi seemed to remember the humiliation of the previous night, as if it had merely been a fleeting dream. Old He, if we continue south for another 400 miles, we shall reach Ping'an City. I believe we have yet to reside there. Shall we go have a look? Woof! The Shangqing sect, merely half a year after Ying Zheng's breakthrough to foundation establishment, was engulfed by a suffocating aura that surged like a tidal wave. The spiritual energy on Shangqing Mountain surged wildly in all directions. The two Taoists, Shangqing and Yuqing, simultaneously sensed a tremor and looked towards a certain direction, the location where Ying Zheng was in seclusion. Roar! A terrifying dragon-shaped phantom emerged, soaring into the sky, roaring, its golden light obscuring the heavens, exuding an overwhelming pressure. In a daze, that formidable aura seemed to possess the power to shake the sun, moon, and stars, heralding the arrival of a true earthly emperor. Yuqing and Shangqing exchanged solemn glances, their expressions tightening, and simultaneously cast intricate hand seals. Atop the peak of the Shangqing sect, the colossal Bagua diagram manifested, embodying yin and yang, black and white, veiling all anomalies. After half an hour, the cataclysmic phenomena gradually faded. Yet Ying Zheng showed no signs of awakening. Thus, 5 full days passed. Ying Zheng finally opened his eyes, each eye containing a swirling dragon-shaped phantom, slowly rising. The tidal waves of spiritual energy tousled his black hair, and an ethereal dragon-shaped phantom circled around him. With a majestic demeanor, he stepped forward, each stride covering 100 zhong. Gradually, he retracted the overwhelming aura of golden core, bowing deeply towards the mountain peak. Suddenly, Ying Zheng's aura began to wane, plummeting from golden core to the completion of foundation establishment, then mid-foundation establishment, then finally to the early stage of foundation establishment. The two Taoists were alarmed. How could such a solid foundation, unprecedented throughout the ages, suddenly transform like this? Master, fret not, Ying Zheng has found his own path. The Shangqing Dao is not entirely suitable for me. Ying Zheng's calm tone resonated in the ears of the two, stirring up tremendous waves. The Golden Core, Self-Created Techniques, Chapter 4, The Buddha in the Heart, a blade in hand. At this moment, Chen Ning had already settled in Ping'an City. The city is graced by the Ping'an River, alongside which stands the Ping'an Tea House, where Chen Ning and Haizi now reside. The proprietors of the tea house are an elderly couple, the husband named Ning Ziyuan and his wife named Yan Shifeng. With a daughter named Ning Pingan, this family is warm and friendly, their gentle disposition giving Chen Ning and Haizi a sense of home once more. However, after witnessing true cultivators, Chen Ning has grown wary of those who cultivate. This incident has significantly influenced his entire path of cultivation, leading him to embrace survival as his Tao. After all, he has many good days ahead, with both longevity and a system at his disposal. Achieving invincibility through survival is indeed appealing. In that instant, Chen Ning realized that from the very beginning the heavens had provided him with a hint. Haizi dog survival, the carefree Chen Ning of yore transformed into one burdened with worries. The outside world is far too perilous. Kid, bring me a jug of Pingan wine, a coarse voice interrupted Chen Ning's musings. The speaker was a burly man named Lu Api, one of the few rogues in Pingan City, who spent most of his time living on the fringes and returned to the city once every 6 months. Chen Ning recalled that during Lu Api's last visit he had failed to pay, claiming it was a gesture of friendship on their first meeting, prompting Chen Ning to treat him. Second brother is here, please take a seat, the drinks will be out shortly. Maintaining a non-confrontational attitude, Chen Ning greeted Lu Api with a smile, though a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes. Damn it, is he here to mooch again? A jug of Pingan wine, a plate of peanuts, and half a gin of beef were swiftly devoured by Lu Api. Kid, this time second brother is in a hurry and didn't he bring any money? Just put it on my tab. I assure you, second brother won't let you down. Lu Api draped his arm around Chen Ning's shoulders, appearing to negotiate, yet his tone brimmed with veiled threats. Chen Ning cast a glance at Lu Api's bulging wallet, clearly filled to the brim. This is what you call being broke. However, Chen Ning truly dared not confront Lu Api directly. Damn it, just looking at their physiques, Lu Api alone could easily outmatch two Chen Nings. Alright then, second brother, as long as you're happy. Chen Ning maintained his cheerful facade, revealing no hint of dissatisfaction. Lu Api, pleased, patted Chen Ning's shoulder, muttering, rest assured, second brother won't let you down. As Chen Ning watched the sky darken, his gaze fell upon Lu Api staggering out the door, his eyes flickering with an unknown glint. In that moment he made up his mind. Old hey, let us go, I'll take you to do something big. Woof. From the very beginning I found him quite displeasing. The last time, the cost of drinks was deducted from my share of the meals. A man and a dog stealthily followed the drunken Lu Api, concealed in the inky darkness of the night unnoticed by anyone. Lu Api resided at the eastern edge of Pingan City, with a small hill behind his home, from which the Pingan River flowed. Due to Lu Api's notoriously tyrannical behavior, few residents dared to live near him. At this moment, the man and the dog were shrouded in darkness, with only their eyes visible. When the opportunity for revenge arises, grievances certainly do not linger until morning. When revenge is unattainable, one must endure and wait for their demise. What do you think, Lao He? A glint of cold light flickered in Chen Ning's eyes as he gritted his teeth and spoke to the dog beside him. Woof, Chen Ning, let me go and bite him to death. After all, I am a dog. If I kill a human and get caught, it won't matter much. Damn, Lao He, you are quite something. You've been reading a lot lately. Chen Ning was astonished. Lao He's mind was remarkably swift at this moment, yet he ultimately declined the idea, for Lu Api had merely bullied him without committing any unforgivable sin. Whoosh! They leaped over the wall and landed lightly on the ground. For some unknown reason, Chen Ning felt that his physical condition had been improving remarkably lately, with significant advancements in all aspects. He pondered over this matter for quite some time and eventually sensed that it was somehow related to his cheap ancestor. Soon, Chen Ning and Lao He discovered Lu Api, who lay sprawled across the table in the hall, fast asleep. Lao He, can you handle this? My vision is somewhat blurry tonight, Chen Ning asked with a serious expression. Woof. Sure, you go ahead. Just to confirm the target, it's only that money pouch. Woof woof. Lao He assured Chen Ning and then leaped forth like a nimble leopard darting through the shadows of the night. Before long, Lao He was right in front of Lu Api. In the pitch black night, Lao He's eyes glimmered faintly, there it was, that bulging money pouch was clutched in Lu Api's hand, seemingly counted before he fell asleep. Lao He furrowed his brow at the sight of the pouch, feeling a twinge of worry. If he exerted too much force, would he awaken this fool? Carefully, he attempted to bite the corner of the pouch and slowly began to drag it backward. As Lu Api slept soundly, he must have dreamt of something displeasing, for he muttered discontentedly and tightened his grip on the pouch. Woof, Lao He cursed inwardly. Damn it, this is a bit troublesome. At that moment, Chen Ning, relying on the dim moonlight, discerned the standoff between Lao He and the sleeping Lu Api. Hell with it, let us take a chance. A bicycle can become a motorcycle with a little effort. Lao He bite down and run, regardless of whether he wakes up or not. Lao He nodded slowly, signaling his understanding, and with newfound determination, he beat down harder on the pouch, preparing for a sudden burst of energy. Just as he was about to spring into action, Chen Ning, waiting outside, saw a shadow dart past him in an instant. As it cleared the wall with an agile leap, that shadow vanished from his sight. Chen Ning glanced back at Lu Api, surprisingly finding him still unresponsive and fast asleep. Was it because Lao He moved too swiftly? Chen Ning hurriedly dashed to the wall and leaped up, peering down to see that Lao He had already disappeared, having no intention of waiting for him. Damn, that ingrate, I raised him for nothing, Chen Ning muttered under his breath and quickly jumped down. Aware that lingering too long could invite trouble, when Chen Ning returned to the tea house, Lao He was already waiting for him, lying there with an innocent expression, as if he hadn't just participated in a robbery. Chen Ning shot him a glance, and Lao He instantly understood, lifting his head proudly as if to say, rest assured, I've hidden everything well. Chen Ning looked at Ning Boss, who was busy tallying accounts, and greeted him. Boss, I'm going to rest now. Ning Ziyuan nodded slightly, not even glancing at Chen Ning. Just as Chen Ning passed by Ning Ziyuan, the latter unexpectedly stated, one must have a Buddha in one's heart and a knife in one's hand. One should be capable of both slaying enemies and reciting scriptures. As long as one possesses that balance, do not dwell on what is right or wrong, or follow your heart. Chen Ning paused momentarily, wondering if the boss was speaking to him. Did he know what he was up to? With a hint of confusion, Chen Ning entered the tea house's backyard, musing over the phrase, a Buddha in the heart, a knife in the hand. Chen Ning nodded in a dazed half-comprehending. Ning Ziyuan's distant voice echoed once more, even the mightiest cultivator is still human. The most formidable path ultimately aligns with one's own nature. More often than not, it is not the path that is cultivated, but the heart. The broader the heart, the stronger the path. Chapter 5, Little Blackie, call me immortal. The Ping An Tea House provided excellent accommodations and meals. Its backyard, once a bustling inn, had been closed by Ning Ziyuan due to the noise, as Ping An City rarely saw visitors. Thus the entire backyard now housed just 4 people and a dog, making it neither cramped nor noisy. Much to Chen Ning's satisfaction. At this moment the man and the dog were dividing their spoils, each receiving a staggering 50 taels. Chen Ning had never encountered such a fortune before. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Lao He, too, was counting his 20 paws, having counted them twice, and still found more. Chen Ning, we struck it rich. Lao He looked at Chen Ning with newfound respect. This admiration was unprecedented, making Chen Ning feel as if he might float away. Look at that, now you are on my side. Woof, yes, I concede I won't compete with you for the title of Big Brother again. Just as Chen Ning was about to say more, he suddenly felt a thunderous resonance within him. As if some shackles had been shattered. He felt an overwhelming sense of ease, as if his very essence had ascended to a higher realm. Ding, character, In Zheng has entered the Golden Core stage. Thus rewarding the host with Qi training proficiency. In Zheng has created a unique cultivation method, the initiation of the dragon. Finally, it has arrived. Finally, damn, I've waited 102 years for this. Chen Ning was now overwhelmed with excitement. After waiting for over a century, he could finally take the first step in cultivation. Lao He, prepare the altar, we are making an offering to the heavens. Today is our grand day. Although Lao He often playfully bickered with Chen Ning, he held firm beliefs when it came to heaven offerings. At the age of 51, Lao He had once fallen ill. Suffering from fever and abdominal pain for 3 days and nights. He had nearly believed he would not survive, tearfully bidding farewell to Chen Ning, yet Chen Ning silently crafted a wooden incense burner, a bronze token, and a wooden flag. Overnight, the incense burner stood in the center, flanked by the token and flag. To the ancestors of Huoxia above, the descendant Chen Ning humbly boast, hoping that the ancestors can manifest their spirit and bless the descendants. Chen Ning and Lao He, with peace and health. Lao He still vividly remembered Chen Ning's sincere demeanor back then, unsure if the offering had truly worked or if it was mere coincidence. Nevertheless, after Chen Ning made the offering and honored their ancestors, Lao He quickly regained his vitality. As Chen Ning put it, one ought to worship heaven, earth, parents, and ancestors. There is no shame in this, whether the heavenly deities are worthy of worship. One's ancestors surely are, despite it being the second offering to the heavens. Lao He clearly remembered every step of the process. He fetched a small table and laid out a yellow cloth. Then, he arranged the already prepared 3 offerings on the table, ensuring the positions were identical to 50 years prior. Chen Ning spoke solemnly, "Lao He, we need more. Go to the kitchen and fetch a duck and a pig's head. Put it on your tab." Lao He, trusting Chen Ning, turned towards the kitchen. However, just as he stepped out, he paused, sensing something was amiss but unable to pinpoint it. Never mind, the task at hand was paramount. He would think about it later. Before long, the table was filled with offerings. Then, judging by the quality and quantity, Lao He's 2.5 taels of silver were certainly insufficient. Kneeling on the mat, Chen Ning held the incense with his 4 fingers interlaced, gazing solemnly at the incense burner. To all ancestors of Huoxia above, the descendant Chen Ning comes to pay respects. From this day forth, the descendant Chen Ning, together with Lao He, officially embarks on the path of cultivation. May the ancestors bless us with smooth sailing and a clear path to immortality. After uttering his first sentence, Chen Ning respectfully bowed his head. The descendant Chen Ning has been here for a century, relying on Lao He. We have no other support, relying solely on the blessings of our ancestors. Chen Ning bowed again, and Lao He followed suit, mimicking the gestures. May all ancestors be the pillars of support for me. Chen Ning, I vow that the incense of the ancestors shall never be extinguished. With 3 bows, the incense entered the burner, completing the ritual. Surely, countless ancestors of Huoxia were aware of Chen Ning's sincerity now. Little did they know, thousands of years later, the ancestors of Huoxia would become true pillars of support for Chen Ning. Once the offering was completed and the sandalwood burned out, Chen Ning carefully stored the 3 offerings, as they were a spiritual anchor for both him and Lao He. For them, these items were of utmost importance. After everything was put away, Chen Ning looked earnestly at the table of offerings before him. Lao He, it seems our Huoxia ancestors have had their fill. Food should be consumed, not wasted. Let us eat. Lao He's dark canine face appeared even darker, finally realizing what was amiss. Damn it, a whole table of offerings was charged to his account. Woof. Chen Ning felt a sudden panic, yet his expression remained unchanged. Look at your little schemes. How could I, as your elder brother, possibly deceive you? Go fetch the wine and take as much as you desire, just charge it to my account. Woof. Immediately, Hazy no longer bared his teeth. His canine visage appeared less menacing as he hopped off to fetch a jar of wine. Chen Ning's countenance stiffened. This jar of wine was worth at least 40 taels, under the dim light of the waning moon. The 2, 1 man and 1 dog, cast long shadows that intertwined, indistinguishable from one another. Alone with a jug of wine, I shall indulge in my own company, and let the gentle breeze grant me 3 parts inebriation. Woof, haha, my mistake, it is not solitude, but rather sharing a jug of wine with Hazy. Woof woof. The next morning, Chen Ning abruptly opened his eyes, initiating the Shalong Ju. He closed his eyes and began to gradually channel the cultivation method created by Yingzheng, the Shalong Ju. As Chen Ning activated the Shalong-Ju, an illusory dragon-shaped essence appeared at his heart's pulse, meandering along the path dictated by the Shalong-Ju. After completing one full cycle, Chen Ning could distinctly sense his previously diminished spiritual energy had grown somewhat stronger. While he was unaware of the methods employed by other cultivators, he felt that the Shalong-Ju was undoubtedly extraordinary, though he had never delved into cultivation before. Who could achieve such noticeable progress after only a brief period of practice? At the terrifying rate of advancement he was experiencing today, Chen Ning estimated that he would break through to the first level of Qi refinement in merely half a month. Contemplating this, Chen Ning felt an overwhelming surge of optimism regarding his future. And in high spirits, he slapped awake the still sleeping Hazy, furious, growled, "Do you think just because you are my elder brother you can disturb my slumber at will? Have you ever seen a dog that doesn't wake up with a grumpy disposition?" He bared his teeth, ready to retaliate. Chen Ning's expression shifted, his aura surged, revealing an imposing presence reminiscent of an otherworldly being. With cold, indifferent eyes, he cast a sidelong glance at Hazy, saying, "Little Hazy, how dare you be so audacious? Today, please refer to me as an immortal." Upon finishing, Chen Ning brought his right hand together, igniting a flicker of flame between his fingers. Hazy's face was one of astonishment. "Woof. Immortal Arts." Chapter 6. He is not old but old by. With just a small display of his abilities, Chen Ning thoroughly astonished Hazy. Having lived over 100 years, it was the first time he had encountered a living immortal. How could he not be excited? "Woof, don't be hasty. I'm only just beginning. Once I've thoroughly researched this, I'll come to teach you." Previously, when listening to stories, he often heard that cultivating immortality required spiritual roots. The 5 main spiritual roots are metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The more singularly one cultivates, the faster the progress, as one only needs to absorb a single type of spiritual energy. However, it is not to say that these 5 roots are the best. If one possessed a unique spiritual root, that would be even more formidable, for there would be no competition. Yet, Chen Ning's Shalong-Ju was peculiar. After cultivation, it indeed augmented his spiritual energy, but it was not limited to any one type of spiritual power. He could utilize all forms of spiritual energy normally. As Chen Ning focused his thoughts, the spiritual energy within him instantly transformed into water spiritual energy, manifesting as a water sphere the size of a fist above Hazy's head, which promptly splashed down onto the dog's large head. "Woof." Hazy was furious. "Don't think that just because you've become that immortal, you can mock me. No matter how powerful you are still my elder brother. And I shall bite you if need be." The ensuing days became tranquil. Chen Ning worked at the tea house during the day and practiced in the backyard at night, with his spiritual energy becoming increasingly potent. He often marveled at his apparent talent for cultivation, deeming himself a once-in-a-millennium genius. With such visible progress, little did he know, when Yingzhang first created his dedicated cultivation method, he broke through the Qi refinement level in merely a breath's time. 6 months later, he advanced to the foundation establishment stage. After reaching that, it took only 10 months to break through to the golden core stage, which included the unique golden core cultivation method he devised. Thus, it is evident that comparisons between individuals can be inequitable. Some can rise from nothing to become billionaires, while others struggle to secure their basic needs. Naturally, Chen Ning, the immortal, was indifferent to this. Talent, what is that? Does it matter what you might achieve in a day, I can accomplish in a year? Can you outlive me? Finally, after half a month of cultivation, in the backyard of the tea house, within Chen Ning's room, a deep rumble echoed. Chen Ning's eyes sparkled with excitement, his entire body exuding a hint of filth, and he felt significantly lighter. He had reached the 2nd level of Qi refinement. At this moment, Chen Ning brimmed with confidence. He felt that should the 3 immortals from a month ago return to provoke him, he could easily subdue them. "Chen Ning, come out here." Just then, a furious voice reverberated throughout the tea house. Chen Ning's gaze sharpened. It was him, Lu Erpaizi. unaware of his own folly. Without hesitation, Chen Ning strode out of the backyard, making his way to the tea house. Oh, is that you, second brother, come to settle the wine debt? At this moment, Chen Ning radiated an air of confidence. After all, he was now half an immortal. How could he fear a mere mortal like you? Lu Erpaizi felt a jolt of surprise. Why does this kid seem somewhat different from before? Despite feeling a bit intimidated, he couldn't show a hint of fear. Chen Ning, I asked you half a month ago, during my last visit here, where were you that night? Chen Ning's heart sank. Could it be that his act of robbing the rich had been discovered? Where, naturally, I was resting at the tea house. As he had not yet achieved mastery in the immortal way, he decided to yield a little. Who knew if Lu had any tricks up his sleeve? Lu Erpaizi nodded coldly. Resting, that night I got drunk, and in my haste I saw a black dog steal my purse. The next morning I woke up, and my purse was indeed missing. Over the past half-month, I've searched all over Ping'an City, and the only place with a black dog is here. Let me ask you. Does your dog go by the name of Old Hay? A black dog, Old Hay? I do not know what you speak of. I have never seen any dog named Old Hei.to deceive me. I played that game over 100 years ago. Chen Ning scoffed. Lu Erpaizi's eyes flickered. He then pulled out a roasted chicken and waved it in front of the lounging Hazy, saying, Old Hay, time to eat some meat. Yet Hazy didn't even lift an eyelid, displaying an utter lack of interest, remaining sprawled there. Damn it, do you really think I'm a dog? Can I just comply with this nonsense? Do you take me for a fool? Lu Erpaizi's face stiffened. Could it be he was truly mistaken? Yet, unwilling to concede, he gritted his teeth and said to Chen Ning, you call him Old Hay, and I want to see if he responds to you. Chen Ning nearly burst into laughter. He truly believed Old Hay was a dog. Second brother, I respect you. Let me call you second brother and invite you for a drink. What you're doing is rather disrespectful to me. Chen Ning. The onlookers nearby began to murmur amongst themselves. Indeed, Chen Ning is such an honest boy. Lu Erpaizi bullies him as a habit. Ping'an City is a wonderful place. If not for these characters, it would be perfect. Hearing the crowd's remarks, Lu Erpaizi's face shifted through shades of blue and red, but thinking of the hard-earned silver he had lost, he forced himself to say, Chen Ning, do as I say. If he truly doesn't go by Old Hay, I will admit defeat and repay you the wine debt I owe. Chen Ning was overjoyed. Such a good fortune, a chance to have money delivered to his doorstep. Second brother, I misjudged you. Old Hay, come here and eat some chicken. Chen Ning called out 3 times, his tone genuine and unfeigned. Yet Hazy remained indifferent. What a joke, such trivial matters were hardly worthy of cooperation. Next, Chen Ning exclaimed, Old Bai, are you going to eat the roasted chicken? If not, I shall eat it myself. Suddenly Hazy sprang toward the roasted chicken in Lu Erpaizi's hand, subtly glancing at Chen Ning in the process. It was clear that this entirely black dog was not named Old Hay, but Old Bai. Lu Erpaizi, seeing this, could no longer say anything, having lost his money and repaying the previously owed wine debt, plus another roasted chicken. Woof. Once the crowd dispersed, Hazy expressed his discontent. Old Hay, our foundations are still shallow. Even if we could deal with that Erpaizi, it would still be dangerous if someone with ulterior motives found out, Chen Ning earnestly explained to Hazy, who, though not entirely comprehending, gave a soft sound of agreement, feeling that what Chen Ning said made sense. Thus, over a year passed, and Chen Ning finally reached the 7th level of Qi refinement, also known as the late stage of Qi refinement. The next step would be the daunting foundation establishment realm. However, on this day, a momentous event occurred in Ping'an City. Chapter 7, What a Spiritual Route. The Qingxian Immortal Sect is recruiting disciples. Any mortal under the age of 16 may come to try their luck. Those with spiritual roots may follow me to cultivate within the sect. On this day, a transcendent and melodious voice echoed in the ears of every resident of Ping'an City. In an instant, the entire city erupted with excitement. Immortal, anything associated with this term is lofty and unattainable for mortals, yet now an immortal was recruiting disciples right before their eyes. What if one were to catch the attention of that exalted immortal? Contrary to the other residents' excitement upon hearing this news, Chen Ning brought Hazy to the backyard of the tea house and resolutely declared, "As long as the immortal remains, I shall not step out. Father, I wish to give it a try." Ning Ping'an looked expectantly at Ning Zhiyuan, yet Ning Zhiyuan remained silent, his head down. Lost in thought. "Daughter, becoming an immortal is not as simple as it seems." After a prolonged silence, Ning Zhiyuan suddenly uttered a perplexing remark. "Life is but a fleeting 70 years, and if one cannot venture beyond the confines of this peaceful city, remaining here from birth until death, it would indeed be exceedingly dull." Ning Ping'an, now 14, was unlike other children. From a young age, she possessed a clear understanding of her desires and the path she wished to pursue. As she listened to the patrons of the tea house regale tales of celestial beings who could soar through the skies and traverse the earth, a seed of aspiration to cultivate immortality took root within her heart. At this moment, Ning Ping'an felt that the dream of becoming an immortal was tantalizingly within reach, and she was resolute in her determination to pursue it. "Alas, you have grown up now, and as a father, I cannot impose my will upon you. Go forth and pursue your ambitions." Ning Zhiyuan sighed deeply, as if he had made a momentous decision in uttering these words. "Thank you, Father." With her father's blessing, Ning Ping'an was filled with joy. She could never abandon her quest for immortality, yet she certainly did not wish to jeopardize her relationship with her father over it. With a quick peck on Ning Zhiyuan's cheek, she skipped away with exuberance. Ning Zhiyuan watched his daughter retreat, his eyes flickering with unspoken thoughts. "Chen Ning, what are you doing lurking outside?" Ning Zhiyuan suddenly queried. "I merely wished to observe. Ping'an is undoubtedly destined to be chosen by the immortals." Chen Ning replied sheepishly, feeling an inexplicable oddity about the proprietor. This sensation intensified since he had become an immortal himself. Ning Zhiyuan continued to gaze in the direction of Ning Ping'an's departure, as if he could still see his precious daughter. "I know she will certainly be chosen. In truth, I would prefer she lacked such a talent for cultivation," he mused. Chen Ning felt a shiver run down his spine, sensing that Ning Zhiyuan was peculiarly off-kilter today, speaking in a manner that eluded his comprehension. "Chen Ning, I am aware you are not an ordinary person. You have been here for 2 years. Yet there is no sign of your soul age or bone age increasing, nor any indication of your cultivation progress." As Ning Zhiyuan's calm words washed over him, Chen Ning's heart surged with tumultuous waves. Until now, his longevity had been his greatest secret, initially attributed to the system. However, since he officially commenced his cultivation journey, he had sensed a connection between his longevity and the enigmatic Hazy.P proprietor. "What are you saying? I don't quite understand," Chen Ning stammered, resolutely refusing to admit anything. Ning Zhiyuan smiled faintly, offering no further explanation, but instead produced a medicinal pill. "Chen Ning, this is a youth-preserving pill. Consume it. With the essence of this pill in your body, the discrepancies in your soul age and bone age will become less apparent unless you encounter a practitioner specializing in longevity techniques." "Proprietor, this?" Chen Ning was genuinely bewildered, unable to grasp Ning Zhiyuan's intentions. "Do not overthink it, Chen Ning. I merely wish to establish a good rapport with you. In the future, should Ping'an encounter difficulties, I hope you will extend your assistance. An instinctive feeling told Chen Ning that the proprietor bore no ill will toward him. After pondering briefly, he solemnly nodded in agreement with Ning Zhiyuan and accepted the youth-preserving pill, swallowing it before Ning Zhiyuan without hesitation. Observing this, Ning Zhiyuan's eyes glimmered with appreciation. "Caution is commendable. Yet if one is excessively cautious, believing oneself to be astute, that can lead to extremes." Subsequently, Ning Zhiyuan retrieved a book and a jade talisman from the drawer of the counter. "You may peruse this book and take this jade talisman with you to the longevity sect. It will grant you a safe haven." Chen Ning examined the book in his hands, which bore 3 characters he could not decipher. However, he recognized the three characters inscribed on the jade talisman: longevity sect, proprietor. I vow that I will not go back on my word regarding what I have promised you. I swear on the ancestors of our Huoxia. Ning Ziyuan waved his hand dismissively. Proceed to the back courtyard. Someone is arriving. As Chen Ning stepped into the back courtyard, two figures descended from the heavens at the entrance of the tea house. One was Ning Ping'an, who had just dashed off to test her spiritual roots, and the other was a female cultivator, clad in a flowing gown. The cultivator was tall and graceful, exuding an aura that was both alluring and icy. Akin to a centuries-old glacier. Father, I can cultivate. My master says my talent for immortality is exceptional. Before the female cultivator could speak, Ning Ping'an excitedly rushed to Ning Ziyuan, sharing her joyous news. Ning Ziyuan smiled and affectionately ruffled her hair, his face brimming with fondness. Esteemed elder, I am Yushen of the Qingshen sect, the head of the Qingshui peak. Ping'an possesses a water-type heavenly spiritual root, making her an extraordinary candidate for cultivation. Rest assured, the Qingshen sect will treat her well. Heavenly spiritual root, the Qingshen sect is indeed a commendable choice, at least its principles are sound. Ning Ziyuan appeared exceedingly flustered, almost bowing in reverence to Yushen. Esteemed elder, I must thank you for nurturing such a remarkable disciple. Yushen, unlike the three cultivators Chen Ning previously encountered, did not exude an air of superiority. Rather, she was courteous and graceful, her voice and demeanor evoking a refreshing sense of spring. Ping'an, it is time to bid farewell. Pack your belongings. The news of your heavenly spiritual root has likely spread, so it is best to depart promptly. The once exuberant girl suddenly found herself in tears, saying farewell to her parents with a heavy heart. Ping'an, you are merely going to cultivate. It is just a journey away. If you miss us, your master will bring you back. Thank you, master. Ning Ziyuan and his wife bowed in profound respect, expressing their gratitude to Yushen. Thank you, esteemed elder. Thank you, Ping'an. Let us be off. Wait, master. Ning Ping'an dashed back into the courtyard, knocking on Chen Ning's door. Ninggu, I am going to cultivate. Chen Ning smiled warmly. What wonderful news! Our Ping'an shall become an immortal. Indeed, once I become an immortal, I will protect you. Haha, excellent. Then I shall await your return. Take care, Ninggu. May our little Ping'an's path to immortality be smooth. Chapter 8, Foundation Establishment. Thus, after Ning Ping'an departed, Chen Ning continued to reside in peaceful city for 4 more years, living a life much like before, working at the tea house by day and practicing cultivation in the small courtyard by night. Now, Chen Ping was a formidable cultivator at the 6th level of Qi refinement, and no one dared contest his claim as the foremost cultivator in Peaceful City. A year prior, Ning Ping'an had returned for a visit, and she was a far cry from the girl who had left. She radiated a vast and majestic aura that felt as boundless as the ocean to Chen Ning. According to the young lady herself, she had become a genuine high-level cultivator in the foundation establishment stage. Chen Ning, now at the 8th level of Qi refinement, fell silent, contemplating. It seemed the ancestral techniques were not as formidable as he had imagined. Certainly inferior to the young lady's cultivation methods. Old hey, have you been stealing my wine again? After years of saving, is all of it for your benefit? Chen Ning fumed, having finally made a breakthrough in his cultivation and wishing to enjoy a small celebration. To his dismay, he discovered that the jar he had meticulously filled was now inexplicably replaced with water. Woof, Hazy raised his head, convinced that as long as he wasn't caught in the act, he had done nothing wrong. You scoundrel, I shall teach you a lesson if you don't know your place, Chen Ning roared, slapping Hazy's back. To his astonishment, the strike produced a metallic sound, as if Hazy's back were a steel plate. Numbing his hand, Chen Ning was taken aback, bewildered by the sudden development. How could this little Hazy, who had been an ordinary dog, now possess such resilience? Have you been secretly cultivating? Chen Ning gazed at Hazy with suspicion, struggling to comprehend the situation. Woof, woof, cultivating, what is that? I don't know. Woof. Damn, with the weight of a mountain, old Hey, are you serious? Hazy leapt forward, resembling a small mountain bearing down upon Chen-Ning. Damn it, old Hey, you are too heavy. I can hardly breathe, Chen-Ning exclaimed, astonished at Hazy's unexpected heft and durability. At that moment an explosive force surged through Chen-Ning, and a black sludge-like substance erupted from his body, emanating a foul stench akin to the aftermath of excessive drinking. Chen-Ning widened his eyes in disbelief at the sight of his own body, murmuring, "Is this the unblocking of all meridians, purging marrow, and establishing a foundation?" Indeed, the next moment, a sound rang out, "Ding, Yingzheng has broken through to the golden core stage." Achieving nascent soul, rewarding the host with foundation establishment cultivation and the ancestral dragon long fist, Chen-Ning was elated. "By my ancestors, you are truly remarkable. Has it really only been 5 years to reach the nascent soul stage? What a prodigy!" Meanwhile, millions of miles away in Shacheng, the foremost sect, the Shangqing sect, Yingzheng had been diligently cultivating for 5 years in this realm. Initially, he was under the tutelage of Yuqing Daoist, one of the 3 ancestors of Shangqing, but the Daoist had only instructed him for a single day. With a long sigh, he lamented, "This child is beyond my teachings, and there is no one else who can instruct him." As this statement echoed through the air, the entire city of Shacheng was thrown into an uproar among its cultivators. Who is Daoist Yuqing? He is one of the 3 ancestors of Shangqing, possessing a cultivation level that has long since transcended the earthly realm. A true powerhouse, a being of integration, he has already touched upon the principles of heaven and earth, regarded as a celestial being in the eyes of cultivators, with a lifespan that could extend to 100,000 years. Although the emergence of Yingzheng and the words of Yuqing stirred a commotion among the cultivators of Shacheng, Yingzheng's subsequent feats were nothing short of astonishing. Within half a year, he established his foundation. In 14 months, he reached the golden core stage, and within 5 years, he shattered the core and entered the nascent soul realm. How audacious! In the realm of cultivation, the ironclad rules seem not to apply to this fellow at all. Should the news break that Yingzheng's cultivation methods are entirely self-created, one cannot fathom how outsiders would react. The very moment Yingzheng stepped into the nascent soul realm, his eyes suddenly widened. "So that is how it is." After spending a day consolidating his cultivation, the next day Yingzheng approached Daoist Yuqing to take his leave. "Master, I wish to venture out for some experience. You know this place is not suitable for my cultivation." Daoist Yuqing let out a soft sigh. "I had long anticipated this day, but I did not expect it to arrive so swiftly." Yingzheng could not forget his master's kindness. Hearing Yingzheng's promise, Daoist Yuqing was filled with relief. "Yingzheng, I am not your master. I merely took you in for a time. Do you understand?" Yingzheng comprehended. He was not at all surprised by Daoist Yuqing's words, not for any other reason, but because his own cultivation methods destined him to be at odds with countless individuals throughout his life. It was either to be extinguished amidst endless struggles or to grow stronger in the face of adversity. Ruling over all, with a casual wave, Daoist Yuqing presented Yingzheng with a storage ring, gesturing him to depart. "Go on, and should the opportunity arise, I hope you can look after the Shangqing sect in the future." Yingzheng understood. Afterward, he respectfully bowed 3 times to Daoist Yuqing, expressing gratitude for his mentor's kindness and acknowledging the burden of his own choices. Once finished, Yingzheng transformed into a streak of light, soaring toward the east. Whether by coincidence or design, his destination was Ping'an City. The following day, Shacheng was once again abuzz with shocking news in the cultivation world. Shangqing's Yingzheng, in a display of disrespect, injured the senior brother of Daoist Yuqing's sect and defected. At Ping'an City in Ping'an Tea House, Chen-Ning had entirely given up on his cultivation. Cultivation? What nonsense! After years of hard work, he achieved less than an ancestral breakthrough. Of course, this did not mean Chen-Ning had abandoned cultivation. He had merely shifted his focus to survival. If he could endure for another century, he could summon an ancestor to assist him. Surely that was more effective than his own arduous training. Ultimately, his sole mission was to live. As long as he could survive for 1,000 years, he would have 10 formidable ancestors to aid his cultivation, for 10,000 years, 100, for 100,000 years. Heaven help him if he could truly summon 1,000 ancestors from Hoshia. Perhaps with just a moment's respite he could break through to a new realm. Old He, our means of survival are far too few. Chen-Ning lamented, troubled by the shallowness of his and Hazy's foundation. So far, he had only encountered the cultivation technique of Shalongju and the Zulong Chongquan. For now, he set aside Shalongju. As for the Zulong Chongquan, it was undeniably powerful. Each time he practiced this martial art, a dragon-shaped intent would manifest around him. Chen-Ning sensed its tremendous potential, and if one day he could solidify that dragon-shaped intent into reality, a single punch could likely shatter mountains. Little brother, bring me a pot of wine. Just as Chen-Ning indulged in his daydreams, a tall figure, clad in a broad-brimmed hat, appeared in Ping'an tea house. Chen-Ning slowly turned, peering through the gaps of the hat. Damn, it's Chapter 9, Ingzheng. The moment Chen-Ning recognized the visitor, he nearly lost his wits. It was none other than the first emperor of Qin, Ingzheng, whom he had summoned as a support. Observing Chen-Ning's reaction, Ingzheng knew he had not made the wrong choice. Even if he had, this person must certainly know something. With this thought, Ingzheng simply removed his hat and stared at Chen-Ning. Chen-Ning glanced at Ingzheng, whose face bore a resolute expression and an imposing aura, the very visage of an emperor. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, he towered over Chen-Ning by a head and a half. Regardless of his cultivation, just his appearance exuded an overwhelming pressure. Coupled with Chen-Ning's knowledge of his identity, a wave of trepidation surged within Chen-Ning, the eternal emperor Qin Shi Huang, even though he was his most revered ancestor. The reality of his presence before him raised a mix of emotions. Was this a blessing or a curse? Little brother, as a guest, it would be inappropriate for me to stand outside like this. Ultimately, it was Ingzheng who broke the silence first. His seemingly mundane tone struck Chen-Ning's ears like the decree of heaven. Please, come in. Chen-Ning snapped back to reality and hastily stepped aside. Ning Ziyuan, who was counting goods at the counter, cast a discreet glance at Ingzheng, his expression laden with an unprecedented seriousness. Honored guest, what can I get for you? I don't give a damn. Whether it's calamity or fortune, I shall embrace it. Chen-Ning thought, having resolved to shed his previous timidity. Bring me a pot of wine and a few signature dishes. Certainly. Please wait a moment, Old He. Get to work. Bring half a gin of beef, a plate of peanuts, and 3 tails of pig's head meat from the back. Coming right up. Honored guest, your wine, Ping'an wine, our establishment's specialty. Ping'an wine, what a splendid name. After delivering the wine just as Chen-Ning intended to withdraw, Ingzheng suddenly spoke up. Little brother, why not sit down and share a drink with me? I'm new here and don't know anyone. Chen-Ning was taken aback. Was he implying this to him? Had he discovered something? Looking at Ingzheng's ambiguous smile, a chill ran from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. And he forced out a smile that was more painful than tears. Honored guest, I'm currently working. Innkeeper, Ingzheng suddenly called out to Ning Ziyuan at the counter. What is your command, honored guest? Could I request this young man to join me for a drink? Drinking alone can be rather dull. Chen-Ning, when did you become so ungrateful? The honored guest invites you to drink, that is a sign of respect. And yet you act so aloof. Yes, innkeeper. Chen-Ning's voice trembled slightly. Innkeeper, can't you see the situation? Wang, Old He, carrying a large tray, brought the dishes over. This dog has some character. Despite his fear, Chen-Ning steeled himself to explain. Old honored guest, he is my brother named Hazy. Brother, a flicker of intrigue crossed Ingzheng's eyes, quickly replaced with normalcy as he addressed Hazy. Brother He, would you care to join us for a drink? Upon hearing this, Hazy's eyes lit up. I like this. Wang, little brother, what does brother He say? Oh, Old He says he cannot drink. When he does, he becomes rowdy. Wang, Hazy panicked, cursing. Damn it, I've learned my lesson the hard way. After 3 rounds of drinks, neither party spoke further. Zheng remained unfazed, enjoying his wine and food. Chen Ning, on the other hand, was completely at a loss regarding Zheng's intentions, feeling increasingly restless. Finally, Zheng casually inquired, "Little brother, do you have anything you wish to discuss with me?" "Here it comes." Chen Ning's heart skipped a beat, and he forced himself to remain calm. "Discuss what? This is my first time meeting you." "Is that so?" Zheng replied indifferently, and suddenly an overwhelming aura pressed down upon Chen Ning, not a mere suppression of cultivation, but the majestic authority of a ruler who had long occupied a high position. It was only at this moment that Chen Ning truly felt what it meant to unify the 6 kingdoms, to be the first emperor of Huoxia, to be the eternal emperor. Sweat poured down Chen Ning's face as he paled. The psychological pressure was far more unbearable than any physical oppression. Satisfied, Zheng's expression softened. "Good lad, not a coward," and the oppressive aura receded, returning to the amiable demeanor of the wine drinker. "I do not know how much you understand, but I know that I am here because of you." Zheng's words struck like thunder, cutting straight to the core. Cough, cough. "What are we pretending for? The ancestor knows everything." Chen Ning boldly replied, "Yes, we were originally in the same space, but the time differs. You were born several millennia before me. As for this world, my arrival was accidental, and due to certain reasons, I can randomly summon someone from our realm every century." Zheng's eyes brightened. "The future. What became of Qin after my passing? Did Fusu govern well? Was the threat of the Xiongnu resolved?" Indeed, no matter the circumstances, this man before him remained Chen Ning's illustrious ancestor, ever devoted to Huoxia. Fusu. Chen Ning hesitated, contemplating a benevolent lie, but then thought better of it. After all, there would be more people summoned in the future. If the truth were uncovered, he would find himself caught in a predicament. Surely, even a being of longevity could not survive merely a century. Fusu did not ascend to the throne. The one who did was Hu Hai. After your passing, Zhao Gao and Li Si instigated the Shacheng coup, altering your decree, which led to Hu Hai's ascension, and as for your son, he was compelled to take his own life. Hearing this, a flicker of emotion crossed Zheng's eyes, yet he remained largely composed. Merely sighing softly, "I had long suspected as much." He was too gentle. Though Hu Hai is somewhat incompetent, governing by law should not lead to utter chaos, should it? The first emperor, Hu Hai, indeed governed the realm with law. Yet every method should possess its limits. Excess begets detriment, and Hu Hai's tyranny ultimately provoked backlash, leading to peasant uprisings and noble resistance. In the end, it culminated in the hands of Lu Bang and Xiongnu. The stoic Zheng, upon hearing the news of Fusu's demise, was suddenly filled with emotion. Prosperity brings suffering to the people, chaos brings suffering to the people. I can only blame the heavens for granting me insufficient time. I can only lament my inability to find the elixir of immortality. Chen Ning's heart was jolted. The historical accounts of Qin Shi Huang's quest for eternal life were rooted in this very truth. Chen Ning continued, "In my era of Huoxia there existed no dynasties, no emperors, no nobility, free from the disturbances of the Xiongnu outside and the oppression of officials within, only the common folk, all equal, with sufficient food and clothing. In youth, accompanied by parents, in old age, cared for by filial children. Excellent, excellent, excellent. This is precisely what I envision, the flourishing age of the great Qin." Zheng, shedding his gloom, burst into hearty laughter, proclaiming, "Future descendants, you shall not tarnish the legacy of your ancestors. Ha ha ha." Chapter 10 Huoxia. I am Zheng. Suddenly Zheng spoke earnestly to Chen Ning. Chen Ning was taken aback, uncertain of Zheng's sudden seriousness. Yet he continued the conversation. "Chen Ning." Zheng nodded slightly, then inquired, "Chen Ning, was my summoning to this world merely a coincidence?" Chen Ning pondered briefly, beginning to grasp Zheng's intent. "You wish to know if it is possible to summon others to this world?" Zheng nodded. "I seek to recreate the great Qin dynasty in this realm." Chen Ning felt a pang of embarrassment. Indeed, this ancestor was inherently a warrior at heart. Historical records may not capture the entirety of truth. Yet they are not entirely inaccurate, ancestor. I shall not conceal from you that your summoning was not entirely unforeseen, though it was not precise either. Due to certain circumstances, I can only summon once every 100 years. And each summoning is uncertain. Consider this: in our vast Hoshia, spanning 5,000 years, countless heroes have emerged. Moreover, it is not only heroes, even those of ill repute, such as Zhao Gao, could potentially be summoned. Ingzheng scoffed. Zhao Gao is merely a eunuch. If he were to arrive, I would certainly grant him a swift death. Chen Ning chuckled awkwardly. His ancestor remained imposing as ever. By the way, ancestor, how did you know to seek me out? Chen Ning was genuinely curious. Was the system bidirectional rather than the unidirectional understanding he had presumed? After a moment of contemplation, Ding Zheng replied, truth be told, I cannot precisely articulate it. The moment I broke through to Dan, an inexplicable connection was forged between us, instantaneous in nature. Perhaps it is due to this alignment that I was able to find you and comprehend my purpose in this world. Chen Ning fell silent, uncertain whether this was a blessing or a curse. With so many figures in Hoshia's history, what if someone summoned harbored ill will and sought his demise? Chen Ning expressed his concerns to Ingzheng. Ha ha ha, Chen Ning, fret not. Whether it is I or anyone else, we arrive in this world because of you. This is the cause. Moreover, a thread of celestial wisdom informs me that not only shall I not harm you, but I shall also do my utmost to assist you in the future. This is the effect. By the heavens, Chen Ning was genuinely delighted. This meant that regardless of who arrived henceforth, be they heroes, tyrants or scoundrels, they would at least be compelled to serve as his support. Just imagine, when I live for 180,000 years, I will summon all notable figures of Huoxia at that time. With a single arrow piercing the clouds, how many formidable allies shall I gain? Chen Ning, Ingzheng gazed at the jubilant Chen Ning with bemusement. What was the cause of his mirth? Chen Ning, still lost in thought, finally returned to reality. Ancestor, if there is something to discuss, please state it plainly. Chen Ning wiped away the drool that had escaped his lips. The mere thought of the scene was enough to make anyone smile in their dreams. I have been in this world for 5 years. The next summoning will occur in 95 years. Therefore, I shall pass on my Shalong Ju to you. When the next summoning occurs, you shall employ this technique. Chen Ning gasped. I already know the Shalong Ju. However, after careful consideration, he simply nodded in silence. The Chen family's principle of survival is to speak little and err lest to speak much and err greatly. Ingzheng, not giving it much thought, lightly touched Chen Ning's forehead. Instantly, a complex cultivation method appeared in Chen Ning's mind, astonishing him with its comprehensiveness, surpassing even that which the system had provided. From foundation to divine transformation, one must realize that the ancestor himself was only in the early stages of the nascent soul, a genius, a prodigy. Words could scarcely encapsulate this venerable ancestor. Well then, I have said all that is necessary. Should any of my Qin subjects arrive in this era, instruct them to seek me out. Chen Ning, encountering you brings me great joy. With a flick of his fingers, Ingzheng conjured a silver ring that appeared before Chen Ning. This is for your sustenance. Live well. Having said this, Ingzheng donned his conical hat and prepared to depart, leaving without any hesitation. Ancestor, regardless of who arrives in this world, I shall ensure they declare themselves as from Huoxia. Should any such individual truly appear, I hope you can extend your care. Chen Ning suddenly interjected. Upon hearing this, Ingzheng nodded slightly. Certainly. As Ingzheng gradually receded into the distance, Chen Ning murmured to himself, Ancestor, may the future Chen Ning wish you a smooth journey to immortality. Wait a moment. By the heavens, all the ancestors of Huoxia are being summoned to this world by me. In the future, for any significant event during the heavenly sacrificial ceremonies, whom shall we worship? Huoxia. Neither Chen Ning nor Ingzheng could foresee that these two characters would soon reverberate throughout the realms of gods and demons. Time passed day by day, year by year, and in the blink of an eye, Chen Ning had resided in this peaceful tea house for a full 9 years, embracing his canine companion, Hazy. He declared, "Old He, we must depart once more. Alas, immortality brings its own troubles. You wouldn't want to be captured and turned into a lab rat, would you?" Hazy nodded vigorously. Lab rats, those creatures often suffer horrific fates. He had no desire to be one, devoid of rights, not even canine rights. "Our sole objective now is to survive, to live well. Once I summon another ancestor, we'll be much safer." Woof, agreed. The life of a dog is paramount. "Come, Hazy, let us embark on a spontaneous journey together." How liberating! This carefree lifestyle was something Chen Ning had never dared to envision in his past life. The straightforward Hazy habitually hoisted the prepared bundle onto his back. Chen Ning, wide-eyed, exclaimed, "Look at you, Old He, who do you think you're impressing? I am now a formidable cultivator of the Golden Core stage. I no longer need to carry anything." Just a year prior, In Sheng had ascended to the divine transformation stage, while Chen the great immortal had effortlessly entered the Golden Core stage. Hazy's eyes sparkled. He had completely forgotten that his elder brother was now a Golden Core great immortal. And here he was still thinking of hauling his belongings. Woof. Woof. Nonsense. If I'm not impressive, who is? Who else could be your esteemed elder brother, Old He? With a flick, Chen Ning stored Hazy's packed belongings into his storage ring. Gazing at the ring in his hand, Chen Ning pondered for a moment before removing it and placing it into his hoodie pocket. "Old He, remember, wealth should not be displayed. This is the treasure of an immortal and must be secured." Hazy's eyes lit up. His elder brother's words were always filled with wisdom. At that moment, Hazy pulled out a pen and a notebook from his belly pocket, hurriedly scribbling something down. Alas, since Chen Ning's breakthrough to the Golden Core stage, Hazy was no longer his match. To avoid unintentionally offending the great immortal Chen, Hazy had diligently forced himself to learn to write. Documenting everything good and bad in his notebook, Chen Ning had once picked at it. Truly, only a dog could comprehend it. Chapter 11: Unexpected Events and Plans. Who will arrive first? Old He, let us move to the next destination. Woof. It matters not, wherever my elder brother is, that is home. Ha ha ha. Well said, Old Hei.as. Chen Ning passed through the tea house. He paused, retrieving a pen and a piece of paper. Young Chen Ning expresses his gratitude to the shopkeeper for the care over the years. "Rest assured, I will not forget my promises." The shopkeeper can be at ease. Chen Ning carefully placed the note under the abacus, then withdrew 200 taels from the total savings of 500 taels he had saved over the years. Placing them atop the note, subsequently, the two companions vanished into the moonlight. Meanwhile, in the rear courtyard on the second floor, Ning Ziyuan, who had been peacefully slumbering, suddenly opened his eyes, after a brief moment of sensing. A faint smile of contentment graced his lips as the note left by Chen Ning spontaneously turned to ash. "Wishing you a smooth journey to immortality." Just as Chen Ning and Hazy reached the city gate, Hazy suddenly halted, his alert ears perked up. "Woof, ha, there are many people outside, and they bear weapons." Chen Ning was alarmed. "What is happening? Is someone targeting me?" "No, wait, I am now a Golden Core great immortal, capable of sensing divine will." Immediately he extended his divine sense outward, and to his astonishment he discovered that there were at least 50 or 60 individuals outside, each wielding either swords or knives. The three leaders were mounted on horses, and some figures had already begun to scale the city wall, seemingly intent on breaching it. Bandits. Chen Ning felt a chill. When had he ever encountered such a situation? He quickly sought a place to conceal himself. Unbeknownst to him, Ning Ziyuan, still lying in the rear courtyard, was rendered speechless at the sight. Unable to restrain himself, he muttered under his breath, "This fellow, despite being a cultivator of the Golden Core stage, how could he be so easily frightened by a few petty bandits? This is truly a matter of life and death. Old He, whatever you do, refrain from backing. I can see that those outside are all ruthless scoundrels who have taken lives and feasted on dog meat." It would be prudent for us to remain cautious. Blackie, seemingly unperturbed by the notion of killing, immediately flinched at the mention of dog meat, terrified to his core. Before long, a few bandits who had scaled the walls successfully entered the city. Stealthily opening the city gates, the bandits, armed and alert, silently advanced into the heart of the city. Ning Ziyuan's face darkened. Surely this fellow isn't planning to keep watch the entire time, after hiding for so many years. He wouldn't strike out over something so trivial, would he? The bandit leader made a gesture as if to behead, and his subordinates instantly complied. Several bandits quietly approached the first merchant shop just inside the city gates. Woof, Blackie inquired uncertainly. That was Grandma Luz Osmantha's cake shop, which had often treated us to delightful pastries. Chen Ning's expression fluctuated, unable to come to a decision. Damn it, have I truly misjudged him? As the bandits prepared to breach the door, both Ning Ziyuan and Chen Ning felt beads of cold sweat forming in their palms, one from anger and the other from fear. Damn, I am, after all, a golden core immortal. Suddenly, Chen Ning sprang to his feet, intending to rush forward, but a shadow moved even faster. It was Blackie. In an instant, Blackie appeared before the bandits, his paw sweeping through the air, releasing flashes of cold light, and the small bandits immediately ceased to breathe. Without the slightest hesitation, Blackie then focused on a distant group of dozens, pivoted, and lunged into the throng. Chen Ning finally came to his senses, his right hand surging with spiritual energy, conjuring a fireball the size of a plate, which he hurled towards the crowd. Boom, the fireball bloomed like a dazzling firework, instantly engulfing the entire mass of people, reducing dozens to ashes, their remnants carried away by the gentle breeze, as if nothing had ever transpired. Ning Ziyuan finally exhaled, the swelling spiritual energy within him gradually subsiding. Despite the crisis having passed, Boss Ning couldn't help but grumble. How could this fellow be so overly cautious, to be frightened by a few minor bandits to such an extent? This cultivator, Chen Ning casually incinerated the corpses at the entrance of the shop with a fireball. Standing there lost in thought, woof, Chen Ning shook his head slightly. Old hey, you did nothing wrong. If I had merely watched these beasts slaughter Ping An City, I would have regretted it for the rest of my life. Now I truly understand the saying of the shopkeeper, one must wield a knife in hand while harboring compassion in heart. Be capable of mounting a steed to slay foes, yet also able to recite scriptures below. After uttering these words, Chen Ning slowly exhaled, releasing the pent-up frustration within him, shedding that cautious desire for mere survival. Life is such that the unexpected and the planned always arrive in an unpredictable order. There is no need for excessive worry. At the very least, let not the present become a source of future regret. Old hey, let us go. Follow your elder brother to wander the world. Woof, haha, just follow your elder brother, for I have wine and meat in my storage ring. Woof, of course, who else could be your elder brother if not someone impressive? Under the moonlight, the shadows of a man and his dog stretched longer and longer until they vanished at the end of the road. The Ping An City's gate slowly closed behind them. The next day, as the sun rose, Chen Ning lay on Blackie's belly, slowly opening his eyes, feeling utterly refreshed from a restful sleep. He glanced at Blackie and was incensed. Damn it, how come you always sleep better than I do? With a swift motion, he slapped Blackie's head. Woof. You are looking for a fight this early? Ha, old hey, it's time to wake up for breakfast. In a flash, Chen Ning produced 6 meat buns and a pot of Ping An wine. Woof, Blackie was somewhat dazed, still not fully awake. What's going on? As the elder brother, it is only natural to take good care of you. Hurry and eat, we must set off after. Munching and crunching. Woof, set off. Where are we going? Damn, walking, hurrying. You certainly didn't waste those years of schooling. Munch, munch. The two of them finished their meal, feeling a sudden pang of melancholy. Such vast skies and lands, where shall we go? Woof, Blackie rested his large head on Chen Ning's belly, his hind legs crossed, one front paw holding a blade of dogtail grass, busily grooming his teeth. That is for the elder brother to ponder. As a younger brother, one merely follows. That makes a good point. It sounds comforting, but something feels a bit off. Woof. Indeed, the longevity sect. Old hey, damn it, studying really pays off. My mind is quite sharp now. The two brothers ultimately decided to venture to the longevity sect as advised by the shopkeeper. For it was a place of cultivation, lingering in the mortal realm and frequently relocating was rather vexing. Chen Ning pulled out the map given to him by the shopkeeper, scrutinizing it closely. We are here, while the longevity sect is here, a distance of 10,000 miles. We can traverse 50 miles a day. If we avoid people, we can manage 25 miles a day, which means it would take us a year. Woof, fly. You have no idea how perilous the outside world is. What if we fly and some powerful figure takes offense and brings us down? Woof. Chapter 12, The Longevity Sect. Where to pause. One questions the journey, drifting a myriad of miles amidst the winds and clouds, roaming the world in search of splendid vistas, making the four seas one's home to behold the world. When meeting a kindred spirit, 1,000 cups are insufficient, reminiscing about the past, yet not speaking of return. The beauty of mountains and rivers finds its way into paintings, and with poetry and wine. One takes a stroll. Chen Ning greatly enjoyed his current lifestyle, one man and one dog wandering the world in tranquility, observing the sights of this extraordinary realm, savoring the finest wines, and having a drinking companion by his side was more than enough. In the blink of an eye, over a year had passed. Chen Ning stood before the mountain gate, which bore the simple inscription, Longevity Sect. Chen Ning gasped softly, "Old hey, is this truly the longevity sect? It seems no different from the village we stayed in before." Woof, Blackie agreed. It lacked the grandeur one would expect from a celestial sect. Did we take a wrong turn? Regardless, we have come this far. Let us go take a look. With that thought, Chen Ning and Blackie ascended. As soon as Chen Ning stepped through the mountain gate, he felt a peculiar sensation. The path they had taken vanished without a trace. As if this winding path had only appeared for them. Well then, it's too late to turn back now. Let us continue onward. Following the path beneath their feet, they ascended further. Before long, a middle-aged man carrying water appeared before the two brothers. "Haha, we have new arrivals at the longevity sect. We will no longer need to carry water." The middle-aged man wore a conical hat and laughed heartily, resembling an ordinary farmer with no hint of a cultivator. Chen Ning was somewhat at a loss, entirely unsure of the man's identity. "Sir, is this truly the longevity sect?" "Sir, haha, from now on, I shall be your senior brother. Come along, little junior brother, let me take you to meet the master." The middle-aged man chuckled, finding this young man rather amusing. No wonder the eldest senior brother had recommended him, for the longevity sect had not accepted new disciples for thousands of years. After speaking, the middle-aged man turned and continued up the path. Having come this far, Chen Ning decided to go along with the middle-aged man. However, he soon discovered that the scenery within differed greatly from what he had seen outside. What began as a narrow path gradually widened, and the ground became increasingly leveled. Eventually, after walking for an hour, the winding path transformed into a vast expanse, as large as Ping An City itself. Upon stepping onto this open ground, Chen Ning could see a sparse arrangement of a dozen small houses. In the midst of them, the central house had a crooked sign inscribed 3 characters, Scripture Pavilion. The middle-aged man pointed to the house beside the Scripture Pavilion. "Little junior brother, the master is inside. I will take you there." "Master, the little junior brother has arrived." The middle-aged man approached the door and spoke respectfully. "Come in," a voice, aged and resonant, echoed, carrying with it a profound sense of time, as if it had traveled from countless years ago. As the voice sounded, the door opened silently. Chen Ning followed the middle-aged man inside, where he beheld an elderly man with white hair and beard, clad in white robes, stirring a pot with a spatula over a simple earthen stove, cooking. "Please wait a moment, there is one more dish that will be ready shortly." The old man spoke casually, appearing no different from an ordinary rural elder. Looking to the side, Chen Ning noticed 3 completed dishes, a chicken, braised pork, and stir-fried vegetables, while the pot contained stir-fried mushrooms with eggs. Chen Ning was astonished. Was this elderly man truly the sect leader of the longevity sect, a penchant for cooking? Turning to glance at the middle-aged man, he seemed to sense Chen Ning's bewilderment and smiled slightly. The master says that food is paramount. Whether mortal or immortal, one must follow the way to harmonize with it. Chen Ning was taken aback. Although he didn't quite understand, he felt an inexplicable sense of awe, though I may not comprehend. The master's dishes are truly delectable. This, the middle-aged man shyly scratched his head. All right, it's time to serve. Allow Chip, come and help with the dishes. Chen Ning, fetch a bowl of rice. Chen Ning froze. His wine-laden right hand caught in indecision, unable to set it down or continue pouring. He could only cautiously ask, Elder, would you care for a cup? The old man glanced at Chen Ning, whose eyes blinked with anticipation, then at Blackie, who also blinked up at him, before bursting into laughter. Ha, splendid. The longevity sect hasn't had such amusement in a long time. Let us have a drink. After saying this, the old man suddenly appeared to recall something, and his expression darkened. To Chen Ning's astonishment, as the old man's expression darkened, the previously pleasant weather transformed into a scene of ominous clouds, accompanied by the rumble of distant thunder. Damn it, is this merely a coincidence? How terrifying is this? In the Chongsheng sect, there are no strict doctrines or constraints. What exists is the reliance on one's conscience. If you believe it to be right, then act upon it, prioritizing intention over action. When you refer to me as old man and to him as senior brother, are you implying in your heart that it is inappropriate to call me master and him senior brother? The old man's final words thundered like the wrath of heaven itself. As he spoke, the heavy clouds seemed to press down, nearly merging with the earth. The oppressive atmosphere made Chen Ning feel as though even breathing had become a challenge. Woof! Suddenly a hazy barked, and upon hearing it, the old man's dark demeanor vanished, reverting to that of a kindly old gentleman. Haha, good, Hazy, from now on you shall be known as Old 8 and Chen Ning as Old 9. Splendid. Chen Ning seethed with anger. You old rascal, have you learned to trespass? Have you? If it weren't for my recent arrival and ignorance of the rules here, could you have so easily taken advantage of me? Of course, these thoughts were kept to himself, for his rather formidable master was indeed somewhat intimidating. Chen Ning had met his master and the seventh senior brother, and with utmost respect, he bowed to them. Woof, damn it, you are taking advantage of the situation, aren't you, old He? Just as Chen Ning was about to unleash his signature fireball and water ball techniques for a mixed attack against Hazy, he paused, realizing something amiss. Did Hazy speak incorrectly? They both called out to their master simultaneously, and he called him master first. What was wrong with addressing him as senior brother? Clearly, the master was a reasonable man. Now earnestly imparting wisdom to Chen Ning, the master spoke with gravity. You have met a senior brother. Hazy shivered, then shook his dog head, dismissing all concerns. To hell with it, let us drink and be merry today, forgetting the past and future. Woof, indeed, old 8 speaks wisely. Haha, woof, thank you, 8th junior brother. Woof. Chen Ning's expression froze. You damn dog, old He. Before Chen Ning could finish his mental tirade, the master delivered a swift slap, despite being 2 meters away, nearly turning Chen Ning's head into mush. Junior brother, toast to senior brother. What is the hesitation? Although our Chongsheng sect lacks strict rules, we value sincerity. My good master, please do not claim that the Chongsheng sect is devoid of rules. Chen Ning, raise a cup to 8th senior brother. May you eat and drink well. Woof. Chapter 13, The Reversed Heavenly Gang of Hazy. Reversed Heavenly Gang. The next day, Chen Ning found himself increasingly vexed. Having been the leader for over 100 years, today he had been usurped by this canine creature. Casting a glance at the sleeping Hazy sprawled across him, Chen Ning instinctively raised a hand to smack his dog head. However, halfway through, he halted, feeling the gust of wind ruffle Hazy's fur. If that slap had landed, his rule-defying master would surely have turned him into a dog's head. Chen Ning, 7th senior brother. What brings you here? The seventh senior brother smiled. Come, let me show you around and introduce you to our Chongsheng sect. Though our sect is named Chongsheng, in reality only the master practices the art of longevity. No one knows how long he has truly lived. As they wondered, after some time, Chen Ning suddenly realized a concerning fact: the entirety of Chongsheng sect lacked any spiritual veins, and even the spiritual energy was quite meager. It seems you've noticed too. You are not mistaken, the gate of our Chongsheng sect is indeed merely an ordinary hill. In fact, compared to the outside world, the spiritual energy is rather barren upon reaching this point. The seventh senior brother paused. This is because our Chongsheng sect does not cultivate immortality, but rather follows the Tao. Boom! A clap of thunder rang out, as if the seventh senior brother had inadvertently touched upon a taboo. Inciting the wrath of the heavens, with a slight frown, he continued, if one does not attain the great Tao, they must hide and conceal themselves beneath the heavens, otherwise it will forever suspect that cultivators are pilfering its grand principles. The heavens are partial, yet the great Tao is impartial. Suddenly a profound aura enveloped the seventh senior brother, seamlessly merging into the great Tao. The piercing gaze of clarity gradually dissipated. Chen Ning felt this aura transcending the laws of spiritual energy, bathing him in a comforting sensation. He then raised his hand slightly, and in an instant, a gentle breeze swept through. All flora and crops radiated a faint yet vibrant green light. With a mere flick, all the drifting green light returned, enriched with an indescribable vitality. After absorbing this life force, the plants appeared even more lush, seeming to come alive. This is my Tao, the Tao of life. The path of the Tao speaks of tranquility and non-action. One may spend a lifetime striving for the great Tao, or perhaps achieve sudden enlightenment, reaching the pinnacle of the Tao in an instant. Cultivators, immortal practitioners, damn it, this notion of being a cultivator sounds incredibly formidable. It indeed suits me, as I already possess a solid foundation and have no need for deification. But what is my Tao? From Tao comes one, from one comes two, from two comes three, from three comes all things. Meaning all things can embody the Tao. Chen Ning suddenly recalled the Tao De Jing Laozi's cosmological theory. The farmer was momentarily taken aback, waves of realization surging within. This little junior brother possesses remarkable insight. Despite having comprehended the Tao for a millennium, he had been at a loss for how to summarize it. Upon reflection, the junior brother's summary was indeed timely. Indeed, Tao can be all things, and all things can embody Tao. Junior brother, your words hold truth, yet human effort has its limits. All we can do is seek the path that suits us best amidst all things. Chen Ning nodded thoughtfully, but then realized. Wait, while others may have limits, I do not. I am a being of longevity. Thank you, seventh senior brother, for your guidance. The spark of inspiration flashed through Chen Ning's mind, as if grasping something just out of reach. Until now, the farmer was the first to genuinely impart the Tao to him. From that moment on, Chen Ning settled into the Chongsheng sect. His days became leisurely, rising each morning to assist the farmer with planting. Observing the growth of all things. At noon, they would casually cook a few dishes, the three of them and the dog enjoying a simple meal. In the afternoons, they either fished or hunted for wild game. Dinner was a lavish affair, requiring 3 meat dishes, 2 vegetable dishes, 1 soup, and a jug of wine for each person. Life was exceedingly pleasant. Once, due to Hazy drooling in his sleep, Chen Ning's chest became a veritable ocean. In a moment of impulse, he slapped Hazy's dog head askew. Before Hazy could complain, the entire sky above the Chongsheng sect transformed into a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. Ominous clouds loomed. Thunder rumbled and dragon-shaped lightning erupted. Ultimately, the dense clouds coalesced into a towering pillar directly above Chen Ning's head. For 3 consecutive days, torrential rain poured down upon him, accompanied by thunder and lightning. Following this incident, Chen Ning yielded, acknowledging that old He was formidable. From that point on, 8th senior brother Hazy firmly established himself within the Chongsheng sect, in the most literal sense, having the backing of his venerable master. Hazy strutted about, walking with his paws lifted, head held high. When it came to shrimp, Chen Ning had to peel the shells for him. As for Chen Ning slapping his own dog's head. That was unthinkable. Moreover, 30 years after arriving at the Chongsheng sect, Chen Ning successfully ascended from the second level of the Golden Core stage to the nascent soul stage, clearly according to the system's rewards. That perverse ancestor had officially entered the combined body stage. All things considered, Ying Zheng had only been in this world for a mere 40 years. Seventh senior brother, what kind of level does a person represent if it takes them 40 years to progress from the initial stages of cultivation to the combined body stage? The farmer, holding a dung bucket, trembled, nearly spilling its contents. The poor lad must have been driven mad by the master's teachings. What kind of fool could take 40 years to reach the combined body stage? If my brother cultivates the Tao with my talent, I could reach the combined body stage in at most 20 years. Chen Ning immediately felt relieved, grateful that the ancestor was not as monstrous as he had feared. Otherwise, he would have genuinely worried about being targeted. I believe that if he had not created his own techniques, he could have reached the combined body stage in 30 years. Of course, he still cannot compare to my senior brother. The farmer was left in a daze. Was he serious, to think that someone could take 40 years to reach the combined body stage? His own master, who had lived for countless years, currently stood at the peak of the Great Ascension stage. Upon confirming that Chen Ning's mention of 40 years to reach the combined body stage was no jest, the farmer fell into a profound silence, even abstaining from alcohol for a week. Unbeknownst to Chen Ning, the farmer's own cultivation was akin to that of a late-stage nascent soul practitioner, yet the path of the Tao cannot be measured solely by levels. If one were to truly delve into it, the Tao is something that immortal practitioners only encounter after reaching the Great Ascension stage. It merely represents the most fundamental understanding of the essence of the Tao. Once the essence is perfected and transformed into the Great Tao, one can then transcend calamities. The Great Tao following transcendence is a matter of even greater complexity. The disciples of the Chongsheng sect do not cultivate grand principles but focus solely on the Great Tao, indicating the depth of their teachings. Finally, the next day would mark the second centenary. Meanwhile, far away in a valley millions of miles away, Ying Zheng found himself pursued by countless gods and demons. With a swift motion he opened his dragon eyes, and in an instant the fog within the valley was pierced through, revealing a clear path ahead. At last, he could take this step, but that moment Ying Zheng radiated an aura akin to a ferocious dragon, voraciously devouring the surrounding spiritual energy, an overwhelming presence that could not be subdued, and at the center of his brow, a dragon-shaped illusion flickered and vanished. Chapter 14, The Catastrophe of the Nine Heavens. A mere human dares to call himself the ancestral dragon. Who bestowed upon you such audacity? Ying Zheng's impending breakthrough radiated an overwhelming power, swiftly drawing the attention of the myriad beings pursuing him. The one who spoke was a strikingly handsome young man with dragon horns adorning his head. Evidently, though in human form, he belonged to the legendary dragon clan. In response to his challenge, Ying Zheng remained unfazed, his dragon-like eyes shifting to regard another faction of humans. And what of you? Are you certain you wish to confront me? His tone was unremarkable, his gaze frigid. The group of humans, regardless of their varying levels of cultivation, felt a shiver run through them. A young woman standing at the back was about to speak, but the middle-aged man at the forefront silenced her with a gesture, rendering her speechless. I initially thought our race had produced another prodigy, only to discover such moral decay. First, he harmed his brother and betrayed his sect. Now, he turns his malice upon the younger generation of our own kind, seeking to harm and plunder. Such a transgression warrants death. The middle-aged man openly declared his stance. This kind of prodigy must either not be offended, and since he has already crossed that line, let us eradicate him. Ying Zheng's expression remained impassive. Who was he? The first emperor of China, who unified the land during an age of darkness. What sins had he not witnessed? A mere betrayal was of little consequence. If that is the case, Then let it be. You wish to thrive in your family. Should I survive today, wait for me to descend upon your city in the future. Injang gradually ascended, raising his hands as he unleashed his full might. No longer holding back. A dragon-shaped illusion burst through the heavens, summoning the great calamity of the heavens. I am the first emperor of China. Boom! The deity that governed the heavenly tribulations seemed incensed by Injang's audacity. And in an instant the vast battlefield was shrouded in boundless calamity clouds. It is over. This is the 99 heavens calamity, the middle-aged man of the human race uttered in despair. What? How can this be? How did he attract the 99 heavens calamity? The middle-aged man sneered. Aeoli, are you inquiring of me? If it were not for you, I would not be his adversary. Ha ha ha. Ji Chongfeng, have you always been this hypocritical? Or is your entire race steeped in such duplicity? If it were not for your greed for our dragon clan's water pearl, would you have allied with me? How laughable! Now you dare to blame me. Aeoli suddenly laughed derisively at Ji Chongfeng. Humans are absurdly comical, always seeking excuses for their own greed, akin to a man without trousers urinating and searching for something to hide behind. Meanwhile, several golden-armored beings regarded Ji Chongfeng with disdain, deeming him unworthy of their words. Brother Ao, this 99 heavens calamity is beyond our ability to withstand. Do you wish to live with us? One of the golden-armored beings suddenly spoke. Aeoli's eyes brightened, only to shake his head. My esteemed brother, I appreciate the kindness. However, once one is tainted by its aura, they must either transcend it or be reduced to ashes. I know your clan can conceal your presence, but I refuse to live in hiding forever. Moreover, a frenzied glint appeared in Aeoli's eyes. This man is incredibly powerful. If he safely endures this tribulation, our clans will surely face calamity in the future. It would be better to test whether we can eliminate him. Upon hearing Aeoli's words, both the members of the clan and Ji Chongfeng exhibited profound shock. Are you mad, to strike during the heavenly tribulation? Especially the 99 heavens calamity, Aeoli scoffed. When the dragon dies, it dangles its tail heavenward. Once he surpasses this tribulation, he will seek trouble with your Ji clan. By then, even if you lie in your coffin, you will still be pulled out for a beating. First Emperor, may you perish here today. With that, Aeoli disregarded everything, transforming into his true form, a colossal black dragon stretching thousands of feet long. Its immense body stood out even under the boundless 99 heavens calamity, with a cultivation level at the mid-stage of great ascension. Even the dark clouds above were slightly dispersed. Boom! A bolt of heavenly lightning split in two, striking both Injang and Aeoli, with the bolt hitting Aeoli carrying even greater force. In the end, it is you, this four-legged crawling snake, who possesses the greatest audacity. The thunder left a deep scar on Injang. Yet he remained unperturbed, not even furrowing his brow. Let us see the true skill of our hands. Today, either I shall slay you, or with my life I shall aid you in transcending this calamity. Have some courage. Let our grievances be resolved within this tribulation. Should I surpass this trial, I promise not to trouble your clan. A gentleman's word is his bond. With that, Aeoli lunged towards Injang with his colossal body, stirring a tempest of thunderclouds. Madman, two madmen, Ji Chongfeng cursed furiously. Meanwhile, the golden-armored beings of the clan cast a glance at Ji Chongfeng, their eyes filled with disdain, before transforming into beams of golden light, vanishing beneath the calamity. Boom! Aeoli's immense dragon head crashed into Injang. Injang grasped the dragon's horn, which was the size of a human, and with a sudden surge of strength, he lifted the colossal dragon body and hurled it away. Ji Chongfeng below stared in astonishment. Could this human progeny truly defy the heavens? Yet despite the shock, this act inflicted no harm upon Aeoli. Aeoli's dragon eyes widened in fury, and a blinding purple light erupted from his horns, coinciding with the second bolt of heavenly lightning descending from the calamity clouds. Boom! Once again, both man and dragon were struck simultaneously, tearing Injang's robe to shreds, revealing his fair skin and sinewy muscles that coiled like a dragon. Exuding both beauty and strength, behind Ji Chongfeng, the young woman who had previously wished to speak now blushed upon witnessing Ying Zheng's physique. Ying Zheng, struck by both the heavenly tribulation and Aeoli, certainly felt the pain as a trickle of blood seeped from his lips. However, Aeoli fared even worse. His massive dragon scales had been severely ravaged, golden dragon blood raining down like a torrential storm. A fierce light flickered in Aeoli's eyes. He understood that regardless of whether he could slay the first emperor today, his fate would surely be dire again. Aeoli opened his dragon jaws, revealing a colossal spherical object expelled from within. The air crackled with a world-destroying aura surrounding this orb. The onlookers below gasped. They had not realized Aeoli could be this reckless. The emergence of the dragon pearl meant that regardless of victory or defeat, Aeoli would undoubtedly face a downfall. Sensing the terrifying energy emanating from the dragon pearl, Ying Zheng's expression turned grave. Ancestral dragon, protect me. Chapter 15. The curtain falls. A dragon-shaped illusion soared from the earth, enveloping Ying Zheng in a protective embrace, seemingly devoid of any aura. Aeoli gazed at this dragon illusion, momentarily entranced. No wonder he dares to call himself the ancestral dragon. So this is it. So this is it. Aeoli appeared almost entranced, alternating between laughter and tears, his mind in a daze. The dragon pearl had transformed into an unexpectedly gentle entity, no longer the violent force it had been moments before. Aeoli gradually pushed the dragon pearl towards Ying Zheng. As the orb floated towards him, Ying Zheng felt a mix of suspicion and uncertainty. He could not discern Aeoli's true intentions, but he was certain that no threat emanated from the dragon pearl. Instead, there was an inexplicable warmth. Indeed, when the dragon pearl made contact with Ying Zheng's dragon-shaped barrier, it began to merge slowly. The once translucent dragon illusion began to emit a faint white glow. Aeoli's expression shifted to one of realization, and his gaze towards Ying Zheng transformed entirely. A first emperor, should our dragon clan not provoke you in the future, I hope you will look after us. Without waiting for Ying Zheng's response, Aeoli's colossal form condensed into a single drop of pure golden blood, noble, mysterious, powerful. No words could adequately describe it. At that moment, the white dragon barrier suddenly opened its tightly shut eyes. Swish, the drop of golden blood was consumed by the white dragon, and no further ripples were felt. Having reached this point, even Ying Zheng was bewildered. Had this four-legged crawling snake not sought to kill him, why then had he suddenly bestowed upon him such a fortuitous opportunity? Boom! The third bolt of calamity thundered down, showing no signs of abating despite the unfolding events. Ying Zheng cast a cold glance at Ji Chongfeng. With a mere flick of his eyes, Ji Chongfeng understood that his fate was likely sealed. You all should depart. Your realms are still low, and you may yet escape this calamity. I cannot leave. One must reap what they sow. Ji Chongfeng forced a bitter smile, waving his hand to send the young man behind him far away. Humans often only come to understand certain truths when they are cornered. The 99 Heavens calamity comprises 81 bolts of heavenly lightning, each one stronger than the last, and this was merely the first layer of the tribulation, testing the foundation of the one transcending it. Previously, when Ying Zheng battled Aeoli, he had endured double the strikes of heavenly lightning, yet he had withstood them. Now, alone, with the tribulation returning to its full force, the lightning would undoubtedly pose no unexpected challenges. What was most critical, however, was the temptation of the inner demons. The scene shifted, and Ying Zheng found himself back in his Qin dynasty. At this moment, he lay weakly on his bed, aged and frail. He could no longer discern which was the illusion. Had the 100 years of cultivation been mere fantasies before his demise? In truth, had he never ventured to any other world? And were all those experiences simply figments of his unwillingness to accept death? Ying Zheng yearned to open his eyes, yet he found himself unable to do so. He wished to move his fingers, but it felt as though an immense weight bore down upon his body, rendering him immobile. My Lord Chancellor, the Emperor has passed away. Should we not take some action? A chilling voice echoed, belonging to Zhao Gao. What is your intention, Lord Zhao? pray, speak plainly, for I am somewhat perplexed. Lic, two treacherous ministers, my Qin has indeed met its downfall at the hands of these two, Xiao Gao continued, if Prince Fusu ascends the throne. Our prosperous days shall certainly come to an end. What insights do you possess, Lord Zhao? Speak freely. As Yin Zheng absorbed more of the conversation, his mind grew increasingly disoriented, shaken to the core at that moment. Ji Chongfeng gazed at the tumultuous Yin Zheng with a complex expression, torn between wishing for his failure in tribulation and hoping for his success, for he was indeed a prodigy of the human race. Moreover, he had just gleaned some profound truths himself. Zhao Gao, Li, how bold of you to conspire so openly against my Qin. With a sudden gasp, both the corporeal Yin Zheng and the manifestation of his inner demons spat forth blood simultaneously. The blood of his heart, it was perilous. Just as the flames of his spirit were about to extinguish, it felt as if something tugged at his heart. The long life sect, the 2nd century summon of Chen Ning, was activated as Yin Zheng had previously requested, and Chen Ning activated the primordial dragon technique during the summoning. Suddenly, Yin Zheng sensed an ethereal thread extending from himself into the heavens, a feeling so familiar. No, this was an illusion. That thread was him. In that era of Huaxia there were no dynasties, no emperors, no nobility, no Xiongnu causing chaos from without, no officials oppressing the common folk from within, only the common people. All equal, with enough to eat and wear. In childhood there were parents by one's side, and in old age, dutiful children. Chen Ning, this thread signifies my connection to him, such a formidable inner demon, it was utterly unable to distinguish between reality and illusion. My Qin, indeed my Achilles heel. However, if I can establish one Qin, I can surely establish a second. Break for me. In an instant, the indistinguishable illusion of the inner demon shattered like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, creating ripples. With a clang, a restraint within Yin Zheng was shattered, the wind surged, the ominous clouds transformed into radiant auspicious clouds, upon which blessings from the Great Way descended, mixed with the sound of chanting. A rich aura of celestial essence surged toward Yin Zheng as if it were tangible. A faint dragon's roar reverberated through the sky, ultimately disappearing within Yin Zheng. Below, Ji Chongfeng stood dumbfounded, pondering the true identity of this young man before him. Blessings from the Great Way, the Tao imparting scriptures, manifesting as tangible celestial essence. Even the legendary 9 heavenly tribulations should not bestow such abundant benefits. The heavens have their decrees. Yin Zheng receiving such fortune would surely deprive others during their tribulations. Could this fellow possibly be a scion of the heavenly Tao? After a lengthy moment, Yin Zheng finished absorbing this immense gain. An overwhelming pressure erupted throughout the realm. Feeling this aura, Ji Chongfeng turned pale. It was mid-stage of the Great Ascension, and extraordinarily stable at that. Yin Zheng opened his eyes, slowly rising to his towering stature, a black dragon robe appearing out of thin air around him. He began to descend towards Ji Chongfeng. Inform me, how would you prefer to perish? The voice, calm yet cold, echoed in Ji Chongfeng's ear. You, who are you, truly? Struggling to suppress the fear within, Ji Chongfeng posed his most pressing question. Huaxia, the first emperor. Yin Zheng extended his right hand, observing the giant palm drawing ever closer to his face. Ji Chongfeng attempted to resist, yet found himself utterly incapable. The chasm between them was insurmountable. Crack, the mid-stage Ji Chongfeng was effortlessly crushed by Yin Zheng, his essence extinguished. Gazing towards the long life sect, Yin Zheng revealed a rare smile. Another favor owed to you, Chen Ning. Chapter 16, the second great ally. The primordial dragon technique, the anticipation for the second figure, Chen Ning, was palpable. To be honest, even if there were a genuine opportunity to summon a figure from the era of the first emperor, Chen Ning had no intention of doing so. After all, aside from the first emperor himself, others from that era scarcely made a mark in the annals of Huaxia's 5,000-year history. One must adhere to their principles. Having promised the first emperor, he resolved to act as he had said, seeking solace in a clear conscience. Ding. Ultimately, among countless cards, one manifested within Chen Ning's mind. Upon deciphering the information on the card, he was struck with incredulity. Lu Bang, Emperor Gao of Han, born in 256 BC, 3 years younger than the first emperor, rising from the humble beginnings of a minor official in Sishui. He had ascended step by step. Chen Ning scarcely glanced at the subsequent details, or what astounded him was the realization that he had always believed Lu Bang to be at least 2 generations younger than Yingzheng. Yet they were merely 3 years apart. Unbeknownst to Chen Ning, when Lu Bang was conscripted in Chong'an, he had once caught a distant glimpse of Qin Shi Huang and remarked, "A true man ought to be like this." At this revelation, Chen Ning was left bewildered. Was the primordial dragon technique truly effective, or was it not? Perhaps it had indeed worked. Lu Bang's arrival in this world coincided precisely with Yingzheng's tribulation. In this chaotic battleground of gods and demons, a mere 5 miles from Yingzheng, having just disposed of Ji Chongfeng, Yingzheng sought to consolidate his realm when suddenly he sensed something. Who approaches? Someone related to me, perhaps Chen Ning. With a heart full of curiosity, Yingzheng soared toward the source of his feelings. In but a few breaths, he stood before Lu Bang. Lu Bang felt a stirring in his heart and looked up. Sh. First Emperor. Yingzheng, exuding an aura of authority, inquired, "Oh, you recognize me? It seems you are from the same era as I, perhaps a subject of the second emperor or an early Han figure." Lu Bang, undoubtedly a formidable character, had to be compared to others, for Yingzheng was not only a figure Lu admired but also the only one he feared. It appears this first emperor is well informed even about the second emperor and the Han dynasty. Contemplating for a moment, he steadied his emotions. Han, Lu Bang. If Yingzheng's imperial might was innate, then Lu Bang, the Emperor Gao of Han, was a product of nurturing. Yingzheng remained unflinching, as if he had anticipated this encounter. Lu Bang, Xiong Yu. Indeed, this first emperor seemed to know everything. Lu Bang resignedly closed his eyes. To kill. Before he could finish, Yingzheng interrupted. "The matters over there are of no concern to me, whether it be you, Lu Bang, or Xiong Yu. Having arrived in this world, I offer you 2 choices, either follow me to forge a new Qin, or venture out on your own." Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Bang replied, "I, Bang, am willing to follow the first emperor. Who wouldn't want to cling to a great ally? How perilous it would be to rebel. After all, I was compelled to become emperor." "Excellent," Yingzheng declared, waving his hand to take Lu Bang away. In the courtyard of the Long Life sect, Chen Ning pondered how such a character had come to him. It wasn't that Chen Ning looked down on Lu Bang. To be honest, he did not possess the qualification to do so. Mainly, this world was a realm of cultivation. One must have exceptional talent. Otherwise, how could one reap the rewards? He had hoped to summon a Bai Chi, which would have propelled him to new heights. At the very least, he would have welcomed the likes of Wang Jian and his son, or Meng Kuo and Meng Yi, or even Zhang Han. Such figures were unparalleled warriors. In this world, they could easily thrive. Yet, Lu Bang, a contemporary of the first emperor, caught him off guard. In a fit of excitement, Chen Ning instinctively slapped his dog's head. Woof, woof, woof. Presently, the black dog was indeed impressive. Whenever it barked, it was as if 3 dogs were barking in unison. The key was that Chen Ning had no temper left. The world had devolved. It was truly a reversal of the natural order. Chen Ning sighed, reflecting on how the dog he had nurtured from a pup no longer regarded him as a person. "Well then, I shall continue to endure, waiting for the day I can trample this white-haired master underfoot." Meanwhile, the first emperor and the founder of the Han dynasty had already stirred up a storm of bloodshed in the chaotic region, leaving Yingzheng in awe of Lu Bang's unique charisma. Whether among righteous men or nefarious characters, he always seemed adept at recognizing and employing talent. Thus, Chen Ning continued to survive in the Long Life sect for another 45 years after the 2nd century. During these 45 years, Chen Ning's cultivation of the celestial path showed no signs of growth, remaining at the initial stage of transformation, yet his understanding of the Tao was vastly enhanced. To his astonishment, the black dog, despite doing nothing, had doubled in size, its fur now dense enough to withstand any attack below the transformation stage. While tending to his small vegetable garden, Chen Ning was startled by the sound of a phoenix's cry. Seventh senior brother, what is this? Is someone attacking the long life sect? The farmer chuckled, finding amusement in his little junior brother's perpetual paranoia that someone was out to harm him. What are you thinking? It's your second senior sister returning. As your senior brother, I must warn you, better to provoke the master than to anger the second senior sister. Second senior sister, is she really that fearsome? The farmer suddenly wore a mysterious smile. The path of the second senior sister is killing. Most importantly, the master dotes on her. Killing, my heavens, yet another formidable character. Upon hearing that word, Chen Ning could not help but shudder all over. After all, what business did a young lady have in such a fierce pursuit? The mere mention of it sounded quite sinister. Suddenly, a brilliant crimson light descended before Chen Ning and the farmer. And as the red glow dissipated, an ethereal beauty emerged, adorned in a flowing red dress, with colorful ribbons dancing around her. Her hair was tied with a red silk scarf, her phoenix-like eyes and delicate face framed her tall stature of over 170. Boasting long, elegant legs, Chen Ning's gaze grew entranced, devoid of any lewdness, as he couldn't help but exclaim, "Seventh senior brother, this is clearly a fairy. How could she possibly be a demoness? Old joke you!" Just as Chen Ning's words fell, the first to react was not the second senior sister, but the farmer, whose previously jovial expression froze in an instant, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. "Oh no, this is bad!" Chen Ning cried out in alarm. The reaction of seventh senior brother was indeed excessive. Old Seven, it seems that 300 years without a beating has made you forget why the flowers bloom so red. The second senior sister's voice was chilling and ominous, imbued with a terrifying energy. As she spoke, the vegetation surrounding the trio was instantly encased in ice. Earthly fiend. Boom! A tremendous surge of malevolent energy surged toward the farmer, who was frozen solid in the blink of an eye. Second senior sister, well done. Young junior brother, greetings. The sunlight was radiant, brimming with youthful vitality, evoking the feeling of a first love. Chapter 17. The second senior sister raised on fine grain. Master, I've missed you terribly. Upon seeing the longevity Taoist, the second senior sister, Shai, rushed forward, tugging at his beard while playfully pouting, resembling a little girl. "Her, you claim to miss me while being out for so long," the longevity Taoist feigned reproach, though his eyes betrayed a sense of tenderness. "Oh dear master, I assent that the way of our longevity sect, everyone must pursue their own Tao. I too am exploring my own path," alternating between tugging at the longevity Taoist's beard and pinching his infant-like skin. He remained jovial, showing no hint of reprimand. "Goodness, this must be blood-related," Chen Ning murmured to himself, unable to contain his thoughts. Suddenly, with a casual flick of his palm, the longevity Taoist sent Chen Ning flying 100 meters away. Narrowing his eyes slightly, his voice coldly clear as it reached Chen Ning's ears, "Today I am in good spirits, do not provoke me here." Chen Ning found himself immobilized, instantly extinguishing all thoughts in his mind. The old man was utterly unreasonable. "Master, please don't bully the young junior brother, or he is quite well behaved." "All right, I concede." With a wave of his hand, the longevity Taoist brought Chen Ning back before everyone. "Little girl, what would you like to eat today? Master will prepare it for you." "Master is the best. I want braised pork, steamed ribs, and clay pot fish head." "Very well, I shall prepare them right away. You go have fun with old Seven for a while." "Thank you, master, you're the best." After the longevity Taoist finished speaking, he vanished without a trace. Chen Ning, puzzled, asked seventh senior brother, "Where did master go? Why didn't he ask us to prepare the ingredients?" The farmer chuckled coldly. "We prepare ingredients? what will you use to prepare a celestial pig of the transformation stage or a dragon fish of the integration stage? What? Transformation, integration. Ingredients. Indeed, our second senior sister grew up on fine grain. Unlike our free-range upbringing, before the farmer could finish, an aura capable of freezing the air erupted behind him. Old 7, it seems you've been doing quite well these years. I wonder if your cultivation has improved. Second senior sister, the farmer turned, revealing a smile that looked more like a grimace. Boom. A wave of malevolent energy erupted instantly, transforming the farmer into an ice sculpture. Young junior brother, do not concern yourself with him. A brief freeze will make him aware of his own weight. Shai accompanied Chen Ning to his dwelling. Upon seeing Black 8, he promptly fetched a stool and placed it before her. Haha, this must be the 8th junior brother, much more perceptive than that old 7. Shai's casual remark filled Chen Ning with warmth despite their frequent quarrels over the span of 200 years. Black 8 held an irreplaceable place in Chen Ning's heart. In the longevity sect, from the old and eccentric master to the second senior sister and 7th senior brother, they all respected Black 8. Genuinely considering him one of their own, Chen Ning smirked. Indeed, his cultivation may not have grown, but his flattery has certainly increased. Sister, you have no idea, during your absence, he has become the master's favorite. Woof, Black 8 disdainfully barked. Being liked is my talent. If you have the ability, go be liked yourself. Little Black 8, have you thought this through? You will eventually venture out with me, right? Are you sure you wish to remain so arrogant? Black 8 shrank back, closing his eyes in feigned slumber. Chen Ning chuckled, recognizing the wisdom in his words. One must not offend too fiercely. Youth is indeed wonderful. Shai gazed at the playful antics of Chen Ning and his brother, her eyes reflecting a hint of nostalgia along with a weariness befitting her age. Young junior brother, how is the eldest senior brother faring? Suddenly, her voice took on an unprecedented tranquility, a stark contrast to her earlier demeanor. Eldest senior brother, Chen Ning hesitated, uncertain if the shopkeeper was indeed the eldest senior brother. He is the one who gave you the longevity talisman. Is this what it's called, a longevity talisman? Chen Ning retrieved the jade talisman previously given to him by the shopkeeper. Over the past century, he had handled it countless times, feeling that it was indeed of fine quality, yet sensing nothing extraordinary about it. Neither his spiritual awareness nor his spiritual power elicited any response from it. Even the blood recognition method had been tried, involving not only his blood but also Black 8's. The nameless book too had been subjected to every conceivable method, ultimately deemed worthy of collection by the brothers. If I recall correctly, young junior brother, you have possessed this longevity talisman for over a century, right? Chen Ning affirmed. It has been 140 years. Suddenly, Shai's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Chen Ning. Her mouth agape, though ultimately she said nothing. Chen Ning was equally perplexed, wondering why the second senior sister was acting so strangely. However, her astonished expression was rather endearing. Shai waved her hand in exasperation. Indeed, the one who gave you the longevity talisman is the eldest senior brother. Is he? Well, although sensing there was something between the second senior sister and the shopkeeper, Chen Ning decided to speak honestly. When I first arrived at the Ping and Tea House, the shopkeeper, no, the eldest senior brother, had already settled down. His wife's name is Yan Shifeng and their daughter is Ning Pingan. Later, a celestial being came to Ping An City to accept disciples, and Ning Pingan was discovered to possess heavenly spiritual roots. Thus she went off to cultivate. Eventually, I left Ping An City. Shai stood in a daze, her back turned to Chen Ning, her eyes misty. There she sat, facing the setting sun, immersed in her thoughts. Devoid of any malice, resembling an ordinary girl lost in contemplation. Little girl, dinner is ready. After a long while, as the sun fully sank behind the mountains, the longevity Daoist's robust voice echoed throughout the longevity sect. Coming, master, I'm here too. Woof, woof, when Chen Ning laid eyes on the lavish spread before him, his eyes widened in astonishment. The seemingly ordinary braised pork lay quietly on the plate, yet the spiritual energy emanating from it dripped down like morning mist, transforming into tangible spiritual dew. Looking at the steamed fish, measuring a meter long, its spine resembled a dragon's vein, radiating golden light. Even the garnishes for the steamed fish exuded a rich vitality, and that clay pot fish head. This is more like a clay pot dragon head. A massive dragon head lay quietly in the pot, while a humanoid radish flitted about. Haha, seventh senior brother, you were right, the second senior sister has indeed been raised on fine grain. No matter where she goes, she is the apple of every parent's eye. The longevity Taoist cast a calm glance at Chen Ning and the farmer. You two should eat less, the girl has worked hard outside and rarely returns, so she must be nourished. Both men nodded earnestly. Regardless of what the old man said, they eagerly agreed, knowing it would bring no harm. Woof, Black 8 was quite perceptive, clearly understanding the hierarchy, the longevity Taoist as the king, and the second senior sister, Sha-I, as the little queen. Little did they know, the longevity Taoist laughed heartily. Old 8, you truly are sensible, but you are still growing, so eat more. After all, the girl cannot finish it all by herself. Yet, Sha-I shot a glare at the old man. Young junior brother, pay no heed to what master says. Your cultivation may be shallow, but your foundation is sound. Thus, indulging in these delicacies occasionally can indeed benefit your practice. However, overindulgence is harmful and may even affect your foundation. Understanding now, Chen Ning chuckled inwardly. The old man was a character, with a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Haha. Chapter 18, Qin Huang. As the wine flowed and the moon shone bright, the table was nearly emptied, having been devoured by the second senior sister. Despite appearing to be a fragile maiden, how could she possibly consume so much? With each bite, her originally pale complexion grew increasingly rosy, and the aura of malevolence around her visibly dissipated. Chen Ning suddenly realized, it seemed that the second senior sister's hearty appetite was indeed linked to her cultivation path. Little girl, now that you've returned, please do not leave again. As time has worn on, master has grown old, and with no one by his side to care for him, he finds himself in a state of solitude when he should be enjoying the tranquility of his later years. The immortal Longsheng sighed deeply. At this moment he bore a striking resemblance to the frail elders of the mortal realm. Chen Ning was immediately touched by this sentiment, realizing that his master was not merely the devoted seeker of the Tao that he appeared to be. Ultimately, he was a flesh-and-blood individual, yearning for the companionship of his children in his twilight years. If in the future he were to find himself without Haizi by his side, would he not feel even more desolate than master? Old man, spare me. 7,000 years ago, when I first ventured out, you uttered the very same words. You look just as you did back then, don't you? You old curmudgeon, so incorrigibly mischievous. The intoxicated second senior sister seemed to have reverted to her true nature, referring to him as old man with abandon, shedding the previous warmth she had shown, akin to a tattered vest. Longsheng chuckled awkwardly. You impudent child, how can you speak so? I am only looking out for your well-being. The malevolent energy within you must be harmonized, otherwise it will become increasingly difficult to manage. Old man, here you go again. You know well my path. The malevolence is but a means to quell violence. My malevolence cannot be severed or halted unless one day peace reigns across the world. Longsheng heaved a heavy sigh, filled with a mixture of pity and reproach as he spoke. For my entire life, I have pursued the Tao of longevity, indifferent to the chaos or prosperity of the world. Does it pertain to me? I seek my own path, yet my disciples insist on drawing near. The eldest, you two, and the third, longevity, isn't that my forte? Old man, we are kindred spirits. Master, rest assured, I shall steadfastly remain by your side, come what may. I shall not descend the mountain even a step. Longsheng glanced at Chen Ning, his expression betraying no gratitude for such understanding, rather disdain was unmistakably evident in his eyes. Damn it, the human race is on the brink of extinction, and here you are, a 7-foot man, spending all your time with an old man. What use are you, master? Are you truly this hypocritical? Tomorrow I shall take my leave, Chen Ning said, a hint of dejection in his tone. Longsheng appeared momentarily lost in thought, murmuring, is the situation over there truly that dire? Yes, a new force has suddenly emerged, led by someone who claims to be the Qin Emperor, Boom, ancestor. This marked the second time Chen Ning had had mention of Yingzheng, and indeed the ancestor was formidable wherever he was. Has he truly become a revered figure? Chen Ning thought to himself. This person is genuinely exceptional. It is said that he has only spent 150 years on his cultivation. His prowess is terrifying, at least at the mid-stage of the Great Ascension. 20 years ago he directly confronted the Demon Clan, decisively slaying the elder of the 11th clan. Keep in mind that elder had reached the late stage of the Great Ascension over 10,000 years ago. As Chen Ning spoke of Yingzheng's illustrious deeds, admiration shone unabashedly in his eyes. Longsheng remarked with solemnity, isn't that a positive development? The pressure on the human race in that battlefield should be significantly alleviated. That battleground is perilous, only those at the peak of the Great Ascension can enter. If what you say is true, this individual must possess peak strength. Chen Ning sighed ruefully. If this person were truly one of us, I would not be feeling so troubled. He not only targets the divine and demonic clans but also has a particular vendetta against the Ji clan. The Ji clan, what a formidable family. Thankfully, he only targets them. Conversely, should he encounter others from the human race, he would lend them assistance. Longsheng displayed no surprise, sneering, when one stands too high, one forgets how to bend. For reasons unknown, Chen Ning sensed an inexplicable emotion in Longsheng's words regarding the Ji clan. Moreover, the Qin Emperor has begun to establish his own power. He has gathered countless cultivators from the battlefield of the three clans, disregarding their pasts, focusing solely on their capabilities. The force he has founded is no ordinary one. After a brief pause, Chen Ning continued, he has established the Qin dynasty, proclaiming himself the first emperor, the Qin Emperor. Longsheng paused momentarily, then erupted into hearty laughter. Excellent, excellent, the younger generation is indeed formidable. After all, the human race in the Divine Land has enjoyed an extended period of stability. The Imperial Ji clan has remained atop their pedestal for far too long. Ji Qianhuang, without your dashi, how long can you endure? Ha ha ha, how amusing, how amusing. Congratulations. Longsheng formed a seal with his right hand, and an intricate diagram of the 8 trigrams appeared behind him. With 2 fingers raised, the 8 trigrams diagram melded into his being, flowing from him to his fingertips. Whoosh! A beam of white light shot forth from his fingers, merging with the dragonfish spine on the table. In the next moment, that spine transformed into a true dragon spine, soaring to an immense height, radiating golden light as it sped towards the northern battlefield of the divine and demonic forces. Though it appeared to be a mere commonplace spell, the aura emanating from Longsheng was akin to an unfathomable ocean, a timeless mountain, now exhibiting a hint of disarray, his complexion paling slightly. Chen Ning furrowed his brow. Gazing intently at Longsheng, do you hold him in such high regard? Longsheng steadied his breath and shook his head. Excess leads to counteraction. The human race will inevitably face this tribulation. Dashia, thunder rumbled outside. The moonlight bright as day, yet an ominous sound echoed as if some unknown force was warning Longsheng. Noting this, Longsheng ceased his words, waving his hand dismissively. I am weary, and I shall rest now. Young lady, if you are leaving tomorrow, there is no need to inform me. With that, Longsheng turned towards the back courtyard, while Chen Ning and the farmer exchanged glances, their expressions heavy with the weight of the day's revelations. Left behind, Chen Ning and Haizi stared wide-eyed at one another, seemingly grasping a fragment of meaning, yet uncertain of its entirety. Chen Ning understood a bit more. First, the ancestor Yingzheng is indeed a formidable presence. Second, his erratic master appears to have bestowed a grand gift upon Yingzheng. Third, damn it, Chen Ning suddenly awakened. He locked eyes with Haizi. Old Haizi, damn it, today it's your turn to wash the dishes. Woof. Chapter 19, The Final Battle Beneath the Willow. At the village entrance, the second senior sister departed as quietly as she had appeared. Ever since her departure, seventh senior brother, the farmer, has dedicated himself even more fervently to his farming. His vitality blossoming to an astonishing degree. Once Chen-Ning discovered this miraculous phenomenon, he would directly hang seeds on the farmer's back whenever he desired fruit. In no more than half a day, they would bloom and bear fruit. Since that incident, Longsheng has not reappeared. Chen-Ning has not dared to venture into the mysterious back courtyard. Not only has he avoided it, but the farmer, having been at Chongsheng sect for so long, has never entered either. The only constant within the Chongsheng sect has been the raucous exchanges between Chen-Ning and Haizi. Following Longsheng's disappearance, Chen-Ning instantly transformed from a slave into a master. Whenever he felt displeased, he would suppress Haizi. When in good spirits, he would still suppress him, relishing the freedom to do as he pleased. Old Haizi, what kind of breed are you? Damn it, why do you only have a head and no body? Chen-Ning queried curiously while holding onto Haizi's large dog head. Now, apart from resembling a dog, Haizi bore no other canine traits. His body was as large as a bull, and his dog head appeared to be a third of his size. Even more perplexing was the deep black fur that, when standing under the sunlight, seemed to absorb the light, emanating an enigmatic darkness. Woof. The buzzing was not in Chen-Ning's mind but reverberated throughout the very fabric of the world. As if the realm itself trembled. Haizi was increasingly unusual. If this continued, it would become impossible to suppress him in the future. Damn it, even if you are my brother, your species is still that of a dog. I say you are a dog, that is normal discourse. You say I am a dog, that is an insult. Do you understand? Woof. I understand. You and your whole family are dogs. Isn't that redundant? My family consists of just you as a brother. So aren't you a dog? No, wait, master. Senior brothers and sisters are also family. You are done for. The recording stone has captured it. You insulted master and the senior brothers and sisters. Woof. Day after day, year after year. They say time is merciless, yet that merciless time seemed to have forgotten the Chongsheng sect. The mountains remained the same, the people unchanged, yet that dog. Old Haizi, are you truly a dog? Chen-Ning has questioned more than once. This fellow's body has ceased to grow, yet his dog head has slightly swollen, as if something was striving to break free from within. The once delicate dog nose has also enlarged, as though he had undergone minor cosmetic surgery. Unexpectedly, Haizi did not argue with Chen-Ning this time. His dog eyes narrowed, seemingly lost in thought. Woof, meow, moo. Suddenly, Haizi emitted a series of peculiar sounds. Damn it, it has been so long since I quarreled with this canine. I nearly forgot how to bicker. Chen-Ning's eyes widened. Are you serious? Good old Haizi, what kind of monster are you? Woof. Ha, this is the true essence of my old Haizi, aside from staying at Chongsheng sect. Chen-Ning and Haizi most enjoyed playing in the village at the foot of the mountain. The village below was called Bai Shui village, and whether it was influenced by Chongsheng sect, who could tell? In the quaint village centenarians abound. The number of households is modest, totaling just over 10, however, each family boasts at least 4 generations, with 2 families even enjoying the rare distinction of 6 generations living under one roof. Hey Blackie, today the lad from the Young family is set to clash with the boy from the Zhong family. Hurry, hurry, if we're late their mothers will surely catch wind of it, Chen-Ning exclaimed excitedly to Blackie. Yesterday, while descending the mountain, he had inadvertently overheard a piece of news that could significantly alter the dynamics of the 100-year village. The 6.5-year-old second son of the Young family had gotten into a dispute with the 6-year-old Xiaoli from the Zhong family over the 8-year-old Hunyu from the Wang family. And they had agreed to meet today at the 3rd quarter of the hour for a showdown beneath the village's willow tree, with the victor claiming Hunyu as their prize. Woof, Chen-Ning's eyes narrowed defiantly. You think being older guarantees victory? I have faith in Xiaoli, or he is plucky and possesses a tenacious spirit. Woof, not convinced. Let us wager a pot of peace wine. Woof, Blackie scoffed. But wager it is. Who is afraid? After all, the second son has had at least 6 months more of rice than Shirley. Surely that counts as an advantage. Do you really think I'm foolish? As the hour approached, the two brothers, one human and one canine, sat cross-legged beneath the grand willow, eagerly awaiting the participants' arrival. At precisely the third quarter of the hour, they spotted Shirley sneaking around to scout the area. Finding nothing amiss, he turned to leave. Chen Ning wore a satisfied smile and whispered to Blackie, "Did you see that? That's what I call cautious, checking for ambushes to avoid pitfalls." However, scarcely had Chen Ning finished speaking when Shirley returned. To Chen Ning's astonishment, he was followed by two others, his 7-year-old cousin Ning and his 8-year-old sister Yi. Despite the distance, Chen Ning, being a formidable cultivator, could easily overhear their conversation. Shirley began by surveying his surroundings, ensuring there were no surprises. "Sister, Ninggu, you two hide behind the roots of that willow. I scouted it yesterday, and it's like a little hidey hole. No one will find you there. Wait until I engage the second son. Don't rush out. If I can't handle him, just toss this sack over his head, and then hand it to me." As he spoke, Shirley produced a sack taller than himself. Ning hesitated, uncertain, for he had never participated in such antics before. However, he showed no hesitation. She solemnly accepted the sack, slinging it over her shoulder with resolve. Perhaps sensing it was a bit excessive, she scanned the area and her eyes lit upon a palm-sized stone. "Wait, sister, this is too much. If you throw that stone, it could seriously injure someone." Reluctantly, he discarded the stone and, gripping the sack in one hand while pulling Ning along with the other, she marched towards the willow, exuding the spirit of a valiant heroine. Chen Ning, concealed in the branches above, couldn't help but feel a twinge of disbelief. Were children today truly this ruthless? Blackie nudged Chen Ning, offering a knowing glance. "Is this the plucky spirit you spoke of? From head to toe, all I see is stubbornness. I wager he has 60 pounds of flesh and 59 pounds of cunning." Chen Ning was at a loss for words, unable to counter the observation. At last the appointed time arrived. A small figure appeared to the west of the great willow, cast in the golden light of the setting sun, its shadow stretching infinitely, creating the illusion of a solitary figure propping up the heavens. "Wait, there is someone else," Chen Ning gasped. Had the duel escalated into a brawl? But no, there was one in front and another several meters behind. It hardly resembled a fray. Soon enough, Chen Ning's expansive senses swept toward the second son's rear. Who is she? Following the second son was none other than the catalyst for this duel, Hunyu. The second son abruptly halted and turned to Hunyu, saying, "Hunyu, this is a matter between men, you needn't concern yourself with it." Hunyu passed her lips but remained steadfastly at his side. "You are here." Shirley did not turn around, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, speaking with an air of nonchalance. "I am," the second son replied with solemnity. "It is time for us to settle this." Shirley's voice was deep and resonant as he slowly turned back. Why are you here too?" His eyes widened in shock. Hunyu timidly interjected, "I don't like you. I only like the second son. When I grow up, I will definitely marry him, so even if you win today, it won't matter." Shirley felt a surge of injustice at her words, and after a brief pause, he burst into tears. "Wah, sister. They're bullying me." His wailing was heart-wrenching, a cry that tore at the very fabric of sorrow. "Shirley, don't be afraid, I'm coming." From behind the willow, he sprang forth like a furious lioness, charging at the second son with a sack in one hand and a branch in the other. Hunyu ran. "It's Zhang Yi." The second son's face turned ashen at the sight of Yi. While Hunyu nearly burst into tears from fright, the children dashed in a chaotic chase, their laughter mingling with the distant shouts of parents admonishing them. Gradually, the small figures faded into the sunset, the last vestiges of light struggling to hold on before vanishing completely. Meanwhile, the imposing shadows of the parents began to emerge in the sunlight. "Ha ha ha, Blackie, wasn't he today worth it?" Woof, woof, woof. Chen Ning and Blackie rolled about in the branches, Laughing uproariously, however, as their mirth subsided, the brothers fell silent, gazing at the distant, fading silhouettes. Time marched on, swift as an arrow, never to return. In the blink of an eye, 50 years had slipped by. Now, only Chen Ning and the children remained in the Longsheng sect. Alongside the farmer who had steadfastly accompanied the two brothers. A decade prior, the vibrant life force that had once radiated from him had become subdued, his path of cultivation reaching a minor completion. After bidding farewell to Chen Ning and Blackie, he descended the mountain, leaving no trace behind. Generations in the 100-year village had come and gone, while Chen Ning and Blackie had shared many communal meals and had partaken in festive music. With Big Blackie even carrying coffins on several occasions, the brothers' skills had earned them high praise from the village elders. Now, Chen Ning had ascended to the pinnacle of the transformation realm. His achievements unparalleled, his mastery of the transformation realm was distinctly unique. Unlike most cultivators whose spiritual energy remained gaseous, his had long since condensed into a liquid state. After all, time was the one resource he possessed in abundance. Cultivation could not be rushed, it required patient refinement until it reached its limit. Most cultivators, constrained by their lifespans, hurried to break through their boundaries. For Chen Ning, however, this was his forte. He believed that liquid spiritual energy was by no means the end goal. Solidifying that liquid into a solid state represented the ultimate pinnacle of cultivation. Once he reached that stage, the sheer density of his spiritual energy would likely be sufficient to overwhelm any peer in the same realm. As dawn broke, Chen Ning awoke with renewed vigor. Today marked a significant milestone, the dawn of his 3rd century. May the ancestors of Huaxia bless me with a formidable ally, and then I shall descend the mountain. He silently prayed, grumbling about Lu Bang's lack of reciprocation. Fortunately, the first to seek him out had been Emperor Qin. Had his luck been less favorable, he might have attracted 2 individuals akin to Lu Bang. And he would likely still be waiting to join the ranks of cultivators. In truth, Chen Ning had misjudged Lu Bang. How could the founder of the Han dynasty be considered an ordinary man? Upon arriving in this world, he had been promptly summoned by Yin Zheng to serve as his steward. With such a powerful patron, he faced no real pressure. Ultimately, Lu Bang managed to achieve the integration realm within a mere century. Even while managing the nascent Qin dynasty, however, according to the system's peculiarities, he would need to surpass Chen Ning by at least 2 realms to receive any feedback. Ding, a century has passed. Will the host begin summoning figures from the Huaxia era? Comments, swish. Upon glimpsing the figures materializing in his mind, Chen Ning felt a surge of excitement. Another formidable individual was on the horizon. He was one step closer to his goal of venturing forth. Song Zhu, Zhao Guangyin. Historically, the Song dynasty is often perceived as wealthy yet lacking in assertiveness, akin to the late Qing dynasty's tendency to seek alliances and concessions. While this sentiment bears some truth, Chen Ning recognized 3 remarkable emperors of the Song: Zhao Guangyin, the founding emperor; Zhao Guangyi, his brother; and Zhao Su, the iron-willed emperor of the northern Song. Zhao Su was known for his aggressive campaigns, achieving numerous victories and regaining lost territories, including those from the Western Xia. Zhao Guangyi, the brother of the founding emperor, focused on unifying efforts, attempting to reclaim the 16 prefectures of Yanyun, though without success. Zhao Guangyin was a formidable figure. Not only was his political acumen remarkable, but as a founding emperor, he was exceptionally impressive in every way. Chen Ning was particularly impressed by his martial prowess. Among the 4 great ancient emperors of Huaxia, Qin Shi Huang, Hon Wu, Tang Zong, and Song Zhu, if one were to rank personal combat ability, Zhao Guangyin would claim the top spot. There is even a saying that his prowess in one-on-one combat ranks just behind Lu Yu, the founding emperor of the Lu Song dynasty during the southern dynasties. Zhao Guangyin was not only an exceptional warrior but also left behind unparalleled martial arts that would be passed down through the ages. Taizu Chongquan, established by Zhao Kuangin. Taizu Chongquan, also known as the 32 postures of the song Taizu, stands as one of the 6 principal traditional martial arts. It is characterized by its formidable practicality and widespread transmission. Taizu Panlong Gun. The Taizu Panlong Gun, also referred to as the Shaozi Gun, boasts a unique structure that exudes power and majesty. It is also recognized as the progenitor of both the nunchaku and the 3-section staff. Chen Ning, overwhelmed with excitement, exclaimed, "Old He, we have encountered a fierce individual, an exceptionally formidable one. Soon, we shall gain the confidence to venture forth and broaden our horizons." Meanwhile, at the southernmost tip of Shenzhou, in an uninhabited forest, Zhao Kuangin appeared somewhat bewildered as he surveyed his unfamiliar surroundings. Accidentally glancing at his own hands, he widened his eyes in disbelief. How could they be so fair? No, how could his body possess such vitality? This is the body of a 16-year-old. Chapter 21, The White Ape and Zhao Kuangin. Zhao Kuangin, grappling with disbelief, sensed the vigor of his body. This was no dream, compared to the feeble state he had been in just a quarter of an hour ago. He felt extraordinarily powerful. True to his reputation as a martial arts master, he quickly accepted the reality of his sudden arrival in this place. As for the fate of the Song dynasty in his absence, he was rather indifferent, considering the throne had already passed to his brother Zhao Guangyi. If he hadn't transcended to this realm, he would likely have been on the verge of death over there. Since heaven had granted him a second chance at life, he resolved to live it as he desired. Who, if given a choice, would want to be an emperor? Wouldn't one prefer to be a chivalrous hero? Embracing the thrill of vengeance, were Chen Ning to hear Zhao Kuangin's innermost thoughts, he would likely burst into laughter, for this was a realm of cultivation, not a mundane world where a mere hero could perish without understanding the reasons. Suddenly, the whistling sounds of staff techniques echoed through the air, prompting Zhao Kuangin to wonder, is someone practicing the long staff? Since he was already here, he decided to investigate the source of the sound. Soon arriving at a serene lake. To his surprise, the practitioner of the staff was not a human, but a pure white ape, skillfully wielding a smooth white staff. After observing for a while, Zhao Kuangin shook his head slightly and remarked, "Your grip is too forward, you lack sufficient power in your strikes, then your midsection blow is too forceful. It requires a gentler touch." To his astonishment, the white ape began to adjust its technique according to his critique. After merely attempting a few moves, the ape's eyes sparkled with realization, astonished by the significant improvement brought about by such minor adjustments. After practicing for a while, the white ape suddenly set aside its staff. In the next moment, swish, the white ape transformed into a streak of white light, instantly appearing before Zhao Kuangin, its head slightly bowed as it fixed its gaze upon him. "What is this creature? How did it suddenly appear before me?" Zhao Kuangin was taken aback, realizing he had failed to see how the white ape had materialized so quickly. Moreover, this white ape exuded an overwhelming presence. He had faced numerous tigers before, but never anticipated a beast could possess such might. The white ape studied Zhao Kuangin for a prolonged moment, its eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. A mortal, there were no signs of spiritual energy. How did he arrive at the heart of Kunlun Mountain? Clang! The white ape abruptly tossed a similar white staff, slightly shorter than the one it wielded, leaving Zhao Kuangin astounded. Where did this staff come from? It had only held one staff moments ago. The white ape, ignoring his surprise, pointed at the staff on the ground, then at Zhao Kuangin, and finally at itself. Is it requesting me to teach it staff techniques? After gesturing, the white ape strolled toward the lake's edge. Zhao Kuangin pondered for a time but ultimately picked up the staff and followed the white ape. As he approached the lakeshore, the previously calm surface of the lake erupted into towering waves, crashing toward him like a divine mountain. Good grief, what on earth is happening in this world? It's even more perilous than being an emperor, Zhao Kuangin exclaimed in alarm, instinctively resorting to his hometown's curse, which he hadn't uttered in decades, yet it calmed his fear somewhat. At that moment, the previously tranquil white ape emitted a furious roar, howl. Zhao Guangyin could hardly believe his eyes as he perceived an enormous white phantom looming behind the ape. So vast that he could not see its top. With the white ape's roar, the tumultuous waves on the lake came to a halt, neither advancing nor crashing down. It seemed to deliberate for a moment before. Under the white ape's watchful gaze, the waves gradually subsided, restoring tranquility to the lake surface. The white ape slowly turned its head, and the massive phantom retracted into its form. What a bizarre phenomenon! This isn't an illusion. What in the world is going on? Zhao Guangyin's mind was in turmoil. The anthropomorphized white ape, staff resting on its shoulder, beckoned Zhao Guangyin with one hand. Regardless, I have but one life to live. If I must perish, so be it. Come. Zhao Guangyin grasped the staff with both hands, his demeanor transforming into that of a master, fueled by his confidence in his own staff techniques. Perhaps you could easily crush me with a single blow. But when it comes to staff techniques, I will not yield. Swish! Zhao Guangyin struck fast, launching a horizontal blow aimed at the ape's midsection. Executed with precision, the white ape reacted with remarkable speed, bringing its staff down to block Zhao Guangyin's strike. Changing tactics, Zhao Guangyin swiftly executed a downward slash from an oblique angle while simultaneously pulling back. The staff whistled as it struck the white ape's hand, yet to his dismay, not a single hair was disturbed on the ape's fur. Zhao Guangyin was taken aback. How could this be? Its fur offers such formidable defense. Pointing strike. Midway through his downward strike, he altered his technique, thrusting the staff forward to strike at the white ape's chest. Clang! The staff reverberated, and for a moment Zhao Guangyin could not maintain his grip, the staff slipping from his hands. White brother, it's not that I don't wish to play, but you can see for yourself. I truly cannot contend with you, Zhao Guangyin lamented to the white ape. The white ape stared blankly at its chest before looking back at Zhao Guangyin, as if arriving at a decision. It extended its right index finger, biting it hard enough to draw a drop of golden blood. Zhao Guangyin gazed at the droplet of golden blood, swallowing nervously, feeling an inexplicable dread that it could crush him. After squeezing out the golden essence, a complex blood pattern appeared on the white ape's forehead. The pattern absorbed the furious energy emanating from the golden blood, rendering the latter devoid of its previous oppressive weight. Subsequently, the white ape pointed, and the droplet of golden blood slowly merged into Zhao Guangyin's brow. Boom! Zhao Guangyin's mind felt as if it had exploded, inundated with an overwhelming influx of information. Ancient white ape. Ape God body refinement technique, Kunlun Mountain. Zhao Guangyin cried out in agony. It was too much, far too much information to process. The white ape transformed its palm into a blade and struck Zhao Guangyin's neck. Crack! The sound of cracking bone echoed, and the white ape's hand trembled, a hint of embarrassment flickering across its furry visage. I forgot he is merely a mortal. Will he not perish from this? This was the only instance of my external transmission technique. Chapter 22, The Ape God's Body Refinement Technique. Uncertain of how long he had been unconscious, Zhao Guangyin finally awakened, slowly opening his eyes to find the white ape quietly seated beside him. What happened to my neck? Zhao Guangyin was perplexed, realizing he could only tilt his head, unable to move it at all. Upon hearing his words, the white ape trembled slightly but then pretended not to have heard anything. Tilting his head, Zhao Guangyin rose and solemnly bowed to the little white ape. Brother, by your life-giving grace is something I shall never forget. The white ape, displaying a human-like gesture, waved his hand dismissively. Casually tossing Zhao Guangyin a handful of radiant, multicolored fruits before turning to leave, Zhao Guangyin meticulously organized the flood of information in his mind. The human clans of Shenzhou, the 10 dominant clans. The 3,000 alien races, martial arts, immortal paths, body refiners, cultivators. How fascinating! This is precisely the life I have always yearned for. What do I care for the rise and fall of nations or the welfare of the populace? I shall indulge in my own vendettas within the rivers and lakes. Most importantly, I now possess the knowledge of how to cultivate. The white ape utilized its own essence to alter its physical constitution, enabling it to cultivate the ancestral techniques of its kind. truly a life-saving grace. Beneath Zhao Kuangin's calm exterior lay a flicker of bloodthirsty excitement. Meanwhile, millions of miles away, Chen Ning was momentarily startled, exclaiming, "How could it progress so swiftly?" Ding, character Zhao Kuangin has officially entered the realm of cultivation, rewarding the host with the cultivation technique, Ape God's body refinement technique. Chen Ning was somewhat puzzled. How could the Taizu Zhao Kuangin receive feedback in merely a single night? It was even sooner than Ying Zheng's initial response, the body refinement technique. It seems this Taizu has chosen the path of physical cultivation. Perhaps due to differing cultivation directions. Whatever the case, it is a fortunate development. Once again, he ridiculed Lu Bang. With a thought, Chen Ning opened the Ape God's body refinement technique in his mind. Body refiners do not cultivate the spiritual energy of heaven and earth but instead absorb the essence of the world to temper their physical forms. Our ape clan's body refinement technique is among the pinnacle of all body refinement methods. The celestial essence from the heavens and the earth flows into the body through the Baihui point, traversing the Shenting and Neohad before entering the 5 internal organs. The more Chen Ning observed, the more exhilaration painted his face. He realized that, in the realm of body refinement, the one most suited was not himself, but the large dog Haizi. He embraced the dog's enormous head. "Old He, your springtime is approaching." Woof. Without offering an explanation, Chen Ning tapped the center of the dog's forehead. Haizi's expression gradually transformed, reflecting a spectrum of emotions: confusion, astonishment, excitement, and fervor. "Woof, how audacious, you bold canine, you dare to attempt to suppress this celestial being," Chen Ning bellowed, seizing the dog's head and executing a powerful throw, sending Haizi sprawling. Dog toss. He swiftly pivoted, appearing beneath Haizi's descent, extending a foot. As Haizi landed on Chen Ning's leg, it was as though he had fallen onto a spring, compressing slightly before springing back with tremendous force, catapulting the hefty dog high into the air. Little Haizi, subdued by a single hand. The process of body refinement is categorized into 8 realms, each corresponding to the 8 realms of immortal cultivation. Foundation building. This stage serves as preparation for later drawing in celestial essence, essentially a process of strengthening the body to endure the baptism of heavenly and earthly energies. Naturally, this stage can be disregarded by both Chen Ning and Haizi. Essence consolidation. Once the body attains a certain strength, one can draw in celestial essence, refining the body from within. The subsequent 3 realms, body refinement, mystical transformation, and inner resonance, operate on the same principle, drawing in celestial essence and investing time and energy into the refinement process. As for the final 2 realms of body refinement, golden body and Tao body, let us not delve into them for now, as they transcend mere temporal efforts. This elucidates why, despite the lower threshold for body cultivators compared to immortal cultivators, so few embark on this path. Body cultivation offers no alternatives. One must either invest time or accumulate countless rare resources. Alternatively, one may possess a naturally suitable physique for body refinement, in which case a mere fraction of essence could equate to a tenfold for others. Clearly, Chen Ning is not such an individual, nor is he wealthy. Thus, he opted for the straightforward path: time investment. Ultimately, Chen Ning and Haizi resolved to remain secluded until inner resonance was achieved, for the outside world was fraught with peril. And only through the dual perfection of body and immortal cultivation could they secure even a modicum of assurance for their lives, while Chen Ning and Haizi immersed themselves in their secluded training. The battlefield of the 3 clans, billions of miles away, had reached its climactic stage. The 3 clans battlefield, within the Tianduan Grand Canyon, 2 factions were at an impasse. The smaller group was none other than the recently infamous Qin Emperor. Ying Zheng, opposing him, was a familiar sight, the alliance of the 3 clans, led by a human, Ji Xingrong. "Ying Zheng, you have breached the rules. The 3 clans battlefield does not permit your presence," Ji Xingrong declared. His demeanor frosty, Injeng expressionless, hovered in the air, though silent, his presence radiated authority. The Qin battle flag behind him rustled ominously, while farther back, a colossal golden dragon soared through the skies, while waste words on him. Jixingrong, if we do not eliminate him today, the name of the three clans' battlefield will be forever altered. A figure shrouded in golden light spoke. What the esteemed king says is true. Should such a transgression occur under our watch, I fear both of you would struggle to hold your heads high within your respective clans. A chilling voice echoed, sending shivers through those of lesser cultivation. Yet the source remained undetectable. Injeng ignored the divine and demonic factions, casting a mocking glance at the human Jixingrong, the Ji clan. Once again, you meddle. I had nearly exhausted my wrath over the years. Yet here you are intruding once more. Jixingrong's face hardened, his voice icy. Qin Emperor, how many resources and cultivators has my human clan lost due to you? Do you still dare to speak so brazenly? Your human clan, can the Ji clan truly represent humanity? If you could, why would they choose to align with me? Injeng retorted disdainfully, shifting aside to reveal countless human cultivators below, young disciples once protected by Ji Chongfeng. Seasoned warriors of formidable repute, and even a few from the divine and demonic clans. If Chen Ning were present, he would instantly recognize his second senior sister among them, Qin Emperor, Qin Emperor, Qin Emperor. Suddenly, the multitude of cultivators below erupted in a thunderous chorus, their numbers dwarfed by the three clans' alliance, yet their united spirit radiated an overwhelming force that even dispersed the grey mist above the battlefield. As a whole appeared in the mist, a beam of golden light suddenly illuminated Injeng, clad in a black dragon robe. The golden dragon patterns seemed to come alive under the glow. The onlookers were left speechless, astonished. Did even the heavens acknowledge this man? Meanwhile, at the rear of the great Qin, Lu Bang, at the peak of his cultivation, exerted all his might to sustain that golden light. Are you done playing? Injeng's voice, imbued with imperial authority, resonated. Break. With a mere shout, the scorching landscape reverted to its original state, the earth untouched by flames. The realm of consciousness was merely an illusion. Some cultivators broke into a cold sweat, having believed that they were witnessing the true power of the esteemed king, only to discover it was but an illusion that nearly led to their demise. With the dissolution of this realm, Injeng regarded the esteemed king calmly, inviting him, come unleash your techniques, today I shall crush your confidence. The esteemed king's expression darkened. The divine clans, like the human race, were composed of myriad factions akin to the prominent families among humanity. Each divine clan possessed its unique strengths, such as the Tianmu clan, renowned for its ocular arts, or the royal angelic clan, dominating the divine realm through sheer physical prowess. Their nation is renowned for its formidable divine consciousness, capable of altering the very fabric of reality with but a single utterance. He could not fathom why a practitioner with merely a few hundred years of cultivation would possess such an extraordinary divine awareness. Is that all? Injeng, having waited in vain for the Ming King to make a move, expressed his bewilderment. Jixingrong, activate the formation and let me out. This person restrains me. The Ming King's heart already brimming with the desire to retreat. Knowing that if Injeng had a means to counter his divine awareness, he would not stand a chance against him. Oh, you wish to leave? Shall I allow you to depart? Injeng's calm voice incited an otherworldly phenomenon. As boundless spiritual energy surged into his being, and in mere moments his aura surged past the late stage of the Great Ascendance, the pinnacle of Great Ascendance. Not merely that, it was not yet finished. Boom, boom, boom. The completion of the Great Ascendance. Yet, it still did not cease. What is happening? With a thunderous roar, an unprecedented might erupted. If the previous explosion from the Ming King was akin to that of a celestial being, then at this moment Injeng emanated the aura of an entire world, and all the cultivators present felt as though they were denizens of this grand realm. The thousand thunder formation that had ensnared Injeng disintegrated at a visible pace. And the practitioners from the Qin side gaped in astonishment, their excitement impossible to conceal. Meanwhile, the opposing alliance of three clans stood in ashen silence, their faces pale as death. Ji Xingrong, having suffered backlash from the destruction of the Thousand Thunder Divine Array, coughed up blood, unable to comprehend how such overwhelming might could be permitted to exist on the battlefield of the three clans. After all, this power was intrinsic to the battlefield itself. How could it clash with the essence of the three clans' domain? Sha, filled with confusion, turned to the young man in the blue robe beside him and inquired, the essence of the battlefield itself, third junior brother, what does it mean? The blue-robed youth slowly removed his hat, revealing an exceedingly ordinary countenance. He was none other than the third disciple of the Chongsheng sect. Zhen spoke gently. In my view, every location comprises three components of momentum, pulse, and spirit. Once a person grasps one of these. Stop. Hearing this makes my head ache. Why is your philosophy so convoluted? Just say it plainly. One survives, and the stronger prevails. Upon hearing Zhen prepare to elaborate on his philosophy, Sha immediately felt overwhelmed. Speak simply. Zhen pondered for a moment, considering how to respond succinctly. The Qin Emperor, in this place, within a century, invincible. With Zhen's words resonating, the Qin Emperor extended his right hand towards the Ming King, gently grasping. Bang! The Ming King, at the peak of great ascendance, burst apart like a balloon. Whether it was an illusion or not, with the Ming King's demise, the very heavens and earth of the battlefield trembled slightly, and the nascent heavenly Tao grew a fraction stronger. The Qin Emperor turned his gaze towards the now-dazed Ji Xingrong and coldly remarked, "Why do you not take your own life?" Ji Xingrong's expression changed drastically. He realized he was truly marked for death. "Qin Emperor, there's a fellow human, why must you press me so? It is natural for you to wish to kill me. Is it coercion for me to kill you? Sharing the same lineage, I find it shameful. You dare? I am the younger brother of the current ruler of the Great Xia. Should you kill me, there shall be no place for you in the vast land of the divine continent." Ji Xingrong shouted hoarsely, genuinely terrified, for as a direct descendant of the royal Ji family of Great Xia, he was not to be compared with the likes of Ji Chongfeng, from childhood to adulthood. He had never faced a single crisis, sailing smoothly through life. Even the enemy clans of demons and gods had never truly sought his life. After all, the ruler of Great Xia was not one to be trifled with. The Qin Emperor could not be bothered to respond, merely shaking his head in disbelief at how someone could cultivate to such a level while remaining so naive. Just as the Qin Emperor was about to take action, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A phantom appeared at the center of the battlefield, and upon its emergence, the entire three-clan battlefield quaked. The heavenly Tao of this place sensed a crisis and became restless. The visage of the phantom was indistinct, yet one could feel it fixated on the Qin Emperor, and after a while it slowly spoke. "Your great Qin, I acknowledge, spare him a path to survival, and the grievances between you and the Ji family shall be resolved." With each utterance, the phantom's body, along with a small portion of the surrounding space, cracked, a manifestation of the heavenly Tao of the three clans suppressing it. The Qin Emperor fixed his gaze upon the phantom, showing no inclination to dodge. "Agree to him, agree." In the rear, Lu Bang felt anxious, desperate not to remain trapped in this desolate battlefield any longer. He had yet to enjoy life since arriving in this world. "I will not agree," the Qin Emperor enunciated each word deliberately, disregarding the phantom's pleas. Bang! Ji Xingrong was instantly obliterated, a look of relief on his face in the moments before his demise, believing that his invincible elder brother would surely come to save him. He never imagined that the Qin Emperor before him would be so resolute. It is lamentable that even in death he did not consider opposing the Qin Emperor a mistake. He could naturally guess the identity of the phantom. Yet as an emperor of antiquity he possessed his own pride. Could he simply release someone upon command? Furthermore, he firmly believed that given a little more time he would undoubtedly surpass the person before him. Both in strength and influence. As Jishingrong fell, the phantom's cracks slowed perceptibly, indicating that the heavenly Tao here had grown yet stronger. Perhaps the moment the heavenly Tao deemed that a tribulation-grade cultivator posed no threat to it would be the time for a tribulation-grade cultivator to make their entrance. The phantom, its visage obscured, visibly trembled, whether due to the demise of its younger brother or the affront to its pride remained unclear. Very well, wait for me, I shall come find you. Upon uttering these words, the phantom began to dissipate. Then, just as it vanished completely, the Qin Emperor suddenly spoke. No need, you shall wait for me to seek you out. The Qin Emperor was never one to waver. Having made an enemy, he would confront it head-on. Casting a glance at the remaining cultivators of the three clans, he declared, annihilate them, they are an eyesore. Not possible, the voice rang out, halting the Qin Emperor's actions. It was Zhen. The Qin Emperor turned to Zhen, who shook his head slightly. The reason Zhen intervened was clear to the Qin Emperor. It simply was not in his character. Hon Wang, here, Lu Bang, having seen the crisis averted, strode forward with his head held high, radiating an air of confidence that was commendable. It was said that Hon Wang hailed from the same region as the Qin Emperor, truly astonishing that two such prodigies could arise from the same place. Do you know how long Hon Wang has been cultivating? A century, just a little over a century. The late stage of the union of spirits after 100 years, the late stage of great ascendance after 200 years. And the late stage of union of spirits after 100 years. Good heavens, could it be that the Qin Emperor and Hon Wang hail from the legendary celestial realm? It seems quite likely. As the crowd murmured Hon Wang, Lu Bang remained unfazed, as if he had heard nothing. He walked straight up to the Qin Emperor, kneeling on one knee. I, Lu Bang, pay my respects to your majesty. The Qin Emperor's expression soured. I have told you countless times, you are equal to me, there is no need for such bowing, etiquette must not be discarded. This group of war prisoners is entrusted to you. I shall comply, Lu Bang responded, gradually retreating. Wait, the Qin Emperor suddenly called out to Lu Bang, who looked back with slight confusion. Your Majesty, do you have further commands? The Qin Emperor's right hand held aloft a flash of light revealing an object resembling a seal in his grasp. The seal measured 4 inches square, adorned with 5 entwined dragons. On its front were inscribed the words, bestowed to the world. May it last forever, while the reverse bore the character Qin. Upon seeing the seal, Lu Bang could not restrain a gasp. The imperial seal of the nation? The Qin Emperor glanced quizzically at Lu Bang. Even he, the creator of the imperial seal, had not anticipated the immense significance this seal would hold among future emperors. The imperial seal of the nation, a splendid name. The Qin Emperor's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Hon Wang, after my departure you shall wield this seal and govern in my stead. As long as you hold the seal in hand, no one in this realm shall pose a threat to you. Lu Bang accepted the imperial seal with excitement. In his previous life, he had seized an imperial seal. In this life, it was bestowed upon him directly by the first emperor, a true legitimacy. I humbly thank your majesty for this profound grace. Lu Bang held the imperial seal aloft, solemnly bowing to the Qin Emperor. As the founding emperor of the Han dynasty, throughout 5,000 years of Chinese history, only the Qin Emperor Yingjiang was worthy of such a bow. Your Majesty, may I dare to inquire where you intend to go? Lu Bang, after much contemplation, summoned the courage to ask. The Qin Emperor did not directly answer Lu Bang's question, instead directing his gaze towards the heart of the three-clan battlefield. Where lay the greatest secret of this domain? Hon Wang, listen well, should I not return within a century, you must lead great Qin to thrive. Be it Qin or Han, we are all descendants of Huoxia, and must pass on the legacy of Yan and Huang. Lu Bang, I bid farewell to the Qin Emperor. Lu Bang understood that once the first emperor made a decision, no one could thwart it. Just as in the past of Huoxia, the first emperor Yingjiang sought to forge a prosperous era for great Qin on his own. Farewell to the Qin Emperor, farewell to the Qin Emperor. Across the divine continent, how many among the human race could tread the path of cultivation for such individuals were but a rare find among the ordinary populace. Among the cultivators, those eligible to step into the battlefield of the three clans are indeed a rare breed. A select few among the practitioners, everyone present understands the weight of responsibility that Qin Huang bears at this moment. With the disappearance of Qin Huang, the reigning Han Wang Lu Bang announced the first decree: henceforth there shall be no battlefield of the three clans, only the great Qin dynasty. Chapter 25. Do you still wish for me to return as emperor? Many may disparage Lu Bang, yet none possess the right to deny him. Lu Bang is fundamentally a rogue at heart. Even after ascending to the throne, his foremost concern remains to exert his power and authority. Nevertheless, Lu Bang harbors not only the aspirations of a hero but also the heart of one. In the tumultuous transition from the end of the Qin to the beginning of the Han, how many extraordinary figures emerged. The three heroes of early Han, Shang Liang, Shao He, and Han Xen, are each remarkable in their own right. Alongside them, figures like Chen Ping, Wang Ling, Zhou Bo, and Xiahou Ying Chao are not far behind in prowess. Each of them possesses the potential to leave a significant mark on the annals of Huaxia history. And all are wholeheartedly loyal to Lu Bang, each utilized effectively, ensuring that their talents are not squandered. If one were to assess Lu Bang, it would be said that he achieved heroic feats through rogue methods, employing thunderous tactics while simultaneously displaying a compassionate heart. At this juncture, the nascent Qin dynasty exemplifies such principles: an adeptness in recognizing and employing talent, coupled with a formidable approach. At the juncture where the three clans intersect with the Great Qin, toll stations have been established. Regardless of one's profound cultivation, entry requires a payment of 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, which may be substituted with equivalent items. Should anyone dare to contest this, they are free to test the might of the Qin's imperial jade seal. Moreover, at Lu Bang's repeated invitation, the three disciples of the Chongsheng sect have taken on the esteemed role of chief architect for the city defense formation of the capital, Yangdu, with an open call for any resources they may require. The second disciple, Sha, has been invited to serve as the chief instructor of the iron cavalry soon to be established by the Qin. Lu Bang has even provided 3 strategic directives. The first is to form a shock troop adept in combined assault techniques for large-scale warfare. The second involves assembling a team skilled in magical arts for ranged support. The third necessitates scouts and highly capable individual combat teams for assassination missions. Naturally, these strategies hinge upon substantial resource backing. And this region was once called the battlefield of the three clans precisely because of its abundant resources and myriad secrets of heaven and earth. Furthermore, Lu Bang's approach toward the three clans has softened. His only stipulation is that they refrain from attacking the people of the Great Qin, coupled with a requirement for timely payments. If anyone inquires whether the Qin could retaliate against them, the answer is a resounding no. One must first find a way to escape and then report to Yangdu, where a satisfactory resolution will be assured. However, should one fail to reach Yangdu successfully, it can only be said that fate has not favored them. Conversely, if one is discovered to have retaliated or acted against the people of the Great Qin without authorization, all individuals connected to them will be placed under the Qin's wanted list. As for internal governance, matters are considerably more straightforward here than in previous eras, where numerous formidable figures created a web of checks and balances. Here, such complications are non-existent. Minor issues are left to individual discretion, while major decisions rest solely with Lu Bang, who neither seeks consultation nor desires to hear what others believe, only what he deems appropriate. Thus, under Lu Bang's policies tailored for the moment, the Great Qin evolves rapidly, transforming day by day, outpacing even the reforms of Chen Ning in his past life. As countless resources pour in on this day, Lu Bang's expression suddenly shifts, and he mutters a curse. Damn it. Can it no longer be suppressed? He then vanishes from the grand hall, leaving the assembled ministers and generals exchanging bewildered glances. Those with keen insight seem to grasp some underlying truth, their faces reflecting disbelief as they murmur, 180 years. Breaking through the integration stage, in the same place as Qin Huang Huaxia. What is this place? Meanwhile, at the center of the sacred lake on Kunlun Mountain in the southwest of the Great Qin. A singular figure, a person who has never left the mountain since arriving in this world, is undergoing tribulation. This individual is none other than the founding ancestor Zhao Kuangyin. At this moment, Zhao Kuangyin is a stark contrast to the man who first arrived in this world. His once fair skin has transformed into a bronze hue, and his body, now brimming with explosive muscles, resembles the nearby white ape in stature. His long black hair cascades from his shoulders to his waist. As Zhao Kuangyin ascends slowly, the skies above Kunlun become shrouded in dark clouds, thickening ominously, reminiscent of an apocalyptic scene. Roar. Perhaps having spent too much time with the white ape, Zhao Kuangyin becomes invigorated. Emitting a roar akin to that of the creature, before the heavenly tribulation descends, Zhao Kuangyin propels himself into the sky, wielding a staff as he pierces through the clouds, revealing the sun, with a ferocious sweep of his staff. A phantom of an enormous staff appears in the sky, sweeping away the heavy thunderclouds and creating a vacuum boom. The wrath of the heavens, dozens of bolts of lightning simultaneously strike Zhao Kuangyin. Yet astonishingly, such cataclysmic energy leaves no trace upon him. Unsatisfied, he beckons for more. The night demon probes the sea, grasping one end of the staff. Zhao Kuangyin thrusts the other end into the clouds, stirring them as if they were an ocean, creating a cataclysmic whirlwind. Oh, the power is converging. Exactly, this is exhilarating. Crash. At that moment, the very fabric of space is rent as the heavenly tribulation strikes Zhao Kuangyin's head. Sizzle. His body suffers little harm, yet his waist-length hair stands upright from the force of the lightning. Damn it, I've kept this for over 80 years. Zhao Kuangyin is utterly enraged, charging into the clouds to unleash a torrent of violent strikes against the thunderclouds, smashing, thrusting, piercing, cleaving. In response, the heavenly tribulation becomes incensed, disregarding any cosmic order. The skies rain down lightning in a frenzied assault on Zhao Kuangyin. For a full half hour, the relentless strikes fail to inflict any damage upon him. Instead, without even completing the tribulation, Zhao Kuangyin's flesh transforms into a pure golden hue, indicating that he has now entered the realm of the golden body. Momentarily, the heavenly tribulation is taken aback. Pausing for an instant, the thunderclouds swirl restlessly, as if deliberating. More. What a joke, this monster has already achieved the golden body. What now? Our time isn't up yet. I'm not coming back. If you wish to, you come. There's still another scene in the northeast, better save some energy. After a brief moment, the thunderclouds begin to dissipate, seemingly drawing to a close. Suddenly, Zhao Kuangyin halts his pursuit of the thunderclouds. Pausing midair, swish, the scene before Zhao Kuangyin shifts dramatically, and he finds himself back in the Song dynasty of his past life. As he opens his eyes, he sees his brother Zhao Guangyi weeping profusely, lamenting, "Brother, you've left. What will become of the Song? How can I?" Boom. Just as Zhao Guangyi finishes his words, a fist shadow larger than the entire territory of the Song materializes in the sky, striking down toward the Song dynasty, which crumbles to dust in an instant. Damn it, I've finally begun living the life I desire, and now you want me to be some damned emperor. Go eat shit. Zhao Kuangyin erupts in fury. Having not been an emperor for many years, he has completely unleashed his true nature. Zhao Kuangyin poses, a faint connection forming in his mind linked to a certain individual. So that's how it is. I owe you a favor, and it's high time I ventured out. Chapter 26, Mastery Achieved. Emergence from the mountain. As Zhao Kuangyin successfully overcomes the heavenly tribulation in the northeastern direction of Kunlun Mountain, Hon Wang Lubang is grappling with the most terrifying ordeal of his life. The thunder tribulation poses little challenge, as he has successfully passed through it. The crux lies in the trial of his inner demons. In both the early and late stages of his past life, Lu Bang has indeed committed numerous transgressions. Just as he feels on the verge of collapse, the imperial jade seal in his grasp suddenly erupts with blinding golden light, shattering the heart demon of his tribulation. Damn it, I knew this tribulation wouldn't be easy. It has been pressing down relentlessly. Thankfully, I have this treasure. Lu Bang, clad in tattered garments and charred blackened skin, curses as he descends from the heavens. At the pinnacle of Chongsheng Mountain, a sign hangs crookedly inscribed with the words, Chen Ning's Black Child's Retreat, please do not disturb. Do not doubt, it is indeed scrawled as if by a dog, because it was written by one Black Child's very own paw. Boom. With a resounding crash, the body that was previously stuck in the realm of the mysterious suddenly breaks into the next stage. Chen Ning is somewhat perplexed. What is happening? I clearly felt I was still a bit short. How did I break through? Ding. Character Zhao Kuangin successfully enters the golden body realm. Reward, a trace of golden body vitality, the founding ancestor's long fist. The founding ancestor's 36 sticks. Damn, old Zhao is truly impressive. He is indeed one of the top 3 emperors in the history of Huaxia. Internal resonance signifies the limit of pure physical cultivation. Ultimately, physical cultivation involves refining the body with primordial force, the process of sublimating the physical form. At this stage, the distinction between the body and primordial force blurs. As Chen Ning senses his own body, his blood feels like the hottest magma, each drop infused with boundless young energy. His meridians resemble coiling dragons, each channel pulsating with life, constantly writhing. His muscles appear as if chiseled by knives, containing the essence of the world as primordial energy. Old Black, I am terrifyingly strong now, Chen Ning declares with utmost seriousness, turning to Black Child. What the hell, Old Black, what have you been through? Chen Ning's face was filled with disbelief. At this moment, the once formidable old he no longer resembled the brawny bull he once was, appearing instead as ordinary as any common dog. If one were to insist on noting a difference, it would be the 2 protruding humps atop Hazy's head, which had now sprouted a hint of horn tips. Old He, you are truly coming into your own. Chen Ning instinctively patted the dog's head with a resounding clap. Chen Ning's physical form was incredibly powerful. A mere slap from him could shatter a small mountain. Yet, when he struck the dog's head, Hazy exhibited no reaction, while Chen Ning's palm tingled with numbness. Woof, why are you touching me? The smile on Chen Ning's face froze. Touching? What in the world is this dog's situation? Suddenly, Chen Ning's aura erupted once more, breaking through the stagnation of decades of cultivation in the realm of immortality. It was akin to a drop of water falling into a bucket already full. That single droplet shattered the container, demolishing the barrier of the combined realm within Chen Ning's body. Ding. Character Lu Bang successfully ascended to the Great Ascension stage. Reward, a strand of Great Ascension cultivation. A portion of the world's fortune. Old Lu finally made his move after 200 years. However, what on earth is this world's fortune? Chen Ning pondered for a long while but could not discern its meaning. What does it matter? Skills are never excessive. It certainly cannot be a bad thing. Come on, hey, after 280 arduous years of cultivation, we finally possess some means of self-preservation. The world is vast. It is time to venture out and explore. Woof, the 2 brothers quickly reached a consensus, and there was little to tidy up, mostly just some eating utensils. They gathered their pots, pans, and instruments which had served them for centuries, along with the indispensable ceremonial 3-piece set for offering to the heavens. Chen Ning contemplated for a moment and decided to don the headgear he had once taken from Lu Paizi during a robbery. After all, it was the first item he had used to resist societal injustice in this world and held significant sentimental value. Turning back to glance at the place where he had spent the longest time, Chen Ning felt a twinge of reluctance. Strictly speaking, this was his first home after arriving in this world, yet the people were no longer the same. Only where people resided could it be called home. What had become of his irreverent master, his eccentric second senior sister, and his seemingly honest yet fiery seventh senior brother, with a deep bow towards the dining hall at the heart of the Chongsheng sect. He took Hazy and once again embarked on the journey of exploration. Chen Ning never harbored any grand ambitions, he merely wished to traverse this enchanting world with old He by his side. To savor the culinary delights of the world, to witness all manner of wonders, to experience the warmth and chill of existence, and to live freely and unrestrained, which would suffice for him. It was precisely for this reason that Chen Ning had always been reluctant to engage with too many people. Such connections would create too many ties, and once one has attachments, the so-called freedom becomes tethered. The shopkeeper Yang Ping and his master, the second senior sister, the seventh senior brother, and several senior brothers yet to be met. The Chen Ning of today was no longer the eternal being whose heart was solely occupied by Hazy. How fearful of death could one be, to only dare descend from the mountain upon entering the combined realm? Such a mindset, I wonder how it has cultivated to this level. Just as Chen Ning and Hazy exited the Chongsheng sect, an elder clad in white with white hair appeared above the sect. Indeed, it was the Chongsheng Daoist who had vanished for over a century, screening the fruit to attain longevity. The Chongsheng Daoist murmured, and an arcane resonance pervaded the entire territory of the Chongsheng sect, enveloping the mountain with a colossal diagram of the 8 trigrams, with a rustle as a gentle breeze swept by. The Chongsheng sect, where Chen Ning had lived for hundreds of years, vanished without a trace, leaving no mark upon the world. Sensing this, Chen Ning retrieved the longevity talisman from his storage ring. The 2 characters for longevity on the talisman twitched slightly. Chen Ning felt a peculiar sensation. This longevity talisman seemed to have come to life. What an odd feeling. Chen Ning turned to glance back at the Chongsheng sect. Whether it was an illusion or not, he felt as if the sect had sprouted legs and fled. As soon as Chen Ning and Hazy descended the mountain, they were greeted by the sounds of weeping, the wailing of swanas, and the blaring of horns. Chen Ning had long since grown accustomed to this. Throughout the 200 years in this small village, he had encountered such scenes countless times. Giving Hazy a knowing glance, Hazy nodded in understanding. I see, we are here to eat for free. The routine was familiar to them. Chen Ning discreetly blended into the crowd of guests, casually selecting a table as far from the stage as possible to sit down. He understood well that the farther one sat from the stage, the more tenuous the connection to the host family, thereby reducing the likelihood of being recognized while enjoying the free meal. However, it wasn't long before Chen Ning's expression turned sour. He noticed a young boy, around 7 or 8 years of age, carrying a tray. As he approached each table, the guests would reach into their bags to place money upon it. Chen Ning exclaimed inwardly, "This is bad, having not descended the mountain for a century. The customs have changed, they are collecting entrance fees now." Before long, the boy with the tray arrived right in front of Chen Ning. The two locked eyes for a moment, creating an awkward standoff. "My apologies, I must have mistaken you for someone else." Chapter 27, A Chance Encounter with Ning Ping and Chen Ning and Hazy continued their journey towards the southwest. Chen Ning never intervened in the plight of refugees amid the chaos of war. He understood very clearly that while one could assist in the short term, it could not be a lifelong solution. Yet, along the way, whenever he discovered a cultivator oppressing mortals, he would summon a fireball spell to reduce them to ashes without hesitation. To this end, he specially crafted a ruthless bandit outfit, building upon the original black hood to create a set of black combat attire. Hazy clamored for a matching set as well. But Chen Ning thought to himself, alas, the bandit ensemble truly lacks your canine fur. In this world there are no secrets that cannot be revealed. When one does good deeds, it is bound to spread. Despite Chen Ning's belief that he had been sufficiently cautious in his actions, there were billions of cultivators, and there would always be methods he could not comprehend, which would inevitably leak out. Gradually, tales of a bandit duo began circulating in the northwestern part of this divine land, clad in black hoods and tight-fitting garments that subtly showcased their muscular forms, accompanied always by a canine spiritual beast. Though he was an immensely powerful cultivator, he had never engaged in direct confrontation, even when facing newly initiated cultivators at the foundation establishment stage. He would strike from the shadows, delivering a fireball spell that was far more potent than usual. Old Hey, you may not understand this, but when facing adversaries, we must exert our utmost effort. What are we up against? They are all fellow practitioners. If you do not give it your all, how can you ascertain whether they are not merely masquerading? Hazy paused, having not considered this angle. Is human nature so treacherous? Treachery? What do you call this treachery? Have you forgotten what we encountered half a month ago? A dignified nascent soul master disguised as a mere chi refinement novice. Being commanded by a group of fledgling foundation establishment cultivators without a trace of anger, how can you not realize that we may one day encounter combined staged great ascension, or even tribulation crossing old monsters in disguise as chi refinement practitioners? Hazy looked at Chen Ning with some doubt. I have read little, do not deceive me. Would such a high-level cultivator truly resort to such methods? You doubt my words. Have I ever led you astray during our adventures? Be it in confrontations with the local bullies or battling celestial cultivators. Hazy shook his head vigorously. He was still quite convinced of Chen Ning's capabilities. The only time they had encountered a setback was in Ping An City, where Lu Air Paizi had scammed them for a couple of rounds of drinks, but that too had eventually been repaid tenfold. Study well, observe closely, the path ahead is still long. Chen Ning wore a proud expression. What is the most crucial aspect of traversing the martial world? One must never take risks at any time or place. Hazy hastily pulled out a small notebook to jot down their conversation. Chen Ning had long since lost any curiosity regarding Hazy's notebook. He had once picked at it while Hazy was inebriated and had validated a phrase often praised by teachers during his school days: look at your writing. It resembles that of a dog. Now Hazy's notebook served as a testament to that saying. Indeed, it was illegible. Such an intense clash of spiritual energy, Chen Ning exclaimed, startled. There are cultivators battling ahead. He quickly employed a breath-holding technique to conceal his presence. Over the years, he had developed the habit of retreating when confronted with uncertain risks. As for Hazy, his fur was so thick that even light could scarcely penetrate it. How could he possibly scout ahead? Woof! Hazy uttered in surprise, suddenly widening his eyes. What the hell? It's Xiao Ping An. Who dares to bully our Xiao Ping An? Chen Ning never doubted Hazy's words. If he claimed that ahead was Xiao Ping An, then it surely was. With a swift motion, the ancestral bone knife appeared in his hand. As he advanced, he had already donned the bandit outfit. Clad in this ensemble, Chen Ning felt as though he had concealed every ounce of his mortal side. A fierce, feral aura erupted from him, causing the spiritual energy in the vicinity to become tumultuous. Extending his consciousness outward, he quickly discerned two figures 500 miles away being besieged. Point one was the jade-clad Su Xian who had taken Ning Ping An away years ago, and the other was a younger individual bearing an uncanny resemblance to the childhood Ning Ping An. Chen Ning suddenly noticed that the assailants surrounding Ning Ping An were none other than 5 malevolent cultivators, exuding a nauseating aura. Boom! With a surge of energy, Chen Ning's aura intensified further, his pressure faintly reaching the mid-combined stage. Point one surge represented Chen Ning unleashing all his cultivation prowess, typically sufficient to deal with any cultivator below the nascent soul stage. The second surge combined his cultivation with his physical form, unleashing maximum force, generally used against those above the foundation establishment but below the nascent soul. The third surge was for escape. The Chen family's principle dictated that one should only engage with those one could defeat. When uncertain of an opponent's abilities, the prudent course was to retreat fast. If heaven offers a path, you shun it. If hell presents no door, you force your way in. At this moment, I find myself yearning for one final desire. The desire of lust. If I were to have the two of you beautiful maidens, perhaps I could achieve a breakthrough to the Yuaning stage. The senior brother is truly formidable. The one leading the group is none other than the contemporary disciple of the evil desire sect. Xie Yulong, before the chaotic times, he was merely an ordinary practitioner at the initial stage of the Golden Core, yet in just a few decades of turmoil, he has ascended from the initial Golden Core stage to the completion of Yuan Ying. Surpassing 6 minor realms and 2 major realms, the evil desire sect, a path of wickedness that must be eradicated by all. Yu Xian's delicate face turned icy, her eyes revealing no hint of concealing her disdain for these malevolent cultivators. Behind her, Ning Pingan, now a Yuaning stage practitioner, had remarkably ascended from an ordinary mortal to this level within a mere 200 years, truly a prodigy, and her foundation was unshakable, showing no signs of reliance on drugs or elixirs. However, the situation for the master and disciple was dire. Why Yu Xian stood at the completion of Yuan Ying, while Ning Pingan was at the initial stage. Such cultivation was already quite formidable, yet on the side of the evil desire sect, there were 5 Yuan Ying practitioners, among which, aside from Xie Yulong at the completion stage, there was even one at the late Yuan Ying stage. Senior brother, stop wasting time with them, just subdue them. You can have the broth, and we will feast on the meat. Indeed, that figure is quite impressive, and she has a lovely rear, and she is still a maiden. Senior brother is fortunate, haha. As the two spoke, Xie Yulong felt a surge of wicked desire rising within him. Quickly, let us resolve this, bring them back for our enjoyment. The 5 Yuan Ying cultivators unleashed their auras simultaneously, instantly shattering the defenses of the master and disciple. Yu Xian's expression changed drastically as she spread her arms wide, determined to withstand the onslaught alone. Pingan, find a way to escape. My potential has been exhausted. You must eradicate these wicked cultivators in the future. Yu Xian spoke rapidly, having prepared herself for death. Ning Pingan's eyes glistened with tears as she nodded slightly, not following the trope of deep master-disciple affection to stay together, for that was merely the futile endeavor of the weak. Above, Chen Ning observed this scene with a slight nod. The girl is rather sensible, not entirely foolish. Eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, mind, 6 desires, sealed. The 5 wicked cultivators of the evil desire sect showed no mercy, unleashing their ultimate techniques. Yu Xian's pupils constricted. Contrary to her expectations, she thought she could fend off for a while, but to her shock, all her senses were sealed the moment they clashed. Despair. Not only was Yu Xian engulfed in despair, but Ning Pingan also displayed a look of resignation. She understood that without a miracle today, she could not escape this calamity. Fireball technique. Chapter 28. He calls this a fireball technique. A calm voice resonated in everyone's ears. And in the next moment, the 5 members of the evil desire sect stared in disbelief at the 100-foot fireball that tore through space above. In an instant, the searing heat began to scorch the spiritual energy within their bodies. This is the fireball technique. The 5 Yuan Ying stage grandmasters were turned to ashes in despair by this foundational technique, without even the chance to resist. This brat, why does he always play with fire? Does he really think he must intervene this time? In a higher dimensional space, the mysterious powerful figure who had been monitoring the master and disciple could not suppress a scoff. As the 5 wicked cultivators turned to ash, Yu Xian, trapped within the 6 desires, regained her senses. However, as soon as she opened her eyes, she was struck with astonishment. The explosive power of the fireball technique was merely a step away from her toes. Just a step beyond lay a bottomless pit with a diameter of a mile. She could still see the disparity with those 5 wicked cultivators, yet could she even fathom the might of such a spell? He calls this a fireball technique. Hazy. Ning Pingan's joyful exclamation pulled Yu Xian back to reality. Slowly, Yu Xian raised her head only to see a figure in the air, accompanied by a dog. It should be a dog, right? Standing atop a long stick, the dog was unremarkable aside from its pitch-black form that devoured the gaze, but the figure, Yu Xian's expression turned peculiar as she beheld a person wearing a black hood, with only 4 holes revealing his features, 2 for the eyes, 1 for the nose, and 1 for the mouth. The black tight-fitting attire clung closely to his body, revealing a physique that, while not overly muscular, displayed clear and defined muscles beneath the snug suit. His somewhat rounded belly was divided into 12 equal sections. Cough, cough. Ping-an, do you recognize this, esteemed one? Despite believing this figure to be somewhat eccentric, Yu Xian could not deny the formidable power he exuded, nor the impressive 12-pack abs. Suppressing a hint of embarrassment, she still inquired, he is Brother Chen Ning, and the one beside him is Brother Hazy. Ning Ping-an responded confidently, her eyes sparkling like crescent moons. What Hazy? His name is Bai Zi. Chen Ning, whose eyes were visible outside the hood, glared, causing the gradually restored spiritual energy in the air to momentarily stagnate under his gaze. Yu Xian felt a tightness in her chest. This person was at least at the perfection stage of transformation, incredibly powerful, yet, to her surprise, the little girl seemed unfazed, her delicate lips pouting slightly in discontent. Chen Ning, are you trying to deny me? When I see my parents next time, I will certainly tell on you. The shopkeeper, Chen Ning, instinctively expressed surprise, then quickly covered his mouth. Haha, you still claim you are not Brother Chen Ning? Ning Ping-an mischievously exclaimed, joyfully soaring into the air. Brother Chen Ning, I miss you all so much. With each Brother Chen Ning she uttered, she suddenly embraced the large black dog, resembling long-lost siblings. Chen Ning's lips twitched. All beautiful women are so insincere. He shook his head gently, a faint paternal smile appearing. It was good that the girl was still here. Thank you, esteemed one, for saving my life. Yu Xian, on the ground, did not dare to act as casually as Ning Ping-an. She understood that most high-level practitioners, having lived long, often had unpredictable moods. Chen Ning sensed her Yuan-ing stage presence, deeming her a junior. And thus, he waved his hand dismissively, his calm voice resonating. I saved Ping-an, you were merely incidental. Yu Xian's body stiffened. Indeed, these ancient practitioners were capricious. Brother Chen Ning, if you continue like this, I will ignore you. Would you dare treat my master like this? Ning Ping-an protested, discontented. The little girl did not care whether he was a great cultivator or not. No matter how powerful he was still Brother Chen Ning. Merely a shop assistant of her father. Before Chen Ning could respond, Yu Xian felt a pang in her heart. How could Ping-an be so disrespectful? Little did she know that upon hearing shopkeeper, Chen Ning actually felt a bit intimidated. Even the little girl herself was unaware that her father was not only Chen Ning's boss but also his senior brother. Chen Ning unleashed his divine sense, confirming that there were no cultivators within a 1,000-mile radius. With a flick of his hand, he changed out of his bandit attire and returned to his normal appearance. As the bandit garb was shed, Chen Ning's aura became tranquil, devoid of any hostility. Brother Chen Ning, are you disguising yourself? Ning Ping-an asked, puzzled. Naturally, when traversing the world, one must learn to protect oneself. Brother Chen Ning is so impressive. Ning Ping-an's eyes sparkled with admiration. Her adoration for him unmasked. Yu Xian glanced at Chen Ning, then at the grinning Hazy, disguised her. By the way, Ping-an, have you seen the shopkeeper since then? Yes, father used to visit me every 20 years. However, during his last visit he mentioned he had a significant task to attend to, and he would come find me once he returned. When did you last see the shopkeeper? About 80 years ago. 80 years ago, that coincides with the time when the 7th senior brother descended the mountain. Could there be a connection? Chen Ning inquired. Ning Ping-an looked to Yu Xian, realizing that while the little girl was now a Yuan-ing practitioner, she was still just an inexperienced young girl. I plan to take Ping-an back to the sect. Unlike me, she has infinite possibilities ahead. It is better to be cautious until she matures. Yu Xian contemplated for a moment before responding. Chen Ning nodded slightly. It would have been better to do this earlier. Two young practitioners daring to roam the world. Did they really think life was easy? Yes, that is wise. The outside world is indeed perilous. I have some unused items. Take them with you, and strive to enter the realm of comrades soon, so you can defend yourselves in this chaotic era. After speaking, Chen Ning retrieved a storage ring from the innermost layer of his fitted sweatshirt and handed it to Yu Xian. In truth, it contained no treasures, merely various vegetables and herbs cultivated by the seventh senior brother. Ping, my black brother and I will take our leave now. We must eliminate the evil desire sect before nightfall and make our escape. Chen Ning candidly revealed his plan, while Yuxian felt something was off. Which transformation stage grandmaster would not keep their storage ring within their inner realm, a practitioner of this level needing to flee after exterminating an evil desire sect? What need was there to run if they had already been obliterated? Ning Pingan gazed at Chen Ning, tears welling in her eyes, wanting to say something, yet she held back her words. Chen Ning gently ruffled Ning Pingan's hair, smiling slightly, and then stepped onto the long stick with Hazy. The Hazy turned back every few steps, his pose laden as if filled with lead. Ping and my dear girl, may your path to immortality be smooth. Brother Chen Ning, I wish you a prosperous journey in your celestial pursuits. Chapter 29, the third stage of Chen Ning or. The usually composed Yuxian unexpectedly let out a gasp, a hint of suppressed excitement lacing her exclamation. Master, what happened? Ning Pingan appeared flustered, fearing that now that Brother Chen Ning had departed, the malevolent cultivators had returned. Pingan, just who is this Brother Chen Ning of yours? You've been by my side since you began your cultivation journey. Yet I had no inkling you were acquainted with such a formidable figure. Yuxian could no longer contain her curiosity, bombarding Pingan with questions. Is Brother Chen Ning truly powerful? He is but a shopkeeper in my father's establishment. A shopkeeper, you say? Yuxian murmured to herself, realizing that these two were anything but ordinary. How fortunate that I treated them with respect from the outset. Master, what is the matter with Brother Chen Ning? What has happened to my father? Yuxian was momentarily speechless. Her disciple was admirable in many respects but possessed an alarming lack of insight, an innocent naivete, one might say. What do you mean? What has happened to your father? Can an ordinary person live for centuries? And yet, Brother Chen Ning, an ordinary shopkeeper, suddenly transformed into a formidable cultivator 2 centuries later. Yuxian cast another glance at the treasures within her storage ring, her excitement bubbling over. The essence of flora and fauna, a millennium-old spirit herb, a 1,000-year-old ginseng enchanted he show wu, and blood essence of the white spirit of heaven above. The treasures within this ring could not be procured even if the entire Qingxian sect were to sell itself. And he simply bestowed them upon me, not out of trust, but out of sheer confidence. Such a powerful cultivator must possess extraordinary methods. The more Yuxian pondered, the more her heart raced, beads of cold sweat forming on her brow. Indeed, every powerful cultivator is not to be trifled with. Had I entertained any ill thoughts, I might have already plunged into an abyss from which there is no return. Old He, we do not possess anything of great value. Surely a little Pingan would appreciate those vegetables. The crops grown by Senior Brother 7 are truly exquisite, something one cannot find elsewhere. Chen Ning felt a pang of anxiety, fearing that Ning Pingan might not appreciate his offerings, for he had nothing of significant value to present. His and Old He's lives were hardly affluent. Woof, haha, indeed, that girl Pingan shares our sentiment. She values feelings above all. Woof woof. As night fell, the two brothers found themselves at the gates of the Seiyu sect. Once reviled in the chaotic world, the sect had been like a rat scurrying through the streets, feared and shunned by all. Yet now the towering ancient trees outside the sect loomed ominously under the crescent moonlight. Within the sect, chilling cries echoed, a haunting symphony of despair. The sect's malevolence manifested as a palpable, monstrous visage, while beneath it a strong aura emanated from several juniors, cultivating amidst the pervasive resentment. What was even more terrifying was the massive artificial pit located behind the sect, nearly filled to the brim with bones. New corpses were regularly discarded into the pit, and as soon as a body landed, the beasts of the forest would rush forth to partake in the feast. Hazy, go and ascertain if there are any fellow cultivators of our level. Chen Ning stowed away the recording stone, contemplating whether to annihilate the Seiyu sect if no advanced cultivators were present. If there were, retreat would be prudent, dispersing the recording stone in the process. He firmly believed that while humanity harbors a darker side, it could not be that all were as sinister as the Seiyu sect. A quarter of an hour later, something suddenly brushed against Chenning's back. What the hell, Hazy, you scared me. The Hazy was truly remarkable. His fur, capable of devouring all traces of detection, rendered him virtually invisible in the night, even when stealthily approaching others. Woof woof woof. Aside from the indistinct aura emanating from the burial site on the back mountain, were all the rest mere juniors? Chenning pondered, realizing that if he could not discern it, there was inherent risk. But why was it near the corpse pit? That place was filled with bones and cadavers. Could it be? Chenning found himself at a loss. If his suspicions held true, there might be elder-level cultivators within this seemingly inconsequential Seiyu sect. Such risks were not ones he was willing to undertake. Closing his eyes, he opened them again. Nothing. Closing them once more, then something appeared. How could this be? Each time he shut his eyes, the Seiyu sect morphed into an entirely different scene. Countless souls floated in the air, each possessing a minuscule drop of colorful light at their dantians. At this moment, Chenning realized that the myriad colorful lights were drifting toward the corpse pit on the back mountain. He sighed inwardly, confirming his suspicions. Those lying in the pit were either of the demon race or the divine race, nearing their demise. The colorful lights represented the innate essence of humanity, long spoken of in legends that may not merely be folklore. Those daring enough to risk stealing such essence from the heartlands of humanity must be at least formidable cultivators, undoubtedly elder-level beings. Old He, what do you think I should do? Hazy, unusually, offered no advice. Recognizing that this was Chenning's own trial. If he followed his counsel this time, what of the next? Some matters can only be understood through personal judgment. Chenning felt a profound sense of confusion. His guiding principle had always been survival. He sought to live, adhering to the maxim of remaining uninvolved in matters that did not concern him. Given the present situation, which posed a grave threat to his life, and Old He's as well, he could not gamble with the latter's existence. Yes, Old He, I cannot toy with your life. This revelation served as a justification for Chenning. He had never considered himself a strong individual, nor did he believe himself worthy of another's trust. His aspirations were simple: to survive alongside Old He. With this resolution, Chenning decided, I shall disseminate this information far and wide. To my kin, I am truly sorry. A pang of anguish gripped his heart as he gradually closed his eyes. Suddenly, as he shut his eyes, he beheld a figure he had long yearned for, drifting toward the corpse pit. No, Chenning unleashed a thunderous roar, ascending to the strongest state he had ever attained since beginning his cultivation. A torrent of overwhelming energy surged forth, piercing the heavens. Rage, fear, and murderous intent surged within him, propelling his aura to unprecedented heights. The third stage, it was not for fleeing, but for fighting with all his might. In his previous life, Chenning had grown up in a single-parent household, relying solely on his mother. Due to the circumstances of his reincarnation, he had never had the chance to care for her in her twilight years. A regret buried deep within his heart for centuries. Now, amidst the countless souls drifting toward the pit, he glimpsed a spirit that bore an uncanny resemblance to his mother. Chapter 30, The Most Virtuous Monk. A colossal rift in space opened, revealing an immense fireball within. The searing orb illuminated the entire dark realm, instilling boundless terror in those malevolent cultivators. What is this? Some of the malevolent cultivators were incredulous. I knew that engaging in such heinous acts would eventually draw the ire of powerful beings. Others, consumed by fear, began to repent for their misdeeds, yet, in the absence of life-threatening consequences, regret was mere folly. The vengeful visage in the skies above the Seiyu sect melted away like snow meeting a flame, offering no resistance whatsoever. Moreover, in a realm unseen by all, countless expressionless souls gradually dissolved into the cosmos, their final moments revealing a glimmer of relief. The elderly figures standing beneath the vengeful visage were expressions of dread. Their faces darkening with despair. Strangely, however, they exhibited no urgency in the face of such overwhelming power. Instead, a faint, inscrutable smile played upon their lips. "Master, what should we do?" The lead elder, his countenance shrouded in shadows, replied decisively, "Regardless of who emerges victorious, we shall not fare well. We must find a way to withdraw the Seiyu sect." One elder hesitated, for this was a legacy they had built together. "Fool, with that ancient monster's gaze upon us, do you believe the Seiyu sect matters?" The master is correct. As long as the Green Hills remain, one need not worry about firewood. That mysterious powerhouse has already set its sights on us. We must not provoke it. When that ancient being becomes enraged during the clash of titans, we shall find a way to escape. Agreed. As they witnessed the souls in the other realm attain liberation, the entity dwelling within the corpse pit could no longer restrain itself. Why, so close yet so far? Why did you have to destroy my path?" A voice filled with madness and despair erupted as countless bones within the pit disintegrated into ash, carried away by the wind, scattering their remains across the land. A figure emerged, stepping onto the ethereal steps, slowly materializing from the void. This individual was gaunt and lifeless, resembling a ghastly specter clawing its way from the depths of hell. "So close, just a little more," the malevolent specter bellowed with a ferocity that echoed through the air, then surged skyward, launching a fist at the colossal fireball that rivaled the entirety of the Evil Desire sect. Boom! The immense fireball erupted into a cascade of fiery rain, resembling a magnificent display of fireworks. In the face of this celestial deluge, Chen Ning remained impassive, his gaze fixed on a particular point. Lost in contemplation. "Mother, whether it be a funeral or a celebration, we always set off firecrackers. Son, I have come to bid you farewell." Chen Ning raised his right hand high, and with a grip, the crackling sounds of firecrackers filled the air, transforming the blazing sky into a myriad of small firecrackers that resonated for a full quarter of an hour. When the cacophony subsided, the entire Evil Desire sect had vanished without a trace. The once mighty sect, home to thousands of cultivators, now stood only a few trembling elders at the sight of their desolate gates. In this moment, the once mighty figures of the transformation stage were stripped of their divine authority, reduced to mere mortals, consumed by fear. Among the few surviving mortals, as the fiery rain descended upon them, it did not inflict harm, rather it enveloped them in a protective white light. These mortals, facing the divine beings before them, exhibited no fear, their eyes brimming with animosity, as if they yearned to devour flesh and drink blood. "I will have your life," the malevolent spirit roared, charging toward Chen Ning with an overwhelming aura. Having just released firecrackers for that soul, Chen Ning's emotions gradually steadied, as if the lingering regret within him had found solace in another form, gazing at the approaching specter and feeling its oppressive presence. Chen Ning sighed deeply. Predecessor stage, old He, it seems our fates are grim this time, yet he felt no remorse. As he had stated, some matters once encountered must be addressed, lest one face their mother's wrath. Woof, old He, behaving unusually, exuded an aura darker than the night itself. Whoosh! In response to the specter's assault, old He took the initiative, his jaws widening to 100 feet, revealing a black void within. The specter merely grazed the edge of this abyss, its essence waning slightly, and to its astonishment, the scant vitality it possessed appeared to be devoured by this black dog. Originally with a lifespan of 50 years, the mere touch had diminished it by 20. What manner of creature could consume life essence? Perhaps. The spectre gazed at old He with a fluctuating expression, ultimately gritting its teeth in determination. If death was inevitable, it might as well take the risk. At last, it seemed to have resolved itself. Its withered form began to swell like an inflated balloon. Moments later, a figure devoid of any sign of aging emerged. Indeed, a human. Chen Ning had misjudged. This spectre was neither a deity nor a demon, but a man. A bold monk. No wonder it can hardly be considered human. Chen Ning scoffed at the bold figure before him. I in the land of Shenzhou, where countless humans reside, who does not know of the Western Buddhist kingdom? A million years ago, during the ultimate battle between humanity and the 3,000 alien races, the 10 great hegemonic clans, humanity had held the upper hand, not to mention having eradicated at least a third of the alien forces. Yet, it was the treachery of the Western Buddhist kingdom that led to humanity's downfall. Even now, Shenzhou gradually finds itself devoured by the alien races. Amitabha, I am the monk Shishon. If I do not enter hell, who will? I am here to save the common folk. In this world of turmoil, rather than perish, I would rather be of use to them. Once my Buddhist teachings reach fruition, I shall rescue countless souls from the flames of suffering. Ever since Shishon restored his true self, he bore no trace of malevolence, radiating a divine light akin to that of a true Buddha, prompting the few surviving mortals to kneel before him in earnest reverence. What a splendid monk Shishon is. Old He, let me impart a lesson today. When faced with a Taoist, one should speak rather than strike, but when confronted by a bold monk, one must act without hesitation. Go, bite him, Old He roared as he charged forth, his colossal mo agape intent on swallowing the monk along with the surrounding space. Amitabha, Shishon shook his head slightly. Would he truly suffer the same fate twice? With a gentle push of his palm, a 5-fingered imprint emerged, swiftly descending upon Old He to suppress him. In a flash, Chen Ning's eyes glimmered, a handprint affixed to Old He, instantly teleporting him behind the monk. Whereupon he opened his jaws wide, targeting the most succulent portion for a bite. Abominable beast! You seek death. Chapter 31, The Rampaging Zhao Kuangin Wu. Old He did not unleash the previous ability to consume all. Instead, he ferociously bit Shishon's posterior with his sharp fangs, causing the great perfection cultivator to bleed profusely. Abominable beast, how long has it been since I suffered such indignity? Not only am I injured, but I have also been beaten by a dog, no less, in such a sensitive area. 3 heads and 6 arms, an invincible golden body, Shishon roared, as 2 additional heads emerged on either side of his bald cranium. The left radiating demonic energy while the right resembled a divine being, 4 additional arms sprouting from his sides. Furthermore, his entire being shone with radiant golden light, and as the brilliance faded, his form transformed into a true golden body, resembling a statue crafted from solid gold. Crack. Ha, Old He, are you all right? Chen Ning's eyes widened as he beheld Old He being flung away. Woof. Old He shook his head, but as he opened his mouth, a canine tooth shattered and fell from his mouth. Observing Old He's toothless grin, Chen Ning couldn't help but burst into laughter. Old He, ha ha ha, where are your teeth? In that moment, both Shishon and Old He cast displeased glances at Chen Ning, as though he were one of their own. Cackle, laugh all you want, for soon you shall have no chance left. The demonic head on Shishon's left cackled with malice, the divine head on the right sneered, its murderous intent far surpassing that of the left. No wonder you can absorb primordial essence. It seems this grotesque form is the reason you bold monks are truly repugnant. Chen Ning summoned his celestial cultivation and physical prowess to their utmost limits. His right hand grasped the dragon coil staff, while his left summoned the bandit mask. Come, today, either I live, or you perish, Chen Ning roared, charging toward Shishon with all his might. Amitabha, Shishon recited the sutra, casually striking forth a palm, commanding the space within 100 miles to bow to his will, including Chen Ning himself. Chen Ning chuckled bitterly. All his efforts seemed but a jest in the face of such absolute power. The predecessor stage was indeed a realm not to be trifled with. Woof woof woof. Old He went completely berserk, struggling desperately, witnessing Chen Ning in such disarray for the first time. Could it be that a dog's heart could feel pain too? Shishon glanced at Old He. Abominable beast, were it not for your slight utility, you would be the first to perish. The symbol of the swastika, a foot in size, floated from Shishon, and Old He could only watch as it approached. Bang! Old He felt as though something within his mind had been sealed away, causing him to forget countless things. What else with that person? So pitiful, so familiar. Old He's gaze towards Chen Ning grew hazy. And upon spotting Jishan with 3 heads and 6 arms, he instinctively recoiled, a voice echoing in his mind warning him of the great danger present. This person is formidable, do not resist. Chen Ning, filled with despair, closed his eyes. Perhaps it is for the best, at least you need not perish now. Living means there is hope, death is the true end. Bold monk, this soul is truly delectable. Let me consume it. The demonic head on the left licked its lips, addressing the central figure. Jishan, hasten, we must not linger here. Jishan replied nonchalantly, cackle, no longer wasting words. The demonic head's pupils emitted a black light, illuminating Chen Ning. Chen Ning could distinctly feel his soul being slowly drawn from his body by this dark light, unable to resist. Ha, so this kid is genuinely this weak. I thought he was merely pretending. Suddenly, a flippant voice shattered the dark light's hold. Who dares? Jishan's heart raced with alarm, as if an ancient beast had set its sights on him. Bold monk, such an abhorrent presence, no matter the world. The voice's owner harbored a palpable disdain for the monk, their contempt unmistakable. With a rip, a pair of bronze-hued hands appeared between Jishan and Chen Ning, as if pushing open a door, tearing the space apart to create a portal. A figure stepped forth. Chen Ning beheld a silhouette standing 2 meters tall, bare-chested, with an extraordinarily broad back, easily 2 of his own widths. Long hair cascaded down to the waist, flowing freely over the back, while the lower half was clad in pants made of fur, seemingly of some ferocious beast. What was more, following closely behind this figure was a white-furred monkey, which bore a staff resembling Chen Ning's dragon coil staff. The man and monkey stood together in an oddly harmonious manner, akin to brothers. Chen Ning pondered, who could this person be? Could he be an unknown senior of his? The towering figure suddenly turned, grinning widely. Kid, you really can run far, we'll settle the score later. As Chen Ning recognized that familiar face, he mused, who could it be? Old Bai, let me take the lead. I cannot prevail, you take over. The great vehicle is perfected. Excitement surged within me. Boom, my vital energy erupted without reservation, akin to a dormant volcano that had concealed its wrath for millennia suddenly erupting with full force. The blood coursing through my veins resonated with the sound of a galloping river, while the beating of my heart echoed like the thunder of heavenly tribulations. My physical form, the illustrious founder Zhao Kuangyin. Is this truly the embodiment of a physical powerhouse? Merely this surge of vitality could likely crush me. As Chen Ning contemplated this, Zhao Kuangyin had already launched his assault. Zhao Kuangyin's speed was such that Chen Ning's eyes could scarcely keep up. His physical prowess seemed to transcend the limitations of space, reaching a realm where time was disregarded. Just as he spoke of engaging, he had already materialized behind Jishan. In the next instant, his mighty hand, resembling a dragon's claw, grasped towards the bald head of Jishan. At that critical moment, Jishan let out a roar. Chen Ning then witnessed the bold figure of Jishan instantly transform into the demon on the left. Zhao Kuangyin furrowed his brow but did not relent. It was you, and why not engage? Crack! That demonic head, now in Zhao Kuangyin's grasp, crumbled like tofu beneath his iron grip. What a fearsome brute! After creating some distance between himself and Zhao Kuangyin, Jishan spoke with a face full of terror. Allow me to take over. Your approach is countered by him. The divine head that had remained silent suddenly spoke. Jishan nodded. After all, the 3 of them were already in the same boat, albeit it was Jishan's vessel. If Jishan perished, there would be no one to steer the ship, then no one could escape. Accursed bold donkey, you nearly scared me to death. This brute is truly terrifying. A wave of dark mist swept in, and the demonic head that had just been obliterated by Zhao Kuangyin reappeared on the left shoulder. Silence. Were it not for your rotten idea, would we have dared to take such a significant risk? Do you believe I would hesitate to slay you first? Jishan suddenly seized the demon's neck with ferocity, his 5 fingers digging deep into the demon's throat. Release me. I said it, Jishan, with a grim countenance, declared. Today, if we do not slay this individual, no one shall live. Chapter 32. Lu Bang comes to aid. Zhao Kuangyin remained unfazed, watching with interest as the bold donkey quarreled with himself. Old Bai, You have seen much. What species is this? The white ape glanced at Shishon, a flicker of disdain in his eyes, completely disregarding Zhao Kuangyin. Zhao Kuangyin shrugged, clearly accustomed to the white ape's aloofness. Brute, the divine head sneered. Damn it, what of it? Does it concern your family? Have I eaten your rice? Each one of you is trying to act tough with me. Zhao Kuangyin suddenly resembled a street thug, his indignation boiling over. Bring the stick. In the tranquil spacetime, ripples began to emerge as a stick similar to that in the white ape's hand tore through endless space, slowly materializing. Upon grasping this stick, Zhao Kuangyin's aura shifted. It was not merely an increase in combat power, but rather a transformation in his state of mind, akin to Chen Ning donning a helmet, daring to measure himself against even the predecessors. Zhao Kuangyin felt the same. With a stick in hand, the world is mine, divine void. A deep voice resonated as the divine head finally made its move. Through some arcane technique, the space seemed to detach itself from the grand world. Illuminated as if it were daylight, it was filled with golden light and a kind of corrosive mental power. Chen Ning furrowed his brow, a strange sensation washed over him, as if his body was inexplicably losing control. Was it the power of this peculiar domain? What the hell? Who the hell is stealing my energy? It's stealing yet unable to take, merely here to annoy me. Zhao Kuangyin cursed furiously. Chen Ning, it's suddenly alert. Yes. That is precisely the feeling. Though it seems ineffective, it incessantly gnaws at you, while simultaneously pilfering a bit of your essence. But what is its intent? Damn it, how annoying. If you have the ability, come forth and engage in a fair fight. Zhao Kuangyin's agitation grew. Open the heavens. A terrifying aura emanated from Zhao Kuangyin, and Chen Ning could distinctly feel as if an ancient demon god had awakened. However, the stronger Zhao Kuangyin's presence became, the more stable this space appeared to be. Chen Ning sensed his connection with the dark figure beginning to blur. Boom! Chen Ning's mind went blank. So this is how it is. Old Zhao. No. Too late. With rage igniting in his eyes, Zhao Kuangyin swung his stick, unleashing immense power that within this isolated space was akin to the primordial creation of the world. Clang. A white figure instantaneously appeared beneath that world-splitting strike. And Chen Ning's pupils constricted. It is it, that white-haired monkey, the white ape, wielding the stick with both hands, withstood the unparalleled force. Yet how could Zhao Kuangyin's unreserved strike be so easily borne? Blood had already stained the white fur at the temples of the white ape. Old Bai, what are you doing? Zhao Kuangyin exclaimed in shock, the redness in his eyes gradually subsiding. The white ape cast a cold glance at Zhao Kuangyin, saying nothing yet conveying everything. Zhao Kuangyin chuckled awkwardly. After all, he was a legendary emperor, and upon regaining composure he discerned the irregularities of this space. This realm existed independently, operating under its own set of rules. If one could not shatter it in a single blow, it would only grow more stable. Clearly, Zhao Kuangyin's strike alone was insufficient to achieve this, and the consequence of failing to break it would amount to reinforcing it with Zhao Kuangyin's full power. So what shall we do now? We cannot simply wait here. A thief continuously siphoning our strength will lead to our demise. Old Zhao's words rang true. Striking was not an option, yet if they did not strike, their power would be continuously consumed. This path only led to a slow death. Attempting to break through from within with their combined strength seemed unrealistic. However, from the outside, yes, the dark figure. Chen Ning closed his eyes, focusing intently. Old hey, there remains a faint connection. Moments later, Chen Ning opened his eyes. The success of this strike depended on this moment. Old Zhao, brother, by on my count of 3, let us strike with all our might. The white ape glanced at the spot Chen Ning indicated, noting nothing peculiar, as if it were a casual gesture. He then discreetly looked at Zhao Kuangyin, who nodded slightly. What do I have to fear? After all, this life was granted by this kid. If need be, I can return it to him, though it will be hard on Old Bai. Chen Ning, grasping the last faint connection with the dark figure, promptly issued the command, 3, 2, 1, split the earth. A roar. Zhao Kuangyin and Old Bai unleashed identical strikes, in Chen Ning's eyes, one man and one monkey, one on the left and the other on the right, simultaneously swept their sticks. Merely the residual energy from their assault sent Chen Ning hurtling to the far side of this small dimension. Chen Ning spat out a mouthful of blood, cursing, "I hope I do not shatter before this space does." The energy storm generated by the attacks of the man and monkey continued to rage. Within the entire space, the energy tempest rampaged, and in mere moments, Chen Ning was battered and bruised. The key was that the two esteemed predecessors were too preoccupied to attend to him. If he perished, it would be in vain. Crack. Just as Chen Ning was on the verge of collapse, a celestial sound rang out. It was the sound of the space fracturing, as the first sound erupted. The entire space shattered like glass, crackling and popping. Why is it a beam of sword light? Old He has been secretly honing his skills behind my back. The first sensation of escaping death was not one of relief but rather akin to the disheartening realization that one's long-term girlfriend had been caught in an act of infidelity. Dark figure, how could you keep secrets from me? Oh, why do you all look so disheveled? And this must be young Master Chen Ning, I presume. Oh my, are you about to cry from being bullied? We, the people of Huaxia, do not condone such weeping. Huaxia, only he could utter those two words. It was Lu Bang. Chen Ning's eyes sparkled as he gazed upon the youth standing beside the dark figure. Clad in a python robe and adorned with a jade hairpin, his visage exuded imperial majesty, yet his words and expressions were oddly flippant and exaggerated, truly reminiscent of his style. Hon Gaozu Lu Bang. Engaging in heroic deeds through rogue behavior. Huaxia, is that the name of our organization? Zhao Kuangyin stepped forward, his vital energy resonating like that of a legendary ancient beast, his voice booming like thunder. I have been here for 180 years. It seems you are the third, my esteemed friend. What is your name? Lu Bang's eyes flickered as he quickly deduced Zhao Kuangyin's identity. The Song Dynasty. Zhao Kuangyin. Without waiting for Lu Bang to respond, Zhao Kuangyin continued, I recognize you, Hon Gaozu. Lu Bang. Chapter 33, The Great Void Sword Technique. Lu Bang regarded Zhao Kuangyin, his eyes shifting, pondering what scheme he was concocting. Just as he was about to speak, Chen Ning interrupted. Gentlemen, may we first resolve the immediate predicament before indulging in nostalgia. Lu Bang cast a glance at Xishun and spat, very well, that bold donkey is equally repugnant wherever he goes. Locking eyes with Zhao Kuangyin, the two surged towards the monk Xishun, one from the left and the other from the right. One radiated overwhelming vitality while the other exuded profound celestial might. Combining in a manner that conveyed an indescribable synergy. It has been so long since I have played the role of the elder brother, I seem to have forgotten how to fight. Lu Bang felt a twinge of sentimentality, for ever since aligning himself with the Qin Emperor, he had not fought personally. Where does the Han clan currently reside? Zhao Kuangyin was slightly perplexed, judging by Lu Bang's words. It seemed as if he was mingling with others. How could the founding emperor of the mighty Han dynasty willingly submit to anyone? Meanwhile, the monk Xishun opposite him had a countenance so grim it seemed one could draw water from it. These two bizarre individuals, emerging from who knows where, were far too dismissive of him. Xishun, the wrath of the Vajra. Xishun finally unleashed the divine powers of the Buddhist realm, and a colossal golden figure materialized behind him. Xishun slowly raised his palm, and the enormous golden silhouette mirrored his every motion as a gigantic hand spanning hundreds of feet struck towards Lu Bang and Zhao Kuangyin, the golden body, bald donkey. Do you think you alone possess such a form? Zhao Kuangyin scoffed disdainfully beneath the palm. Suddenly a brilliant golden light erupted from his body, and the figure within began to grow. 1 zhong, 2 zhong. 3 zhong, 10 zhong, ultimately transforming into a giant towering 100 zhong high. Unlike the golden Buddhist figure of Xishun, Zhao Kuangyin's golden body was flesh and blood. The heavens and earth obeyed his command. Gazing upon the giant radiating golden light, Xishun gasped in astonishment. It is known that the golden body realm of body refiners is not something just anyone can wield. The power of the heavens and earth. This divine ability is exclusive to the most formidable of body cultivators. Not all body cultivators can comprehend it. It demands profound insight and boundless resources, yet a little did Jishan know that standing behind Zhao Kuangin was the entire Kunlun divine mountain. As for comprehension, the wisdom of Taizu Song Kuangin ranks among the top 5 in the annals of Chinese history. The furious strike of Jishan fell upon Zhao Kuangin's 100-zhong golden body. Yet it could not even stir his figure when Zhao Kuangin unleashed the full force of his blood vitality. Each drop of blood within him weighed as much as 10,000 pounds. This clearly illustrated the extraordinary strength of Zhao Kuangin's physique. What a formidable junior, being shielded by him instilled a profound sense of security in Lu Bang. With a slight sigh, Lu Bang reflected on his situation. Taizu long fist, probing horse hand, Zhao Kuangin roared, delivering a strike with his enormous golden fist. Astonishingly, though he appeared to be at a distance from Jishan, in the next moment, it was as if he traversed space, suddenly materializing upon Jishan's golden Buddhist figure. Boom! The immense golden figure shattered upon impact, causing Jishan to spit blood from his mouth, suffering a backlash, seizing the opportunity to strike while he was weakened. Liu Bang the rogue keenly observed the moment and positioned himself atop Zhao Kuangin's shoulder with sword in hand, the void sword technique longevity void. Since his entrance, Liu Bang had seldom assumed a serious demeanor. Seemingly eager to test the fruits of his cultivation. As he chanted softly, an aura imbued with the essence of the Tao seemed to pervade the space. Both Zhao Kuangin and Chen Lin furrowed their brows slightly, sensing the presence of this aura yet unable to articulate its nature. How could this be? What is happening? Meanwhile, the monk Jishan appeared to be encountering something terrifying, wildly gesturing as if warding off some fearsome monster. Old Lu, what is going on? Chen Ning could no longer contain his curiosity. The elder monk Jishan, at this moment, seemed to be unhinged. It is the longevity ghost. The longevity ghost is the most terrifying existence for cultivators whose lives are nearing their end. The longevity ghost survives by devouring life, yet it possesses a peculiar trait: the stronger the life force, the harder it is to consume, while the weaker the life force, the easier it is to devour. Chen Ning shrugged dismissively. Such an entity posed no concern to him. He possessed an infinite lifespan. Zhao Kuangin was equally unconcerned. After all, his age of less than a century could be deemed juvenile in the realm of cultivators. In less than 15 minutes, Jishan's aura visibly waned, reverting to the ghastly form he had previously assumed, appearing as if he could perish at any moment. Let us strike while he is weak and deliver the final blow. Chen Ning proposed. You go ahead, I'm preparing to make my exit. Zhao Kuangin, who had displayed overwhelming strength from the outset, suddenly remarked, Chen Ning was puzzled, unable to comprehend why Zhao Kuangin would choose to retreat when Jishan appeared to be at his last breath. Old Zhao is right, this bold donkey has only a few hours left to live. We simply need to withdraw and allow him to perish naturally. After all, he is a peak cultivator at the great completion stage. Should we engage in a life and death struggle, I, along with old Zhao, would likely be unharmed. However, your fate is uncertain, Lu Bang said to Chen Ning with a hint of mockery. Chen Ning shivered involuntarily. These two old men were hardly benevolent. It seemed that the seemingly muscle-headed Zhao Kuangin was surprisingly astute when faced with real peril. Old He, let us retreat, Chen Yun called out to He Zi and took flight without looking back. Liu Bang and Zhao Kuangin exchanged glances and chuckled softly. This lad is indeed amusing. Soon, however, a grave expression overtook their faces. Live? Could they truly afford to live? A peak cultivator at the great completion stage, if allowed to act unchecked in his dying moments, could wreak havoc and slaughter across a radius of 1,000,000 li, leaving no survivors. Old Bai, lend a hand, Zhao Kuangin intoned solemnly. We must contain him. His time is running out. Feeling slightly uneasy, Zhao Kuangin reiterated his admonition. Bai Yuan shot Zhao Kuangin a disdainful glance. Did he really need to say that? The three of them formed a pincer formation, Surrounding the monk Shishon, bold donkey, you useless bold donkey, you have doomed our last chance of survival, the demonic head screamed frantically, its eyes filled with despair and hatred. Silence, the monk Shishon, with a sullen expression, openly displayed his disdain for the demonic head. It had been long since he had engaged in a proper battle. Let him relish one final, exhilarating clash. However, the divine head on the right exhibited no fear or regret, calmly requesting one last fight. After uttering these words, the divine head detached itself from Shishon, transforming into an independent entity. Shishon showed no surprise at this development, while the left side demonic head displayed a flicker of shock before quickly relinquishing it. Subsequently, the demonic head also extricated itself from its own body. The once singular Shishon, now a being with 3 heads, had entirely transformed into 3 distinct individuals, their presence, once at the peak of the Great Completion stage, now diminished to the later stages of Great Completion. Considering their imminent dissipating life force, their current individual combat power could be likened to that of the mid-stage Great Completion. Meanwhile, Lu Bang and the others remained in their prime Great Completion stage. The outcome of the confrontation was still uncertain. Chapter 34, The Fate of Heaven and Earth. Kokik, having a scapegoat before death isn't so bad. After separating from Shishon, the demonic head no longer harbored any fear of impending death. Its dark eye sockets brimming with madness. Ametba, the monk Shishon, uttered nothing further, simply reciting a Buddhist chant, uncertain whether the complete severance of his divine and demonic natures would evoke any regret for his past actions. The divine head remained unwavering, its gaze devoid of fear towards death, maintaining a high spirit of combat reminiscent of youth. What gods, demons, or Buddhas, they are merely the past, present, and future manifestations of the Buddhist realm. Lu Bang scoffed. We are both swordsmen, I shall engage you in battle. The divine head's eyes burned with intensity as it fixated on Lu Bang, extending its hand in a feigned gesture, summoning a golden longsword that seemed to traverse the river of time. Appearing in its grasp, thrust, the divine head lunged at Lu Bang with the sword, executing only the most basic of sword techniques reminiscent of a youth just beginning to learn swordsmanship, simple thrusts and slashes, but it left Lu Bang in disarray. Damn it, I can clearly see his moves, yet I can't seem to block them, Lu Bang grumbled in frustration. Old by this bold donkey is mine. Zhao Kuangyin took the lead, charging towards the monk Shishon with his unparalleled golden body. Ametba, once more a golden Buddha, appeared behind Shishon, effortlessly stopping Zhao Kuangyin in his tracks. Kakik, an ancient white ape. There exists a Vajra protector in my Buddhist sect, an ancient white ape. I wonder what relation it bears to you. The released demonic head, with its erratic personality, exuded an aura thick with demonic energy. Upon hearing this, Bai Yuan's eyes flickered with rare hatred as he brandished his staff, striking down upon the demonic head with the force of creation. Boom! A tremendous sound resonated. Despite the immense power behind Bai Yuan's strike, it failed to inflict any harm upon the demonic head. Kakik, I am a demon, demons are omnipresent, the demonic head cackled with arrogance. Showing no regard for Bai Yuan. Damn, old Zhao, I can't handle him. A figure was violently propelled backwards, crashing into Zhao Kuangyin's massive form. It was Lu Bang, whose ceremonial robe had been shredded into tatters by the sword energy. Damn it, this tortoise shell is incredibly tough. Although Zhao Kuangyin had not been put at a disadvantage, he was still unable to gain the upper hand against the monk Shishon. The Buddhist sect's Vajra is truly the strongest protective technique. Ametba, the monk Shishon, displayed no urgency, clearly recognizing that Lu Bang was no match for the divine head. Meanwhile, Bai Yuan was not faring much better. Although the demonic head appeared corporeal, it was actually composed of countless resentments. Bai Yuan's destructive power was undeniably formidable, each move carrying the might of creation, yet it had no effect on the demonic head. Conversely, as the malevolent head occasionally launched surprise attacks, the wounds on the white ape gradually multiplied. The wise monk Shishon merely needed to hold Zhao Kuangyin at bay, waiting for the divine and demonic forces to join forces against this rogue. He truly believed they could vanquish him. Old by, let us switch places, I will confront this fiend, Lu Bang declared, unable to endure the fierce assaults from the divine head any longer. Block him, do not let him come over, this little white ape is on the verge of collapse. The demonic head cried out anxiously, despite not believing that Lu Bang possessed any means to contend with him, yet he was unwilling to take any risks. Subsequently, the divine head seemed to disregard him entirely. Its gaze fixated on the white ape with an intense fervor akin to a normal man gazing upon a breathtaking beauty stripped of her garments. Though the white ape felt reluctant, he had no choice but to heed Lu Bang's counsel. For he truly had no means to counter this malevolent creature. As the situation evolved, upon reaching the side of the demonic head, Lu Bang showed no intention of holding back. Regent of the Great Qin. Lu Bang, I implore the heavens for a stroke of fortune, he proclaimed, raising the imperial seal towards the sky. As Lu Bang's voice echoed, a brilliant, gentle light broke through the inky darkness of the night. Resonating with the imperial seal in his grasp, forming a radiant prison, the demonic head, upon sighting this prison, instinctively filled with dread. The fortune of heaven and earth, the supreme goodness prison. Why are you able to control this supreme goodness prison? The demonic head screamed as it was drawn into the prison, gradually vanishing within the imperial seal. Why? Simply because this imperial seal was crafted by the eternal Emperor Qin, simply because I, Lu Bang, am the founding emperor of the Han dynasty, saving countless lives from peril. Do you know how many common folk the Qin king and I have rescued? If we are not of supreme goodness, who can claim to be so? After dispatching the demonic head, Lu Bang was in high spirits, wholly unconcerned about his white striped python robe exuding an air of ruffian charm. Old Shao, if you need assistance, do not hesitate to inform your brother Lu. You need not worry about me, go check on the white ape, Zhao Kuangin replied casually, though he felt he had no means to deal with this bold donkey. Yet this bold donkey had never truly posed a threat to him either. Lu Bang turned to observe the white ape. Goodness, he exclaimed, witnessing the white ape unleash an onslaught, wielding his staff in a relentless barrage akin to crashing waves, with each subsequent strike more powerful than the last. 98, 99, 100, Lu Bang counted the white ape's blows, and this was merely what he could see. He had no idea how many more were hidden from view. Bang! Whether by coincidence or by the white ape's awareness of Lu Bang's count, as Lu Bang reached 100, the white ape unleashed the culmination of his long-accumulated steel staff technique with a sudden ferocity. A tremendous energy erupted against the aging form of the divine head, and in an instant the already frail body of the divine head burst forth with countless golden blood spouts. What a relief! I concede defeat. To experience such exhilarating combat before my demise, I have no regrets. After uttering these words, the divine head closed its eyes, accepting its death with tranquility, devoid of struggle or fear. The monk of supreme goodness, witnessing this scene, had a single tear of regret fall from his compassionate visage, and within that tear was the countenance of the divine head. I, in this lifetime, the only person I have wronged is you. Upon uttering this, the monk of supreme goodness relinquished the protective power of the Vajra Buddha. As he did so, it seemed as though his life had reached its conclusion. Memories of the past flooded his mind. Who has not known youth? As a member of humanity, did he not once possess fervent passion? Lu Bang was not mistaken. Divinity, Buddha nature, and malice represented the past, present, and future of supreme goodness. At that moment, the scenes unfolding in the monk's eyes were reminiscent of his youthful, fervent battles on behalf of humanity. However, he later realized that his strength could not keep pace with the changing world, leading to a sense of urgency. Hearing that the Buddhist path flourished through the power of faith, he chose to enter the monastic life. Yet how potent was the allure of the Buddhist doctrine, victory soon led him to be completely absorbed into the faith. In doing so, he betrayed humanity for the first time in his life. Once the first betrayal occurred, it set a precedent for the second, the third, and ultimately led to a complete disconnection from his original principles, and will eventually, no matter how powerful a cultivator may be. Life has its limits. The stronger and longer one lives, the greater the fear of death becomes. And this fear of death, the aspect of his future self, the malevolence, was born under the gradual seduction of malice. He descended into self-destruction, seeking to use the innate essence of humanity to achieve breakthroughs in the pursuit of immortality. Throughout, the divine head remained the epitome of humanity's supreme goodness. Today's battle was, in essence, a fulfillment of his long-held desire to embrace death. Chapter 35. Lu Bang's vulnerability. Amitabha, the monk of supreme goodness, recited his final chant, and then the flame of his life extinguished completely. It was finally over, to engage in battle for the first time after so many years, and it turned out to be such a grand affair, Zhao Kuangyin remarked. Indeed, after nearly 200 years without a skirmish, I come seeking this lad only to encounter such an ancient creature for practice. Lu Bang sat down, feeling somewhat drained. Neither the void sword technique nor the fortune of heaven and earth was within his current realm of casual usage. Why are you two not departing? At that moment Chen Ning's cautious voice broke in. Lu Bang and Zhao Kuangyin exchanged glances, bursting into laughter. This lad was truly clever. Moments later the three of them, a monkey, a dog and a human, sat around a campfire. Zhao Kuangyin signaled Lu Bang with his eyes, clearly indicating that Lu Bang should pose the inquiry. Clearing his throat, Lu Bang pondered where to begin. I heard from the Qin Emperor that your name is Chen Ning. Correct, Qin Emperor. Which Qin Emperor? Before Chen Ning could respond, Zhao Kuangyin stood up, brimming with excitement. A mere junior, yet you exhibit such naivety. Who, in all of Huaxia, besides that one, can be called the Qin Emperor, by my ancestors? Zhao Kuangyin exclaimed, even slipping into his native dialect, eagerly inquiring where is he now. Old Zhao, could you allow me to finish my question first before we converse? Lu Bang remarked, somewhat displeased as he gazed at Zhao Kuangyin. Was it necessary to be so dramatic over a single Qin Emperor? It was as though he had never encountered an adult before. Zhao Kuangyin took a moment to regain his composure. Exhaling deeply, revealing that he too was a devoted admirer of that figure. Chen Ning, what is the truth of this matter? Lu Bang inquired once Zhao Kuangyin ceased his antics. Chen Ning pondered briefly. Casting a discreet glance at the white ape beside him, Lu Bang understood instantly, contemplating how to address Zhao Kuangyin. Gentleman, without Brother Bai there would be no Zhao Kuangyin. If you distrust Brother Bai, you also distrust me. Zhao Kuangyin, henceforth I shall refrain from listening to our discussions, Zhao Kuangyin asserted firmly, despite the likelihood that the three were compatriots from the same land but different times, given a second chance at life. He felt indebted to this connection, yet without the white ape there could be no current. Zhao Kuangyin, setting aside the extraordinary drop of miraculous blood that the white ape had gifted him, as well as the body refinement techniques passed down through his bloodline, Zhao Kuangyin reflected on his own journey from a mere mortal to the golden body realm. The resources expended were beyond what he could repay in 10,000 years. Chen Ning turned his gaze to Lu Bang, uncertain. The ability to summon ancestors from Huaxia seemed far too extraordinary, a secret he had guarded closely. Upon noticing Chen Ning's glance, Lu Bang immediately turned away. Kid, handle your own matters, you are still too inexperienced to play tricks against your elder Lu. Unexpectedly, it was the black dog that shattered the impasse. Both Chen Ning and the white ape regarded the black dog with surprise. Clearly taken aback that it would speak up for the white ape, Chen Ning nodded slightly, patting the black dog's back. He then reiterated what he had previously conveyed regarding the Qin Emperor to these three. So, as long as you are alive, you can continuously summon individuals from Huaxia over. Lu Bang and Zhao Kuangyin were internally tumultuous. Though they could not comprehend, they accepted this reality as they were living examples. Meanwhile, the white ape's eyes flickered. If this individual could consistently summon prodigies akin to Zhao Kuangyin, perhaps there was hope for avenging his clan by the heavens. We are doomed, Lu Bang suddenly exclaimed. Chen Ning and Zhao Kuangyin simultaneously turned to him, puzzled by his outburst. They both noticed the flicker of fear in Lu Bang's eyes, then suddenly understood. Exchanging glances, they erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha. Old Lu, while that barbarian has yet to arrive. You better focus on your training, Zhao Kuangin teased Lu Bang, clearly reveling in his misfortune. Chen Ning struggled to suppress his laughter, fully aware of whom Zhao Kuangin referenced, the legendary Xiong Yu, the overlord of Western Chu. Renowned as the mightiest figure in the annals of Huoxia, Lu Bang's expression oscillated between uncertainty and determination as he murmured to himself, "Who fears whom? This world is no longer what it once was." The venerable sage contemplated undergoing several centuries, even thousands of years of cultivation, harboring a profound disbelief in his inability to surpass his opponent. It would be most advantageous to strike while he is newly arrived in this realm. To extinguish him in the cradle of his existence. Observing the malevolent expression etched upon Lu Bang's visage, Chen Ning realized that these two figures before him were none other than the founding emperors of the illustrious Huoxia dynasty. Each emperor harbored a blood-soaked history, their hands stained with the lifeblood of countless souls. "Old Lu, old Zhao, how did you manage to find your way here?" Chen Ning inquired, voicing a question that had long plagued his mind. After all, the Qin emperor sought him out solely because he remained in a singular location. "Oh, you have not," Zhao Kuangin replied, intrigued. "Upon breaking through to the golden body realm, I felt as though an invisible thread connected me to you. No matter the distance, I could find you as long as I followed that thread." As he observed Lu Bang still ensnared in the shadows of Xiong Yu, Chen Ning curiously asked, "Old Lu, do you experience this sensation as well?" Lu Bang, still shackled by his past, merely nodded in response. Chen Ning pondered, perplexed as to why both men shared this connection while he did not. Was it a prerequisite to attain the Great Ascension? "Would you care to accompany me back to the Great Qin?" he proposed. "I must return to my cultivation. I have the distinct feeling that Xiong Yu lurks behind me, poised to strike at any moment." Lu Bang's countenance darkened as he remarked, "Since my arrival in this world nearly 2 centuries ago, I have been fervently striving to elevate my celestial path. I shall not go. I prefer to explore this world alongside old He. Your realm is fraught with peril, rife with the potential for clan warfare." Chen Ning shook his head vehemently, incredulous at the notion of venturing to the Great Qin. "Old Zhao, what say you? I must first accompany Old Bai to the Eastern Sea. Once I have completed my task for him, I shall seek you out," Zhao Kuangin responded after glancing at the white ape. "Very well, I shall await you in the Great Qin," Lu Bang declared, preparing to depart, only to turn back and add, "By the way, the Great Qin is the dynasty established by the Qin emperor in this realm." Upon learning that the Great Qin was founded by the Qin emperor, Zhao Kuangin's eyes gleamed with excitement, realizing he would one day have the opportunity to battle alongside such a legendary figure. A flash of light streaked towards Zhao Kuangin, which he promptly seized. "This is the map of the divine land, the gift for you." Knowing your financial constraints, Lu Bang's voice faded as he receded into the distance, ultimately vanishing entirely. "Wait a moment, I am impoverished as well," Chen Ning shouted after Lu Bang yet received no reply. Chapter 36, Let Destruction Reign. "I am weary." Chen Ning listened as Zhao Kuangin explained their journey to the Eastern Sea, aimed at retrieving the clan treasure of the White Ape clan. The Lingyang staff. It was said that the mighty beings of humanity had borrowed the Lingyang staff to probe the sea, while simultaneously sealing it. If it were merely a lack of spiritual energy, survival would still be feasible. However, if the spiritual energy were to turn into malevolent energy, no spirit beasts could endure in the Eastern Sea. The Lingyang staff, a treasure of the Ape clan, was not only extraordinarily durable but could also be enlarged or thickened at will with the application of spiritual energy. After being borrowed, it successfully sealed the sea, initially proving effective. However, this state of affairs did not last long. Merely a few thousand years later, the Lingyang staff succumbed to an unknown malevolent force. Subsequently, the Dragon clan of the Eastern Sea could no longer endure, relocating en masse to the Northern Sea of the Demon clan, a transition that spanned countless years. Ultimately, the Eastern Sea Dragon clan was entirely assimilated by the Demon clan. Leaving no human allies behind, only the Eo clan of the demons. Following the relocation of the dragon clan, the Lingyong staff vanished within the CI. Some say it reverted to its normal size due to the absence of spiritual energy and was lost in the depths of the Eastern Sea, while others contend that it was dragged into another world by an entity residing within the CEYE. It is widely recognized that the Lingyong staff is the ancestral treasure of the Kunlun ape clan. Yet few are aware of the deeper reasons behind its significance. Throughout the ages, only the clan leader of the apes was deemed worthy to wield it, for it harbored the greatest secret of the ape clan, a secret integral to their prosperity. Old by "What are we waiting for? Let us depart." Chen Ning felt that Zhao Kuangyin had perhaps overexerted himself in his training, for Zhao Kuangyin gazed at the abyssal Eastern Sea before him, and it had his eyes brimming with anticipation. To his astonishment, the white ape shook its head gravely, murmuring something to Zhao Kuangyin. No way, old bai, you must cease your disdain for others. I am your brother, Zhao Kuangyin exclaimed, suddenly animated, placing a hand on the white ape's shoulder as if fearing it might flee. The white ape twitched its shoulder awkwardly but did not break free. Woof, is it truly that intense? Chen Ning's eyes widened in disbelief as Blackie had just revealed a shocking revelation. Old Zhao Bai, Chen Ning began, only to be interrupted as an overwhelming pressure descended from all directions, silencing him entirely. The white ape cast a furious glance at Chen Ning before disregarding Zhao Kuangyin, who was still uncertain, and leaped towards the ominous waters below. Observing this, Zhao Kuangyin had no time to inquire further, following the white ape's lead. Old Zhao, the white ape is a female, treat her with kindness. Chen Ning, ever the instigator, managed to shout just as he summoned his spiritual energy to roar, his voice resonating with thunderous intensity that rivaled the cacophony of the sea. Zhao Kuangyin shuddered, inwardly cursing. Damn it, how can a grown man have such a loose tongue? I have been an emperor, indulging in countless beauties. Can I not discern male from female? Damn it, even if my heart is resilient. I have lived for barely a century. Damn you, Chen Ning, wait for me, or I shall repay you. Chen Ning shivered. Old hey, do you feel an inexplicable chill in the air? Blackie looked up, revealing its gleaming white fangs. Brother, take care of yourself. If you get into trouble, don't drag me into it. In the blink of an eye, over a year had passed since Zhao Kuangyin and the white ape ventured into the Eastern Sea. Yet no word had reached them. Chen Ning toyed with a crimson lightning orb, marveling at its essence, which mirrored the countless red lightning bolts above the Eastern Sea. The destructive power contained within could obliterate even a fully realized cultivator in a single strike. Old He, what do you think has become of old Zhao and the others? Chen Ning asked, his gaze fixed anxiously upon the Eastern Sea. Woof woof. Blackie too harbored concerns. Despite their brief acquaintance, one was an exceedingly dependable man, whose presence instilled unwavering confidence, while the other was a cold yet warm-hearted spirit beast. Truth be told, during their time together, Blackie had begun to learn to walk on two legs. However, following a particular late-night conversation, the white ape had made it clear that her heart belonged to him. Let us wait one more day. If they do not return, we shall withdraw. Woof, alas, a life of conflict is ill-suited for us. Old He, a night passed in silence, and as dawn broke the man and dog stood together at the cliff's edge. Miracles did not unfold. The Eastern Sea remained unchanged, and the cliff stood resolute. The man and the ape vanished into the boundless ocean, leaving no trace, as if mere passers-by had faded from existence. Old He, let us depart. I have faith they will be safe. Despite the absence of news, Chen Ning remained untroubled, just as Lu Bang and Zhao Kuangyin sensed his presence. Chen Ning too felt a connection. The Hoxia people were all steadfastly united, none left behind. At the heart of the Eastern Sea, by the CI, the man and the ape had endured countless trials and finally succeeded in locating it. The white ape sensed its bloodline stirring within her, her excitement palpable. Old bai, what do you perceive? Zhao Kuangyin inquired anxiously. This is unbearable. The pervasive malevolent energy relentlessly erodes my body and will, over time, Even I, a formidable cultivator of the golden body realm, find it taxing, the white ape nodded, gesturing towards the unfathomable depths of the CEYE.is it within. Xiao Kuangin's expression fluctuated as he surveyed the ominous energy emanating from the CI. Uncertain of his thoughts, behind him the white ape displayed an unprecedented sense of urgency, yet she was more concerned about Xiao Kuangin, eager to witness his choice. The malevolent energy within the CI was on an entirely different tier compared to that outside. While the external malevolent energy merely caused discomfort, prolonged exposure could lead to adverse effects. In contrast, the energy bubbling forth from the CI was so dense that it was visible to the naked eye. Xiao Kuangin, a cultivator of the golden body realm, found his consciousness wavering merely by standing beside it. His golden flesh flickered between black and gold, awed by, "I will descend fast, follow closely behind me. If we must perish, let us do so together." Upon hearing Xiao Kuangin's words, the white ape initially exhibited a glimmer of joy, only to be overtaken by incredulity as she realized he had already leaped into the CI. "Ugh!" the white ape roared in frustration, nearly cursing aloud. She had not intended to jump in herself, and he was a human, no less. Without a moment's hesitation, the white ape followed Xiao Kuangin's lead, reasoning that if death awaited them, then so be it, let destruction reign. Living had indeed grown tiresome. Chapter 37, The Betrayal of the Lord of Humanity. The mountains stood majestically under a cerulean sky, shrouded in a misty morning haze. The piercing sound of a swana broke the tranquility of the hills, soon followed by a chorus of lamentation. The funeral procession slowly emerged from the seaside village, among which a young man clad in a green robe skillfully played the swana. With his sword-like brows and starry eyes, his face resembled a flawless jade, exuding an air of youthful elegance mixed with scholarly charm. A white flag was inserted into his back, accompanied by a large black dog. Indeed, it was Chen Ning. The mournful notes of the swana flowed from his lips, commanding the attention of the gongs and drums, igniting the sorrow of the funeral party. Observing his frail frame, the elderly drummer expressed concern. Would Chen Ning be able to keep up with the rhythm? Rhythm, non-existent. With a myriad of instruments, the swana reigned supreme. It was either ascending to the heavens or a wedding march. Once the swana sounded, I became the rhythm. Chen Ning displayed his prowess, leaving the astonished drummer exclaiming that Chen Ning possessed the bearing of a funeral emperor. At last the ensemble from our seaside village was reunited. The drummer sighed lightly, reflecting on the fact that this funeral was for the very person who had played the swana for the seaside village. The role of the swana player had remained vacant for quite some time. Should this funeral be executed flawlessly, Chen Ning would establish himself in the seaside village and officially become a member of the ensemble. Interspersed with the sound of the swana was the barking of Hazy, the black dog. Though the notes were hardly harmonious, under the coordination of Chen Ning and Hazy, they seemed perfectly timed. As the funeral procession ascended the mountain, at last the coffin was placed into the grave, and the officiating priest completed the recitation of the scriptures. Chen Ning and the ensemble played a piece entitled Song of the Clear Sky. Dust returns to dust. Earth returns to earth. The yellow springs hold no path of return. Finally, everything concluded, and Chen Ning successfully joined the seaside village's ensemble. As the procession returned to the village for the final feast, he and Hazy found themselves seated at the table reserved for the professional team. Typically, a banquet involves drinking, chatting, and boasting. There should be a process. However, today, with Chen Ning's addition, there was a twist. While the drummer and his companions indulged in drinks and idle chatter, Chen Ning and Hazy focused solely on devouring their meal. Their eating habits were unrefined yet impressively efficient. In the blink of an eye, half a table of food had vanished. The drummers exclaimed in awe at Chen Ning's terrifying appetite. Abandoning their drinks and boasting to join in the feast. In less than half an hour, Chen Ning, patting his round belly, set off toward the back mountain of the seaside village with Hazy. As they departed, Hazy cunningly snatched the last chicken leg from the table. "Well done, Hazy, so crafty of you to save some dinner for yourself," Chen Ning exclaimed, calling Hazy sly, upon reaching a clearing on the mountainside. A modest thatched cottage stood quietly, with a plum tree growing in front. Passing by the plum tree, Chen Ning casually plucked a fruit and took a bite. The bitter juice exploded in his mouth. Yet after the bitterness, a hint of sweetness surged forth, bringing a sense of joy to his heart. The sweetness after bitterness, hazy, Sing Chen Ning, indulging alone, shot him a disdainful glance, then crouched down. Using all his might, whoosh, a shadow leaped high as the large dog seized a plum in its massive jaws and began to chew. Not that it mattered, but once Hazy tasted the fruit, he cast even more. Woo, woof. This is both bitter and sour, truly horrendous. Chen Ning couldn't help but burst into laughter, hastily spitting out the plum he had just bitten. Woof, who truly is the dog here? Hazy grumbled as he slipped into the cottage, where he began to scribble in his little notebook. Chen Ning reclined comfortably in a small chair outside, humming a relaxed tune, his demeanor serene. This was life. What did it matter to be invincible? What significance lay in reaching the pinnacle of the immortal path? After all, one merely had to live. Perhaps, in fact, this moment held more happiness than any other. At that moment, a robust man climbed up from the mountain below, clutching a small cloth bag. It was the drummer who had previously spoken with Chen Ning. Chen Ning, I brought you some rough rice. Not much, just about 10 pounds. Don't go thinking it's too little. Chen Ning felt a surge of gratitude. Perhaps this was why countless powerful beings were willing to sacrifice their lives to protect the foundations of humanity. How could I? Thank you, Uncle Dazhuang. As a newcomer, I want to stand on ceremony. As Chen Ning expressed his thanks while preparing dinner, he was surprised when Uncle Dazhuang placed the bag down and turned to leave. Don't you dare be polite. I just had dinner. What are you cooking for? I'll be off now, but when there's a wedding or funeral, I'll call you again. All right, thank you, Uncle, Chen Ning mused. Feeling touched by the kindness of the world, just as Uncle Dazhuang departed, other villagers came from the mountains, some carrying wild vegetables, others with chickens and ducks, and some with jars of cooking oil. All coming to check on the young lad who was left with only a black dog for company. Chen Ning was deeply moved by their kindness and silently vowed, rest assured, dear uncles and aunts, I, Chen Ning, will ensure your safe passage once I leave this village. The days that followed were simple. Chen Ning completely forgot his identity as a cultivator. By day, he hunted in the mountains with Hazy, crafting traps to catch wild beasts like an ordinary hunter. By night, he meditated under the tranquil moonlight. Chen Ning had never felt urgency in his cultivation. He went with the flow, never forcing breakthroughs in his realm. Thus, the cycle continued year after year. Chen Ning's reputation as a funeral conductor gradually spread across the 1,000-mile radius of the seaside village, notably, perhaps due to its proximity to the eastern sea of the evil domain. This area surprisingly saw little interference from cultivators, allowing the ordinary folk living here to escape the ravages of war. Chen Ning was content with this, preferring not to see trouble during this period. With the commencement of the Longevity Conference, Chen Ning gained some understanding of the affairs in the immortal world. The turmoil in the mortal realm stemmed from a transaction between the current imperial family of humanity, the Ji clan, and the higher-ups of the divine and demonic races. The exchange involved the divine and demonic races launching self-destructive assaults against the Great Qin. Their aim was not to conquer, for the Emperor of Qin was nearly invincible within his domain due to the heavenly Tao. Despite knowing their efforts would be futile, the divine and demonic races continued their onslaught, seeking to neutralize the heavenly Tao within the Great Qin territory. The natural heavenly Tao of the divine, demonic, and human races was inherently complete, but true path of the heavens. There was no bias towards any faction, while the heavenly Tao of the Great Qin, being newly birthed, required an agent. It was evident that the Emperor of Qin had been chosen as that proxy by the heavenly Tao. Energy is conserved as long as the Great Qin territory continually has the Great Tao absorbed by the heavenly Tao. Once the heavenly Tao gains a certain level of self-preservation, the so-called proxy becomes a mere joke. In exchange, the Ji Emperor Ji Qianhuang offered the faint primordial essence within the bodies of humanity, an irresistible temptation for the high-ups of the divine and demonic races who were nearing their demise. Yet this required the lives of countless mortals to pay the price. Chapter 38, Cloning Technology. Meanwhile, several senior brothers and sisters of the longevity sect, aside from the missing eldest brother Ning Ziyuan and the yet-to-appear fourth brother, had gathered in the Great Qin, clearly indicating their established stance. Old He, let me show you something amusing, Chen Ning said mysteriously to Old He. Old He widened his eyes, staring intently at Chen Ning. Chen Ning squeezed a drop of blood from his fingertip, the vibrant life force radiating from it. The blood slowly ascended into the air. Chen Ning closed his eyes, pouring his immense consciousness into that drop of blood. In mere moments, the drop began to swell, gradually forming a human shape. As limbs and facial features emerged, Old He's eyes widened, disbelief etched across his dark visage, for that drop of blood was transforming into another Chen Ning. Identical in every aspect, whether in life waves or soul imprint, the only difference was that this clone was at the nascent soul realm, without a single anomaly. Old He, are you stunned? Even your elder brother doesn't recognize you? The nascent soul Chen Ning playfully slapped Old He's head while the original Chen Ning stood proudly, hands on his hips. Haha, Old He, I tell you, I am a true genius. Woof. Oh, you wish to learn? A good memory can't compare to a poor notebook. Hurry and grab some paper. Woof. Old He swiftly retrieved a pen and paper, adeptly bringing forth a small table and stool, sitting cross-legged with his front paws holding the pen. Listen well, your teacher Chen is about to begin the lesson. This divine technique I'm teaching is called cloning. It refers to asexual reproduction through somatic cells and the formation of genetically identical offspring populations through asexual reproduction. Simply put, cloning is the process of creating one or more organisms that are genetically identical through asexual reproduction. This process typically involves nuclear transfer technology, where the nucleus of one cell is transferred into a denucleated egg cell, forming a new embryo. This embryo is completely identical to the individual, providing the nucleus in terms of life characteristics, while also being an entirely independent life form. As Chen Ning demonstrated the entire process of the emergence of a cloned life form in the void. Old He, seated at the small table, appeared increasingly drowsy. Chen Ning, exasperated, hurled a water ball spell, sending Old He flying 100 meters away. How dare you! Your teacher Chen is here, striving to teach you, and you dare to doze off. Woo woof, Old He protested, feeling wronged. This is utterly incomprehensible. How am I supposed to learn? Initially, I had hoped to clone a little version of Hai Zi to accompany Clone 1 on their adventures, but it appears that this plan may not come to fruition. What about you? Do you wish to remain in this place with us, or do you desire to venture out? Chen Ning inquired of Clone 1, and despite having created him, he did not intend to interfere with his choices. I wish to explore, Clone 1 replied. Chen Ning nodded and declared, from this moment forth, you shall be known as Chen Daotian. Whether you live or die is entirely in your hands. Chen Daotian solemnly bowed thrice before Chen Ning, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, ancestor. It was unclear whether Chen Daotian respected Chen Ning or merely found him lacking. He slightly altered his appearance to resemble Chen Ning, achieving a resemblance of about 70 to 80%. In an instant, Chen Daotian transformed into a flash of light and vanished into the ether. Subsequently, Chen Ning proceeded to create clones 2 through 5, naming them Chen Batian, Chen Shaotian, Chen Heitian, and Chen Zitian, respectively. To differentiate them, he made subtle changes to their appearances and skin tones, except for Chen Daotian. Curiously, despite being clones of Chen Ning, each possessed distinct personalities. Some aspired to eradicate demons, others yearned for wealth and entrepreneurship. While a few wished to remain and cultivate the land, and one even harbored ambitions of becoming an emperor, particularly Chen Batian, this audacious fellow aimed to eliminate Chen Ning and assume his place, however, before Chen Ning could intervene. He was swiftly subdued by Chen Shaotian and Chen Zitian. "Damn it, ungrateful son," Chen Ning lamented, feeling a headache coming on. With a casual wave, he expelled them all, including Chen Shaotian, who insisted on staying to care for Chen Ning in his old age. "Get lost, is this a curse upon me?" From that day forth, aside from hunting, farming, and cultivating his skills, Chen Ning found amusement in listening to these rebellious offspring recount their adventures in the outside world. A request he had made: "Ancestor, the outside world is incredibly exciting, there are even places like the Ihong courtyard," Chen Batian exclaimed, his heart racing with excitement. Chen Ning felt a pang of annoyance. After nearly 400 years, he had yet to see what the Ihong courtyard looked like. "Ancestor, I encountered someone who resembles you closely, but I did not engage him in combat," Chen Shaotian reported. Chen Ning was at a loss for words. Encountering someone who looked like him and not taking action, was this not the very definition of being ungrateful? Without a doubt, this individual was Chen Daotian. "Ancestor, I have earned my first salary through my own efforts. I shall save it well, for it is said that a child's first earnings should be given to their parents," Chen Haitian stated, truly embodying a dutiful son. Chen Ning was deeply moved, yet he pondered what peculiar memories this child had inherited from him. "Ancestor, I spotted a dog, a female, pure black. I intend to bring it back for Haizi to keep company," Chen Zitian proclaimed. Upon hearing Chen Zitian's message, Chen Ning struggled to contain his laughter. This child was indeed overly concerned. Eager to share the amusing news, Chen Ning relayed Chen Zitian's words to Haizi. Surprisingly, Haizi did not express anger but instead took out a small notebook and began to jot down notes earnestly. Chen Ning had begun to decipher Haizi's scrawled handwriting. Chen Zitian, seeking a dog, if not eliminate it. Chen Ning's expression turned peculiar. Was Haizi truly serious? It seemed Haizi sensed something as he turned to gaze at Chen Ning. Chen Ning felt a shiver run down his spine. If old Haizi discovered this, he would undoubtedly become furious. The next morning, as dawn broke, a woman's anxious voice called out from outside Chen Ning's abode. Chen Ning, was that Aunt Zhu?" Immediately, Chen Ning cast a minor spell to make himself appear slightly older. Coming, Aunt Zhu, do not rush, take your time to speak." He opened the door and supported Aunt Zhu. "Your Uncle Zhu," Aunt Zhu managed to utter but 2 words before tears streamed down her face. Chen Ning's heart sank. He had already anticipated the news. "Your Uncle Zhu has passed," struggling to suppress his own sorrow. Aunt Zhu spoke a full sentence, and as soon as her words fell, tears cascaded like a river. Chen Ning remained silent, merely guiding Aunt Zhu down the mountain, observing the white strands in the woman's hair. Chen Ning found himself lost in thought. When had this kind-hearted woman transformed into a figure in her 50s? Once with a vigorous stride, she now required support, and that simple-hearted man, old Haizi, arm yourself. We shall see Uncle Zhu off. Chapter 39. Aunt Zhu, 8,000 years of Pipa and 10,000 years of Zheng. A lifetime of Eru played, and with the sound of the swana, the curtain falls. At first, one may not recognize the sound of the swana, yet upon hearing it again, it is already the sound of a person lying in a coffin. Chen Ning gazed at Uncle Zhu, who lay quietly in the coffin, and the passage of time, which he had long forgotten, left a heavy impression upon him. He felt a twinge of emotion, yet as a venerable ancestor who had lived for 4 centuries, he understood that this was merely a farewell for ordinary folk. He pondered what it would be like in the future when the whimsical second senior sister and the refined third senior brother would also depart. A thought suddenly surged within Chen Ning. Is there truly such a thing as immortality in this world? If one were to become immortal, could they perhaps resurrect those they had lost? Old Haizi, do you believe there are truly immortals in this world? Woof, longevity is as lonely as snow. On a certain morning, Chen Ning calculated the time. It had arrived. Ding, a century has passed. Does the host wish to summon figures from the era of Huoxia? Though this was already his fourth time, Chen Ning's heart raced with excitement. Each summoning felt like opening a blind box. Thus far, his luck had been remarkable, having summoned legendary figures such as Ying Zheng, Liu Bang, and Zhao Kuangyin, each a patriarch of Huoxia history. Summon, Chen Ning silently intoned, and in an instant, a myriad of figures flooded his mind. Swish, swish, swish. Upon discerning the identity of the figure that appeared in his mind, Chen Ning's expression turned peculiar. It was not that this person was undesirable, but rather that she was a woman. Fu Hao, the first female military strategist in Huoxia history, a general, and concurrently the high priestess of the Shang dynasty. Later known as Mu Xin. A small city of the Great Xia, merely 100 miles from the borders of the Great Qin, the current leader of the Shenzhou human race, Ji Qianhuang, gazed at the distant Great Qin. Beneath his calm demeanor lay a flicker of excitement. Ying Zheng, you truly deserve to die. I have nurtured the embryonic form of the great Tao for 10,000 years only for you to reap the rewards. If this leads to the demise of you, as he spoke, Ji Qianhuang's regal aura transformed into a tempest of fury. The small border town trembled under the weight of his formidable presence. I shall scorch your spirit and burn your soul for eternity. Boom. As Ji Qianhuang's words echoed, a thunderclap resounded. The heavens bore witness, and the ruler's words were low. Behind Ji Qianhuang, an elder observed, his eyes revealing a mixture of reluctance and disappointment. A swirl of complex emotions. The elder mused, puzzled. After the celestial thunder struck, how could a person suddenly appear? A woman. Boom. The elder widened his eyes, an overwhelming surge of divine awareness rushing forth. Simultaneously, Ji Qianhuang's imperial majesty dissipated, replaced by disbelief as he vanished, reappearing at the border between the Great Xia and Great Qin. You are. The woman in Ji Qianhuang's gaze was none other than Fu Hao, who had just been summoned by Chen Ning. Presently, Fu Hao wore an expression of confusion. Having been on the brink of death, how was it that she found herself safe and sound in an unfamiliar world? Suddenly a realization struck her, and a glimmer of shock flickered in her eyes. Could it be that the legends were true, that after death one could live anew in another world? As the high priestess of the Shang dynasty, she had always believed in tales of deities, ghosts, and the rebirth of souls. Husband, I shall wait for you here. Boom. Ying Zheng, you should never have harmed my Yua. A voice filled with the weight of imperial authority resounded, carrying boundless fury towards the underdeveloped heavenly law of the Great Qin. From the realm of Great Qin, from the Qi condensation stage to the Great Ascension stage, countless cultivators sensed the looming threat of the 10,000 mountain desperately pushing against their consciousness. Liu Bang was taken aback. Springing from his throne, his eyes wide with astonishment. Had he lost his mind? Was it merely a slight to his pride? Did he intend for the entire human race to accompany him to the grave? Liu Bang grasped the imperial seal of the nation, fervently channeling the burgeoning luck of the still immature Great Qin, pouring it into the seal to bolster the Great Qin's heavenly law. Boom, boom, the heavenly law of the Great Qin realm sensed the imminent threat of death. Success was within reach, and though it lacked substantial consciousness, it possessed the strongest survival instinct. In an instant, all realms of the Great Qin seemed to awaken. Boundless spiritual energy summoned by the heavenly law, desperately resisting Ji Qianhuang's overwhelming might. Meanwhile, in the realm of deities and demons, several ancient voices exchanged words in the void. This Ying Zheng truly possesses audacity. Daring to lay hands on Ji Qianhuang's woman, he is utterly disregarding the human race. Ji Qianhuang's last bout of fury had been when his beloved was harmed by the White Emperor. Hadn't it, tisk, truly terrifying, the White Emperor had nearly been slain by him. Black demon, cease your mockery. If this emperor harms his woman and severs his path, should he ascend as the emperor of humanity? You, black demon, would be the first to perish. Kick, the White Emperor has arrived, quite vigorous. It seems your injuries have healed. Black demon, say no more. Were it not for the White Emperor sparing his woman, how could he have entrusted us with such a vast amount of innate essence? The youth is indeed formidable. who would have thought that after the last incident there would still be someone daring enough to lay hands on the woman of Ji Qianhuang and from the human race? No less. How intriguing, how amusing, haha. Lu Bang, sheltered by the imperial jade seal, stood before Ji Qianhuang. Even so, he found it exceptionally arduous. He had always known that the ruler of the human race, Ji Qianhuang, was to be feared, yet he had never imagined he would be so extraordinarily powerful. Summer Emperor, do you intend for us to perish together? Though Lu Bang relished the moment, he represented the entirety of the Qin state, and retreat was not an option. Perish together, do you even think you are worthy? Hand over your heir and I may allow you to survive for a while longer. Where, following Ji Qianhuang's gaze, Lu Bang beheld a woman of striking beauty, with delicate features, a proud nose, full lips, fair skin, and a well-proportioned figure, standing there quietly. Despite the overwhelming pressure she faced, her complexion was pale and her eyes held a glimmer of fear, yet her innate spirit could not be concealed. Lu Bang furrowed his brow slightly. This woman appeared remarkably familiar. Wait, no, the century has come. Could it be? A vague answer formed in Lu Bang's heart, but he could not be certain. Huaxia, Fu Hao. Lu Bang sent a mental transmission, cautiously inquiring with a voice that resonated clearly in Fu Hao's ear. The astonishment in Fu Hao's eyes was unmistakable. This world was indeed peculiar, but Lu Bang's knowledge of her name and lineage at least proved he was aware of her existence. Yes, her lips parted slightly as she nodded, affirming her identity. A flicker of helplessness crossed Lu Bang's eyes. She truly was the legendary, extraordinary woman, but what connection did she have with Ji Qianhuang? Chapter 40. I have always wanted to be your hero, Summer Emperor. She is not your heir. Her name is Fu Hao, and she is one of us from the Qin. Bold words. Ji Qianhuang laughed in rage. For countless years, among the three great races of the ancestral star, humans, gods, and demons, who did not know that his only weakness was Yuan? How audacious of Qin to challenge this vulnerability, the sword of the human emperor. Ji Qianhuang shouted in fury, and a beam of golden light soared from the endless expanse of time and space, arriving in his hand in mere moments. As the golden light dissipated, a magnificent golden sword appeared, its blade adorned with images of mountains and rivers on one side, and flowers, birds, fish, and insects on the other. Its appearance extraordinarily splendid and intricately designed. The hilt measured 2 feet and 3 inches. The end embedded with a pearl of white jade. Summer Emperor, you must not. The elder behind Ji Qianhuang's expression changed drastically, rushing to intervene. Jiangsheng, what do you mean by this? Are you attempting to stop me from rescuing Yuan? Ji Qianhuang fixed his fierce gaze upon Jiangsheng, sword in hand, ready to strike. To everyone's surprise, Jiangsheng suddenly burst into tears. Summer Emperor, have you forgotten Yuan's name? As her father, how could I stop you from saving her? Ji Qianhuang was momentarily taken aback by Jiangsheng's tears. His impulsive fury momentarily quelled. Jiangyu, the daughter of Prime Minister Jiangsheng of the Great Xia, is also Ji Qianhuang's wife, his only wife. Over 100,000 years ago, when the young Ji Qianhuang first laid eyes on Jiangyu, he was utterly enchanted, even swearing an oath before numerous elders. Jiangyu, I, Ji Qianhuang, shall marry none other than you in this life. Jiangyu was exceedingly beautiful, yet her character was remarkably resolute, responding, as a woman, I shall marry only the most heroic man in the world, otherwise, I would rather remain unmarried. Who says women are inferior to men? It was this very statement that compelled Ji Qianhuang to be exceptionally stringent with himself from his youth. He meticulously scheduled his time for cultivation, learning, and governance, leaving no moment wasted in the 24 hours of a day, a discipline he maintained for tens of thousands of years without fail. After Ji Qianhuang ascended to the Great Ascension stage, he personally led teams to breach the divine and demonic battlefields now known as the Qin domain, earning the title of the foremost prodigy among the three races. 100,000 years ago, during the war among the three races, the Buddhist nation betrayed us. The previous Summer Emperor was gravely injured and ultimately passed away, and Ji Qianhuang officially took up the banner of the Great Xia Emperor. thus becoming the nominal leader of the human race. Ji Qianhuang and Jiang Yu wed, fulfilling the promises made in their youth. I have finally become your great hero, I have finally married you. My great hero. After their marriage, they supported one another and jointly created a glorious era for humanity, with each day passing like the last, one managing external affairs while the other tended to domestic matters. Poised to rebuild humanity's splendor, the prosperity of the human race drew the attention of the demon and god races, prompting their high-ranking officials to convene atop the peak of the divine and demonic realms. Mount Bujo, they ultimately decided that all who had completed their tribulations would draw lots, life or death. 9 would live, while 1 would die. The one who drew the death lot would attempt to stealthily assault the great Xiao's empress. Jiang Yu, the 9 who drew the life lots, would directly engage Ji Qianhuang. The outcome was that 9 fully realized divine and demonic cultivators could not breach Ji Qianhuang's defenses. With even the demonic race's black demon nearly obliterated by a single strike from the sword of the human emperor, the great Qin's current Tianduan Grand Canyon was indeed cleaved by that very sword. At a critical moment, news of Jiang Yu's severe injuries reached Ji Qianhuang, throwing him into disarray and causing him to abandon the fight. On his way back, he encountered the retreating White Emperor. And with a single strike, Ji Qianhuang shattered the body of the so-called strongest expert among the divine and demonic races, leaving only the primordial spirit to escape. The final diagnosis for Jiang Yu was, her foundation was damaged but she remained alive. She required a powerful individual to maintain her life force. If she could be implanted with the true foundation of the heavenly path, she could be reborn. From that day forth, Ji Qianhuang became unhinged. Neglecting governance and the people wandering across the vast land, even instilling fear in the divine and demonic races who dared not confront him. A mad Ji Qianhuang was truly terrifying. Perhaps he could be contained. But no demon or god wished to bear the consequences of doing so. Thus, over 10,000 years passed within an ancient secret realm. Ji Qianhuang discovered a secret method to cultivate the heavenly path, the 3,000 great avenues, which constitute the heavenly law. Every powerful being above the great ascension stage possesses their own unique rhythm of the Tao. When these powerful beings perish, as long as their Tao rhythm is preserved, a new heavenly path will form. Ji Qianhuang, the most formidable prodigy of humanity over countless millennia, fixed his gaze upon the divine and demonic battlefields. Over 5,000 years he established a great array to seal the heavens across the entire battlefield. As long as enough powerful beings died there, the Tao rhythm would persist, eventually forming a new heavenly path. To this end, Ji Qianhuang even defied ancestral teachings, turning a blind eye to the collection of humanity's innate essence by the divine and demonic races. From that moment on, an unspoken agreement was reached between Ji Qianhuang and the divine and demonic races. You cultivate your heavenly path while I gather my innate essence. None shall infringe upon the other. Otherwise, should any mischief occur, no one shall succeed. After another 50,000 years, as the heavenly path began to take shape and its foundation was about to be revealed, suddenly a figure from Great Qin, Yingsheng, emerged to seize the fruits of their labor. How could Ji Qianhuang not be enraged? By this time, Ji Qianhuang had long since succumbed to madness. To hasten the formation of the Tao foundation, he deepened his dealings with the divine and demonic races, willingly collecting innate essence for them. In exchange, the divine and demonic races dispatched countless great ascension cultivators to Great Qin, sacrificing their lives to deliver their Tao rhythms. Fu Hao gazed curiously at the divine and demonic-like man. Her curiosity was not about the overwhelming pressure he exuded, but rather his gaze, despite the aura emanating from him capable of overwhelming this realm. The familiarity of that gaze mirrored that of her husband when he looked upon her. Though the world is wondrous, the one I wish to accompany is only you. She is not where. Ji Qianhuang suddenly spoke. One's gaze cannot deceive another. Jiang Yu's gaze would forever remain unfamiliar to him. Summer Emperor, I have already inquired where is still in Chenyang Palace. Jiang Shong retracted his transmission talisman Exhaling a sigh of relief, affirmatively addressing Ji Qianhuang. Ji Qianhuang immediately sheathed the sword of the human emperor and prepared to depart. Is it worth it for one woman, as a king, should you not prioritize the people of the realm? Fu Hao, with remarkable insight, had gleaned a rough understanding from his words. In his previous life, the man she adored faced a similar choice as the one before her. Now, however, he had chosen the people. Ji Qianhuang paused momentarily, his aura momentarily faltering. Worth it, his resolute voice reverberated through the heavens, invoking a thunderous roar inscribed within the heavenly path, as if his very Tao was her. What I have always wanted is to be your hero. Chapter 41, Huaxia Academy. Fu Hao watched the gradually receding figure, lost in thought. Why can he be so brazenly selfish? Whoosh! Suddenly, a flash of light streaked by, and a jade token appeared in Fu Hao's hand. Inscribed with a single character, Ji, should you ever require assistance, you may present this token in Shacheng to seek me out. A gentle voice resonated in Fu Hao's ear, devoid of the previous domineering authority. Truly a madman, for just one woman how could he ascend to the throne of the great Xiao? Lu Bang muttered as he approached. A man of his character could never comprehend Ji Qianhuang's thoughts. The king of Great Qin, Lu Bang, greets you, Matriarch Xian. Fu Hao calmly tucked the token away, turning to regard Lu Bang. From the Great Shang, Fu Hao, ha ha ha, Matriarch Xian, you are the first recorded female general of Huaxia. It is an honor to meet you. What on earth is happening here? Can you enlighten me? There are indeed countless mysteries surrounding Fu Hao. Is this truly the realm that exists after death? Furthermore, what was the nature of those celestial abilities exhibited by the recent individuals? Why do they seem so vastly different from those of Huaxia? Stepmother Xian, follow me, I shall elucidate everything for you. Lu Bang declared. Utilizing his own magical prowess, he ensnared Fu Hao and soared to a height of 100 zhong, heading toward the palace of the Great Qin. If only it was Xiong Yu. That brutish man, how splendid it would be, I could effortlessly crush him, Lu Bang thought to himself, harboring a fierce resentment. Each moment Xiong Yu remained absent, it brought him a fresh wave of agony. Lu Bang, by nature, feared not those with intellect, but rather those devoid of it yet brimming with raw strength. Moreover, this world was one of cultivation, where sheer martial prowess could append all schemes and strategies. Hon Wang, a gentle call interrupted Lu Bang's reverie. Yes, stepmother Xian, the world we currently inhabit is utterly distinct from the Huaxia of our past lives. This is a realm of cultivation. Upon hearing Lu Bang's introduction, Fu Hao exhaled a long-held breath, realizing this celestial domain was indeed far more vibrant than the Shang dynasty of her previous existence. If this were not the world beyond death, but rather a summoned realm, then perhaps Wu Ding would not necessarily arrive here. For reasons unknown, the thought of possibly not encountering Wu Ding here brought a flicker of delight to Fu Hao's heart. In this world, she would be the master of her own fate. A glint of determination flashed in her eyes as she addressed Lu Bang. Your Highness Hon Wang, how might I cultivate? Please offer your guidance. Lu Bang's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. Truly, she was a woman deserving of being recorded in the annals of history, adapting to this state with astonishing swiftness. Come forth, he commanded, present your respects to Hon Wang. Escort General Fu Hao to the Huaxia Academy, and announce her arrival. General Fu Hao is our compatriot from Huaxia. Upon hearing the phrase compatriot from Huaxia, the soldiers' eyes brightened significantly. For they knew the significance of such a visitor. Indeed, he replied excitedly, perhaps this time they would witness the birth of yet another legend, and he would be the one leading the charge. Thank you, young brother. Fu Hao softly expressed her gratitude. To her, every individual here appeared as an imposing mountain, and even the slightest release of aura left her gasping for breath. You needn't be so formal. Just call me Wang-san, he replied, somewhat flustered. A compatriot of the Qin Emperor and Hon Wang. Wang-san thought to himself, for within the Great Qin there was a saying that the Qin Emperor and Hon Wang were In fact, beings from the celestial realm, otherwise it would be impossible to explain their rapid cultivation speed. Then I shall not stand on ceremony, young brother Wang-san, pleased, no need for formality. I hope the general achieves great success in her cultivation and looks after me in the future. He, Wang-san said, a hint of hope shining through his words. Fu Hao responded with a dignified composure that belied her status as a mere mortal encountering cultivators for the first time. Wang-san's beliefs regarding Huaxia as a celestial realm grew ever more resolute. Soon, they arrived at the very heart of the great Qin palace, a courtyard arranged in a Sihuan layout. With a grand entrance bearing a plaque inscribed by the Qin emperor himself, Huaxia Academy, what a splendid inscription, the aura of imperial destiny is palpable, Fu Hao exclaimed in awe, recognizing that the calligrapher was undoubtedly a born ruler. As she praised the Qin emperor, Wang-san's chest swelled with pride. Indeed, it is the handiwork of the Qin emperor himself. The Qin emperor, you say, another compatriot of Huaxia, how intriguing this world is. Upon stepping into the Huaxia Academy, 3 courtyards came into view, each marked with a distinct character. Fa stood in the center, T to the right, and Wu to the left. Beneath each character stood an individual. Some meditating, others reclining on chairs, or engaged in physical cultivation. Upon noticing newcomers, none of them even lifted their eyelids. Not everyone possessed the qualifications to seek their mentorship. Ahem, esteemed seniors, Wang-san cleared his throat. Yet before he could finish, an overwhelming aura emanated from 3 perfected cultivators, pressing down upon him and leaving him breathless. Humph, came a disdainful snort. What caliber of practitioners dares to disturb our tranquility? Excuse me, esteemed seniors, she is from Huaxia, he managed to stammer out. Instantly, the immense pressure dissipated, and the movements of the perfected cultivators paused. Is it truly the Huaxia of the Qin Emperor and Hon Wang? Inquired the white-haired elder standing before the character Fa, as if fearful of disturbing Fu Hao. Wang-san internally scoffed, thinking, is this all? Where is your pride? Yet he displayed no hint of disrespect on his face. Indeed, she is a compatriot of the Qin Emperor and Hon Wang, a citizen of Huaxia. Boom, the colossal hand appeared, striking Wang-san aside and swiftly capturing Fu Hao. Fast come, fast served. I apologize, esteemed sirs. The middle-aged man before the character T, exuding an overwhelming aura, shattered the white-haired elder's spiritual hand with a single motion. Humph, by May, this world values strength above all. Who cares about your fast come? Fast served, brute, what business does a woman have with your physical cultivation? By May retorted in fury. It must be practiced fast, and besides, I have yet to see a formidable female cultivator in physical training. Meanwhile, Fu Hao observed the 2 bickering cultivators, feeling utterly bewildered. This was not at all how she had envisioned her encounter with fellow cultivators. Just as Bai Mei was about to speak again, a young man beneath the character Wu, who had remained silent until now, suddenly bellowed, Master. The person from Huaxia has arrived, ha ha ha, at long last, she has come. I foresaw a century ago that a girl from the Qin Emperor and Hon Wang's lineage would become my prized disciple. The Baliman of physical cultivation felt a jolt of dread. Oh no, how did we summon this one? By May, this girl is yours now. With that, a shadow materialized before Fu Hao, cloaked in black, with only a pair of obsidian eyes visible, emanating an aura of the void that even sunlight seemed to be absorbed by it. Old One, ancestor, do you wish to take me as your disciple? Fu Hao gazed in astonishment at the figure before her. The sacrificial power radiating from him was something she was all too familiar with. Did this world also possess the power of sacrifice? If the sacrificial rites of the Shang dynasty in her previous life were theoretical, then the power of sacrifice embodied by this ancestor was already manifest. Fu Hao is willing. Chapter 42. It is truly wonderful to be able to protect those one wishes to safeguard. Fu Hao, what sort of surprise might this first recorded female hero of Huaxia have in store for herself? Chen Ning lay comfortably beneath a plum tree in front of a small hut. tossing plums into his mouth with his right hand while using a blade of dog-tail grass to tease the black dog beside him. Woof, Black Dog growled in indignation. Do you really think of me as just a pet dog? Old Black, you can't stand not arguing with me for a day, can you? Chen-Ning replied nonchalantly, springing up to grab Black Dog's tail and prepare to swing him around playfully. Chen-Ning. Aunt Yu's voice interrupted his antics, revealing a sense of urgency in her demeanor as she stumbled forward, clearly flustered. Aunt Yu, don't be anxious, take your time to explain, both Black Dog and I are here. Woof, the neighboring Binhai village has come again. The men of our Haibin village are dwindling, and we are constantly bullied by them. Woe is me, the two villages were only separated by 5 li. And their long-standing disputes over irrigation rights had brewed animosity between them since their ancestors' time. Although they had managed to coexist relatively peacefully for many years, Haibin village was upstream while Binhai village lay downstream. The inhabitants of Haibin village were mostly simple folk who, despite their upstream location, had never obstructed the water supply to the lower reaches. In contrast, Binhai village, being more inland, frequently clashed with outsiders and was known for its fierce temperament. Due to Haibin village's previous restraint and the fact that it had a higher number of adult males in recent years, Binhai village had never sought trouble. However, in the last 20 years, the male population of Haibin village had sharply declined. Discontented with their current situation, Binhai village would come looking for trouble every summer, permitting Haibin village to open only a maximum of 10 channels for irrigation. Otherwise, they would face consequences. Yet, with 65 households in Haibin village, merely 10 channels would mean that by the time the latter farmers needed water, summer would have long passed. This situation had led to increasingly severe conflicts in recent years. Just 2 years prior, 2 men from Haibin village had even been killed over the matter. Thus, a vicious cycle ensued. The more they fought, the fewer men they had, and the fewer men they had, the more they lost. Damn it, Old Black, grab a weapon, Chen-Ning fumed. After living here for 20 years and having eaten his fill of the village's rice, it had come to this point where they were being bullied. With a clatter, a Black Dog emerged with pots, pans, and various iron tools rolling. Are you going to cook for them? Chen-Ning kicked over the pots and pans on Black Dog, leaving behind the 2 trusty knives he had wielded in many battles. Securing them to his belt, Aunt Yu, you stay here and wait for our good news. With that, 1 person and 1 dog dashed down the mountain in a flurry, while Aunt Yu watched them depart. Her worry evident in her eyes. Old Black, remember to bite hard, take down 1, and that's 1 less. If they provoke me, I won't hold back. After all, I am now a formidable cultivator, Chen-Ning declared fiercely. Woof, yet before they reached the foot of the mountain, the sounds of shouts and chaos echoed in Chen-Ning's ears. Lu Er, you are being excessively bullied. The speaker, Chen-Ning, is the former village head of Haibin village. A kind-hearted old man. Among the 2 who were killed 2 years ago, 1 was his son. Old man, what does it matter if I bully you? I've already killed your son, and yet you think you're above being bullied? I will fight you to the end. The old village head raised the knife in his hand, stumbling towards Lu Er. Ha ha ha, I will fight you. Lu Er appeared unfazed, even mockingly mimicking the old village head's words. Upon seeing the 2 sides, a flash of ruthlessness crossed Chen-Ning's eyes. It seemed a bloodbath was imminent. Haibin village had a total of 56 able-bodied men, while Haibin village had only 20. Including the elderly village head, and some younger boys who had yet to mature. Fight me, old man, do you think you are worthy? Lu Er spoke sternly, and before his words fully settled, he had already drawn his 3-foot-long knife, unhesitatingly swinging it towards the old village head's head. How ruthless! This was clearly aimed at taking a life. Old He, a shadow darted past, and Hazy leaped out, lunging at Lu Er's neck. A flash of cold light appeared and Lu Er clutched his neck, his pupils dilating as he stared at the shadow before him. Ugh ugh dog, damn it, avenge Lu Er. Today we will slaughter Haibin village. killing all the men and capturing the women to warm our beds. Hiben village, known for its fierce spirit, showed no signs of fear upon witnessing such a bloody scene. Instead, they seized the opportunity to wipe out Hiben village. "Damn it," Chen Ning roared, wielding a bone knife in his left hand and an axe in his right, fearlessly plunging into the crowd. Each strike was like chopping vegetables, a single blow leading to death. In order to avoid being too shocking, Chen Ning deliberately retracted all his spiritual and physical strength. Nevertheless, the blades of Hiben village only left shallow wounds on his body. At this moment, Chen Ning was drenched in blood. Having already laid 23 bodies to rest, all with a single strike. Meanwhile, beside Hazy, there were also 15 corpses, the battle resembling a commencement that had already reached its conclusion. "Will you still annihilate my Hiben village?" Chen Ning questioned sternly, his hoarse voice combined with his bloodied appearance making him seem like a god of death emerging from the depths of hell. No, we won't annihilate. The people of Hiben village had never witnessed such a scene. A single man and a dog had slaughtered 40 to 50 people in mere moments. They were fierce, but that was only when facing other humans. These two were truly terrifying. "Get lost," Chen Ning thundered. Ensuring they posed no threat, although the villagers of Hiben village felt a tinge of fear, they were not incapable of distinguishing right from wrong. Chen Ning, Hazy, someone took the lead. Calling out the names of the two brothers, and soon the entire Hiben village, from the 70-year-old village head to the 5-year-old children, echoed their names. Chen Ning and Hazy exchanged smiles, realizing how wonderful it was to protect those they cherished. In the fierce conflict between the two villages, Hiben village emerged victorious, and as heroes the villagers slaughtered pigs and sheep, hosting a feast solely for the two brothers, dining from midday until dusk. As the sun set behind the mountains, its beauty lay not only in its vibrant hues but also in the tranquility and warmth it bestowed upon the heart. Standing beneath the sunset, Chen Ning cradled Hazy's head, gazing at the fiery clouds on the horizon. Feeling an indescribable peace within. The sunset is infinitely beautiful, to be admired daily. Haha, dog style, woof, woof. Chapter 43, The Four Kings of the Chen family. Time flows swiftly, and before one knows it 20 years have passed since the Great Battle of Hiben village. Throughout these 2 decades, the coastal village remained as tranquil and peaceful as ever. Children were born and raised, eventually growing up to start families of their own, in a perpetual cycle reminiscent of the human race's lineage. Perhaps this is the essence of life. Old He, once Aunt Shu departs, shall we find another place? At this moment, Chen Ning, with a head of white hair and sagging skin, resembled an ordinary old man. Exhibiting the signs of aging, the scars from the previous battle were faintly visible on his exposed arms. Woof, Hazy's fur remained as dark and lustrous as before, the only change being the graying of his once sturdy beard. As if he too were nearing the end of his dog's life, responding weakly, the mountain village was serene, yet the world of cultivation beyond it was rife with turmoil. Over the past 20 years, a gang of rogue cultivators had suddenly emerged in the realm. This group consisted of 4 members, always clad in the same attire, wearing black hoods made from an unknown material that shielded their spiritual perception. And dressed in black stealth clothing of varying sizes, they referred to themselves as the Chen Four Kings, focused on raiding small sects while avoiding harm to individuals. After executing a heist in one location, they would not return to that area for a second time. Particularly, the smallest among them had a penchant for abducting canine-like spirit beasts. At this moment, the Chen Four Kings were hiding in an unknown valley. The 4, having removed their hoods, were none other than the clones of Chen Ning, Chen Daotian, Chen Batian, Chen Shaotian, and Chen Zitian. Chen Daotian, somewhat speechless, remarked, "Old 5, while gathering resources is one thing, why must you fixate on other people's puppies?" Chen Batian, who followed the path of physical cultivation, radiated with overwhelming vitality that seemed to ignite the air. He pointed at his battered body, expressing his dissatisfaction. "If it weren't for this little brat, I wouldn't have ended up like this. Chen Zitian cautiously retrieved a spirit beast pup from his spirit beast pouch. The creature was curled up entirely snow white, resembling a domesticated puppy, save for a red vertical rune on its forehead, indicating its remarkable nature. Don't you think Chen Zhu and He Zhu might feel a bit lonely over there? The usually reticent Chen Hetian chimed in, but do you really have to snatch every canine spirit beast you encounter? Hearing this, even the usually mild-mannered Chen Zitian became furious. How can you say that, especially you, Chen Batian? You always tell me to bring them back for He Zhu, yet each time they end up being devoured along the way. After saying this, Chen Zitian suddenly felt something was amiss and added, the taste is indeed quite good. No wonder you all later ceased opposing my capturing of spirit beasts. Fine, it's done and dusted. Are we Chen family members afraid of anything? Chen Batian replied nonchalantly. Having traversed the cultivation world for many years, he had learned one important lesson. In the realm of cultivation, the one with the mightiest fists prevails. Hand over the jade wolf god, and I shall not pursue the matter further. Should you refuse, I vow by the heavenly principles to hunt you down to the ends of the earth. Boom! The formidable pressure of an early-stage Great Ascension expert descended upon the valley. As the visitor established their oath before the heavens, thunder rumbled in response. In an instant, the atmosphere in the small valley grew tense. The formidable spiritual sense swept over the group repeatedly. Although nothing was uncovered, the Great Ascension expert remained relentless. Oldest brother, what should we do? He must have some means to track the Jade Wolf God. Chen Xiaotian's face was grave. Among them, even the strongest, Chen Daotian, had only reached the consummate stage of integration, making them certainly no match. Chen Batian grumbled, why not just hand over the little beast? He has already sworn an oath. Humph, trust him, those old geezers are notoriously cunning. Even if he truly spares us once our information is revealed in the cultivation world, just think about what would happen. Chen Daotian sneered, such words could only be believed by those who only had muscle and no brains like the second brother. If we encounter danger outside, crush this talisman. Suddenly, Chen Daotian recalled a phrase spoken by the ancestor 6 years prior when he visited the village. He had once told him about a talisman. Chen Daotian produced an ancient talisman from his storage ring, its intricate symbols imbued with potent special power. If that is the case, then don't blame me for being impolite. Bang! The Great Ascension expert above unleashed their overwhelming spiritual power in a no-holds-barred attack on the small valley below. Damn it, a map cannon. Oldest brother, make a decision quickly. If we can't avoid it, we'll fight. The worst that could happen is death, but it's a pity I haven't yet sent off the ancestors with the swana I specially learned last time. Chen Batian said fiercely. As the map cannon threatened to engulf their hiding place, Chen Daotian gritted his teeth, channeling his spiritual power to instantly shatter the talisman. Whoosh! A white light appeared, enveloping the 4-in-1 beast, vanishing from the spot in an instant. Humph! Special teleportation. Let us see where you can escape to. At Haibin village, on the hillside, the Chen brothers materialized in an instant, their expressions devoid of any signs of being pursued. Ancestor, we have returned to see you. No one. Meanwhile, the mournful yet rich sounds of the swana resonated from the village below, reaching even the hillside, remaining clear and soul-stirring despite the distance. It's a funeral. Chen Daotian, with his keen hearing, discerned the faint cries within the swana's melody. 4 individuals stood solemnly, forsaking laughter and conversation, quietly awaiting the return of Chen Ning at the mountainside. This was due to the ancestral wisdom that had been imparted. The passing of an elder is of paramount significance in this world. And regardless of who it may be, one must possess a heart that reveres life. After half a day, as the sun began its descent, an elderly man appeared, accompanied by an old dog against the backdrop of the setting sun. Casting a long shadow behind him, he gradually came into view of the 4 younger ones. Grandfather He Zhu, Grandfather He Zhu, you have returned. Chen Ning's voice was frail, his back slightly hunched as he approached the lounge chair beneath the plum tree. slowly reclining as if he were an aged man on the brink of death, experiencing the return of his offspring, his eyes filled with comfort and reassurance. Witnessing this scene, Chen Daotian and the others felt their eyes suddenly redden. A wave of melancholic sorrow washing over their senses, irresistibly drawn in by the aura emanating from Chen Ning. Boom! Chen Daotian was the first to regain his composure, glancing at his three younger brothers, who were already shedding tears, his heart gripped with alarm. This is, Chen Ning struggled to turn his head, casting a glance at Chen Daotian, and with just that fleeting look, the momentary release from the sorrowful emotion caused Chen Daotian to become utterly lost. Chapter 44. The door knocked. In the ensuing days, the Chen family behaved like an ordinary mortal household, with 4 dutiful sons devotedly caring for the ailing Chen Ning. Heizi took a particular liking to the little white dog that Chen Zitian had brought, and even the aura of decay that surrounded him diminished significantly. It was unclear whether Heizi acted intentionally or not, but during one afternoon nap, the little white dog playfully disturbed him. Heizi casually swatted the dog's forehead, whereupon the mystical mark vanished with that single strike. Why has the aura disappeared? Surely, it was only a distance of 10,000 miles. The elder in the Mahayana stage, who had been pursuing the Chen family's 4 heavenly kings, was filled with rage, yet disregarded the reason for the vanished aura, resolutely continuing in the previously determined direction. One must see the wolf alive or the corpse dead. Another 7 days passed, and it had been half a month since Chen Daotian and the others returned home. By this time, they had shed the previous air of the martial world, their celestial realms completely subsumed within themselves. At this moment, even without their bandit outfits, no one could discern their true identities. Boom! The overwhelming pressure of the Mahayana stage was unreservedly unleashed, and the formidable elder ultimately arrived. Indeed, hiding in this mortal village was a clever ruse, but it made me waste a good deal of effort to find you. Reclining in his chair, Chen Ning faced the immense pressure without so much as fluttering an eyelash, continuing to sway gently in his seat, a fan in hand. Beside him, Heizi merely opened his eyes slightly before returning to his slumber, while the little white dog, perched on him, gazed at the elder in the sky with eyes filled with terror. The 4, immersed in their mortal identities, suddenly awoke, their formidable cultivation erupting in unison, and together they seemed to stand in equal footing against the elder above. Unfathomable, the elder scoffed, a few mere juniors at the harmonization stage cannot possibly stir the heavens. With a formidable cultivation and the resonance of the Mahayana stage, he directly crushed them without needing any techniques. The gap was insurmountable. Without the resonance of the Tao, their cultivation remained a level apart. Chen Daotian's complexion turned ashen. The disparity between the harmonization and Mahayana stages was no longer merely one of level but of essence. Alas, it is but a hair's breadth. Chen Ning sighed lightly, as his aging body gradually transformed, his vitality and cultivation steadily strengthening until it stabilized at the harmonization stage's peak. Harmonization stage, yet this feeling is rather peculiar. The elder was not lulled into complacency by Chen Ning's mere harmonization stage. At this moment, this unremarkable little earthen hill was suffused with a Tao resonance he had never encountered before. Chen Ning casually pointed, and a beam of red light shot into the elder's consciousness. Startled, the elder quickly checked his condition, feeling slightly perplexed as there were no anomalies in either his body or consciousness. Observing Chen Ning and his family below, he pondered, long ago, he had a family much like this one, with loving parents who cared for him, a time of unparalleled joy in his life. No, wait, the elder suddenly awoke, for since embarking on the path of cultivation, a millennium had passed. How could he suddenly recall those mundane days? Whoosh! Another beam of light appeared, this one a deep crimson. The elder's eyes ignited with fury, even his magnificent aura showing signs of disorder. He pointed his sword-like finger at Chen Daotian and the others below. Scoundrels, how much effort has my beast master sect expended to cultivate this jade wolf pup? We bear no grudges. Why have you stolen it? The elder's furious roar left Chen Ning momentarily speechless. So it turns out his progeny was at fault. Well, if a mistake has been made, then so be it. If the young one errs, do not the parents protect them? It is not as if they committed some heinous act. It was a wild creature, after all. What, you claim this is cultivated by the Beastmaster sect? Then ask the little white dog if it wishes to accompany you. Every being is equal, each life possesses the right to choose. With this thought, Chen Ning felt no burden upon his heart, and with a couple of gestures, 2 beams of grey and black light shot forth simultaneously. Master, please don't. Fonga has done nothing wrong. Please, no. The elder appeared as if he had lost his mind. His eyes filled with dread and boundless sorrow, yet this time the elder could only endure for a mere quarter of an hour. Crash! The elder, suspended in the void, fell heavily to the ground, devoid of any trace of aura. While a fragment of the Beastmaster Dao resonance echoed through the heavens and the earth, Chen Daotian and the others looked at their ancestor with eyes full of admiration, astonished by his prowess. Despite the elder's aura being comparable to theirs, he was able to effortlessly annihilate a Mahayana being. Ancestor, you are truly remarkable. Ancestor, you are incredible. Ancestor, I bow before you. Chen Ning clearly relished the heartfelt praises from his offspring. A look of satisfaction adorning his face after Chen Ning reclined once more in his chair with hazy. Chen Daotian and the others muttered softly to one another, "Big brother, you truly are impressive. It seems that as long as we flatter the ancestor a little, he will forget to punish us. Indeed, you resemble the ancestor the most, big brother." That was quite the flattering maneuver. I concede, I shall no longer compete with you for the title of eldest. As Chen Daotian basked in the compliments from his 2 younger brothers, the satisfaction on his face mirrored that of Chen Ning's. Chen Ning picked up the little white dog and pulled its hind legs apart. "A male, then I shall name you Bai Yujing. Do you understand me?" Bai Yujing blinked its large eyes at Chen Ning, seemingly perplexed by the name. Smirk. Chen Ning struck Bai Yujing's face without a hint of pity. "I am asking you a question. Do you understand? When adults speak, how can children ignore them?" Bai Yujing, taken aback by the slap, nodded its little head in confusion, seemingly fearful of receiving another hit. "Woof, hazy." Dissatisfied, snatched Bai Yujing away. "Why strike a child who is still so young? Old hag, you don't understand. A male must be disciplined. When the time comes for a little girl, then gentleness is warranted." Woof woof. "This is non-negotiable. You know nothing. How much education have you had?" "I at least attended homeschool university." "How many characters do you recognize? And yet you lecture me on education." Woof, here we go again, damn it. Dogfight. Chen Daotian and the others exchanged glances, somewhat helpless, as the 2 ancestors began bickering once more. To be honest, there was no sense of security around the 2 ancestors, as they would often reprimand them. Yet, being near them was also the safest place, for in their eyes, their own offspring could only be disciplined by themselves. Others, their bodies had yet to cool. Chapter 45, The Transmission of the Dao Daotian. "Do you understand what the Dao resonance is?" Chen Ning, seated cross-legged in the void, inquired softly. "Daotian does not know. Pay close attention. How much you comprehend depends on yourself." Chen Ning emitted the resonance of the Dao, awakening Chen Daotian's mind, and he felt his insights into the heavens and the earth clearer than ever before. At this moment, Chen Ning was enveloped by countless strands of silk, tightly binding him. While the other ends remained unknown, amidst the myriad strands, Chen Ning plucked 7 that were close together. With a gentle tug, the 7 strands snapped, and an overwhelming aura of the Dao enveloped him. Embodying the essence of the 7 emotions, Chen Ning casually selected another strand but could not sever it, and if a tribulation expert were present, they would be astounded, thinking, "Is this how immortals cultivate?" The power of the Dao materialized. "Do you comprehend?" Chen Ning asked calmly, as the materialized power of the Dao gradually faded. Chen Daotian's eyes sparkled, radiating brilliance as if he had grasped a vital point. Dao Tian, in his ignorance, understands that these strands represent the power of the Dao, and the so-called Dao resonance is the understanding of these paths, severing them, and gaining control over oneself. Chen Ning displayed a satisfied expression. As expected of my offspring, your comprehension is commendable. Receiving Chen Ning's affirmation, Chen Dao Tian gained clarity about his future path in an instant. Ancestor, what if all the power of the Dao were severed? What would happen? Chen Ning was momentarily stumped by this question. Who could possibly know? Most cultivators, constrained by their lifespans, tend to comprehend only a single path of the Dao and fervently seek breakthroughs. After all, harmonization stage cultivators only live for 8,000 years, while breaking through to the Mahayana stage with the support of the Dao resonance could grant them a lifespan of 100,000 years. Chen Ning's eyes brightened, realizing that while others may not be able to afford it, he certainly could. Once he severed all the powers of the great Dao and entered the Grand Ascension. What formidable might would that entail? Just the 7 minor paths of desire took Chen Ning 40 years to navigate, and the dense powers of the great Dao were nearly comparable to 1,000,000 paths. With 3,000 great Daos and countless minor paths, if he truly sought to sever them all, even Chen Ning, an immortal, felt a chill run down his spine. But what of it, one step at a time? No one had taught him the ways of cultivation, so he would have to explore on his own. Truth, Chen Ning was mistaken. Severing the great Dao was not the orthodox method of cultivation on the ancestral star. True cultivation involved integrating with the great Dao, harnessing the powers beneath the heavenly Dao. It was precisely because it was borrowed that the Daoist essence of a grand ascension cultivator would be reclaimed by the heavenly Dao upon their demise. Chen Ning's severance was a different matter altogether. He was essentially plucking wool from the heavenly Dao, cultivating his own great Dao using its imprints. If it were not so, how could that old man from the Beast Master sect, who had been on the brink of grand ascension for tens of thousands of years, be so easily vanquished by Chen Ning? Normally, such teachings from Chen Ning would mislead disciples. However, their family was hardly composed of normal individuals. Years later, when the heavenly king of the Chen family emerged crashing through the tribulation with the overwhelming power of myriad great Daos, it would deeply shock the entire ancestral star. Thanks to the ancestor for bestowing the teachings, Dao Tian knew how to cultivate in the future. Chen Dao Tian deeply bowed to Chen Ning, his reverence truly heartfelt. Go, Saman Bo Tian. Yes, Chen Dao Tian respectfully exited. What do you want, old man? Moments later, Chen Bo Tian swaggered in. I wonder who this little tiger-headed brat takes after. Neither Hezu nor I are the type to disregard our elders. Chen Ning felt a headache coming on. Chen Bo Tian resembled the rebellious sons in the palace dramas of his past life, constantly clamoring for the end of life or blowing a horn for him. Chen Ning casually unleashed a thread of spiritual light, the essence of the ape god's body forging technique, which pierced into Chen Bo Tian's forehead, kicking him 100 meters away. Rebellious son, Shao Tian, ancestor, did you call for me? Chen Shao Tian entered and bowed deeply. What are your thoughts on the path ahead? Upon hearing this, Chen Shao Tian took out a thin book titled Record of Experiences. It contained only a few dozen pages. Flipping to the first page, he wrote, the Chen family, ancestor Chen Ning, Hezu Hezi, elder brother Chen Dao Tian, second brother Chen Shao Tian, I, Chen Bo Tian, by Eugene. On the second page he noted, today, I encountered someone who looked just like the ancestor. I fought with him but was unable to win, which was somewhat embarrassing. Later, I found out he was actually our elder brother. Ancestor, my path is to see this world alongside the Chen family. Chen Ning was taken aback, then nodded. That's a good thing. Having your own goals is always beneficial. You may leave now. Shao Tian takes his leave. As for Zitian, Chen Ning need not worry. That boy had been spending every day with Lao He, as if they were father and son. Now, Chen Tian was thriving, claiming to run a spirit equipment shop in Sha City, catering to the sounds of cultivators and earning a fortune. Thus, the 4 heavenly kings of the Chen family accompanied the 2 elders through a tranquil and warm period. Before donning their bandit attire once more and embarking on a new journey of robbing the rich to aid the poor, they targeted the realm of cultivation while benefiting the Chen family. Standing halfway up the mountain, Chen Ning gazed at the small village he had inhabited for 40 years, feeling a twinge of reluctance. Though the old friends were gone, the place was familiar yet filled with an air of strangeness. "Lao Hei, it's time for us to leave." Woof, woo, Hazy and Bai Yujing responded in unison. Upon hearing Bai Yujing's plaintive sounds, Chen Ning felt a pang of discomfort and kicked him away, sending the small figure rolling far off before scampering back. Each time Chen Ning kicked him, the spirit stones and herbs he had consumed would rapidly digest. "Lao Hei, he doesn't understand, and you don't either. Once we move to a new place, his incessant whimpering will only arouse suspicion." Lao Hei fully agreed with Chen Ning's reasoning. Well aware of humanity's treachery, he promptly held Bai Yujing's head down. "Woof, a woof," he barked with unprecedented severity. Bai Yujing pouted, holding back for a while before murmuring, "Wu Wang." Chen Ning and Hazy exchanged glances, both filled with helplessness. "If we say we are leaving, then we are leaving." The stars in the sky point to the northern Deepa. The trio, one man and two dogs, quickly packed their belongings, setting their sights on a place with snow-capped mountains. In both past and present, Chen Ning had never seen snow mountains, a source of deep regret. Chapter 46, Chen Ning's Path in the Land of Humanity. Shenzhou. It was divided into 4 states, east, west, south, and north, encircling the imperial capital, Sha City. At this moment, on the border of the northeast states, 3 ethereal figures were hurtling down the steep slopes of the East Snow Mountain at a speed of 180 yards. These figures were none other than Chen Ning and his companions, gliding swiftly on self-made sleds without employing any spiritual power for protection, seeking the raw thrill of mortal experience against the biting cold wind. "Lao Hei, Xiao Bai, is it exhilarating? Is it fun?" Chen Ning shouted amidst the roaring wind. "Woof, awu." The black and white canine brothers responded enthusiastically, acknowledging Chen Ning's adventurous spirit. Suddenly, as the trio reveled in their excitement, a streak of light fell from the sky, landing directly on their path. No, it was a person, a remarkably beautiful woman, clad in simple white and yellow garments. Her slender form swayed violently, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Her mid-stage transformation prowess in a state of disarray, her face filled with unwillingness. In such a vast world, encountering such a rare event was indeed astonishing. Lao Hei, Xiao Bai. Lao Hei and Xiao Bai instantly understood the gravity of the situation. Donning their bandit outfits, exuding a fierce aura, the woman in yellow was taken aback, bewildered by the presence of such formidable figures in the depths of the snowy mountains, gripping her slender sword tightly. She spoke in a tense voice, "Fellow Taoists, I am from the Snow Mountain Sword Sect." By whoosh, 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 3 powerful gusts of wind swept through the area, and in the blink of an eye, the 3 figures vanished without a trace. Their speed so formidable that it caused the woman's skirt to rustle violently. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stood dazed in the wind. Meanwhile, Chen Ning had already sprinted 1,000 miles away, his immense consciousness scanning the surroundings. "Lao Hei, this woman is no ordinary person," Chen Ning exclaimed as he ran. "In such a desolate place, she has managed to cultivate to the transformation stage. The one behind her may very well be the ancestor of a sect." "Woof," Hazy vehemently agreed, carrying Bai Yujing in his mouth, his legs moving swiftly. To leave a transformation-level cultivator severely injured, the one behind her must undoubtedly be an even more powerful cultivator. If it were a junior in the foundation or chi refining stages, leaving behind some herbs or forming a benevolent connection would be inconsequential. However, one must never provoke the ties of such great cultivators. "Lao Hei, let us head north." Northward lay the direction of the Qin. Chen Ning was in no hurry regarding matters of cultivation. He had no proper teacher on this journey, and after finally finding a mentor, it turned out to be someone utterly unreliable who taught him nothing. Yet he felt an innate sense of direction emerging, comprehending the great Tao, severing the great Tao, and aspiring to stand apart from the 3,000 great Taos. The northern landscape was captivating. 1,000 miles of ice and 10,000 miles of snow. Chenning, along with Hazy and Xiaobai, stood atop the snow-capped mountain, the sky a serene blue and the sun warm and radiant. As he gazed out, the snow-covered peaks stretched endlessly, blurring the line between earth and sky. Closing his eyes, he lay in this icy realm, withdrawing his protective barrier. The howling northern wind fiercely enveloped him. The thick snow beneath him imbued with an endless chill yet cradling a tenacious vitality. The path of water branches into snow. Chenning murmured, a different coldness enveloping him, at times piercing and bone-chilling, causing the black dog and the white dog to whimper and grind their teeth. 80 other times, the vigorous life force surged forth, and while the large black dog fared well, the young Bai Yujing thrived, experiencing a sudden growth spurt. Just as the two dogs were caught in a whirlwind of pain and joy, countless threads surrounded Chenning once more. He extracted a silver-white thread from the multitude. Gently squeezing it, with a whoosh, the strange coldness surged toward Chenning's body like a tidal wave. Congeal. Chenning pointed at the thick snow beneath him, softly intoning. In an instant, the snow seemed to come alive, transforming into three gigantic lion-like beasts. Ha hot Lauhe, how's this? Chenning leaped onto one of the snow lions. Woof. The large black dog's eyes sparkled with excitement. His elder brother was incredible. He too jumped onto a snow lion. Woo, woo, the little one was anxious, still too small to climb up. Chenning laughed heartily, casually directing the snow beneath the little one to morph into a seat that soared toward the last snow lion. Even conjuring a safety belt to securely fasten Bai Yujing. Lauhe, let us race to that peak. Chenning pointed at another mountain, speaking with exuberance, as if the entire snowy expanse belonged to them. Woof, woo, go. The three white figures shot forth like arrows released from a bow, racing down from the mountain peak. Thunderous roars erupted as the three massive snow lions charged forward, their might truly magnificent. In but a fleeting moment, the snow atop the mountain was stirred. Wildly pursuing the three white figures, the snow lion ran ever faster, and behind it, countless snowballs followed suit, causing the very earth to tremble and shake with a grand commotion. By heavens, old black, an avalanche, how exhilarating! Chenning embodied the quintessential identity of a cultivator, possessing the heart of a mortal. At his current level, not even an avalanche, let alone the collapse of the heavens and the earth, could affect him in the slightest. Perhaps it was precisely because he had consistently approached the Tao with a mortal's heart that he was able to comprehend the Tao at a swifter pace. Woof woof woof. Brother, I'm scared. At this moment, Dahe, devoid of any spiritual power, had his entire face and mouth puffed up by the fierce winds. Xiaobai, trembling in fear, clamped its fluffy paws over its eyes. For it was still but a baby. Woohoo, let's take flight, charge ahead. Upon uttering these words, Chenning beheld as a pair of crystal-clear wings sprouted from either side of the snow lion, refracting a spectrum of colors under the sun's radiant light. Dahe was taken aback. What happened to fairness? Woof. With a furious bark from Black, he was promptly buried beneath a rolling snowball. Chenning, riding the snow lion, gazed down at the comically disheveled figures of one black and one white. Reveling in delight, 5 years hence the trio of one man and two dogs arrived at the northernmost reaches of Beizhou, Wangyu Ridge, the small town closest to the realms of the Qin and the divine demons. Chenning did not opt to venture directly into the Qin, for the current state of the Qin was rather intimidating. The border between the divine continent and the Qin remained relatively peaceful, while the intersection of the divine demons and the Qin was rife with countless elder cultivators engaged in brutal combat, where nearly every day dozens of divine demons met their demise. Meanwhile, the casualties on the Qin side were comparatively fewer. Thanks to the support of the heavenly Tao of the Qin.it, was no wonder that netizens in a past life remarked that had Qin Shi Huang been given a world map, the earth would have long been sinicized. How long had it been since arriving here, and already such a great commotion ensued. Chapter 47, The Imminent War. From that moment forth, Wangyu Ridge gained a humble noodle shop, run by a young man who was perpetually accompanied by a pair of dogs, one black and one white. Shao-Chen, a bowl of shredded meat noodles, please. An elderly man, stooped and leaning on a cane, approached Chen Ning's stall. Of course, crazy uncle, please take a seat inside, Chen Ning replied, skillfully tossing a handful of noodles into the pot. Meanwhile, Black cast a sidelong glance at the old man, seemingly filled with disdain. Before long, a steaming bowl of noodles was prepared, generously topped with a layer of shredded meat. Take your time eating, crazy uncle, no need to rush, thank you. After handing the noodles to the elderly man, Chen Ning lazily reclined on a rocking chair at the shop's entrance. Woof woof. Black expressed his discontent, lamenting how their years of savings had dwindled to near nothing within a few short years. Chen Ning, however, paid little heed to Black's grievances. The world is a patchwork, and someone must mend it. As long as one acts with integrity, what does it matter, little Black, you have much to learn. The old man ate with great seriousness, his speed astonishing. In mere moments, the entire bowl of noodles was devoured, even the broth consumed to the last drop. The elderly man, with unsteady steps, approached Chen Ning and, trembling, produced a round stone coin from his clothing, upon which the words Daxia Tong Bao were inscribed in a crooked manner. Chen Ning's eyes lit up. Oh, crazy uncle, this is quite a treasure. You've struck it rich. By still owe you 88 won. Chen Ning accepted the stone coin and opened a specially crafted wooden box, revealing it filled with similar stone coins, numbering in the hundreds at a glance. He then opened an adjacent iron box, which contained standardized round copper coins. From this he counted out 88 won, solemnly handing them to the old man. Delighted, the old man took the coins and briskly walked toward a nearby meat stall, his steps noticeably lighter. The elderly vendor selling porridge and fried dough sticks, having witnessed this scene numerous times, couldn't help but advise Shao-Chen, I know you mean well, but you're still young, you need to save money to marry a wife. Your noodle shop is doing well, yet you still aren't making a profit. Alas, Chen Ning could naturally sense the concern in Zhang Bo's words, a warm feeling coursing through him as he replied softly, Zhang Bo, it's nothing to worry about. Earning less doesn't affect me, but if they lack these coins they might starve. Zhang Bo shot a disapproving glare at Chen Ning. We are all common folk. We should mind our own affairs. How can we find the energy to care for others? Suddenly, Zhang Bo's voice dropped, gesturing subtly toward the sky. The one up there doesn't care. Who else in Daxia will look after the common people? Chen Ning followed Zhang Bo's gaze, observing countless powerful auras lurking atop the northern city wall of Wangyu Ridge, seemingly poised to pounce upon the Qin at the slightest command. It was somewhat ironic. The closer one was to the Qin, the safer the commoners felt in the divine demon territories, while those within the heart of the divine continent had already suffered immense devastation. Chen Ning murmured, what could that being be thinking? After all, they are the sovereign of the human race. At the highest point of Wangyu Ridge, on the watchtower, a Ji Qianhuang, clad in a golden dragon robe, gazed at the Qin with fervent eyes. Soon, very soon, behind him, Jiang Shong's eyes revealed deep concern. Were it not for the current ruler of Daxia, they would not have the opportunity to take that step. Were it not for this ruler's persistent obsession delaying that step, he would undoubtedly prevent such a reckless act. However, if this ruler truly could take that step, all sacrifices would be worthwhile. Jiang Shong had never been one to gamble, but the current situation of Daxia left no choice. Your Majesty, I suggest we transport all the various divine demons and human criminals we have detained over the years to the realm of the Qin. Ji Qianhuang turned to Jiang Shong. Somewhat surprised, old Jiang, have you suddenly come to your senses? Jiang Shong bore no resentment at Ji Qianhuang's jest. Firstly, Yua is after all the daughter of an old minister. If there is a chance for her to return to her former self, would I not desire that? Secondly, at this point, is there any use in opposing? Hearing Jiang Shong's words, Ji Qianhuang appeared momentarily dazed, his expression softening. Then let us proceed as you suggest, with Yua gone. You are my only kin. Jiang Shong sighed softly, but this too carries risks. if those individuals collude with the Qin, it will pose a significant problem. A mere rabble, what storm could they possibly stir? Ji Qianhuang's domineering voice resonated, the might of the ruler of the human race evident at this moment. If I can save you, what does it matter if I oppose the world? In the ensuing days, the border of the three races in the Qin dynasty erupted into fervor as countless powerful beings from the divine continent were banished here. What is happening? Why are these mighty figures, usually so rare, appearing with such frequency? You don't know. My cousin is in the Ji Emperor's Imperial Guard. He told me to leave this place quickly. The Ji Emperor is about to wage war against the Qin. The Qin, that newly established dynasty across the way, does it even require a war to deal with them? Some scoffed. They merely have the advantage of terrain, without the protection of the heavenly Tao. The 4 great kings of Dacia, the 10 generals, and the 36 heavenly marquises, each one is a calamity-level elder. Sending any one of them could easily shatter them. However, as soon as this sentiment was voiced, it was met with rebuttals from others. What do you know? Do you think the Qin was established without the support of the divine demons? If it were only the Qin, there would be no cause for concern. But the divine demons are lurking in the shadows. Best to leave this place soon. When gods fight, mortals suffer. Leave. Do you still think that the current divine and human races are akin to the previous era of unbroken borders and no internal strife? Perhaps it is even more perilous within the clans. Friend, speak not such blasphemy. Such treasonous words should not be uttered. Though such statements were swiftly quelled, many cultivators gazed at the powerful human figures above them with inscrutable expressions. Can you still consider yourselves the sages of the human race? Ji Qianhuang's vast consciousness enveloped all of Wangyu Ridge, listening to the discussions below without revealing a hint of emotion. No one knew what thoughts lingered in his mind. Behind him, the Prime Minister of Dacia, Jiangsheng, observed the towering figure before him, revealing a complex expression. Chapter 48. Then let us slay Shaochen. Are you truly not coming with us? Zhang Bo gazed at Shen Ning with a face full of concern. After years of companionship, this childless elder had long regarded Chen Ning as his own son. Zhang Bo, I shall not leave. The greater the storm, the more valuable the fish, with so many people around. I intend to raise my prices. I also need to save money to marry a wife, Chen Ning replied with a smile. Zhang Bo frowned, pointing toward the sky, and whispered, Chen Ning, currently, Wangyu Ridge is teeming with immortals. If you provoke them, no amount of money will suffice. Moreover, upon reaching this point, Zhang Bo glanced around, patted his waist pouch, then lowered his voice once more. You see, my boy, over the years, I've managed to save quite a sum. Thus, how about this? You accompany me back to my hometown, and I will take care of your marriage. Chen Ning felt a pang in his heart, just as he was about to speak. Zhang Bo played the emotional card. Chen Ning, I truly have a fondness for you, my boy. You possess a good heart and respect your elders. You know, I am without children or kin, not even a soul to see me off in my final days. Sigh. After pondering for a moment, Chen Ning revealed a faint smile. Very well, Zhang Bo, from now on let us live together. I shall care for you in your old age. Splendid. Quickly pack your things, we shall depart today. I've already arranged 2 spots with the merchant caravan from the eastern side of the city. All right, Zhang Bo, I will prepare. With that, Chen Ning entered the back courtyard of the noodle shop, and moments later emerged with a bundle. Oh, Chen Ning, where are Hezi and Xiaobai? Zhang Bo inquired, puzzled, as the typically inseparable Hezi and Xiaobai were nowhere to be found. No worries, Zhang Bo, they have found companions here. Let them be. Zhang Bo felt a twinge of disappointment. He held a deep affection for Hezi and Xiaobai, who were perceptive and well-behaved. Chen Ning took Zhang Bo's bundle and led him toward the western part of the city. It's fine, Zhang Bo, if they wish to stay, let them. The Wangyu Ridge is neither too large nor too small, and it won't be easy to find them. Alas, it must be so. I only hope they encounter a good family. As the old and young gradually walked away, disappearing into the streets to the west, the once tightly shut noodle shop creaked open again. Who else could it be but Chen Ning? Hazy stood quietly beside Chen Ning. While Xiao Bai lazily lay upon Hazy's back, the trio remained intact. The moon waxes and wanes, and people experience joy and sorrow. Such is the essence of life. Chen Ning gazed in the direction Zhang Bo had departed. Filled with contemplation, Hazy nodded. As long as they remained united, despite the melancholy, they could find solace. At the juncture of the Qin and the Divine Land, a continuous influx of cultivators at the ascension stage was being ushered in. In just a few months, over 1,000 ascension stage practitioners had gathered there, including more than 10 who had reached the completion of that stage. These cultivators spontaneously divided into 3 factions: humans, gods, and demons. The human faction was the largest, comprising half of the total, and their numbers continued to swell. What does the Great Seer mean by leaving us here, disregarded and unacknowledged? What does it matter? I have finally emerged. Even if I were to perish here, it is a far better fate than languishing in that cursed place. A whole 10,000 years, an entire decade. Someone felt a surge of vigilance, while others wept openly, and some howled to the heavens. The expressions of the 1,000 mighty beings were varied. Suddenly, a voice filled with authority rang out, "I do not care where you come from or who you were before. Upon entering the Qin, you must adhere to its rules. Can you comply?" The Qin, what level of authority do they possess to impose regulations upon me? As soon as Lu Bang finished speaking, a dismissive voice echoed back. Following the sound, Lu Bang beheld a figure shrouded in darkness, with only a pair of emerald green eyes visible, an individual of the demon race. It's him, the green-eyed serpent, wasn't it said that he faced his demise 2 millennia ago? I had heard he ventured among the humans to break through his limits. Could it be he succeeded? Not merely an ordinary ascension completion, this was half a step to transcending tribulation. Shocked gasps arose. Half a step to transcending tribulation meant he could return to the demon race, recuperate briefly, and then ascend. The green eyes, akin to real venomous serpents, fixated on Lu Bang, questioning the latter's qualifications to impose rules upon him. Lu Bang remained unperturbed, smiling as he inquired, "It seems you are not in agreement." "Humph, and what if I am? If so, that simplifies matters. I fear not those who wish to reason. I am unaccustomed to discourse. And if one suddenly insists upon it, I truly would not know how to engage." With a swift motion, Lu Bang produced the imperial seal of the Qin. In an instant, the surrounding space was locked by the power of the heavenly Tao, rendering the atmosphere so heavy that all present struggled to stand upright. With a resounding crash, 1,000 figures fell to their knees as though they were mere stalks of wheat being harvested. Lu Bang appeared before the green-eyed serpent in a flash, devoid of any flourish. With a resounding slap, he struck the green-eyed serpent's face, unveiling her hidden visage. In that fleeting moment, both were momentarily stunned. "So beautiful," Lu Bang exclaimed as he gazed upon the revealed green-eyed serpent. Her eyebrows contended with the verdancy of willows, and her face rivaled the blush of peaches. Her visage resembled a silver platter, her eyes like water-soaked apricots, and her lips were naturally red without the need for adornment. Despite the apparent frailty of her face due to prolonged confinement, her innate beauty could not be concealed. "A gentleman may be slain, but never humiliated. If you wish to kill me, then do so. Why must you resort to such humiliation?" The green-eyed serpent's emerald gaze paired with her stunning countenance emanated an indescribable bewitching beauty. "I offer you a choice: submit to me, or face death." Lu Bang disregarded the green-eyed serpent's animosity, speaking to her as one would to a beloved, his tone imbued with unparalleled gentleness. The green-eyed serpent regarded Lu Bang's lecherous expression with disdain. "A mere man, I am within your grasp, yet you hesitate to slay me." Unbeknownst to her, the moment Lu Bang's demeanor shifted from tender to murderous, he declared, "Then let it be so. Half a step to transcending tribulation should prove quite beneficial for your murderous aura." "Thank you, Hon Wang," Chen Ning's second senior sister, clad in crimson armor, exuded a valiant air as she wielded a red tassel spear. Stepping forth to stand before the green-eyed serpent, the overwhelming murderous aura permeated the green-eyed serpent's being, causing her pupils to widen in shock. He was truly serious. Wait, before she could utter another word. The red tassel spear in Shaw's hands was already stained crimson, and under the suppression of the heavenly Tao, the green-eyed serpent, half a step to transcending tribulation, fell helplessly beneath the might of Shaw's spear. With hands soaked in the blood of one, half a step to transcending tribulation, Shaw's presence surged, standing amidst heaven and earth like an ancient demon god. Chapter 49. The phenomenon of the imperial seal. Lu Bang maintained his composure. Casting a glance into the boundless void, his brow furrowing slightly, holding the imperial seal, he could distinctly sense the tenuous connection between the ethereal heavenly Tao and the imperial seal had once again grown more distant. Qin Emperor, if you do not return soon, I fear I shall not endure much longer. Concurrently, at the northernmost edge of the Qin, where it connected with the demon race's northern sea, three exceptionally powerful auras relentlessly assailed a black barrier. Qin Emperor, without external assistance, it is difficult for the three of us alone to shatter this barrier. The three figures were none other than Ying Zheng, Zhao Kuangyin, and Bai Yuan, who had long been absent. At this moment, the auras emanating from Ying Zheng and Zhao Kuangyin were vast and boundless, akin to ancient divine mountains that were unfathomable. In contrast, Bai Yuan was slightly lesser, comparable to the green-eyed serpent who had just been slain by Sha. Though a touch more robust, Ying Zheng furrowed his brow, halting his actions, and after a moment's contemplation he proposed, "Let us strike together at one point, as long as I can release a hint of my aura. We can summon the imperial seal to this place. I trust the Hon Wang knows what to do. It must be so." With a howl, Ying Zheng closed his eyes to gather his strength. And behind him various manifestations of dragons and phoenixes subtly appeared, the weight of his presence amplifying as though a celestial realm was being drawn near. Simultaneously, Zhao Kuangyin's vitality erupted, his once golden form becoming ordinary. Yet every movement he made now resonated with an inexplicable Tao rhythm, his flesh merging with the Tao, becoming the Tao itself. Bai Yuan's form expanded to great heights, and the iron staff in his hand surged correspondingly. The massive staff adorned with three characters brimming with divine essence, Lingyong staff. Suddenly Ying Zheng opened his eyes, as if the chaos of the world had been cleaved in two by a flash of golden light. Unleashing a dragon-shaped energy that soared forth, Zhao Kuangyin and Bai Yuan followed closely, their iron staffs, one golden and one silver, intertwined to form a combined technique. The colossal collision was akin to two great worlds colliding, causing the entire dark realm to tremble. A scene reminiscent of the earth cracking and the sky splitting unfolded. A gentle white light streamed in, emanating from the Qin. It was accomplished. Even the stoic Qin Emperor could not help but reveal a hint of joy. "Qin Emperor," Zhao Kuangyin exclaimed urgently, "I do not wish to linger in this cursed place." Ying Zheng nodded and immediately focused his mind, channeling the fissure to connect with the imperial seal of the Qin. Millions of miles away, Lu Bang held the imperial seal, lightly tapping a complete ascension stage human cultivator with a mischievous grin. "You have three choices. 1. Assist me, be obedient. 2. Die. 3. Return whence you came." The ascension stage cultivator's face turned ashen. Yet he refrained from expressing his anger, muttering inwardly, "Could you not show me a modicum of respect, just a little consideration, and I would comply." Just as he could no longer withstand the pressure of the heavenly Tao and was about to yield, the oppressive force suddenly lifted, and the suppression from the heavenly Tao vanished in an instant. Bang! Ha! Lu Bang was taken aback. Why had the sensation of crashing against flesh disappeared? This impact felt akin to striking against a divine weapon. The ascension stage cultivator was equally stunned. Had the heavenly Tao suppression truly dissipated? Whoosh! The imperial seal suddenly propelled Lu Bang northward, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye, with the dissipating suppression of the heavenly path. An array of powerful auras erupted forth despite enduring countless years of confinement. These presences appeared somewhat diminished compared to typical transcendent cultivators, yet the sheer number was overwhelming. Over 1,000 formidable beings at the pinnacle of cultivation were present. And in an instant the two individuals, Sha and N, were swept away by this formidable force, scattering them to the outskirts. The recently humiliated human cultivator at the peak of his power slowly rose. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. After the 3rd step he stood before the two, his aura restored to that of a late-stage transcendent, and still climbing. How would you like to perish? Lu Bang had fled, and thus the wrath of the heavens was unleashed upon those left behind. Blood trickled from Sha's lips, and even faced with 1,000 fellow cultivators, she showed no sign of retreat. Instead, it ignited her fierce nature. Die, even in death, I will drag you down with me. Boom, the crimson spear descended heavily upon the void, its surrounding malevolent energy transforming into a stunning shade of blood red, exuding an aura that suggested a willingness to fight to the death at any moment. Die, I wager you lack the courage. Just as a confrontation seemed imminent, N, standing aside, spoke with a hint of nonchalance and disdain. The peak stage cultivator regarded N with a frown, suspicion evident in his gaze. Transformation, integration, transcendence, crossing the tribulation. The realm of this youthful figure was utterly inscrutable to him. Oddly enough, the more he dismissed N, the lower he perceived her realm to be. Conversely, the more perplexed and weary he felt. The higher her realm seemed. In an instant the 1,000 transcendent cultivators hesitated before the two young figures, none daring to make the first move. After all, having finally attained freedom, who would willingly relinquish it? Meanwhile, on the other side, the imperial seal of the kingdom, carrying Lu Bang, traversed layers of space covering billions of miles, and in merely half an hour they arrived. Upon reaching a thinly veiled expanse torn open by Injing, the seal joyously flitted about as if reunited with long-lost kin. Lu Bang observed this peculiar behavior with an expression of confusion. Boom. True to his nature, Lu Bang, ever meticulous, quickly deduced the situation, his vast consciousness scanning the area around the imperial seal. Soon, he detected an anomaly. The space directly before the imperial seal was significantly weaker than the surrounding areas, as if it had been forcibly breached. In the void, I possess a sword. A jade-white celestial sword manifested behind him, its aura surging forth, accompanied by a breathtaking sword intent that, combined with his formidable late-stage cultivation, rendered one to question whether even the most accomplished cultivators could rival him without the imperial seal. Boom! As he struck, the space rippled with waves, yet the astonishing sword intent was devoured by an invisible wall. Lu Bang hesitated not for a moment, leaving a trace of his consciousness in this realm. He turned and fled back the way he came. If he could not handle it, he would call for reinforcements. Oh my, this power is formidable indeed, eliciting a response rivaling even old by. A glimmer of astonishment flashed in Zhao Kuangin's eyes as he placed a hand on the shoulder of the white ape, who displayed an abashed disdain in his expression and swatted Zhao's hand away. Tiger-headed brat. Zhao Kuangin, unperturbed, merely chuckled awkwardly. Observing this, Ying too revealed a hint of a smile. Pray tell, brother Zhao, how well do you know the Horn King? Lu Bang, he is a talent, the great talent. Speaking of the Lu family, one cannot overlook a certain individual renowned alongside the Qin Emperor. The descendants refer to him as Qin Huang Honwu, or Honwu. Is he a descendant of the Horn King? Indeed, he is Lu Bang's direct descendant, if memory serves correctly, a great-grandson. If given the chance, I would truly wish to meet him. Ying Zheng's thoughts drifted to that youth who called him ancestor. His smile widening with him around, it is assured. Chapter 50, Despair of Aoshing. Boom. As Chen Ning stood on Wang Yu Ridge, he suddenly emanated dozens of Dao rhythms, nearly losing control and provoking a heavenly tribulation. After a moment's thought, such a grand gift must surely stem from that individual, yet why was the connection so fleeting? Moreover, Chen Ning extended his right hand toward the void, and with a forceful grasp, It felt as though he had plucked a fragment of the intangible space from thin air. Both body and soul, clearly Shao Kuangin had somehow intertwined with the Qin emperor, judging from the fleeting insights. The two were evidently trapped in some place. Even the great Tao could be obscured. After Sha and En had stood in confrontation with the 1,000 transcendent cultivators for 2 full hours, the long-absent Lu Bang finally appeared. "All of you follow me." Lu Bang wasted no words. Upon his arrival, he casually tossed forth countless elixirs, some for replenishing vitality, others for restoring spiritual energy, and some for mending consciousness. The 1,000 cultivators exchanged glances, surprisingly refraining from any protest, quietly seeking out the elixirs they required and swallowing them. As they journeyed, they tended to their injuries, not lingering. Lu Bang swiftly commanded, leading the way forward. More than a dozen peak stage cultivators exchanged glances, hesitating for a moment before ultimately following suit. The strongest among them acquiesced, and the rest had little reason to hesitate. Thus, a procession of over 1,000 transcendent cultivators surged forth toward the north. "Your Majesty, trouble is afoot. The Horn King of the Great Qin has brought an army." In the North Sea Dragon Palace, a trembling shrimp soldier reported to the Dragon King. "What?" North Sea Dragon King Ao Xing was taken aback. Rising abruptly, he had certainly heard of this newly established dynasty, yet after pondering, he realized that the North Sea Dragon clan had never provoked them. "No, Aoli." Ao Xing roared in fury, his early-stage tribulation cultivation erupting, causing the entire North Sea to tremble under his formidable presence. "How many have they brought?" Ao Xing inquired gravely. Even harboring resentment toward Aoli was futile. The individual was already dead. 1,000. The shrimp soldier quivered. "How many? Speak clearly and swiftly." Ao Xing glared, uncertainty creeping into his voice. The shrimp soldier took a deep breath, attempting to calm himself. 1,000, humph. A mere 1,000 cultivators. What reason is there to be so frightened? Ao Xing sighed in relief, expressing his displeasure toward the shrimp soldier. My king, 1,000 transcendent cultivators. The shrimp soldier lamented. "Pht." Ao Xing spat a mouthful of dragon blood, swiftly slaying the shrimp soldier with a palm strike. His early-stage tribulation aura spiraling into chaos. "Seal the palace, under no circumstances confront them." After issuing this command, Ao Xing withdrew his vast consciousness, retreating into the depths, his breathing slowing considerably. Trembling, he produced a mirror, the treasure of the dragon clan, the sky-viewing mirror, capable of observing events within a myriad of miles. An hour and a half later, the 1,000 transcendent cultivators swiftly approached the North Sea. To Ao Xing's eyes, these cultivators made no effort to conceal their auras, voraciously absorbing the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth. Wherever they went, the surrounding energy was depleted, as if locusts had ravaged the land. This was clearly a display of preparing for a desperate fight. For what reason? Was it merely due to a junior having once provoked the Qin emperor? Furthermore, that junior had already been slain by the Qin emperor. Stop. Upon reaching their destination, Lu Bang issued a command, and the entire transcendent army halted. Glancing back, the majority had nearly recovered, aided by the elixirs. "The Great Qin and all of you shall never be adversaries. On the contrary, only the Great Qin will endure. I hope you all comprehend this truth." Who is Lu Bang? The most adept emperor in the annals of Huaxia history at utilizing people. Should anyone grasp the ways of the heart, a Lu Bang might not even need to cultivate to reach the realm of the Tao ancestor. First, with absolute martial might, he would eliminate a half-step tribulation powerhouse to instill fear among these vicious thugs, then without hesitation provide healing elixirs, clearly demonstrating his intentions, and finally articulate that the benefits of aligning with the Great Qin far outweigh any detriment. Next, he would sketch out some intangible prospects. After all, human hearts are swayed by interests. The Great Qin exists in the fissures between the 3 clans. Are you not the same? This land is rife with secret realms and treasures. With sufficient resources, is there anyone among you who is not a paragon of excellence? Advancing further is not an insurmountable challenge, is it? In due time, we may even become the 4th clan. Kings and lords, who among you possesses true nobility, who is born a tyrant among the heavenly and earthly races, Lu Bang proclaimed loudly, igniting the greed within the hearts of those present, none of whom were innocents. A burly man, bare-chested, exuded a vitality akin to a furnace of the world, fierce and untamed. The Horn King speaks truth. What nonsense of the imperial clan G, my forging sect has never wronged them. Yet they are driven by greed for my sect's body-refining techniques, slaughtered us nearly to the last. Were it not for seeking refuge in the Great Qin, I would never dare reveal my identity. What? The forging sect was annihilated by the G clan? The butcher is indeed a member of the forging sect, or that explains why the butcher targeted only the G clan's offspring. The burly butcher continued, Horn King, I care not for others. I shall follow you to take down those G scoundrels. And I as well, I too. As Lu Bang observed the gathering of discontented strongmen, his heart swelled with joy, pondering how the G Emperor could be such a fool as to deliver so many powerful allies to him. Lu Bang suddenly realized, of course, as the leader of the human clan, the G Emperor could not possibly be a fool. There must be something amiss. To hell with it. First, let us bring out the Qin Emperor. Ladies and gentlemen, I have come to comprehend your intentions. At this critical juncture, let us first bring forth the ruler of our great Qin. Lu Bang pointed towards the realm left by his divine insight and declared, attack fiercely in that direction. Meanwhile, Eoshing, observing through the celestial mirror, was struck with fear as he recognized that Lu Bang's indication pointed directly to his own dwelling. 3, 2, 1, 8,000 mighty cultivators unleashed their full strength, unleashing a tempest of spells, ferocious spiritual power and overwhelming vitality, creating a scene reminiscent of world annihilation. No, Eoshing bellowed in terror. Boom. The entire land of Qin trembled, although the target was the northern sea. An invisible barrier thwarted their path, as if crashing against the very earth itself. In another dimension, Yingzheng opened his eyes and solemnly proclaimed, Brother Zhao, they have arrived. The two men, a monkey and a man, fixed their gaze intently upon the special rift before them. The entire expanse of space began to crack at an agonizingly slow pace, yet it always fell just short of completion. It is our turn. Yingzheng and Zhao Kuangyin exchanged glances, their formidable auras surging forth, revealing their unmatched cultivation without reserve, delivering their most powerful strike in unison. Shatter. Chapter 51. Here again, still coming, is it never ending? Ultimately, the barrier was breached, and the rampant energy gradually dissipated, revealing a rift in space large enough for a person to pass through. 8,000 great cultivators fixated their gaze upon the newly formed special fissure. From non-existence to existence, as two overwhelming auras potent enough to alter the very heavens and earth emanated forth, escalating in intensity. Third, it was as if an unparalleled beast of legend was about to emerge, causing the crowd to cast doubtful glances at Lu Bang. Could this old fellow truly be leading us into a trap? The burly butcher discreetly stepped back, distancing himself from the special rift. Suddenly a black boot stepped forth, and a tall man clad in a black dragon robe materialized before everyone. Upon sensing the aura radiating from him, all present were taken aback. He was undergoing tribulation. But that was not all. Following him were a bronze-skinned figure and a white ape, their combined vitality surging like an abyssal sea, overwhelming everyone present to the point of breathlessness. The Tao body. How could it be that such a figure would appear in this place? This defies all logic. Lu Bang humbly welcomed the return of the Qin Emperor. Lu Bang was the first to kneel, followed closely by Sha and Yen, who also bowed. We welcome the Qin Emperor. A gentle yet irresistible torrent of vast spiritual power lifted the three of them. No need for such formalities. His gaze then shifted to the throng of 1,000 great cultivators. Enemies. Yingzheng was perplexed as the boundless pressure he exerted rivaled the previous force of the heavenly Tao, bearing down on the 1,000 great cultivators. The Qin Emperor, fellow Taoists, are the ones who have come to your aid in this predicament. They are allies. Though Lu Bang spoke with a semblance of explanation, his tone remained indifferent. Yingzheng, a figure of considerable stature, understood Lu Bang's intent, useful yet untrustworthy. Understood. Yingzheng nodded slightly, and the overwhelming pressure akin to the heavenly Tao dissipated without a trace. As the weight upon their shoulders vanished, the crowd collectively exhaled in relief. It seemed they had summoned a living embodiment of the heavenly Tao. Whether this was a blessing or a curse remained uncertain. Return, Yingzheng commanded, casually tearing open a special rift that connected directly to the palace of Qin, and one by one they stepped through, Wang Yuling in Chen Ning's modest noodle shop. Boom! Suddenly, an array of Tao rhythms, both grand and minute, emanated from Chen Ning with immense intensity. Damn, here again, the thick Tao rhythm swiftly attracted the thunderclouds above. Slash, 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 Chen Ning roared, swiftly severing the perfected Tao rhythms. With each severed strand, the thunderclouds above dissipated, until the unformed storm clouds vanished entirely. Chen Ning sighed in relief. It appears the Qin emperor has escaped his plight. Such fortune comes with great intensity. More is coming. As the power of the great Tao was severed, Chen Ning's physical prowess soared like a rocket, swiftly reaching the threshold of soul knowledge and golden body. In an instant, the previously dissipated thunderclouds reformed, escalating in intensity. No, big brother, I lack experience in traversing tribulations. Isn't this akin to seeking death? Chen Ning lamented, his face a mask of despair. Old He, absorb my power, do not be polite. Woof, such a fortunate occurrence. Blackie wasted no time, pouncing upon Chen Ning like a famished tiger. Clutching him tightly and sinking his teeth into his neck, clang, Blackie bared his teeth, gazing at Chen Ning with a forlorn expression, as if his recently grown front tooth threatened to shatter. Up again, Chen Ning hastily withdrew his protective energy, and Blackie beat down, drawing forth an endless stream of vitality that surged into him, visibly thickening Blackie's own essence. In moments of respite, a few drops of Blackie's essence fell from his mouth, which Xiao Bai eagerly absorbed. Though only a few drops, Xiao Bai's diminutive form swelled like a balloon. After half an hour, Chen Ning's vitality stabilized at the pinnacle of soul knowledge, and Blackie successfully advanced within the same realm. The thunderclouds above finally dispersed, seemingly arced, as they released a bolt of heavenly wrath that struck Chen Ning. What is this, a game? Chen Ning exhaled in relief, his heart racing with trepidation, not to mention the difficulty of the heavenly tribulation. The current environment of Wang Yuling would certainly attract the attention of countless powerful beings should he attempt to traverse it. Clang, Fu Hao, awaken the body of the ancestor witch to inherit the power of the ancestor witch, and step into the realm of the void witch, rewarding the host with the Tao rhythm of the witch. Boom! A complete path of the witch instantly coalesced around Chen Ning. Damn, this is never ending. Drawing from prior experience, Chen Ning quickly severed the path of the witch. However, this time the thunderclouds that formed did not dissipate. Instead, they rapidly condensed layer upon layer, resembling an enhanced version of the 99 Thunder Tribulation, strengthened thrice over. Rumble. As if unable to find a target, the thunderclouds encompassed the entirety of Wang Yuling as their tribulation target, for the energy was more than sufficient. Countless word-destroying thunderbolts descended simultaneously. Determined to obliterate this cursed ground of tribulation, Chen Ning frowned, not out of concern for himself, but rather for the few who might survive the onslaught of heavenly thunder. Scatter, a voice of authority, resolute and undeniable, echoed through the thunderous chaos. Lord of humanity, Ji Qianhuang. Even after uttering these words, Ji Qianhuang did not turn back. The world-destroying thunderbolts, mere meters from Wang Yuling, gradually dispersed. The increasingly heavy clouds above were also banished by the sunlight, vanishing without a trace. A single word sent the heavenly Tao into retreat. Chen Ning's spirit trembled. Was this the pinnacle of cultivators in this world? Their strength was unfathomable, and the Qin emperor was contending with such powerful beings. Ji Huang gazed toward the direction of Qin, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Your time is running short. Countless distances away, the Qin emperor seemed to hear Ji Huang's voice, and though his realm was slightly inferior, his momentum remained unabated. I have stated, await my arrival, in the palace of Qin, at the Huoxia Academy, as expected of my cherished disciple, the body of the ancestor witch, merely decades later, can communicate with the ancestor witch. Excellent, 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 an ancient voice resonated within the academy, all thanks to my master's teachings. Fu Hao spoke gently, a stark contrast to her demeanor upon her arrival. She now radiated an aura of profound mystery. A black mystical pattern adorning her forehead, staring at her for any length of time, felt as though one's very consciousness was being drawn in. The ancestor looked upon Fu Hao with uncontainable satisfaction in his eyes. The witch ancestor's pattern, a treasure I have sought my entire life yet could not attain. How enviable. Chapter 52. The secret realm of Taishu. Yingzheng gazed upon the grand expanse of Qin before him, a hint of astonishment flickering in his eyes. The Han ancestor, Lu Bang, truly lived up to his illustrious reputation. When he departed, he had merely left behind a makeshift assembly and a treasured jade seal. Yet now the Qin was structured with 3 ministers and 9 ministers, 6 departments, a judiciary, and 13 chancellors, its military fortified with troops in the capital, every town, and border defenses. There were also various academies, military academies, cultivation academies, and literary academies. The apex of all educational institutions within Qin was the Huoxia Academy, specifically established for the descendants of Huoxia. Hon Wang, your system is far more refined than that of my Qin era. My lord, it is merely standing upon the shoulders of giants. No one can surpass your achievements, even if future systems prove more comprehensive. Lu Bang expressed these words with sincerity, recognizing that only this man, the foremost figure of Huoxia, could command his respect. By the way, my lord, what shall we do about those cultivators? The Ji Emperor sending them here surely harbors ill intentions, Lu Bang inquired, pointing towards the 1,000 great cultivators outside the palace. Yingzheng fell silent, for he was not preoccupied with the predicament of these cultivators. They were but trifles. He raised his gaze to the heavens, his eyes transcending time and space, piercing into the boundless void, where the heavenly Tao resided. As if sensing the Qin Emperor's consciousness, the tempest arose, and the entire land of Qin became saturated with an overwhelming essence of the Tao. Interesting, a desperate struggle for survival. Rest assured, once I step into this realm, our fates will be inextricably linked. Yingzheng's authoritative voice resonated throughout heaven and earth, and upon receiving his assurance, the anomalies in the universe vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, within the domain of Qin, countless perfected cultivators suddenly found their comprehension of the great Tao becoming extraordinarily effortless. In merely the span of a single incense stick, dozens of perfected cultivators simultaneously ascended to the great ascension stage. Emperor Qin gazed towards the direction of Wang Yu, reached to a knowing smile curling at the corners of his lips. Damn it, it has actually taken the initiative to disperse the power of the great Tao. Why does the heavenly Tao possess consciousness? Ji Chenhuang's countenance darkened as if he were about to weep. He had never anticipated that the heavenly Tao would actively relinquish its power. Jiang Shang hesitated briefly before speaking. Perhaps it is related to Emperor Qin. The heavenly Tao is partial, while the great Tao is impartial. The heavenly Tao must have been influenced by Emperor Qin. Very well, I am eager to see how long you can endure. 3 days later, a sudden piece of news set the entire divine continent and the 2 clans of deities and demons ablaze: the imminent emergence of the Taishu secret realm within the Great Qin territory. Great Qin, once the battlefield of the 3 clans, became a battleground not solely due to its unique geographical position, but also because it harbors countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures, with innumerable secret realms both large and small. The 4 most renowned secret realms are Taishu, Shenling, Huangchuanxi, and Buluori. Among them, Taishu ranks first, not because it is the best, but rather because it appears most frequently, yielding an endless array of magical artifacts and elixirs. Yingsheng and Liu Bang, a mere great Qin, attempting to monopolize the Taishu secret realm, seems rather presumptuous, does it not? The overwhelming aura of deities and demons bore down upon the great Qin side. Even with the barrier of the dimensional realm separating them, the immense pressure was palpable. The foundation of Great Qin was still too weak. Yingsheng stepped forward, unleashing the aura of transcending tribulation. Instantly countering all the pressure. Transcending tribulation, how is that possible? The leading deity of the demon faction, Emperor Jun, wore an expression of astonishment. Do you still wish to enter? Yingsheng declared imperiously, showing no regard for the late-stage tribulation transcending Emperor Jun. What is your intention? Emperor Jun replied solemnly. Liu Bang spoke plainly. The flat rate of 10,000 superior spirit stones per quarter, Great Qin will not target you. Upon hearing this, Emperor Jun's eyes widened in disbelief. What the hell, all this fuss for this? No need to look for more. Emperor Jun casually tossed a superior storage ring, turning away without even glancing at Liu Bang. Liu Bang scanned with his divine sense. Momentarily stunned, before tossing it to Yingsheng and soaring towards the Great Qin Palace. 1 billion, a full 1 billion superior spirit stones. Yingsheng's hand trembled slightly as he held the ring but managed to conceal it well. It seems all have suffered from a lack of worldly experience. Meanwhile, at the border with the divine continent, the situation was far more precarious. 8,000 great ascension cultivators blocked the entrance to Great Qin. And numerous corpses already lay strewn across the ground. As fellow humans, how could they be so excessive? Leading the human faction was one of the top families of the divine continent, the Jiang family. With Jiang Lua, a top 10 prodigy under 1,000 years of age, human race, when you annihilated my sect, did you not claim to be of the same race? The butcher scoffed, unleashing his full power. The vitality of his perfected golden body exploding forth as a show of resolve. Jiang Lua's expression soured, disdainfully retorting, if it were not for fearing Great Qin, would you mere chickens and dogs dare obstruct my path? Then I shall give you a fair opportunity. Each of you shall pay 100,000 superior spirit stones, and Great Qin shall not hinder you. At this moment, a figure clad in red appeared amongst the 1,000 great ascension cultivators. Smiling as he spoke, very well, I agree. Jiang Lua hesitated not, for a mere 100,000 was but a trifling sum. Whoosh, a streak of light flashed, and a storage ring appeared before the figure, who did not take it but suddenly proposed, otherwise. Let us gamble. If you win, you get back this 100,000. If you lose, it doubles. Excellent. Just as I wished to ascertain my fortune on this venture, the figure produced a die and a die cup that could shield divine senses. Rattle, rattle, the die within the cup began to shake. A single roll to determine victory or defeat. Small, the figure lifted the cup, and lo, 2 dots. Jiang Lua unceremoniously reclaimed the storage ring from Chen Ning. Thank you. Were you just being arrogant, big fellow? Jiang Lua approached the butcher, pointing an accusing finger at his nose. Are you frightened at such a young age? The butcher took the initiative to strike, instantly enveloped in golden light. With a colossal avatar appearing behind him, the hallmark of a perfected golden body, boom, he unleashed a full-powered punch, but the anticipated scene of overwhelming power did not materialize. The massive avatar struck Jiang Lua, causing him no significant harm, merely knocking him back 1,000 meters. Jiang Lua chuckled coldly, unleashing his full power as a late-stage great ascension cultivator, 4 supreme spirit swords materializing behind him, the 4 symbols sword formation. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The 4 swords wreaked havoc around the butcher at an incomprehensible speed. In less than the time it takes to burn an incense stick, the butcher was left battered and bruised. Seeing this, the onlookers displayed a flicker of fear. Indeed, he was a prodigy from a prominent family. As the perfected golden body butcher had no means to defend himself against him. Jiang Lua's killing intent surged. The four swords converging into one, emanating a chilling aura as they aimed for the butcher's brow. "I bet your sword contains no spiritual energy," the flippant voice rang out. Chapter 53, The Heavenly Tao is Unwrought. Transcending tribulation comes forth. As the words of the figure fell, Jiang Lua's little sword instantaneously became as fragile as mundane iron, striking the butcher and emitting a cracking sound before fracturing piece by piece. Jiang Lua's eyes widened in disbelief. Oh, how could four supreme spirit swords lose their might so easily? The butcher paused for a moment, then revealed a sinister grin, his powerful physique crossing the space to appear before Jiang Lua. His palm as large as a fan, bearing the force to shatter mountains, reaching for Jiang Lua's head. Jiang Lua, wary, glanced at the figure not far off, then crashed a teleportation talisman, vanishing to an unknown location. "Thank you, esteemed sir, for your assistance." The butcher retracted his golden body, sincerely bowing to the figure. "It was merely luck. Had I lost the gamble, it would have been your life on the line." The figure nonchalantly waved his hand, continuing to address the human cultivators outside, shouting, "Ben, what of you? Will you play or not play? Why not? A 50% chance." The ensuing scene was somewhat unexpected, as hundreds of human cultivators lined up to gamble against the figure. However, to everyone's astonishment, the figure engaged in 360 rounds of gambling without winning a single one. "Haha, what a good person, saved us 100,000 spirit stones." Everyone was extraordinarily excited, praising the figure's high moral character, claiming he had opened a backdoor for the human race under the guise of gambling. Even the 1,000 criminals had their reservations about the figure, for had he not saved the butcher earlier, they might have presumed he was aligned with the humans. Meanwhile, the cultivators from the deities and demons' side looked on coldly at this spectacle. Indeed, there seemed to be a conspiracy between Great Qin and the divine continent, so heavily biased. Only the figure wore a knowing smile, for losing was preferable, a strategy of attrition, losing small amounts now to win big later. Boom. A colossal, boundless phantom appeared above Great Qin, its feet treading upon the 7 stars. 7 celestial swords floating behind it, surrounded by countless glowing orbs. "The Taishu secret realm shall open after a century. Those holding the realm token may enter." The phantom, adorned with the words of the great Tao, succinctly conveyed this message, and soon the surrounding light points transformed into countless beams, darting towards various locations within Great Qin. This scene unfolded across millions of miles, igniting fervor in the hearts of all. The Taishu secret realm, the Taishu sword emperor, the legendary sword immortal, the true celestial, within the Great Qin palace. Lu Bang beheld this spectacle, oddly summoning his own Taishu sword, meticulously comparing it to the 7 celestial swords behind the Taishu sword emperor. "Do they resemble each other?" Lu Bang questioned, uncertain, as he nudged Zhao Kuangin's shoulder. Zhao Kuangin glanced over and casually remarked, "They do, Lu Bang. Is he not curious?" "Curious, dumb, curiosity is pointless, the day when Lao Bai transforms is nigh." Zhao Kuangin's mood had been rather complicated lately. He had known since early on that the white ape was female, but having only seen her in beast form, he had not paid much heed until now. After a moment, Zhao Kuangin arrived at the Xianing Palace, where Yingzheng resided. "Brother, what do you think I should do now?" When they had escaped their predicament, the two had formed a brotherly bond. With Yingzheng as the eldest, Lu Bang as the second, Zhao Kuangin as the third, and the white ape as the fourth sister. "This matter concerns you and the fourth sister, even though I am the eldest. It is not for me to meddle," Yingzheng replied with a sense of resignation, then shifted the topic. "However, you must advise the fourth sister to refrain from rushing to break through. She should endeavor to perfect the power of the great Dao. Great Qin's current domain, with the heavenly Tao dispersing. Comprehending any great Tao is twice the effort for half the result. Such a rare opportunity must be seized." Zhao Kuangin nodded, though troubled. He understood the priorities. Boom. At that moment, the aura of the heavenly Tao in Great Qin underwent a sudden transformation. In an instant, a sense of fragmentation emerged, in both the divine continent and the realm of deities and demons. Two terrifying auras awakened, instilling fear in all living beings. Yin Zheng's pupils constricted, his expression one of horror. Even standing at the pinnacle of the entire ancestral stars cultivators, he felt as insignificant as an ant beneath these two auras. Mature heavenly Tao, Yin Zheng articulated each word with emphasis. The heavenly Tao favors no one, always siding with the virtuous. The heavenly Tao is unyielding. The profound heavenly Tao is inherently unyielding. Great Qin's heavenly Tao. Do not mislead yourselves. To the left and right, two auras, imbued with the essence of the Tao, resonated like the voice of the heavenly Tao within the hearts of all cultivators in Great Qin. The countenance of every cultivator in Great Qin shifted dramatically, their confidence to contend fiercely against the colossal entities of the human race and the deities and demons was predicated solely on the support of the heavenly Tao. No one could have anticipated that the human race and the divine demons possessed a means to communicate with their respective heavenly paths. This is not a matter to be taken lightly. As the resonances of the two great heavenly paths echoed, the heavenly path of the Great Qin retracted all oppressive forces against foreign cultivators. Consequently, Yin Zheng and Zhao Kuangyin found themselves ensnared. Unable to act freely within the confines of the Great Qin, henceforth, within the Great Qin, all factions stood on equal footing. The divine and demonic clans erupted in raucous laughter, compared to the grand transcendents. Do our 10 dominant clans and 3,000 alien tribes fear the human race? This indiscriminate mockery effectively lumped the Great Qin and the human race together. The divine clan, represented by the Futan clan, dispatched 5 half-step transcendent beings, accompanied by 20 fully realized grand transcendents, alongside 1,000 late-stage grand transcendents, boldly marching into the Great Qin. Meanwhile, the demonic clan, led by the ancient Rakshasa, mirrored this with 5 half-step transcendent beings, 20 fully realized grand transcendents, and 1,000 late-stage grand transcendents. The 5 half-step transcendent beings of the Futan clan were gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. The Rakshasa clan represented the elements of heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow. The Tian Rakshasa grinned at Fu Jin, saying, "Brother Fu Jin, shall we clear this battlefield fast?" Fu Jin, exuding an aura of chilling sharpness, nodded without a hint of emotion. "That is precisely my intention," with a mere gesture from Fu Jin. The 1,000 late-stage grand transcendents behind him dispersed like a swarm of bees, sweeping eastward towards the Great Qin, most of whom were human cultivators from the Shenzhou region. The Tian Rakshasa, in a tacit agreement, headed westward, where the human race of the Great Qin resided. Such arrogance, in the shadows, Shaw's expression turned icy, her malevolence nearly spiraling out of control. She was poised to charge out and unleash a slaughter. But Zhang swiftly intercepted her, shaking his head slightly. A head-on clash with 5 half-step transcendent beings was hardly a prudent choice. The Great Qin was his domain. Shan formed a hand seal, and in an instant, a colossal Bagua formation enveloped over 100 late-stage grand transcendents. The Bagua formation, contrasting black and white, resembled a massive grinding wheel, slowly turning. Within mere breaths, over 100 late-stage grand cultivators were ground to dust, annihilated, both divine and demonic. Among the 5 half-step transcendent beings, one white-eyed Rakshasa suddenly opened his eyes wide, the whites turning black, revealing a 7-colored causal line within. There, the white-eyed Rakshasa, the most enigmatic among the Rakshasa clan, known as the Ling Rakshasa, discerned the duality of existence and the intricacies of causality. Seeking death, Xian Tian Pom, the Ling Rakshasa, brimming with formidable spiritual energy, unleashed a cataclysmic force, locking onto Zhan, and struck with a palm. Even from thousands of miles away, one could sense the overwhelming devastation of that strike. "I wager your palm will strike that blind fool," just as the giant palm was about to collide with Zhan. A languid voice resonated. Chapter 54, The Chufeng Clan. As that languid voice rang out, the Ling Rakshasa's earth-shattering blow inexplicably appeared before the Ling Rakshasa. Old 5, a golden-hued light emerged, and a robust figure shielded the Ling Rakshasa. Duan, the earthy energy dissipated, and the mighty figure was sent flying 1,000 meters, having managed to block the strike. Though the Ling Rakshasa suffered no significant harm, the immense energy explosion left her with a trickle of blood at the corner of her mouth. Damn, he didn't even die from that, Jean expressed his dissatisfaction. The ancient Rakshasa clan always appeared in quintets, a heaven, earth, mysterious, yellow, and spirit. While the spirit lacked offensive power, it was of utmost importance, revered as the brain of the Rakshasa. What a pity, Jean felt a twinge of regret. Even as bait, he hadn't managed to kill him. Had Jean lost his gamble, he would likely have been searching for a suitable host by now. Bang! A thunderous sound echoed, and Jean stared wide-eyed at the scene before him, involuntarily swallowing hard. Shah and Jean followed his gaze, and soon found themselves equally dumbfounded. In their eyes, a colossal pillar stood erect amidst the four Rakshasa. While the ground where the Ling Rakshasa had once been was now buried deep beneath the impact of that pillar, atop which a white figure could faintly be seen, Jean murmured, "Isn't this Xiao Ji's esteemed wife?" Shah was instantly astonished, gazing at Jean with disbelief. That woman was far more formidable than the one before them. Who didn't know that he most detested such discussions? The ever-composed Jean remarked, "This lady's temper seems quite fierce lately." Whoosh! The Ling Yang rod instantly shrunk, as a white figure plummeted from the heights like a meteor. Boom! The collision of flesh, the aesthetics of a mere mortal. The white ape unleashed a punch, while the most resilient Huang Rakshasa raised both palms to meet the blow. One breath, two breaths, three, bang! The Huang Rakshasa's arms shattered inch by inch, the ground beneath him sinking several meters. He was left gasping for breath. The white ape's eyes burned crimson, turning to the three Rakshasa. A tidal wave of malevolence igniting the entire space. As majestic as his entrance had been, he now appeared utterly disheveled. Witnessing the swift demise of his two brothers, the Tian Rakshasa was consumed by rage. But fear had already taken hold of him, too brutal, too violent. The ancient Rakshasa, half-step transcendent. In an instant their bones were turned to dust. In truth, it was not that the ancient Rakshasa lacked strength, rather, the white ape clan was simply too monstrous. Distinct from other races, the entirety of the white ape clan resided within the Ling Yang rod. Any white ape wielding the Ling Yang rod became the embodiment of the clan. Rumble, the sky darkened with thunderclouds. And the white ape sensed a faint pressure. She understood she could no longer act, lest she be forcibly compelled to transcend. Glancing at the heavens, a hint of regret flickered in her eyes. Then, taking a step forward, she appeared before the three, casually waving her hand, conjuring a special portal that enveloped the three as they stepped through. Once the white ape departed, the three Rakshasa instantly appeared as if deflated. Collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath, too terrifying, absolutely inhuman. In stark contrast to the Rakshasa, the Futon clan's advance proceeded smoothly. They swept through with ease, encountering no resistance whatsoever, the only one who posed any challenge. Jiang Lua was severely weakened after having his four life-bound celestial swords destroyed. Fortuitously, being of the Jiang clan, his arsenal was sufficiently vast, allowing him to escape with his life. Thus, the eastern part of the Great Qin fell entirely under the control of the Futon clan. Upon hearing this, the Tian Rakshasa regretted bitterly, realizing that what they had thought was a mere chicken theft had led to them being struck down like a horse. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone within Fu Jin's forces lay an odd 5-member squad. Each member donned black hoods and night attire, with a bone knife and a chopping knife secured at their belts. Even more astonishing was that within a 10,000-mile radius of their presence, no other divine beings could be found. Over 1,000 late-stage grand cultivators were tasked with seeking the Taisu realm order, while the 20 fully realized grand cultivators were Fu Jin's most trusted confidants. Hence, the patrol duties were entrusted to them to prevent any clandestine antics. One of the late-stage grand cultivators, puzzled, questioned, when did such peculiar figures emerge among the divine clan, and those strange garments, capable of blocking even divine perception? Who are you? Driven by curiosity, the late-stage Grand Cultivator halted the 5. Boss, a late-stage Grand Cultivator, Little 6, you go, remember to use force, woo-woo. Damn, speak human language, see, Duan, the 5 oddly dressed individuals paused though they did not remove their hoods. Their obsequious expressions were palpable. Esteemed one, what guidance do you have? Remove your hoods, the late-stage Grand Cultivator commanded coldly, his disdain unmistakable. Within the divine clan, status was clear-cut, the nobility held absolute dominion over the common races. Undoubtedly, the Futon clan was the nobility among the nobility, despite this late-stage Grand Cultivator merely being an outer disciple of the Futon clan. My lord, our Chufeng clan operates this way, no rule states we cannot wear hoods. The leader cautiously replied, seemingly wary of inciting the ire of the figure before him. The late-stage Grand Cultivator's aura erupted violently, unrestrained as it bore down upon the 5. I command you, remove your hoods, damn, you are asking for it. Prison, Little 6, woo-woo. The 5 members of the Chufeng clan suddenly erupted, unleashing 2 binding spells. In an instant, the individual known as Little 6 felt his spiritual energy surge uncontrollably. A breathtaking punch of light erupted from his right fist. Wherever the puncher's light reached, it turned to dust. Boom. The late-stage Grand Cultivator found himself utterly defenseless against the punch, disintegrating into powder. Astonishingly, after obliterating the cultivator, the puncher's light did not dissipate but rather intensified. Soaring skyward, bang, the tranquil sky was suddenly blasted open by a gaping black hole measuring several zhong wide. Damn, Little 6, that was too loud. Retreat, storage ring. Oh, what storage ring? There's not even a speck left, the ancestor said. After dealing with the Chufeng, we must change locations. Meanwhile, tens of thousands of miles away, Fujin's expression shifted dramatically as he solemnly declared, Fujio is dead. Fumu, enraged, exclaimed, how could this happen? Haven't we already swept through? With Fujio's cultivation prowess, how could he fail to send a distress signal? This was inconceivable, Fujin pondered, realizing that matters were far more complex than he had imagined. This mysterious Great Qin was fraught with uncertainties. When the 5 half-step transcendent beings arrived at the scene of the incident, the gravity of the situation weighed heavily upon them. A single strike, instantaneous annihilation. Chapter 55, The Encounter with the Chenning of the Kushao clan. As the Great War erupted in the Great Qin, the surrounding factions clashed. The Wanyu Ridge began to stir with increasing activity. In the present day, Wanyu Ridge is devoid of ordinary mortals. It is teeming with cultivators, with fusion stages as common as dogs and great ascension practitioners scattered all around. Duang, the branch of the Heavenly Bank at Wanyu Ridge, has opened with a grand discount of 50% across the board. Duang, the branch of the Heavenly Bank, has opened, offering a remarkable 50% off. A human great ascension practitioner in the early stage, while striking a gong, amplified his voice with profound spiritual power, ensuring that his words resonated throughout Wanyu Ridge. Chen Ning, who was reclining in a family heirloom chair, was startled into spitting out his spiritual tea upon hearing the words Heavenly Bank, the Heavenly Bank. What a brazen proclamation! The opening of Chen's establishment offers something for all who witness it. As his voice faded, a shower of fragmented spiritual stones cascaded down from the sky like gentle rain, appearing to be of little value, yet their sheer abundance was overwhelming. Damn, Lao Hei, Shao Bai, gather the money. With a sudden burst of energy, Chen Ning sprang from his chair. The black and white figures darted into the rain of spiritual stones like lightning. Under Chen Ning's meticulous guidance, Lao Hei and Shao Bai had come to understand one fundamental truth: it is far better to hold on to one's own wealth. However, not long after, the calls of the great ascension practitioner ceased, and the resounding gongs fell silent, their stopping point coinciding with Chen Ning's noodle shop. A dark-skinned, plump individual descended slowly from a grand sedan chair. Approaching Chen Ning with an expression of incredulity, old ancestor, Chen Ning's facade of composure shattered, his face a mask of disbelief. Boss Chen, the stout fellow glanced around nervously before suddenly kneeling before Chen Ning. Weeping profusely as he lamented, "Old ancestor, how have you fallen into such destitution? I send you living expenses every year. I, Heition, have been unfilial." Chen Ning felt a wave of emotion. Since childhood, Heition had always been dutiful. Back in the day, while the other 4 children chose to delve into the underworld, Heition remained steadfastly focused on earning money. Then Chen Ning had predicted that this child would surely achieve great success in the future. Even after more than 2 centuries, he vividly remembered how Heition sent his first salary of 3 coins and 8 won to Haiben village, moving both Chen Ning and Haizi to tears as they embraced, exclaiming that the future was secure. Though Chen Ning felt immense pride for Heition, he couldn't help but feel slightly embarrassed at the boy's brash words. What did he mean by falling into such destitution? Heition, you are still young and have experienced so little. Wealth may be fleeting, but the support of your elders is your most solid backing. All the money you have given me is safely stored away. Damn, stored away for what? To feast upon the big families. How do you think Xiaobai has grown so large? Heition, overwhelmed with emotion, thought to himself that this was indeed the old ancestor he had always cherished. Old ancestor, rest assured, Heition's family is now prosperous. I earn money not for myself, but to spoil you and my brothers. That is the true meaning of my efforts. Heition's filial piety made Chen Ning realize the necessity of teaching him how to articulate pleasant words. Of course, at Heition's persistent request, Chen Ning agreed to accompany him to the branch of the Heavenly Bank at Wangyu Ridge to take a look. Damn, despite having thoroughly investigated, why were the losses still so significant? In the eastern region of the Great Qin domain, Fu Jin wore a countenance filled with rage. Ever since Fujio's incident, he had promptly altered his strategy, pairing Great Ascension practitioners in twos, merely hoping to avoid further calamities. Even if misfortune struck, he intended to understand the cause. However, while no further incidents had occurred among the Great Ascension practitioners, 1,000 late-stage practitioners had been harvested like chives, one batch after another. The crucial point was that there had been no news, leaving them in the dark about whether it was the forces of Shenzhou or Great Qin that had acted. Fu Shui's eyes flickered as if he had suddenly thought of something, and quietly transmitted a message to Fu Jin. Brother, could it be the Rakshasa faction that is behind this? Fu Jin's expression tightened, and after regaining his composure, he replied, that is indeed a possibility. Pray tell, when the heavenly path is indifferent and one cannot cross tribulations, who else but the 5 half-step tribulation Rakshasa brothers could accomplish such feats? The strategist Fu Shui continued to propose. Brother, I suggest we dispatch 2 Great Ascension practitioners, accompanied by 10 late-stage practitioners, to probe the Rakshasa side. In a hidden valley in the east, the former Chiu Feng group had now removed their masks, revealing the 4 kings of the Chen family, along with an unknown young man. Brother, it seems that Fu Jin's side is quite difficult to navigate now, said Chen Shaotian, a frown etched upon his face. Chen Daotian glanced down at his fingers, which were adorned with a multitude of storage rings. Plan suggested, let us hasten to the Rakshasa side tonight, taking advantage of their lack of response to conduct a heist. Afterwards, we will conceal ourselves and remain hidden until the coast is clear. A splendid idea, ha ha ha, cackled the brothers, their fingers laden with storage rings glinting ominously under the bright moonlight. Days later, within the vast Rakshasa camp in the western region of Great Qin, 5 peculiar figures clad in black suits and masks emerged. Greetings, good sir, we are from the Chiu Feng clan. May we assist you in any way? What nonsense is this Chiu Feng clan? Get lost. Don't disturb my treasure hunting, brother. There is no one within 1,000 miles. Excellent. Following a series of astonishing spells, Chen Daotian added yet another storage ring to his collection. Thus, after the passage of a year, the late-stage Rakshasa practitioners dwindled dramatically, reduced by a third. Tion Rakshasa wore a sullen expression, utterly confounded as to where the problem lay. According to his intel, the formidable Bai Yuan was on the verge of a breakthrough and should not be taken lightly. Yet, who else among Great Chin could silently slaughter so many late-stage practitioners? Brother Eluk, Xian Rakshasa produced a spiritual mirror, revealing Fu Tiansha within. The latter was gazing coldly at the Rakshasa side. Tian Rakshasa's half-step tribulation aura erupted like a suppressed volcano. You, Fu Jin, are a hypocrite. Is it not enough to seize the east? Now you covet my Rakshasa territory. Meanwhile, the discovered Fu Shi was reporting to Fu Jin, brother, I have observed for a year and confirmed that Huang Rakshasa and Ling Rakshasa are not in the west. Fu Jin's face darkened with fury. Very well, these barbarous beings, who cultivate realms without morals, are not satisfied with conquering the West but also dare to strike at my Fu Tiansha. Very well. Very well, a seed of hatred began to sprout in the hearts of the leaders on both sides. Chapter 56, The beauty of the mundane yet easily dissuaded as Chen Ning accompanied Chen Heitian back to the heavenly bank. The pair of inexperienced individuals along with two dogs resembled monks from a small temple having never witnessed grand ceremonies. Upon entering the bank, Chen Ning was left utterly speechless, his jaw nearly unhinged. The distance from the entrance to the counter stretched a staggering 20 meters. And beneath their feet lay a corridor leading to the counter, 3 meters wide and 20 meters long, entirely paved with high-grade spiritual stones. The moment he stepped upon them, the spiritual energy within him surged violently. When had he ever encountered such a rich concentration of spiritual energy? Flanking either side were stunning women with golden hair, azure eyes, and fair skin. Where did these foreign beauties come from, beneath their red skirts? Their shapely legs were tantalizingly visible, the slightest glimpse of allure rendering Chen Ning unable to look away. Curvaceous and captivating, Chen Ning thought to himself that this was the essence of worldly trials and tribulations. Each foreign beauty cradled a luminous pearl the size of a human head, following each customer who entered with a glowing orb to illuminate their path. On either side of the counter were 4 spiritual elevators, each the size of a room, equipped with a black and white bagua array at their base, with countless spiritual stones contained within for their operation. Inside the elevator rooms were brimming with various spirit fruits, and projections displayed information about the available services and customer flow. Chen Ning, utterly astonished, wondered what peculiar traits his descendant had inherited from him. Noticing the shock on his ancestor's face, Chen Heitian wore a mysterious smile. Old ancestor, the surprise awaits within. Chen Heitian led Chen Ning into a side room, which was vast but contained only a towering stone pillar, atop which rested a massive soul stone. Chen Ning was somewhat familiar with soul stones. Every mortal and cultivator possesses 3 souls and 7 spirits. The 3 souls are divided into the heaven, earth, and human souls, and each person's human soul is unique, akin to a fingerprint from a previous life. This soul stone is specifically designed to identify human souls. However, the key aspect was not the soul stone itself, but the 3 gleaming characters inscribed on the stone pillar. Wealth, treasure. Chen Ning spat out his spiritual tea. Heitian, what is this? It's the wealth treasure, soul payment, secure and reliable. Old ancestor, this was inspired by the Mababa you remember. I have seen your admiration for that Mababa in your memories. You truly are a talent. Chen Ning walked to the back of the wealth treasure and discovered an advertisement. Esteemed cultivators, when you possess a precious treasure or significant wealth, do you fear that powerful beings may seize it? Do you worry about thieves? Come and use the wealth treasure. Soul registration, 1-click payment, accessible anytime, secure and reliable, universally accepted at the Heavenly Bank. Branch Manager Sha Xiaohui of the Heavenly Bank at Wangyu Ridge pays her respects to General Chen. A melodious voice resonated, as gentle as a spring breeze yet laced with a hint of allure, causing Chen Ning to feel a shiver of excitement. A top-tier seductress. Turning around, he found it to be true. Every gesture she made radiated feminine charm, and with her enchanting voice, one could not help but feel that a mere 1,000 would not suffice for her allure. Mr. Chen, this is, Sha Xiaohui said with a sweet smile, both gracious and aesthetically pleasing, exuding an innate talent for social interaction. This is our esteemed ancestor, Mr. Chen. Chen Haitian displayed an unmistakable air of a newly affluent individual. Standing before his subordinates with his hands clasped behind his back and his nostrils flared, embodying a haughty demeanor. Mr. Chen Xiaohui maintained a serene 45-degree smile, calling softly, "How delightful." Chen Ning inhaled sharply, "This is your vice director." He Chen Haitian continued with the introduction. The vice director He Xiaohui's expression remained unchanged, undeterred by the fact that He was a spirit dog as a diligent employee. Her philosophy was simple: whatever the boss commanded was paramount. There was no room for confusion or hesitation. Mr. Chen, a few days ago, the Southern King captured a batch of foreign tribes at Fugang and sent them over. Would you like to take a look? Chen Haitian's face darkened with displeasure as he retorted, "How could you be so inconsiderate? Can't you see I'm entertaining our ancestor, Fugang? Could it be foreign tribes? I have never seen one. Let us go and take a look." "Very well, Mr. Chen," Xiaohui agreed, leading the way with elegance, her steps as graceful as a lotus, captivating Chen Ning, who could not help but exclaim at her beauty. Soon, they arrived at a group of foreign tribes confined in cages. They appeared no different from humans, save for their notably shorter stature. There were over a dozen of them, both male and female, with short limbs and eyes reflecting a natural subservience. The females, petite and somewhat adorable, had exquisite features. Despite their small size, they were undeniably well endowed. The males, however, Chen Ning, He, and Chen Haitian exchanged glances, clearly in agreement. "What a sight! They look so repulsive. Let us take them out and bury them. What a waste of resources." "All right, boss." With a snap of her fingers, Xiaohui summoned several individuals in black attire, each taking hold of a male foreign tribesman and escorting them away. "Yamit, Yamit!" A cacophony of terrified cries erupted, and the crowd lamented their misfortune. "Ancestor, you truly do not reside here." Chen Haitian, with tears streaming down his face, grasped Chen Ning's hand. It was evident that this child worked tirelessly to earn money, genuinely wishing for Chen Ning to live a good life. And it seemed that Chen Ning's sole filial piety was inherited by him. Chen Ning shook his head slightly, acknowledging the beauty of the world yet warning that it could easily lead to disillusionment. While women could be captivating, they could also lead to downfall. With a heart unburdened by desire, progress comes naturally. Haitian, remember, a merchant seeks profit, but one must also find peace of mind, whatever you do, as long as you remain true to your conscience. "I shall always stand by your side." Chen Ning pointed firmly at Chen Haitian's chest. Chen Haitian nodded solemnly, his expression filled with reluctance as he watched Chen Ning gradually fade from view. Brother, a new batch of goods has recently arrived. When will you come to collect?" Chen Haitian sent a message to the Chiofeng 5 currently in the Dochin region, Ding, just after finishing a minor transaction. Chen Daotian retrieved a shimmering communication talisman, his eyes lighting up. "New goods from Brother Si. Who will go to fetch them?" "I shall go. I am the swiftest," Chen Xiaotian declared. "Very well, be quick and return." Chen Xiaotian opened his record book, flipping to the page detailing information on Wang Yuling. With a surge of spiritual energy, the record emitted a radiant white light, and he vanished from sight. The people of Shenzhou only knew of the Tiandi Bank's owner. Yet none were aware of the Chiofeng 5 who supported him from the shadows. For centuries, the Chiofeng 5 had been gathering resources for the owner of Tiandi Bank. And without substantial financial backing, who could truly rise from nothing? Chapter 57, The Innate Host's Sacred Body. Yulaikai, what on earth was that just now? After a moment, someone in the live stream ventured to speak. I don't know, that mid-stage transcendence kid just knocked out that late-stage Rakshasa with a single punch. Indeed, the innate chi is heavenly energy, both a blessing and a curse. It is difficult to determine whether he is human or foreign. Every appearance is without warning, sometimes as a human, other times as one of the 3,000 foreign tribes. His greatest characteristic is that every strike is delivered with utmost desperation, channeling all his spiritual power into a single point. A do-or-die scenario, either you perish or I do, as Chen Daotian and his companions triumphed through sheer brute force. The users of doing were ablaze with excitement, proclaiming it a thrilling experience worth every moment. Regardless of one's ability to participate, merely witnessing such events imbued a sense of honor. The rise of the Chiofeng Five and the fervor of doing prompted Tian Di Bank to take further action, recruiting hosts. They offered handsome remuneration open to both combatants and recorders, cautioning against those below the transcendence level from participating as the risks were dire. Moreover, the owner of Tian Di Bank explicitly annotated on the recruitment advertisement, "Do not inquire about the remuneration. The answer is beyond your wildest imagination." Tian Di Bank sought individuals without regard for background or qualifications, for none could rival the wealth of Tian Di Bank, truly domineering. Yet they were met with a retort, "What about me? The fourth prince?" This classic exchange became a popular meme within the realm of cultivation, frequently echoed in various encounters. My friend, Feng, do not judge acquaintances based on their background. In any case, none can surpass my prowess. What about me? I am of the Zhong clan's direct lineage. As for the doing live stream, Chen Ning was well aware of its developments. He marveled at how clever Hetian was, paving a golden path, the path of wealth. Yet there was room for enhancement. Thus Chen Ning proposed a fusion of the wealth treasure with doing, which would introduce an online tipping feature. Dear esteemed viewers, while you are thoroughly enjoying the spectacle, we humbly request your support through tips, though merely a few words. It was a gentle nudge. However, Chen Haitian was no ordinary figure. He was the most cunning merchant of the Great Xia. His eyes sparkled with realization, exclaiming that Jiang was indeed seasoned, and promptly took action. Soon, the phrase top donor would come to rival the might of transcendental beings. At last, boom, within the Tian Di Bank, a violent aura nearly shattered its walls. A bald man stood in the lobby, his presence as profound as the ocean, rivaling that of an early transcendence cultivator, martial cultivator Yulikai. Applying for the host position, the bald man got straight to the point. Sha Xiaohuai's face turned pale, exclaiming she could not withstand it, and called for the owner to come forth. What a formidable individual! Upon seeing Yulikai, Chen Haitian was struck by a singular thought. What is your realm, martial god? Perfected, martial path. Chen Haitian gasped in astonishment, realizing that the martial path was not one of the two primary cultivation streams, but rather an unconventional path akin to Dao cultivation. It was even rarer than Dao cultivators. A perfected martial god corresponded with transcendence. A perfected martial god was undoubtedly a terrifying entity. Excellent, I want you, Chen Haitian decisively proclaimed. Record your soul stone. I will offer you a salary of 1 million high-grade spirit stones per month, plus a 50-50 split of your tips. Payments will be made regularly to your soul stone, and you may withdraw at any time or exchange for goods. For anything you desire, I shall provide it at 80% of the market price. The bald Yulikai nodded, clearly satisfied, and promptly recorded his soul stone before taking the doing stone and heading towards Dachin. That very afternoon, following the Chiofeng 5, the doing official live stream reopened. Martial path enlightenment. Martial God reappears, ripping apart gods and demons. It exploded. It was sensational. A martial god, one might not witness another for 10,000 years. Even if one did appear, it would likely be fleeting, for martial gods do not cultivate the physical body. Nor do they pursue realms or paths, they connect through martial prowess. Thus, even a martial god, no matter how powerful, has a lifespan of merely 3,000 years. The next level, the martial saint, is but a legendary term, with no one having ever encountered one. In the martial god live stream, bids soared, 10,000 in a quarter of an hour, 100,000 in half an hour, 1,000,000 in an hour. The previous record for the Chiofeng 5's peak online viewership was merely 420,000. A 10-person team of late-stage transcendence cultivators equipped with unique artifacts tracked down the two tokens of the Void Realm. One leader, cautious yet intrigued, approached the bold individual. You are, however, before he could finish his sentence, Ulysses' eyes snapped open, and an immense pressure descended upon the 10, pinning them to the ground. In an instant, 10 manifestations of Ulysses appeared, each executing the same move, their right palms transforming into dragon claws, seizing the necks of the 10 celestial cultivators. Crack! With a powerful squeeze, 10 heads slumped lifelessly on their shoulders. Their souls extinguished in an instant, simple and brutal. The live stream erupted in chaos. What just happened? 10 late-stage Transcendence cultivators just vanished. A user named Transcendence Boss clarified, there are no special techniques, 10 figures were merely a result of speed. A single strike capable of annihilating 10 foes, such is true power. A monster. After Ulysses dispatched 10 adversaries, he cautiously stowed away their storage rings. The 10 corpses were discarded like refuse, piled carelessly behind him. Fierce, truly fierce, yet I find it utterly delightful. I have long been unable to tolerate this pompous badman posturing here. As an unremarkable younger brother hailing from humble beginnings, I offer a meager contribution to show my support. In an instant the live stream was flooded with gifts. After all, while the human race may squabble amongst itself, we stand united in the face of external threats. Half an hour later, 2 prominent members of the sect noticed the unusual commotion and approached together. They have arrived, the flames of excitement are igniting. The live stream reached a small crescendo, and the ensuing battle promised to be exhilarating. Who could have anticipated that until now silent Ulysses would suddenly remove the Doing Stone from his chest and place it before him? 1 million viewers were left bewildered. What is he doing? With a solemn expression and a gleaming bald head, Ulysses bowed deeply to the Doing Stone, addressing it. Esteemed friends, the path of martial arts is fraught with challenges. And I have several young ones at home to care for. I perform in the Jianghu solely to sustain my livelihood. I humbly request your generosity and attention. Chapter 58, The Doing Headliner. The million viewers were momentarily frozen in shock. Such hardship for the martial god. Even Chen Haitian, seated in the opulent office of the top manager at the Tiandi Bank, choked on his tea. Never expecting the seemingly simple-minded martial god Ulysses to make such a bold declaration. Shaosha, could you handle this? Certainly, Mr. Chen. Suddenly, the live stream was inundated with top-tier gifts. 10 consecutive chaos treasure maps, each worth 10,000 high-grade spirit stones, accompanied by a message from a mysterious benefactor. The path of martial arts is arduous. Akin to scaling the heavens, the honor and disgrace of our race are shared. A modest gift to express my support for your triumphs. Damn, what a remarkable benefactor. Indeed, the benefactor speaks wisely, since I am already useless. It is better to support those with potential. The mysterious benefactor's few words, coupled with his exemplary actions, caused the martial god's live stream to explode in popularity, with countless gifts raining down, nearly overwhelming the soul stones and mother and child reflection stones in the Tiandi Bank's secret chamber. Flashing dangerously red as they neared overload, fortunately professionals were on hand to maintain order. After soliciting a wave of gifts, Ulysses reattached the Doing Stone to his chest, reverting to his taciturn yet ferocious persona. 2 perfected cultivators of the fusions observed Ulysses from above, their brows furrowed as they assessed him, showing no concern for the 10 divine race cultivators lying behind him. Suddenly, Ulysses slowly raised his head. His voice, suppressed to the utmost, thundered, "Who grants you the right to stand above and observe me?" Boom! The colossal aura erupted. A pure martial aura dispersed the spiritual essence within a 1,000-mile radius. Ulysses' furious roar resounded. The 2 perfected cultivators were jolted. The lion's roar. Boom! Their internal spiritual power stagnated, plummeting like cannonballs. Seizing the momentum, Ulysses charged forward, leaving a flurry of afterimages in his wake. Tiger and crane dual forms. Roar! Ga! The roar of the tiger and the cry of the crane. A tiger and a crane collided with unmatched ferocity against the two cultivators. Terror filled their eyes. They could scarcely fathom that the seemingly simple-minded bald man before them possessed such valor. A martial artist embodies spirit, energy, and essence. The stronger these qualities, the mightier the martial techniques. In that moment, Ulaikai, fueled by his soaring spirit, seemed capable of confronting even the most formidable calamity. Transcendence. Boom! A rain of blood cascaded upon Ulaikai. Reminiscent of an ancient deity, his overwhelming presence striking awe into the hearts of all, he crushed his foes with ease. Two perfected fusions had no opportunity to retaliate before being slain by Ulaikai. Martial God, the million viewers in the live stream erupted in fervor, reveling in the glory, yet a single comment ignited the ire of all viewers: "I am the #1 supporter of the martial God. I don't know what you all are gloating about." The once lively live stream was instantly silenced, the barrage of comments evaporating. 1 moment, 2 moments, 3 moments. Damned, are you serious? I'm going to borrow money from my big brother right now. Father, someone looks down upon our Wang family. Send me 100 million spirit stones and deposit them into my wealth account. Old you, this is your share from the live stream. Chen Haitian grinned as he presented Ulaikai with a Tion spirit pouch. Ordinary storage rings simply wouldn't suffice. Ulaikai accepted the pouch, his feeble consciousness sweeping over it. Damn, martial arts transcends the divine. Within the span of an hour, he had slain 10 late-stage perfected cultivators and 2 perfected martial powerhouses. Ulaikai's pupils widened in disbelief. His very blood seemed to stir with chaos. Chen, Mr. Chen is being a streamer this lucrative. 50 million. A staggering 50 million high-grade spirit stones, and that is not even factoring in his salary. Chen Haitian smiled faintly. Surely you didn't believe that Tion the bank would be footing the bill for you. Ulaikai exhaled deeply, attempting to regain his composure. Mr. Chen, please keep these spirit stones for now, but I require ample medicinal herbs to replenish my vitality and extend my lifespan. The more, the better. Chen Haitian's expression turned peculiar. Old you were serious about soliciting gifts? Ulaikai chuckled helplessly. Indeed, being a martial artist is a costly endeavor. The Yu family, one of the few martial clans, naturally possessed its own enterprises. However, the emergence of Ulaikai, a prodigy, has shattered all notions of bottlenecks in martial cultivation, allowing for an unimpeded ascent. Nevertheless, the resource consumption is staggering. A martial artist does not solely refine the physical body, spiritual energy, or the great path, yet must dabble in all aspects: the vitality of the physical form, the meridian support, and the comprehension of martial techniques. Once mastery is achieved, one faces virtually no rivals of the same realm. Chen Haitian nodded in agreement, promising Ulaikai to return in 10 days with ample supplies, ensuring his satisfaction. Medicinal herbs. I have a great uncle who goes by the name Farmer in the world of martial arts. Connections are paramount. As the martial god Ulaikai surged to popularity, applications for the doing streamer position at Tion the bank saw a spike. Some sought fame, others wealth, and some merely craved the spotlight. Undoubtedly, every applicant was a formidable contender, among the best beneath the calamity. Transcendence. In the present-day Qin, one could easily find a late-stage perfected cultivator. If one were not a master, what business would they have in such a realm? Nevertheless, the unparalleled popularity still belonged to martial god Ulaikai and the Autumn Wind 5, a combination of strength and seizing the market's fast-mover advantage, bolstered by a loyal fanbase. Strangely, however, the Dacia authorities have yet to systematically dispatch individuals to claim the Taisu token. Seemingly showing no interest in the Taisu secret realm, it is worth noting that several formidable individuals have recently emerged from the Dachin, the first among the calamity. Transcendence, the White Ape. Needs no introduction. This is indisputable. Aside from the white ape, the second disciple of the Chongsheng sect has rapidly advanced under such conditions, thriving on killing. Having achieved the perfected realm, he exudes a malefic aura that would intimidate even the wildest dogs. Emperor Hon Lubang has experienced a string of fortunate encounters akin to a favored child of destiny, as treasures and celestial herbs rain down upon him, propelling him to the perfected realm. The ancestral shaman, the descendant of the revered Wu, wields sorcery that renders foes defenseless, a true juggernaut in group battles, growing stronger with each adversary slain. He is a ruthless contender against the very Tao itself. Now residing in the Yuan Wu realm, furthermore, there is one who identifies as a demon among the humans. His temperament is capricious, leaving it unclear whether he belongs to the Daqin or the divine demons. Nevertheless, given his high kill count among divine beings, he may as well be considered part of the Daqin camp. Demons are wicked. Wherever he goes, not a single soul survives, including 3 perfected cultivators from the Rakshasa who vanished simultaneously. Decades have swiftly passed, and the 5th century is approaching. Chapter 59, Among Men, Elbu, among horses, red hair, Ding. A century has passed. Shall we proceed with the character selection? Chen Ning opened his eyes, which sparkled like the vast universe. Countless stars flickering across the celestial river, embodying the essence of the Tao. Select, Ding Ding Ding, Duong, the loyal and righteous Makit Elbu, styled Fengxian.as. This is the 5th selection. This character receives a companion spirit beast. Chen Ning was taken aback. A companion spirit beast. Among men, Elbu, among horses, red hair. The heavenly steed will accompany Elbu upon his arrival. Good heavens, this fellow is incredibly fortunate. However, it is Elbu who arrives. It is well known that Elbu's sole loyalty lies with Emperor Xian of Hon, Lucia, and it was he who upheld the dignity of the Hon dynasty at a critical juncture. Chen Ning sighed softly. No wonder Lubang is the bearer of the world's fortune. It seems even the system favors him. Once Lubang's identity as the founder of the Han dynasty is revealed, the loyal and righteous Maki would undoubtedly kneel and bow, exclaiming, "Old ancestor, the descendants of the Han dynasty are unfilial. Our plight is dire," as the power of the Tao that Chen Ning severed continued to grow. He was uncertain of his current standing. However, the most apparent change was that he could now clearly sense the whereabouts of every individual within Hoxia. He found it rather puzzling that Elbu's arrival occurred within the Daqin. Is it that regions with a higher concentration of Hoxia people exert greater attraction? Is this the unique cohesion of Hoxia? Elbu, Lubang, Xiangyu, He. Lubang was indeed quite adept at navigating social interactions. Upon learning that Chen Ning resided in Wanyu Ridge, he would occasionally visit with small gifts, often bringing along treasures he had stumbled upon. This prompted an idea to blossom in Chen Ning's mind. Old Lu, for this 5th summoning, a formidable adversary has arrived. Ding, formidable, just how formidable? I am currently a fully realized great ascendant. Among future generations, few can stand against Xiong Yu in single combat. Adoptive father, where is he? I am determined to see Xiong Yu suffer in his own realm of pride. Chen Ning was speechless. Indeed, Lubang's pettiness was innate, yet he was not a bad person and knew how to handle situations. The array source analysis you found last time, I shall deliver it to you tomorrow. To the east of the Great Qin Palace, a chaotic battle was unfolding across a vast plain. The people of the Futu clan clashed with the Azuras. While the Azuras battled the Duing streamers, attacking anyone who was not their own, suddenly a thunderous sound echoed across the tumultuous battlefield, as a bolt of divine lightning struck, conjuring swirling mists. Strangely, these mists could obstruct divine senses. At last, as the fog cleared, a towering figure astride an extraordinary red horse emerged. This individual stood over 7 feet tall, with a complexion like powdered jade and sharp, starry brows. To put it plainly, he was tall, handsome, and powerful. By heavens, as the mist dissipated, the cold-faced Elbu and his steed, red hair, were struck with astonishment. This was the realm of the powerful. How could it be so terrifying? Countless formidable presences loomed. Vast as the cosmos, in an instant Elbu and Red Hair felt their insides constrict, blood surging to the surface of their skin. Doing's top streamer, Ulaikai, furrowed his brow. After all, they were both of the human race. With a swift motion he positioned himself before Elbu. With great effort, Elbu lifted his gaze to the man before him, who stood resolute against such overwhelming might. Such is the demeanor of a true man. One stands alone against a myriad. Ding! Just then Ulaitzai's communication talisman flickered frantically. Old you, there is a junior in your vicinity, a compatriot from our Huashio. If you encounter him, please look after him. A glint of intrigue sparkled in Ulaitzai's eyes. Having navigated the Great Qin for so long, he was acutely aware of the significance of the name Huaxia, Qin Emperor, Han King, Song King, including the late blooming goddess of slaughter, Fu Hao, all had forged legends in a remarkably short time. Rest assured, I will take good care of him. Ulaikai scrutinized the extraordinary mortal before him, finding himself increasingly astonished. His meridians flowed naturally, his bones were remarkable, and his physical coordination was exceptionally good. Faced with so many great ascendants, this mortal, despite his panic, exhibited no fear, revealing his extraordinary temperament. Young man, I see you are a rare martial genius among millions. Would you like to train with me? Elbu hesitated. I possess some understanding of martial arts, but as far as I know, martial arts cannot reach such heights. Ulaikai suddenly burst into laughter. Ha, young one, behold, martial arts can also lead to divine understanding. With that he gently guided Elbu towards the other Doing streamers. Take care of him, watch over him. Punch, Ulaikai bellowed, crouching slightly, his fists at waist level, when with a slow forward thrust of his right fist, what seemed to be a basic martial strike transformed into an unstoppable force akin to a celestial mountain charging towards the divine and demonic entities. By heavens, this madman, the divine and demonic beings cast, yet found themselves powerless against this overwhelming might. Iron manipulation, golden bell shield. The frontline warriors quickly summoned their strongest defensive techniques. Boom! An invisible shockwave erupted, clearing a vast area in an instant. The divine and demonic forces staggered, gazing at Ulaikai with eyes filled with dread. This monster had grown even stronger. Come again. Mount Tai descends. With all his might, Ulaikai propelled himself upwards like a cannonball, only to descend even faster shortly after. Though he had ascended, the weight of an ancient divine mountain bore down upon them, carrying an immense force. By heavens, this madman, quickly take this young brother away. The Doing streamers turned pale, realizing the overwhelming power of this attack. Who on earth could protect this mortal? Red Hair, my brother, elder brother, lend me a hand. In an instant they rushed to embrace Elbu, while a great hand of spiritual energy grasped Red Hair, vanishing in an instant. Had it not been for Ulaitzai's focus on the divine and demonic beings, their escape would have been impossible. Duang, the violent collision reverberated like two worlds colliding. Cataclysmic, a massive crater appeared over 100 miles wide, leaving dozens of late-stage divine and demonic cultivators in utter annihilation. Only a bold, burly man strode forth, stepping through the void, approaching Elbu. Young man, what say you? Ulaikai hovered in the void, gazing down at Elbu with an air of mastery. Elbu, with parched lips, managed to swallow and utter Fengxian. I pay my respects to my master. Ulaikai laughed heartily. Good disciple. Chapter 60. Old ancestor. The Han dynasty suffers. Old you, is that Huaxia Jr. all right? A streak of light appeared, the voice arriving before the figure, revealing Lu Bang. The Han King nodded in acknowledgement. The current Han King and his second family, the Tian Di Bang, had established a strategic partnership in secrecy. He is fine. Ulaikai stepped aside, revealing the protected Elbu and Red Hair. Upon seeing Lu Bang, Elbu was momentarily dumbfounded. Is this not the ancestral figure of the Han dynasty, worshipped during the ancestral sacrifices? Indeed, I am Lu Bang, the king of Han, the Han ancestor. The Han dynasty suffers, treacherous ministers abound. Fengxian, the killing never ends. Elbu burst into tears, his sorrow evident, and even Red Hair joined in with pitiful whinnies. Lu Bang was taken aback observing the handsome man before him weeping profusely. A flicker of softness touched his heart as he gently patted Elbu's head, speaking softly, "It is all in the past. The world you inhabit now is far more splendid. You need not bear the weight of national grievances any longer. Let your unique brilliance shine forth in this world." One cannot help but admire Lu Bang, the legendary figure who rose from humble beginnings. With just a few words he had Elbu convinced of his lineage. "Fengxian, compose yourself. The current world," as Lu Bang elaborated, Elbu's spirit surged with excitement. Qin Emperor Yingzheng, Han King Lu Bang, and even the Song ancestor, the first female general Fu Hao, Huoxia's pioneers battling against the celestial and demonic forces. My heavens, what kind of era is this? Elbu sprang to his feet, his towering stature and robust physique exuding an innate pressure. Without even looking at his face, he bore an uncanny resemblance to Xiong Yu. Observing Elbu, Lu Bang began to formulate a plan. "My dear brother Xiong Yu, I shall prepare a grand treasure for you." The Han ancestor Fengxian had made up his mind. He would follow his master in martial training. Elbu spoke earnestly. "I am not particularly interested in divine techniques. The unparalleled demeanor of you Laikai has already left me deeply impressed, and I have already pledged my allegiance. Each person has their own path, and I do not oppose it. Brother Yub, I entrust this to you. Here, take this. I shall cover the resources for this child. If you have any requests, feel free to let me know." Rest assured, Han King Fengxian is a once-in-a-millennium martial genius. His future achievements will surely surpass mine. As Lu Bang turned to leave, he was abruptly interrupted by the sound of a horse neighing. He turned to see red hair lying on the ground, battered and bruised, yet grinning widely, as if to say, "Old ancestor, I have yet to receive my benefits." Laughter erupted from Lu Bang, and after a moment's contemplation he released a ray of spiritual light. Red hair received a lineage of the horse dragon spirit technique, capable of transformation into a dragon at the highest level. Red hair rejoiced, mustering its strength to bow before Lu Bang. "Thank you, Han ancestor. Once Fengxian has completed his training, I shall surely come to seek you out. Train well, old ancestor awaits you." You Laikai felt a twinge of concern. Martial arts did not resemble cultivation. Training was one thing, but the emphasis lay on practical combat. Only through relentless battles could one progress. Yet the current battlefield of Great Qin was scarce of those in the harmonization realm, filled instead with great ascendants, presenting a challenge beyond Elbu's current capabilities. "Fengxian, allow me to inquire, what is martial arts?" Elbu pondered for a moment, drawing from his past life experiences, and replied, "Essence, qi, and spirit, nurturing techniques with force. A martial artist must have the momentum to open the heavens, achieving unity with the cosmos." Yu Lightsai's eyes brightened. Such formidable comprehension, what more was there to teach? The path of a martial artist was inherently a process of understanding. Elbu had already grasped the essence of martial arts and merely needed to elevate himself. Realizing that the mortal realms of Shenzhou were rife with chaos, Yu Laikai decided to toss him into the mix to explore on his own. Without hesitation he tore through the void and arrived within the mortal realms of Shenzhou. Leaving ample resources behind, "Fengxian, I shall await you in Great Qin." With that he departed with a flourish, leaving Elbu somewhat dazed, uncertain if he had truly found a master or not. Nonetheless, it mattered little. From this point onward, the legend of the rise of a flying general in the mortal realm of Shenzhou officially commences, leaving behind tales of Elbu among men and the red hair among horses. The Grand Palace of the Qin dynasty, the imperial residence of Emperor Qin. "Brother, the Qin dynasty is dreadfully dull," Zhao Kuangin remarked with a hint of disinterest. As Yingzheng opened his eyes, hundreds of resonances manifested around him. In an instant, this provoked a reaction from the heavenly Dao. Despite being its representative, the current heavenly Dao sensed a profound threat emanating from Emperor Qin, with hundreds of perfected paths poised to sever at any moment. Yet these resonances were but fleeting flashes, swiftly obscuring the heavenly Dao's attention from Emperor Qin. "What does the third brother wish to do?" Yingzheng inquired casually. "Brother, shall we continue our escapades?" Shao Kuangin suggested. Yingzheng pondered thoughtfully. The current heavenly Dao of the Qin dynasty was still some distance from maturation, requiring at least 100 more years. This timeline coincided perfectly with the closing of the Taishu secret realm, where 5 days equate to 1 day here, but what Yingzheng and Zhao Kuangin lacked the most was time. 500 years would suffice. The glint of determination flashed in Yingzheng's eyes as he gazed towards the direction of Doxia. He promptly summoned Liu Bang and conveyed his instructions. "Brother, why not simply change this to the Han dynasty?" Liu Bang lamented. "Look at you, how long have you actually been here? Since the establishment of Qin?" "Oh, come now, it's overwhelming," Yingzheng replied with a slight smile. "It's not out of the question. Oh, in any case, I leave it to you. My third brother and I shall return shortly." That very evening, 2 figures quietly departed from the Qin royal palace. "Unbeknownst to all, brother, I know of a place that's quite easy to access in Shenzhou. Let us go." Meanwhile, the white ape meditating in the Qin royal palace sensed something amiss. Opening his eyes to watch the direction in which the 2 had vanished. "Until next time, if you don't provide me with an explanation, don't blame me for being rough. I am, after all, a sister from Kunlun and Sichuan. In the western region of the Qin dynasty, a gathering of demons was underway. 5 shadowy figures were clandestinely burying something outside the gathering place of the Rakshasa tribe. "Brother, will this thing work? There is not even a hint of spiritual energy fluctuation," Chen Batian exclaimed, holding a round object, inspecting it from left to right. Chen Daotian nearly lost his composure upon seeing it. According to the 5th brother, should these objects collide, they would unleash earth-shattering power. "What is this? You are just playing with it like this. Do as you are told, and we'll see if it's useful or not." "Big brother, it's all set, a total of 1,824. Chen Daotian laughed maniacally, a sinister grin on his face. "A bunch of unruly beasts. Today I shall give you a grand spectacle." Chapter 61. The Old Boys Retreat. Fall back. The Autumn Wind Quintet retreated a staggering distance of 100,000 miles. Chen Daotian then pulled out a communication talisman and sent a group message. "Everyone prepare to witness the fireworks." Codename Old Boys, requested by Chen Ning. Chen Shaotian activated the Doing Stone. This was not something he dared to broadcast live, for if discovered he would undoubtedly face a military tribunal. However, recording a video posed no significant issue. 10. On Mount Wangyu, Chen Haitian, Chen Ning, Haizi, and Bai Yujing flew to the highest edifice atop the headquarters of the Tiandi Bank, gazing towards the west. 9. The leading streamer of Doing, Yu Laikai, was in a frenzied escape at having lost the composure of a past grandmaster. "Damn it, they've only got 10 seconds to let me run. Those 5 bastards better not come into my sight, or I'll make you regret it." 8. In the Qin royal palace, Hon Wang, the white ape, Fu Hao, and several brothers of the Chongsheng sect sat on small stools around a little round table, which was steadily rising, revealing that it was atop the Lingyang Road. 7. One boom, the deafening explosion rendered ears deaf. A blinding light obliterated all, and the gentle spiritual energy was ignited in an instant. Wow! From a billion miles away on Mount Wangyu, one could distinctly feel a tremor. Even the spiritual tea beside Chen Ning spilled over slightly. Despite the vast distance, the individuals could perceive a dazzling white light shooting into the sky. In that fleeting moment, the endless void of space was illuminated. Those closer to the epicenter, the people of the Qin dynasty, had their freshly laid spiritual tea and sunflower seeds blown away by the raging heatwave. Their experience was markedly more intense than that of Chen Ning and his companions. In their eyes, as the white light shone, an invisible force of destruction radiated outward, annihilating all in its path. The instigators, the autumn wind team, were blown back several miles, their hair singed by flames akin to apocalyptic fire. Fortunately, the distance was indeed sufficient, merely brushing past them. "Be brother, is this new fellow so formidable?" the typically fearless Chen Batian stammered. Chen Daotian felt a chill run down his spine, realizing they might have gone too far, and turned to Chen Shaotian. "Third brother, didn't the fourth brother say anything to you back then?" Chen Shaotian, who exuded an air of scholarly temperament, forced himself to suppress his fear, racking his brain. "Third brother, remember, use at most 3 pairs, that is 6 pieces. Its material is uranium. Uranium itself is not dangerous, however, should 2 collide, a peculiar flame will emerge. This flame can ignite spiritual energy. I've calculated that 3 pairs would suffice to consume all spiritual energy within 100 miles, and its destructive power could be enough to obliterate a perfected cultivator of the Great Ascension stage. The critical point is that this substance does not follow the principle of addition but rather multiplication. The more there are, the greater the power. Damn it, why didn't you say this earlier? You're usually the most reliable. How could you create something so massive?" Chen Daotian fumed, not out of fear of the impact but nearly losing several brothers. "Ding, big brother, how many did you use? How did it get so big?" Chen Haitian's anxious voice echoed from the communication talisman. Point 1824, "Oh ancestors, I truly can't sustain these brothers anymore, despite the immense impact." To those ancient beings crossing the tribulation, it was merely a minor event. Remember when Emperor Ji battled the 9 ancestral demons, a single sword strike cleaved the Great Rift Valley, spanning millions of miles. What a display of might! However, this incident stirred a tempest within the Rakshasa tribe. 3 half-step tribulation beings, over a dozen perfected cultivators, and hundreds of late-stage cultivators had all perished in an instant. The 5 elders of the Rakshasa tribe convened an emergency meeting. The Grand Elder Tion E presiding with a grim countenance. They had initially thought that seizing the Taishu secret realm would be advantageous for the Rakshasa tribe, yet now they faced a severe loss in the Great Ascension realm. "What do you all think?" The Grand Elder's face darkened, suppressing his fury. "Could it be the Heavenly Tao or Emperor Qin intervened?" pondered the 4th elder. "That shouldn't be the case. If they acted, we would have sensed it." The 3rd elder is correct. An intervention during the tribulation would surely cause a stir in the heavens and the earth. Moreover, that immature Heavenly Tao cannot possibly support the fluctuations of spiritual energy from a tribulation. In an instant the 5 tribulation beings present fell silent. Could there truly be someone capable of instantaneously annihilating 3 half-steps and over a dozen perfected cultivators beneath the tribulation? The might of the heavens is indeed marvelous. Merely a night had passed, and the spiritual energy consumed within 100,000 miles had completely restored, yet the deep, bottomless crater, spanning 50,000 miles, bore testament to the reality of the previous night's events. After this battle, the heavenly Tao of the Qin dynasty surged in growth, reaching the brink of maturity. It was terrified, desperately severing its own resonances. It was not without reason for its trepidation. The 2 formidable peers beside it were exceedingly fearsome. Furthermore, an incredibly daunting presence constantly loomed over its imminent maturation. At this moment, the autumn wind quintet had quietly returned to the gathering place of the Fuxianxi. Only a fool would stay after creating such a ruckus. How could the demon clan not send someone to investigate? Fu Jin was in high spirits, reveling in the news that the detestable uncouth barbarians, who only cultivated spiritual energy without moral virtue, had perished overnight. Just as he relished his triumph, a rumor surfaced. It was said that the annihilation of the Rakshasa tribe was the decree of the Fuxianxi's tribulation elder, Gang Jin, the embodiment of the perfected path of gold. Synonymous with ultimate offensive power, only his Gang Jin power could potentially unleash tribulation-level lethality beneath the tribulation stage. What of it if it's my doing? I, Gang Jin, the foremost in offensive prowess. Merely a bunch of barbarians who cultivate magic without virtue. Fu Jin scoffed, openly admitting to his role. This scene was meticulously recorded by Chen Shaotian, who had developed a habit of documenting the beauty of life since engaging with doing. Soon after, within the bustling Mount Wanyuk, a segment of this footage ignited a frenzy. Boom! An unparalleled force of destruction obliterated the gathering place of the Rakshasa tribe. Following this, Fu Jin's arrogant visage appeared. What of it if it's my doing? I, Gang Jin, the foremost in offensive prowess, merely a bunch of barbarians who cultivate magic without virtue. As the saying goes, the greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. Upon learning that the Rakshasa tribe was expending great resources to find the culprit behind the annihilation of their younger generation, the human cultivators of Mount Wanyu began to devise plans. What about the clone technique, carrying this footage to the Rakshasa tribe? What about using spiritual sense to control puppets, and so forth? Finally, Gang Jin, you old codger, do you truly think my Rakshasa tribe is without defenders? A terrifying aura awakens from slumber, casting an oppressive shadow over the entire realm of gods and demons. This is the essence of an ancient being undergoing tribulation, capable of invoking the mighty forces of heaven and earth at a whim. Chapter 62. Today this barbarian shall be subdued by me, in the extreme north of the divine and demonic continent, the ancestral land of the Rakshasa tribe. 5 horrifying auras surge forth towards the eastern part of the realm where the Futan clan resides, despite the vast distance of several billion miles between the two locations. The ancient ancestor undergoing tribulation is a formidable entity, traversing the endless void with but a step. In less than half a day, the 5 terrifying auras descend upon the ancestral land of the Futan clan at Tianshui. Gunjin, come forth! A thunderous roar reverberates through the skies, akin to the wrath of the heavenly Tao, scattering the souls of countless lesser members of the Futan clan. Ha! You dare to label my Rakshasa tribe as mere barbarians who cultivate power without virtue? Then today this barbarian shall be dealt with. The voice of Tiani continues to thunder, even utilizing the sacred tones of Buddhism, causing those below the Golden Core realm within the Futan clan to suffer grievously. Tiani, you seek death. A piercing aura erupts, slicing through the sky and striking Tiani's cheek. A grave expression crosses Tiani's face. The might of Gunjin is indeed formidable, as its lethal force is well deserved of its reputation. Gunjin, your cultivation has grown. At this rate, you may soon be on the verge of severing the Tao. If Chen Ning were present, he would undoubtedly be perplexed. Severing the Tao? Severing what Tao? Is that not the task of those at the integration realm? Gunjin gazes down at the countless fallen and wounded younger members of the Futan clan, suppressing the rage within. Old fool, if you fail to provide an explanation today, I shall ensure you never return. The raging fire behind Gunjin is even more ferocious, bursting forth with violent flames, ready to charge ahead. Brother, why waste words with them? Such humiliation toward the Futan clan leaves no room for discussion. A group of barbarians are focused solely on power, devoid of any virtue. Now, there is no point in discussing matters. One kills openly while another insults brazenly. Excellent. Today this barbarian truly shall be dealt with, in an instant. Tiani transforms into his true form, towering 12 Shanghai, possessing 3 heads and 6 arms, his appearance grotesque and fierce, emanating a powerful and savage aura. Gunjin's countenance shifts dramatically. What madness has overtaken the Rakshasa tribe to come out swinging from the very start? Tiani, have you lost your mind? Are you not afraid of the White Emperor's wrath? Wrath, my Rakshasa youth have been utterly decimated, and you speak of wrath? Boom. Tiani, propelled by a tempestuous fury, charges toward the 5 ancestors of the Futan clan. Tearing through their encirclement with sheer brute force, clang, the ultimate might of Gunjin erupts. A radiant beam of golden light strikes Tiani, hurling him 1,000 miles away, yet, under this blow, Tiani merely bears a few scars. While the ancestral land of Tianshui suffers the consequences, the might of an ancient being undergoing tribulation is truly terrifying, capable of invoking the great powers of heaven and earth with ease. Especially in a confrontation between two such beings. A cataclysmic aura emanates from both, leaving nothing in their wake. Fortunately, this transpires within the protective boundaries of the Futan clan's ancestral land, where the Guardian formation activates instantly, shielding them from devastation. Were this to occur in an unprotected area, a single strike would obliterate 100,000 miles. Third brother a report to the White Emperor, stating that the Rakshasa tribe has gone mad and recklessly instigated war. Despite his anger, Gunjin remains composed. If he were to truly engage in a death match with these barbarians, he would undoubtedly gain the upper hand due to the advantages of their territory. However, such a course of action would likely leave the Futan clan with only the 5 of them. 5 solitary commanders. Tani sneers, casting aside all caution, proclaiming his intent for vengeance on behalf of his juniors, appearing utterly reckless. Second brother, third brother, form the Chenin Kuanyang formation. Fifth brother, you shall serve as the focal point. Good. The 4 elders of the Rakshasa tribe assume a peculiar formation, encircling Lingu in the center. With a whoosh, an ancient and vast world phantom gradually materializes above Tianshui, an unresistible pressure emanating as the image grows clearer, becoming increasingly oppressive. Even the formidable Guardian formation of the Futan clan shows signs of cracking, and at this moment, even the usually fiery-eyed Binghua is filled with trepidation. What do these barbarians intend to do? Do they seek mutual destruction with the Futan clan? Could they be spies from the human race? Kuesue's expression is grave. Regardless of their intentions, we cannot allow them to continue. If they truly summon the Chen Kuaninyong realm, the consequences would be dire. Prepare yourselves, today, even if it means the loss of these juniors. I shall ensure these barbarians are annihilated here. The 5 elements of life and death rumble, the ground quakes as a mountain of yin and yang rises from the Tianshui region. Imbued with the essence of life and death, profound as the abyss, a mere glance from an ordinary cultivator would result in the loss of their 3 souls and 7 spirits. They believe we, the Futan clan, are without resolve. Gunjin's eyes flash with a hint of ferocity, channeling the vast energies akin to the North Sea. He remains unfazed by the countless lower-tier members of the Futan clan falling, determined to ensure the Rakshasa 5 remain here. Xian's forehead beads with sweat, urgently relaying thoughts to Tiani. Brother, this is not what you described. They seem intent on fighting. Gunjin grows anxious. Fifth brother, what should we do? This is the ancestral land. If we truly engaged, we are bound to face certain defeat. Xuanwu's complexion paled slightly. Something is indeed amiss. The White Emperor should have arrived by now. Suddenly, lightning intertwines in the skies, causing the ground to tremble violently, as a powerful and terrifying force envelopes the battlefield. A fearsome white tiger avatar rises majestically, surveying the realm. The tiger's eyes blaze with fury, its overwhelming might sweeping toward the Inyong realm and the mountain of life and death. In the face of this might, the latter sways like a sailboat in the eastern sea, struggling to maintain its form. Humph! With but a cold snort, the Inyong realm and the mountain of life and death instantly disintegrate. The 10 ancient beings undergoing tribulation spewing forth blood, their eyes brim with terror. How incredibly strong! The disparity is akin to heaven and earth, rendering them utterly unqualified to contend. Baiming, is this how you instruct your juniors? The white tiger speaks with human words, its deep voice reverberating like ancient thunder across the expanse. Ha ha ha, Dao brother, how could such childish antics among the young ones disturb you? A profound and expansive voice responds, ripple spreading through the void as a figure as dark as the abyss appears within the scene. Old ancestor, the Rakshasa suffers, the essence of heaven and earth manifests, and the 5 ancient beings undergoing tribulation of the Rakshasa tribe kneel before the ground, devoid of any pride associated with their status. This, in turn, leaves the 5 ancient beings of the Futan clan dumbfounded, instantly enraged. Your Majesty the White Emperor, please take a stand for the Futan clan. The Rakshasa tribe has unjustly attacked us. We have suffered countless losses, and they dare to claim injustice. What manner of logic is this? Humph, Bai Ming snorts coldly, let them finish speaking, or I do not believe my juniors are unreasonable. Gungjin is staggered 3 steps back by Bai Ming's cold snort. Blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, yet he remains undeterred. Senior Bai Ming, do you truly believe that my Futan clan's ancestors have perished? Chapter 63, damn it, what the hell, Futan? Upon hearing this name, the audacious Bai Ming instantly falls silent. Even within the circle of the White Emperor, Bai Ming, Futan is a legendary figure, one most likely to transcend this realm. Tianyi, what brings you here? Bai Ming, unwilling to linger on the topic of Futan, wonders whether that old fellow still exists. Old ancestor, the Rakshasa suffers. Tianyi weeps bitterly, producing a recording stone. The scene of the Rakshasa's annihilation unfolds once more, including Fugan's arrogant words echoing throughout the heavens. Old ancestor, our young Rakshasa have perished. We have suffered a devastating loss. The irritable Binghua curses. Last year, I bought a watch. What a pain. Which of your eyes saw this as Gungjin's magic? This technique consuming spiritual energy is Gungjin's power. Not even Binghua believes it, even the White Emperor and Bai Ming's faces twitch. No matter how one looks at it, this is not the essence of Gungjin. As for Fugan's words, even a fool can tell he is boasting. The White Emperor casts an unhappy glance at Bai Ming, signaling him to handle it as he sees fit. If that old monster truly still exists, Bai Ming's heart stirs with unease, and he quickly plays it off. Let this matter rest. Tianyi, go apologize to them. Gungjin brother, Tianyi sincerely regrets this. These years have been spent solely in cultivation, leading to a misunderstanding of certain techniques. Tianyi, towering dozens of zhong, respectfully bows to Gungjin, sincerity radiating from his gesture. Gungjin, are you satisfied? If you remain unsatisfied, follow me back to the Rakshasa tribe, where the younger generation will be at your disposal. Gungjin's expression betrays no indignation as he respectfully bows to Bai Ming. Gungjin is satisfied. Bai Ming nods slightly, leading Tianyi and the others to slice through the void and depart. Once they leave the ancestral land of the Futan clan, Tianyi transforms entirely, shedding his previous rogue demeanor. Old ancestor, what do you think? Did you discern anything? Bai Ming furrows his brow, meticulously recalling every detail, shaking his head slightly. There is no anomaly at all. Could it be that the rumors are false? Was it not said that after Futan battled Tianyi, he sustained an injury to the Dao and required the 5 elements Dao rhythm from Futan's descendants for healing? Today, we have slain so many younger members of Futan. How could there be no response? At this moment, the Rakshasa brain, Shen Wu, stated there are only 2 possibilities, either the Futan has nearly recovered, or it has perished. Meanwhile, in the ancestral land of Futan, Gungjin, upon confirming that no one was paying attention here anymore, swept away the recent gloom. Cautiously, he retrieved a white jade glass bottle from an inconspicuous well, which emitted a dazzling array of colors, imbued with an extraordinarily rich essence of the 5 elements. I was just pondering how the large-scale slaughter of my kin would draw the attention of those ancient monsters. Bai Ming, merely a creature focused on cultivation, devoid of intellect. Ancestor, how could you be so heartless? The ever-devout Chen Haitian suddenly directed a question at Chen Ning. What on earth has transpired? Chen Ning felt helpless. This child, while he might bear countless labels to outsiders, Dashia's foremost merchant, one who rises for profit, always negotiating terms fast, and so forth, was exceedingly devoted to family, exhibiting a kind of blind altruism. Don't ask. Family comes first, yet now, he found himself in an exceedingly contradictory situation. The ancestor he revered most had actually urged the pitiful Xiaobai to fend for herself. While this in itself was not a grave matter, it was utterly outrageous to send Xiaobai to the Qin, that place where humans devour each other. Is it a realm where dogs can roam? Haitian, I have already calculated. Xiaobai's path lies within the Qin. Chen Ning's eyes narrowed slightly, his fingers engaged in frantic calculations, ultimately arriving at the conclusion that Xiaobai's destiny indeed resided in the Qin. Listening to Chen Ning's irrefutable words, Chen Haitian reluctantly acquiesced, silently inundating the special communication talisman for doing broadcasters with frantic messages. Today, I am assigning a task. I have a relative who needs to search for a location in the Chin. Offering 100,000 a day until it is found. Wushun, boss, I'm in Fongbo. Although I am old, I am still capable. Ho Ching, by two may venture forth. Chen Ning, my ancestral path accepts this. No one shall contest me. Haizi, woof woof woof. Chen Haitian gazed at the two individuals not far away, Chen Dong and Deputy He, who were frantically manipulating the communication talisman, their expressions clearly conveying, "Can we not make a fuss? Ancestor, is living not good enough? Ancestor, this is the latest bandit ensemble featuring Xian Wu scale armor, with soul-devouring silk on the outside, externally protective against prying eyes, internally capable of withstanding a half-step tribulation strike." 3 sets of pitch-black bandit attire appeared, sending waves of chilling energy that assaulted the hearts of those present. This is a specially crafted bone-cleaving knife and a chopping axe forged from tribulation thunderstone. Imbued with the power to break laws, this is the soul morning pill and the life and death elixir. Chen Ning chuckled in disbelief. This foolish child seemed eager to offer all his treasures to feel at ease. Chen Ning waved his hand, interrupting his actions. "Fear not, your ancestor is quite formidable." Wang. Chen Haitian watched the departing figure and 2 dogs, feeling a tinge of loneliness. In truth, since his emergence, all he desired was simple. He wished for the safety of those around him. To be together forever. In the eastern region of the Qin, at the border with Shenzhou, a man and 2 dogs galloped recklessly across the vast expanse of land. Old hate, it has been far too long since I felt this exhilarated. Wang Wang, woof woof. Chen Ning's departure was not a hasty decision, but rather one made after extensive contemplation. In recent years, Xiao Bai had frequently confided in him that something here was beckoning him, with an intensity that grew stronger. Furthermore, in his current state, moreover, he had grown weary of Wang Yuling, where the fish and dragons mingled, filled with serpents, demons, and gods. He had sensed tribulation-level ancient beings lacking, disguising themselves as lesser cultivators, which was exceedingly terrifying. Most crucially, Chen the Immortal, upon severing the first 1,000 parts of power a few days prior, suddenly realized he had long since transcended the realm of ordinary cultivators. For instance, at this very moment, he lay brazenly in the heart of the Futen gathering place with Haizi and Xiaobai, yet none noticed. "The elder brother, the ancestor of Kuei Shui, has advised you to keep a low profile. The Rakshas's brutish ancestors have been seeking trouble recently." Fu Jin remained silent, his expression darkening. He never anticipated that his momentary boast would embroil the Futan clan in such significant trouble. He distinctly remembered a certain good friend once telling him, "Boasting isn't illegal. Boast as much as you like and enjoy it." However, at this moment, that so-called good friend appeared to be utterly horrified, transmitting a panicked message to those nearby. "Elder brother, look!" Chen Daotian, hearing his younger brother's exclamation, turned back. "What is it, third brother? Why the commotion?" "Look at the recording stone." As Chen Daotian glanced towards the recording stone, disbelief washed over his face. He rubbed his eyes and looked back at Fu Jin. Nothing. Turning to the recording stone again, there it was. "No, wait, yes." Suddenly, a figure of a man and 2 dogs grinned at them from within the recording stone. "Damn, is this some ghostly apparition?" Chapter 64, Reunion with Ning Pingan. "Elder brother, am I seeing things?" Chen Shaotian still could not believe the scene before him. Just then, Chen Ning's teasing voice echoed in his ear. "You've grown bold, haven't you? Not only did you fail to pay respects to the ancestor, but you also dared to call me a ghost." Just as Chen Shaotian was about to retort, Chen Ning's voice rang out again. "Suns should be raised in modesty. Without weathering storms, how can one see a rainbow? You have 10 breaths to flee." 10, flee. Chen Shaotian's expression changed dramatically as he stowed away the recording stone. "Run." Without hesitation, he activated his record of experiences, but before he could even open it, one boom In an instant, dozens of parts of power emerged around Chen Daotian, each one at the minor completion stage, capable of breaking through to tribulation. Chen Daotian had never experienced anything like this. It was overwhelming. He could not control it at all. The resonance of the Dao leaked out, instantly exposing the hiding place of the group. When Fu Jin saw Chen Shaotian without his hood, his first reaction was one of joy. "My good friend, where have you been? I've missed you dearly." "Wait, who is that beside my good friend?" Such potent resonance of the Dao, they are nearly touching the power of the great Dao. Chen Daotian casually cast a fireball spell, intending merely to distract the Futan clan so they could escape. Little did he expect that this basic fireball spell, empowered by the Dao of Fire, would instantly absorb the fire elemental energy within 100 miles. Transforming into a colossal fireball with a diameter of 1,000 meters, the scorching heat incinerated the spiritual garments of everyone present, and the violent energy stimulated their nerves. "Elder brother, when did you become this powerful? Let's go all out with this strength. Why are we even running?" Hu's eyes sparkled with excitement, eager for action. Only Chen Shaotian sensed something amiss. He casually flipped through the record of experiences, seized Xiao Lu, and in a flash, the two vanished in a burst of white light. "Damn it, run quickly, I can't control it." Chen Batian and Chen Zitian felt their scalps tingle, desperately fleeing toward the distance. "This is the limit. I can't hold on any longer." Chen Daotian could no longer contain the enormous fireball spell in his hands, hurling it toward the Futan clan. As for the ancestor, he was completely unconcerned, knowing full well this was all the ancestor's design. Fireball spell. With a furious shout from Chen Daotian, the enormous fireball erupted among the Futan clan, the violent spirit energy in that instant rivaling the previous cataclysm of the old boys. Damn, the 5 elements in young formation. A radiant 5-colored glow enveloped Fu Jin and the others, manifesting as a protective shield that encased them all. The immense fireball collided with the 5-colored shield, failing to create a violent explosion. Yet the surrounding space fractured like a spider's web. Half a stick of incense later, they finally managed to repel the outrageous fireball spell. To hell with that fireball spell, he dares to call this a fireball spell. Fu Hua, with his fiery temper, could not help but exclaim in anger. "I see now, we have been schemed against." After regaining his composure, Fu Jin suddenly declared. To possess such a potent resonance of the Dao at the Great Ascension stage is simply unheard of. It cannot be a mere coincidence. The one who defeated Tian Luosha must be connected to them. Moreover, that damn good friend was clearly allied with this individual, the same friend who focused solely on connections, never on cultivation. Whenever they conversed, he would subtly guide the discussion toward boasting. Undoubtedly, that recording stone was secretly captured by him, leaving evidence to present to the Rakshasa brutes, inciting a tribulation conflict between the two clans. Rarely did a glimmer of wisdom appear in Fu Jin's eyes as he pieced together the analysis, ultimately concluding that this was an elaborate scheme by the human race. If Chen Shaotian were aware of this, he would undoubtedly be left wondering, could it be that I have fallen for such a scheme? Then he would exclaim, "Good friend, I humbly bow to your insight, you've seen through me completely." Fumu, inform the ancestor of all this. We must avoid further conflict with the Rakshasa. Those brutes are devoid of intellect, while our Futan clan is known for its wisdom. Yes, elder brother, Fumu was a strikingly beautiful woman. Refined and graceful, even the unromantic Chen Batian had once remarked, "This woman looks perfect to be a wife." At this moment Fumu gazed at Fu Jin with a look of admiration, marveling at how her elder brother could discern the human race's conspiracy from the slightest clues. "After all is said and done, I will quietly retreat, concealing my contributions and fame." "Xiaobai, wherever you wish to go, just say the word." Xiaobai sniffed the air, seemingly trying to discern the direction, yet detected nothing. Chen Ning felt a pang of helplessness. After so many years with Haisi, this little creature truly believed itself to be a dog. Chen Ning seized Xiao Bai, turning in a clockwise direction. And when he reached the northwest, a red glow flickered on Xiaobai's forehead. Haizi, let this be revealed. Uncertain of the methods employed by Dahe, the means by which he concealed Xiaobai's magical patterns left Chenning utterly perplexed. Unable to unravel the enigma no matter his exertions, meanwhile, Haizi merely brushed Xiaobai's forehead lightly with his tail, causing an ominous red magical pattern to manifest, glimmering and pulsating. Chenning, shrouded in the power of the Tao, traversed the vast expanse of the Great Qin as if in an uninhabited realm, yet, as they ventured further northwest, the red magical pattern upon Xiaobai's forehead became increasingly radiant. Suddenly both Chenning and Haizi's expressions darkened. An air of resignation enveloping them. It seemed that every encounter with this girl was marred by pursuers. Chenning summoned the power of space, and in an instant, he and the two dogs transcended boundless time and space. Arriving before the young girl Ping'an, who, as anticipated, was followed by dozens of fully realized cultivators. A flicker of doubt crossed Chenning and Haizi's eyes, not due to the presence of pursuers after Ning Ping'an nor her initial stage of cultivation, but because she cradled a small girl in her arms. Yet upon probing with his senses, he detected no trace of life. Even as his eyes beheld the child breathing, examining the bloodline, it was evident the girl was Ning Ping'an's daughter. Upon noticing Chenning ahead, Ning Ping'an froze momentarily, then gritted her teeth and changed direction, fleeing further. This maneuver left Chenning bewildered. It was clear the little girl wished to keep him out of trouble. Chenning's formidable senses registered her thoughts. Why is Brother Chenning here? I mustn't cause him any trouble. Once we reach the Great Qin, all will be well. Hearing the girl's incessant mutterings, Chenning shook his head with a wry smile. This child, whoosh! Chenning suddenly appeared directly in front of Ning Ping'an, gently drawing her behind him with his ethereal power. Sensing his formidable presence, Ning Ping'an's heart raced. Brother Chenning, this is not your concern, you must leave. Chenning smiled softly. Silly girl, if the shopkeeper were to find out, he would surely scold me. Fear not, I am here. However, he failed to notice the lingering sorrow in Ning Ping'an's eyes. Chapter 65, The Tao Scripture. After intercepting Ning Ping'an, Chenning stood resolutely in place, awaiting the inevitable. Worry etched across Ning Ping'an's visage, yet at this juncture no words could alter their fate. Whoosh! One figure after another halted before Chenning. The leader, a middle-aged man at the cusp of transcending tribulation. He furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Chenning. Fellow Taoist, under the command of Emperor Ji, we are to apprehend this demoness. I hope you will cooperate. A half-step away from transcending tribulation, his mastery of the Tao was near complete, granting him acute awareness of impending danger. Emperor Ji, demoness. Chenning's brow furrowed deeply. No matter how he racked his brain, he could not fathom the reasoning behind this. Thus, he resolved to cease pondering. Instantly, an overwhelming force of Tao surged around him, the myriad rules of heaven and earth shifting in response. As boundless radiance cascaded from the heavens, infusing the air with spiritual energy that coalesced into ethereal forms. The middle-aged man felt his scalp prickle, his heart gripped by fear, for his perfected understanding of the Tao was abruptly extinguished. I ask, you answer. Chenning's tone was calm yet brooked no dissent. The man gulped audibly, nodding vigorously. Why is it said that our Ping'an is a demoness? The middle-aged man's gaze flicked nervously to Ning Ping'an hiding behind Chenning. Weighing the risk of inciting her wrath, this woman was originally a consort to the four princes, but recently, she bore a child devoid of a human soul. The high priest declared it to be a being of great anomaly. Thus she is deemed a demoness. Suddenly Ning Ping'an erupted with an overwhelming wave of sorrow, a side of her Chenning had never witnessed. You speak nonsense. When Zhawa was born, she was perfectly fine. Crying loudly, oh how could she have changed overnight? Tears streamed down Ning Ping'an's cheeks as she spoke of her Zhawa, her heart breaking anew. Was it Emperor Ji Qianhuang who ordered the hunt, or was it her husband? The middle-aged man hesitated, seemingly caught in a dilemma. Bang! His moment of indecision was met with an immediate and crushing force of Tao, obliterating him into nothingness before he could even protest. Speak. Chenning pointed at another individual. Continuing his inquiry. It was the fourth prince. Boom, how could this be? Ning Pingan staggered, her eyes vacant, memories flooding back. Miss, how can one leave home without money? I am Ji Zhao, may I ask your name, a fair maiden? A gentleman's desire, here we meet again. Ning Pingan. Pingan, be my companion on this path of cultivation, with you by my side I shall not feel alone. Pingan, should we bear children in the future, our daughter shall be named Ji Ping Zhao. And our son Ji Zhao Ping, what say you? As Ning Pingan wept, laughter mingled with her tears, crimson droplets spilling forth, the manifestation of profound heartache. Suddenly, the words her father had imparted upon her when she first ventured into the world of cultivation echoed in her mind. Daughter, being an immortal is no simple feat. Father, Master Pingan is unfilial, let me follow you. Boom, the tranquil aura surrounding Chen Ning erupted into chaos. The small realm he had isolated transformed into a realm of dread and fury. How could this be? The proprietor of Pingan Tea House, the eldest disciple of the longevity sect, my guide on the path of immortality, Ning Ziyuan has fallen. Bang, 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 the remaining fully realized cultivators were reduced to ashes by the tempestuous power of the Tao. Without a trace of resistance, trembling Chen Ning withdrew a seemingly ordinary storage ring from his garment. Within it lay but two items. One was a book he did not recognize, the other a talisman of longevity. The previously indecipherable characters now revealed themselves to him. Tao scripture, endless waves of Tao surged from the book, each imbued with Ning Ziyuan's essence. Chen Ning gazed at the Tao scripture in his hands. Rendered speechless, a solitary tear escaping his eye drip, the crystalline tear fell upon the Tao scripture, igniting a myriad of radiant hues that merged into Chen Ning's consciousness. An ethereal figure emerged, unmistakably the refined Ning Ziyuan. Chen Ning, do not grieve, I have traversed 2,999 steps on the path of the Tao. Ultimately, I could not evade this emotional tribulation, it was fated, yet the one thing I cannot let go of is my foolish daughter and my newly born niece. Robbed of her human soul at birth, alas, how many can truly uphold their original intentions on the path of immortality? At last, Chen Ning, you must remember this, the heavenly way is not to be trusted. Boom, Ning Ziyuan's words seemed to touch upon certain taboos. Even within the confines of Chen Ning's own Tao power, they were still constrained. Eldest brother, Chen Ning gazed at the Tao scripture in his hands. Lost in thought, Haizi Xiaobai, you must escort them to the great Qin. Chen Ning dispelled the power of the Tao, his expression devoid of emotion as he addressed Haizi. Woof. Haizi appeared concerned, he had never witnessed Chen Ning in such a state. Not even during the fierce battle with the evil last sect. Do not worry, I am fine, I shall seek justice for eldest brother and the little girl. Pingan system, I wish to exchange for the 10,000 Tao experience card. Chen Ning's mind stirred as he connected with the system. Indeed, as a golden finger, how could he possess only the summoning rebate as a single function? Recently, after Lu Bu ascended to the martial sage realm, Chen Ning finally unlocked his first achievement. He had summoned 5 individuals who reached the combined realm, earning him 1,000 points. Additionally, he unlocked a tier of exchange items, such as insights into the Tao of Wind, the Tao of Fire, and so forth, all quite affordable at 20 points per use. Among the Tier 1 exchange items, the most formidable was the 10,000 Tao experience card, requiring a staggering 8,000 points. Ding, expenditure of 8,000 points to exchange for the 10,000 Tao experience card. Time starts upon use, valid for half an hour. To be honest, it felt somewhat unwise after expending 2,000 points. The Tao power Chen Ning had severed had already reached 200. If he were to proceed gradually, he could confidently cut through 1,000 Tao powers with this 10,000 points. Coupled with the insights provided by the Qin Emperor and other ancestral figures of Huaxia, he could easily sever 2,000 Tao powers. No, with the addition of eldest brother's Tao scripture, if that were the case, He would stand as an unparalleled Tao ancestor within this humble ancestral star, yet some matters must be addressed. To evade every challenge would render the pursuit of immortality exceedingly dull if the heart is blocked. How can the Tao flow? Use, without a hint of reluctance. Chen Ning activated the 10,000 Tao experience card. As he did so, the power of the Tao surrounding him intensified. The great Qin's heavenly path was engulfed in fury and confusion. What was happening? Why was there such an overwhelming presence of Tao power within his domain? Who truly embodied the heavenly way, just as he contemplated unleashing a heavenly tribulation to impose punishment? Begone, the power of 10,000 Tao erupted, shaking the very heavens, fracturing the sky. The foundational stones of the heavenly path nearly shattered by a single utterance. All right then, feel free. Chapter 66, Fourth Senior Brother. In the capital of the great summer, Shacheng, at last I have obtained it. The heart of the anomaly, the fourth prince of the great summer, Ji Zhao, gazed upon the heart of the anomaly in his hands. His face twisted in a frenzied expression. What defines a hero? He exemplifies it. As long as he could ascend to the pinnacle of the Tao, what did women, even his own daughter, matter at this point? Ji Zhao still reveled in his fortuitous encounters, having discovered a celestial body among billions, while simultaneously possessing the true soul of the anomaly, and fortuitously knowing how to nurture a being of great anomaly. The only lamentable aspect is that I did not anticipate the old man to be so formidable. Despite being in the transformation phase, he managed to focus on 10 transcendent beings, successfully rescuing that wretched girl. Upon recalling Ning Ziyuan, a flicker of trepidation appeared in Ji Zhao's eyes. However, all of that is now in the past. Without a moment's hesitation, Ji Zhao swallowed the heart of the otherworldly spirit in his hand. In an instant, an aura alien to this realm permeated the surroundings, the essence of the Tao dissipating, the great Tao obscured. Father, no matter how powerful you are, once marked by the heavenly Tao, you shall remain confined to this place for eternity. Only I, Ji Zhao, possess the ability to transcend this world. The once refined visage of Ji Zhao now twisted into a menacing grimace. Boom! The firmament was torn asunder. The great Tao was thrown into turmoil. At this moment, the entire celestial order of the Great Xiao was thrown into disarray. All cultivators in Shacheng gaped at the sky, desperately swallowing their saliva. Who could that be? Clad in a black hood and tight-fitting attire, with an 18-pack abdomen, he was strikingly vivid. On either side hung a bone-cutting knife and a woodcutter's axe, carelessly sheathed at his waist. A savage aura surged, impacting the very fabric of space around him. As myriad paths descended from the boundless void, yet none dared approach. Ji Qianhuang, you have 3 breaths to show yourself, or I shall obliterate this Shacheng. The resounding voice echoed throughout the city, unyielding and relentless. Ji Qianhuang. 3 breaths, the black-clad brigand unsheathed his woodcutter's axe, cleaving it through the air, empowered by countless paths, a radiant blade of light manifesting from the void. The mature heavenly Tao of the great Xia not daring to touch it. Duang. A complete force of the great Tao equated to an ordinary transcendent being at full maturity, multiplied 1,000-fold. Shacheng shattered like tofu, this single strike cleaving it in twain, with some unfortunate cultivators caught in its wake, reduced to mere halves. Hiss. Who on earth is this person? Could it be that the damned heavenly Tao has taken a human form to trouble the great Xia? The axe swung without pause, Chen Ning showing no sign of relenting. 3 breaths, wait, a figure emerged. It was Ji Qianhuang, seemingly unfazed by the devastation wrought upon Shacheng. Fellow Taoist, what business do you have? Speak plainly. Chen Ning's eyes, cold and penetrating, fixed upon Ji Qianhuang, the amplification of the great Tao making it evident whether he was deceiving him. Do you know Ning Pingan? Indeed, Ji Huang frowned, pondering what this had to do with her. I am naturally acquainted with that young lady. She is the wife of my 4th brother, and Ning Ziyuan. Ji Qianhuang's eyes flickered with an unusual light, yet he replied, I do not know. Chen Ning nodded slightly. Very well, I understand. In that case there is no longer any necessity for the great Seer's capital to exist. Once more, Chen Ning raised his woodcutter's axe, a resonant blade sound shattering the heavens and the earth. As the laws of the cosmos in Shacheng instantly became chaotic, descending directly upon the city, Ji Qianhuang's countenance shifted dramatically, for the very target of Chen Ning's strike was the resting place of Jiangyu. He could bear witness to the demise of Shacheng, yet how could he allow Jiangyu to perish? Swish, Ji Qianhuang extended his right hand, and a colossal emperor's sword erupted from the ground. Landing firmly in his grasp, without a moment's hesitation he spat a mouthful of essence blood onto the sword's blade, which erupted in endless golden light, the dragon's lack of the great Seer surging towards it. Block, Ji Qianhuang wielded the sword to intercept the oncoming blade, yet where the sword light passed, the void collapsed entirely, pushing forward relentlessly. Ji Qianhuang struggled against the assault, blood spilling forth, hold it back. Veins bulged on Ji Qianhuang's forehead. Blood vessels bursting, yet he still could not withstand it. The power of myriad paths, the complete force of myriad paths could extinguish the heavenly Tao without a doubt. Burn my essence. Ji Qianhuang ignited his essence, harnessing the infinite fortunes of the great Seer, and at last managed to deflect the strike before the crystalline coffin of Weiyang Palace. At that moment, Ji Qianhuang bore no semblance of a mighty sovereign. His golden dragon robe lay tattered, his aura diminished, yet he paid no heed to his plight, kneeling before the crystalline coffin with a dazed expression. It is all right now, all is well. Chen Ning felt no pity. Such contempt for my Chongsheng sect, do they truly believe I am without allies? Do they think I, Chen Ning, would shy away from killing, desire to die? That's a simple matter. He drew forth the bone-cutting knife. A chilling murderous intent erupting as hell descended. All the cultivators in Shacheng displayed expressions of utter despair, having witnessed the preceding events. That is Ji Huang, the Ji Huang who has never known defeat for 100,000 years. If even he could muster no defense, what hope do we mere minnows have for survival, unless this formidable individual intends to show mercy? At this moment the most desperate was Ji Zhao, Ning Pingan, and Ning Ziyuan. He knew full well who it was. He understood that all of this bore no relation to his hapless father, who had perished due to a heartless man. He had just acquired the heart of the otherworldly spirit. The path to transcendence laid before him. Chen Ning ceased. Upon hearing this voice, Chen Ning's violent aura stabilized slightly, for the speaker was his second senior sister, Sha. He could not harm his eldest brother. The usually fierce Sha now exuded an inexplicable gentleness. Her expression tinged with profound sorrow. Why? Chen Ning revealed no emotion, his words laced with chilling indifference. This was the first time Sha had seen such a side of Chen Ning, strange yet comforting. For he was the fourth brother. Sha cast a complex glance at Ji Qianhuang, nodding slightly. He was not only the fourth disciple of the Chongsheng sect but also the most favored student of their master. At this moment Ji Qianhuang, disheveled, stood up. Second sister, I truly do not know what has happened to the eldest brother. Chen Ning closed his eyes, the power of the great Tao surging forth, occupying the entirety of Shacheng within a breath. Chen Ning opened his eyes, a sinister smile playing upon his lips, thinking of fleeing. In an instant, Ji Zhao, who had already reached the southern gate of Shacheng, found himself standing before Chen Ning. Bang, bang. Ji Zhao's legs shattered. Collapsing before Chen Ning, gazing up into his cold, unfeeling eyes, fear gripping him, he never imagined someone would breach Shacheng and apprehend him directly. Father, save me, Ji Zhao cried out, casting a pleading glance at Ji Qianhuang. Yet the latter offered no assistance. Chen Ning's power surged, and suddenly Ji Zhao's memories unfolded before the onlookers like a shadow stone. Boom, boom, two auras erupted. Ji Qianhuang trembling with rage. A beast. Ji Qianhuang could not fathom that this rebellious child would dare to cultivate a spirit of such magnitude. He was even more astonished to learn that Ning Pingan was the daughter of the eldest brother, and that the eldest brother had fallen due to such matters. Yes, I am. Ji Zhao seemed poised to utter more. But Chen Ning struck him down with a single palm. Subsequently, he unleashed the power of the great Tao, extracting the recently consumed heart of the otherworldly spirit. Fortunately, not much time had passed. Ji Qianhuang gazed upon the lifeless Ji Zhao. A pang of guilt stirring within him, for after all, he was his own flesh and blood. Chen Ning cast a sidelong glance. What, fourth brother, do you wish to venture down to find him? Ji Qianhuang's expression changed. This individual was not only formidable in strength but also piercing in speech. He cast a pleading glance at Sha, second sister. This, junior brother, Sha interjected, might I have a moment of your time to speak? Chen Ning assessed the remaining time, estimating half an hour left. The power of the great Tao enveloped the area, and Ji Qianhuang hesitated, glancing at Sha. Can she not hear? Not that she cannot hear. But certain matters, due to insufficient cultivation, could easily be sensed by the heavenly Tao. Who knows how you managed to win Jiangyu's affection back then? Junior brother, listen well, and afterward please give him a good thrashing. Understood. After a stick of incense had passed, Chen Ning retracted the power of the great Tao, and Sha had already departed. He sighed softly, feeling a twinge of regret, though not much. With a single step, he vanished from sight. However, when Chen Ning arrived at the Great Qin, he was taken aback. Ning Pingan was nowhere to be found, but the child remained. He found Hazy and Xiao Bai delightfully merry. What in the world were you thinking? Chen Ning berated Hazy, spittle flying. Woof, woof. Hazy, indignant, protested. What of it? It's just a child. Who can't afford to raise one? Chen Ning's anger flared. Do you even comprehend? A boy would be acceptable. Just a life to live, but this is a girl. She needs education, understanding of propriety, the arts of poetry, music, and painting. What can you even teach her? Big Hazy was left bewildered. Is raising a girl so troublesome? I thought it would be the same as raising Xiao Bai. Of course, while Chen Ning spoke of the hassle, he had no intention of abandoning Ping Zhao. However, the Ji family, did they truly deserve it? Ultimately, after fervent discussions between Chen Ning and Hazy, it was decided that the child would bear the surname Chen, named Chen Anning, in hopes of both peace and the tranquility of Ning Pingan. As for Ning Pingan's whereabouts, Chen Ning respected her decision not to seek her out. After all, because of a heartless man, her most beloved father had perished. Facing this child daily would surely be torment. Heavenly Black, help me investigate which spirit beast's milk is most beneficial for an infant's growth. Swish, old ancestor. I consulted numerous alchemists, and through their expert analysis they unanimously concluded that the best option is indeed maternal milk of the same lineage. Old ancestor, is your child human? Damn, old He, take note. Chen Haitian's rebellious offspring dares to insult our Anning as not human. He squinted his eyes, and two large nostrils exhaled a wave of searing hot air. It was evident that Hezu was genuinely enraged. He took out a small notebook and swiftly recorded the incident, cursing Chen Ning for his audacity to insult An Ning, the human race. Milks. Suddenly, Chen Ning's eyes brightened as he recalled the tumultuous woman he had encountered previously at Fu Tion's place, who seemed to be a perfect embodiment of the way of water. Old He. I shall return shortly. The power of the great Tao surged, and Chen Ning appeared at the site where Fu Tian once stood, only to find, regrettably, that the Fu Tian clan had already vacated the premises. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away in a valley, 5 members of the Fu Tian clan, each at the cusp of transcending, were gathered together, isolated from the others. They had presumed that with their prowess and the combined might of their family's legacy array, they could roam freely in the land of Daqin, but unexpectedly they had nearly been annihilated by a mere insignificant figure. Elder brother, we have gathered 432 pieces of the Taisu realm orders. Fu Jin reported, a glimmer of joy crossing his face. Despite the Qin's notorious reputation, the rewards were indeed substantial. With 40 of the Taisu orders, those divine beings eager to enter the secret realms would have to pay dearly. Our Fu Tian clan shall flourish. Suddenly a young and discontented voice echoed from the void, and without any warning, Fu Shui, who had been seated across from Fu Jin, vanished along with the storage ring containing the realm orders. Fu Jin looked at his outstretched hand, then at the spot where Fu Shui had just been. Where are the realm orders? Where is Fu Shui? What has transpired? Ding, a message from Dahe arrived. And Chen Ning's expression turned serious. He was acutely aware of old He's temperament. He would not send a message unless he was truly distressed. As expected, Chen Ning's brows furrowed deeper, forming a tight line. Fu Shui, held captive by the overwhelming pressure of the Dao, struggled to breathe, feeling utterly terrified. But why is it the integration realm? She stammered cautiously. Elder, do you have something urgent to attend to? It is urgent. My girl is crying. Jiggle. Fu Shui was taken aback but dared not retort. Although still in a fog, she offered a tentative consolation. Perhaps she is just hungry. After speaking, she cautiously observed Chen Ning's expression, only to see his face light up with delight. Indeed, tempestuous women are often nurturing towards children. Stealthily glancing at Fu Shui, he thought, with such ample resources, there should be enough. The output of the great Dao's power intensified, hastening the tearing of the void. Fu Shui's eyes widened in astonishment, her heart churning with tumultuous waves. Is this how one utilizes the power of the great Dao? Isn't he concerned about exhausting it? The wails of a newborn echoed in their ears. They had arrived. At that moment, little Anning lay in a bamboo basket, wailing incessantly, while Hazy and Xiao Bai exerted all their efforts to amuse her. Yet to no avail. Step aside. The violent force of the great Dao sent the two dogs flying several miles away. You useless fools, you live for but a moment and have already upset little Anning. She's yours now. Chen Ning pointed at the basket containing Anning. Me, what do you mean she's mine? Fu Shui was bewildered. You traveled countless miles to abduct me just to have me tend to a child? What merit do I possess to deserve such an honor? Glancing down, she realized she could not even see the tips of her toes. This can't be. Chapter 68, The Great Dao. I have plenty. Fu Shui hesitated. Elder, I am still a young maiden. Chen Ning turned, his expression stoic. Are you implying that you are incapable? Fu Shui bashfully nodded. I have never. How could I produce milk? Oh, old He, just eliminate her. How unfortunate to find one incapable of laying eggs. Chen Ning was about to unleash the power of the great Dao to seek another target, for little Anning was crying vehemently. And time was of the essence. Fu Shui gasped, and with a speed that even Chen Ning found difficult to comprehend, she swiftly scooped up little Anning and conjured a barrier with a wave of her hand. So rapid was her action that Chen Ning nearly mistook it for an attempt to kidnap the child and flee. His vast consciousness, infused with the power of the Dao, pressed against the barrier. Chen Ning's face flashed. It was quite commendable. After being fed, little Anning had indeed ceased her crying. Moments later, Fu Shui, now properly attired, lowered the barrier and cast a resentful look at Chen Ning. Even Chen Ning, whose composure was as solid as Kunlun Mountain, felt a tinge of embarrassment under her gaze. Ahem. Chen Ning cleared his throat. Junior, I see that you cultivate the way of water, yet you are misdirected in your approach. Upon finishing, Chen Ning unleashed nearly perfected power from the great Dao, radiating a rich life force and the completed essence of the way of water. Fu Shui was plunged into deep self-doubt. Have I truly been practicing incorrectly? But I am a direct disciple of the water ancestor. Why would she treat me this way? Just as Fu Shui was caught in her thoughts, Chen Ning casually slapped, scattering her nearly perfected essence of the way of water and leaving behind a seed of the great Dao. What is this nonsense? It resembles mere weeds. As Fu Shui's half-step transcendent aura steadily waned, she fell from the great ascension realm, halting at the integration completion stage, despite her current lack of Dao resonance and diminished realm. Tears of excitement streamed down her face, for there, nestled within her grasp, was a seed of the way of water, devoid of any heavenly Dao aura, an entirely unique seed of the great Dao. In this moment, Fu Shui could only utter a phrase in her native dialect to express her elation. Woohoo, let's so, Junior, as long as you can ensure the quantity of milk the great Dao is abundant. Swish, the way of ice, the way of snow, the way of rain. Fu Shui, Elder, are you wholesale distributing the great Dao? I shall refer to you as the ancestor of the great Tao, or Tao ancestor for short. Fu Shui's eyes widened in astonishment. Milk, what is milk compared to essence water? Oh no, essence blood is also acceptable. For cultivators, the ultimate goal of cultivation is the great Tao, is it not? Fu Shui felt acutely that this was an unparalleled opportunity in her life. Countless cultivators are racing along a singular path, yet due to the Tao ancestors' influence, she had already boarded the celestial vessel, traversing a new journey. From that moment forth, the dutiful Fu Shui not only took charge of nourishing Chen and Ning but also attentively managed Chen Ning Heizi's daily needs. Why was Xiaobai absent? Because it was evident even to a fool that this little white dog possessed no standing. After resolving matters concerning Ningping and Chen Ning and his companions once again set out on a quest to locate the thread of mysterious resonance. Thus began years of leisurely living. The battlefield of the Qin was poised for a new climax, as following the complete demise of the youth from the Azura clan, the demon race initiated an all-out offensive. The three-eyed imperial clan, the ancient clan, the Tianqing Neo-demon clan, the primordial iron-eating beasts, and the bone demon clan, although not among the 10 dominant clans, each ranked within the top 20. Particularly, the iron-eating beasts, none of the 10 dominant clans dared to provoke them. Each tribe dispatched their foremost young talents, accompanied by 10 half-step transcendents and 100 perfected great ascension beings intent on seizing at least half of the Taisu realm orders. As the demon race launched their full-scale offensive, Wang Yu Ridge erupted into chaos. The Heavenly Tao Bank had astonishingly announced an auction featuring only a singular product, the Taisu Realm Orders, totaling 420 pieces. Boom! This news struck like a decimating earthquake. As divine beings and demons clashed violently within the Qin, while the human race quietly amassed over 40, although it required spending, even a fool could calculate that a small expenditure could yield significant returns. Far better than risking their lives for uncertain outcomes, the Heavenly Tao Bank was truly magnificent, a veritable blessing for the great Xia, indeed a treasure for wealth. Doing Live now has even secured Taisu realm orders. The cultivators below buzzed with excitement, extolling the virtues of the Heavenly Tao Bank, while the true upper echelons of the human race turned green with envy. Damn it, an unprecedented opportunity has been squandered by such a cunning merchant. Ji Qianhuang seethed with rage, his violent aura trembling the very air around him as he declared, having disrupted my grand plans, this merchant of the great Xia, I regret not having crushed him with a single blow. It seems it is not too late now, Your Majesty. I have heard that the Heavenly Tao Bank has the shadow of a certain esteemed figure behind it, Jiang Sheng interjected at an opportune moment. Oh, is that so? The previously raging aura instantly calmed, as if the anger had never belonged to him. The junior disciple's successor is indeed remarkable, the Heavenly Tao Bank, the royal merchant of Great Xia. I shall purchase 10 orders as a show of support, with a demeanor as refined as jade and an imperial bearing befitting the Great Xia's sovereign. Ji Qianhuang appeared lighter in spirit. Though it was unclear what had transpired between the emperor and that esteemed figure, Jiang Sheng sensed that since that encounter Ji Qianhuang had become considerably more at ease, as though he were no longer alone in bearing the burdens of leadership. 3 days later, at the appointed hour, the Doing official live broadcast initiated the auction. Of the Heavenly Tao Bank is truly ingenious. A live auction, how entertaining, no need for tickets, how grand. Indeed, I had thought the auction for the Taisu realm orders would require a hefty ticket fee of at least 10,000 spirit stones. I shall refer to this as the Great Xia's foremost merchant. Originally, one would need to spend 10,000 spirit stones to compete among thousands of others. Now, however, while saving that 10,000 spirit stones, I must contend with millions. It truly seems to be the case. Ding, as Elbu stepped into the realm of the martial god, 5 figures ascended to the great ascension stage, rewarding the host with 20,000 points. Sitting cross-legged, Chen Ning felt a surge of joy. It had arrived, the delightful moment of enlightenment was upon him once more. If everything that Ji Qian Huang had claimed was indeed true, then he had secured another layer of assurance for the future. Exchange the path of formations. A profound and enigmatic understanding blossomed in Chen Ning's mind. Is this the essence of the formations way, coupled with the formation source analysis sent by Lu Bang? Chen Ning's comprehension of this path soared immensely. The thick aura of the Tao enveloped him, even causing the oblivious Fu Shui to experience a flicker of clarity at the border between Daqin and Shenzhou. A towering figure rode a fiery red steed, a palpable aura of martial prowess radiating from him. Unlike Yu Kai, the killing intent emanating from El Bu was equally terrifying. Honzu, Feng Xian has arrived. Chapter 69, The Crisis of Daqin. If you ask me, let us first obliterate that troublesome Daqin, and then slowly seek the realm orders. The ghostly fire within the skull of the bone demon flicked its tongue. Its eyes ablaze with flickering flames, exuding an aura of chilling coldness. Bone Gu was not mistaken. In my view, the affairs of the Rakshasa must surely be instigated by the human race of Daqin from behind the scenes. The Azure Bull demon, possessing the head of an ox and the body of a man, rumbled, fixating on the direction of Daqin with unabashed greed in his eyes. The leader of the ancient Hong Yi refrained from voicing an opinion, instead turning his gaze towards the three-eyed imperial clan. Dition, what is your perspective? It is said that your three-eyed imperial clan can attract fortune and avert disasters. I would like to hear your thoughts. Dition opened the third eye on his forehead. Boom, a beam of brilliance erupted, and an aura unbound by this realm permeated the atmosphere. What appeared before Dition was an incomparably vast city of fortune. Its vitality so rich that it surpassed even that of the ancient Dacia, which had inherited its legacy for 1,000,000 years, far from a sign of demise. But what relevance does it hold for my three-eyed imperial clan? Dition scoffed inwardly. Yet, the manifestation of great fortune, Bone Gu, the Azure Bull demon, and Hong Yi's expressions brightened simultaneously. Whether the realm order mattered was inconsequential, if they could acquire more of the innate essence of the human race. The tribulation would be within reach. As for the ancient iron-eating beast, it is currently indulging in clear-heart bamboo in the rear. This race is incredibly lazy yet exceedingly powerful, ferociously adorable. Bone Gu, relying on his formidable physique and the overwhelming ghostly fire, surged towards Young City, occasionally encountering solitary humans along the way. Wrapped in his ghostly flames, they were reduced to dust in an instant, and Bone Gu reveled in ecstasy, innate essence, so uniquely blessed. Even at my current level, I can still glean insights into the Tao's rhythm. Meanwhile, the Azure Bull demon, in a state of urgency, transformed into his true form, a towering celestial bull, and with a single stride, he caught up to Bone Gu. Bone Gu, don't hog all the good stuff, let this old bull have a taste. Each word he uttered sent tremors through the heavens and earth, reminiscent of an ancient demon god. Truly fearsome. Suddenly a colossal green bamboo appeared above the Azure Bull demon's head. Bang, bang, accompanying the rhythmic strikes of the green bamboo was an adorably soft-voiced, and with each thump the Azure Bull demon shrank a little more until he returned to a normal size. The Azure Bull demon seethed with rage, the air around him distorting under the pressure of his furious spirit. What do you mean? What is all this racket? Are you trying to prevent anyone from sleeping? The ancient iron-eating beast, holding the green bamboo, lay lazily atop a massive artificial mountain supported by 10 great ascension experts, remarking nonchalantly, "Moo, moo, moo." The Azure Bull demon, infuriated, could only bellow in frustration, utterly powerless to retaliate. This iron-eating beast race is truly terrifying, a favored child of heaven, impervious to all methods, with a robust physique. Fortunately, this race has a fixed limit, never exceeding 99 individuals. They are inherently lazy and prefer tranquility, residing wherever they find clear-heart bamboo. Once, during a great upheaval on the ancestral star, the Jade Bamboo Mountain fortuitously shifted to the White Emperor's palace, the foremost of the demon race. The leader of the iron-eating beasts, Tai Wa, brazenly led his clan to migrate there. The White Emperor, his face dark with fury, dared not express his wrath, and since that incident no one has dared to bully this ferociously adorable ancient beast again. Alright, Brother Bull, let us keep it down a bit. Why quarrel with him? Among the three races of demon, god, and human on this ancestral star, who doesn't he know they are auspicious beings not to be provoked? Dition gently interjected, his voice imbued with a soothing power. The Azure Bull demon twisted his head, no longer glancing at Tai Eat, and refrained from raising his voice again. What on earth is this creature doing here if it want to contribute? Just here to act cute, Hong Yi muttered under his breath, daring not to speak too loudly, or who would dare offend the treasure of the four clans. Moreover, they truly could not defeat him. The grand gates of Young City appeared diminutive as the Azure Bull demon returned to his true form. Just as he was about to launch an assault, his movements faltered, casting a wary glance towards the direction of the iron-eating beast. Phew, thankfully, that creature is currently dining. Moo. A thunderous bellow of a bull reverberated, shaking the heavens and startling the people of the Qin. Lu Bang's expression turned ashen. Trouble arose the moment the Qin emperor was absent. It is the Azure Bull demon. Shen's expression grew solemn as he spoke gravely. The Azure Bull demon, ranked 12th among the 3,000, is renowned for its vast spiritual power. I will confront him. A figure shrouded in black robes, who had been lingering in the corner, suddenly spoke up. Hon Wang nodded. Thank you for your assistance. The black-robed figure transformed into a mass of demonic energy and soared towards the city's outskirts. Zheng could not help but inquire, Hon Wang, who exactly is this individual? His aura is more demonic than the demons themselves. Liu Bang shook his head slightly. Decades ago, he approached us with a singular request to assist us in battling the demon race. Beyond that, he revealed no further information. It is difficult. Our foundation in the Qin is still too shallow. Zhang sighed, and the others fell silent, for his words rang true. Liu Bang's eyes flickered with contemplation. After much deliberation, he produced a communication stone and sent a message to Chen Heitian. Chenzong, the demon race has come knocking. Can you spare some hands on your end? Ding. Chen Heitian replied instantly. Sure, absolutely. This crew hasn't lifted a finger lately. They're just collecting wages. Liu Bang remained somewhat perplexed, as the connection with the Heavenly Bank had developed rather mysteriously. He had never sought them out. Instead, Chen Heitian had proactively sent him a dedicated communication stone for correspondence. Subsequently, Liu Bang, motivated by a trial-and-error mentality, engaged in a series of collaborations, only to discover that the other party was entirely sincere. Meanwhile, Chen Heitian reminisced about the words spoken by the ancestor. Heitian, remember, your family extends beyond just the Chen clan. The Qin is also your family. Urgent mission from Do Ying. Support the Qin. Aside from the spoils belonging to your own, for every demon you do not kill, a reward of 1 million awaits. And live stream donations will not be deducted. Marshal, god damn it, finally a mission. My little cub has had nothing to eat lately. Fongbo, I'm so poor. It's been ages since I last enjoyed a tune at the pleasure house. Qinjianzi, the demon race and I share a bond. Ho Qing, the little ones of the Futian clan are not fun at all. Putting down the communication stone, Chen Heitian couldn't help but marvel. Money truly can move mountains. I shall dub my path of wealth the invincible path. After some contemplation, Chen Heitian decided to send a message to the Chiu Feng Quintet. Brothers, can you come in? Chen Batian, what nonsense, even eggs are feeling the pinch. Chen Daotian, what's the matter? Chen Zitian, let us talk business. Shaolu, Wu, the Qin is calling for aid. Brothers, let us go. Chapter 70, Ancestor, save me. Your Majesty, the 5 great celestial clans of the demon race are joining forces to attack the Qin. What should we do? Jiang Shang inquired. Ji Qian Huang's expression turned cold, but then he recalled something and asked, does the Qin have any connection to my junior disciple? Jiang Shang nodded, indeed. There is, according to our investigations, Yingzheng's first encounter upon defecting to the Qing sect was with that individual. The expression of the changing-faced Emperor Jiqian Huang softened instantly, after a moment of contemplation. He stated, "Let 10 attendants join the fray for a bit. Our human race has endured in silence for too long. Perhaps some have already forgotten who truly holds sway over this ancestral star." In the Qin's young city, the towering Azure Bull demon relentlessly battered the city's protective formation with its horns. Boom, boom. Fortunately, the formation's path had long reached a minor completion, continuously reinforced over the years, rendering the protective formation of young city as solid as an impregnable fortress. As the Azure Bull demon tirelessly assaulted the formation, a torrent of demonic energy surged towards it, swiftly enveloping it. Moo, moo, from within the demonic energy, the furious roars of the bull could be heard as if engaged in battle with some unknown entity. Such pure demonic energy, Dition muttered in astonishment, experiencing a sense of familiarity. Boom! The demonic energy suddenly erupted, and the towering Azure Bull demon was reduced to its non-transformed size, its aura waning, fear etched across its features. The endless demonic energy slowly coalesced, ultimately materializing into a black-robed figure. The black-robed figure regarded the Azure Bull demon with chilling laughter, occasionally extending a crimson tongue to lick his lips. The Azure Bull demon trembled, pointing at the black-robed figure, unable to utter a coherent word. "Once I digest this, I shall return to find you. Take good care of yourself." The black-robed figure left a remark before dissipating into the void. Digu, what on earth is happening? Hong Yi's expression fluctuated between shades of worry. The Qin indeed seemed rather sinister, with all manner of strange beings appearing. Dition shook his head, feeling a faint sense of familiarity, yet entirely at a loss, not even knowing how that peculiar individual had managed to reduce the Qing Tian Nyo Emo to such a state. Nyo Emo, observing Nyo Mo's dazed condition, Dition unleashed the sound of the great Tao, its echoes reverberating in Nyo Mo's ears, causing him to waver between clarity and confusion, at times gripped by terror. With a sudden spurt of fresh blood, Nyo Emo collapsed into unconsciousness. Useless. Hong Yi's expression darkened, surprised that this foolish ox had failed to glean anything before being rendered insensible. The ancient and strange demon race was innately cautious and cunning, and naturally he would not risk himself against the unknowns of the great Qin. The fate of Qing Tian Nyo Emo was a testament to that. His eyes darted around, realizing that Dition's seemingly amused gaze was not a wise target for his schemes. Iron Beast, perhaps avoiding him and merely enlisting a bit of his strength would suffice. Besides, given his daft demeanor, when he looked towards Tai Yi, he spotted Tai Yi's fluffy black and white paw seizing the nearby Qin Yu bamboo. Hong Yi's face stiffened instantly. Whether intentional or not, should Tai Yi strike him with the Qin Yu bamboo, his frail body could hardly withstand it. Thus, only one option remained. Bone brother, shall we join forces to break the array? Bon Ji's brain flickered with thoughts, clearly deep in contemplation, but, boom, a surge of ethereal flames erupted from Bon Ji's skeletal form, instantly transforming the gates of Yongdu into a sea of fire. Suffused with an aura of chilling darkness, the nine nether fire, a glimmer of satisfaction appeared in Hong Yi's eyes. This great skeleton was indeed endearing. Bone brother, I shall assist you. Hong Yi's spiritual energy surged forth, flooding into Bon Ji's body as if it were free, wholeheartedly devoted. He resolutely refused to take a step forward, focusing solely on providing support, ensuring that there was no risk to his life. Woo-woo. The white ape gravely addressed Lu Bang, tinged with a hint of apology. Lu Bang nodded, indicating that it was of no concern. Can we only make one move, then let us shatter that skeleton outside the city. Afterward we shall leave it to second brother. You may focus on your breakthrough. The white ape nodded, grasping the Lin Yong rod. He soared into the sky. Yongcheng trembled as an awe-inspiring momentum surged towards the gates of Yongdu. shaking the very mountains and rivers. A colossal rod, stretching endlessly, descended from the heavens, pinning Bon-gu in place, while Hong-yi had already retreated miles away. In the blink of an eye. Dition's eternally calm expression shifted dramatically. His soul struck with dread. What manner of demons and monsters has the great Qin nurtured? Even the fierce and adorable Tai-yi covered his eyes with his fluffy paws. Can't see me. Can't see me, can't see me. Bang! The Ling-Yong rod struck Bon-gu head-on. In an instant, it was like a hammer striking stagnant water, bones splintering, and the ethereal flames extinguished. A tremendous shockwave swept outward, sending nearby cultivators flying several miles away. The white ape cast a cold glance at the remaining individuals before shattering the void, disappearing from sight. Tai-yi, still reeling from the shock, took a bite to steady himself. No wonder the ancestor said that a mother tiger is fearsome. But not as much as a mother white ape. Dition gazed in the direction the white ape had departed, utterly baffled as to how, despite being top figures beneath the tribulations, there could be such a vast disparity. It was as if they were worlds apart, utterly defenseless. Tai-yi muttered, "The white ape is a one-man clan. Can you compare? If the ancestor were to grant me the fortune of the clan, I would be even more adorable than her." Whoosh, the demonic aura flickered, and Hong-yi reappeared. "Brother D, what has transpired? Where is Bon brother?" Dition could scarcely be bothered to engage with him. Rushing to Tai-yi's side and producing a magical artifact that transformed into a grand palace. "Tai brother, care to step inside?" The Iron Ancestor bestowed quite a number of Qing Xian bamboo kings. "You know her." Tai-yi's plump body proved surprisingly nimble as he swiftly dove into Dition's palace. Hong-yi. Boom! A violent aura descended from above, a massive bald head shimmering in the sunlight. "The martial god is present." "Who dares?" You light-size words were cut short as dozens of half-step tribulation and hundreds of perfected great gasps erupted. Bang! The immense pressure bore down on Yulikai, rendering him unable to lift his head. "Ah, my good boss, you didn't mention how terrifying this place was," Yulikai lamented internally. Too much experience in low-tier arenas could truly dull one's senses. Bang, 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 wave after wave of half-step tribulation energies erupted. Barely countering the oppressive force, the 10 guardians of the Great Xia, the 4 great streamers of Doing, and the Chiufeng 5 were pitted against 50 half-step demons and 500 perfected great. The disparity was overwhelming. "Our side was doomed." Honzu, Fengxian, come, the newly ascended warrior Lubu, his words cut short by the overwhelming pressure from both sides, found himself immobilized. "Ancestor, save me!" All the half-step tribulation reinforcements who had rushed to assist sighed in relief. Thankfully, a novice had arrived to voice what they all wished to say. Chapter 71, Divine Tomb. Lu Bang was helpless, for crying out loud, "I summoned you all to help, not to add to my difficulties." "And that towering, lumbering fool, what rank do you think you are, just out of the novice village and daring to engage in such high-level battles?" "Array Master, General Fu Hao, we are in trouble." The Array Master and Fu Hao nodded slightly. "Array activate, rumble." The entire Yangdu trembled violently as a colossal, boundless Bogwa array manifested in the sky, enveloping Yangdu. In the 4 cardinal directions, the ethereal images of the 4 divine beasts appeared, representing the 4 symbols. Fu Hao stood at the center of the array, her primordial witch power manifesting through the transformation of the array. It empowered the cultivators of the Great Qin, their physical bodies, spiritual energy, and Tao rhythms were all enhanced, resulting in an epic boost in battle prowess for all Great Qin cultivators. Naturally, those outside the city who were besieged by the demon race also received the same benefits. Yu light-size shiny bald head gleamed even brighter, his martial aura reaching an unprecedented level. "I am now terrifyingly strong." Opening the Doing Stone, he plunged into the ranks of the demon army, rampaging like an ancient demon god, leaving no grass in his wake. The wind rose, the ethereal wind master floated in the sky, surrounded by the essence of wind, bolstered by the great array, almost possessing the might of the Dao. In an instant, a furious tempest arose. With perfected great cultivators barely able to resist, meanwhile, Ulaikai, amidst this wind essence, found his speed and strength further amplified, propelled forward. He by too shall experience the power of the Tao. One smile can captivate the world. Surely it refers to this backward lean, naturally charming. Her charm Tao rhythm was perfected. The demon race cultivators, already lacking in heart cultivation, were thrown into disarray beneath her alluring presence. Shaolu. A golden opportunity. Chen Daotian roared, innate chi, speaking clearly. His progress was significant. A vast whirlpool of spiritual energy formed around Shaolu, her body resembling a bottomless pit, welcoming all who approached. The spiritual energy that entered her body followed an exceptionally unique route. Converging upon her right fist, sensing that aura, Hong-yi once again shamelessly retreated miles away. When faced with a life-threatening situation, if he hesitated for a second, he would no longer be part of the strange demon race. Bang! A punch of superhuman strength, terrifying indeed. With a single strike, Shaolu created a colossal pathway stretching miles wide and 10,000 miles long. The entire road was devoid of life, though the martial god was fierce. The impact of a superhuman punch was even more formidable. In the martial god's live stream, viewers commented on the spectacle. Lubu, mounted on red hair and wielding the Fengtian painting halberd under the array's enhancement, could now contend with perfected great cultivators. Man and horse united. Whoosh, Lubu and red hair became one, their spirit, energy, and essence reaching their peak. It was either you die or I perish. Humph, if I can't defeat others, do I fear a newly ascended martial god? The perfected great demon, infuriated, thought it shameful that mere monsters could act so arrogantly, while you are but a speck. Surrounding him, the essence of gold manifested. An exceedingly sharp aura enveloping him as he charged at Lubu. Whoosh, the two clashed, an invisible shockwave erupted, the force terrifying. Yet on this fearsome battlefield, no ripples were stirred. Warrior, live to face death, Lubu coldly stated before galloping away. For the strong never look back. Bang, the perfected great demon was left in disbelief, his soul extinguished. You may have enjoyed yourself, but I am the one who is injured. Red hair beneath him emitted a dissatisfied sound. Hey, what more is there to say between us brothers? TCH, after red hair embarked on the path of demon cultivation, he formed a symbiotic contract with Lubu, sharing life and damage. Hon Wang, we may retreat. The four symbols Bogwa array cannot hold much longer. The array gravely announced such powerful support must surely come at a cost. The great Qin's centuries of reserves were depleted in mere moments. A pained expression flickered in Lu Bang's eyes, but it was unavoidable. He promptly transmitted a message to everyone: retreat. The two forces instantly parted, leaving behind a sea of corpses, an endless rhythm of Tao resonating throughout the heavens and earth. The great Qin's celestial path growing ever more complete. As the first wave of battle came to a close, Hong-yi appeared with a sullen face. This clash had resulted in significant losses for the demon race, with nearly half of the 500 perfected great eliminated, while the half-step tribulation remained largely unscathed, suffering only minor injuries. After all, not everyone possessed the reverse heroic combat power of the white ape. In regard to the forthcoming plans, Lu Bang uttered but two words: survive. Within the realm of the great Qin, in the far northwest of a diminutive world, an exclamation escaped his lips. By heavens! Old He, this cannot be real. Chen Ning was taken aback. He had never anticipated that the seemingly subservient little white dog he had often treated poorly would possess such a remarkable lineage. Beside him, Fu Shui was engulfed in tumultuous waves of regret. Goodness, this little white dog is a true prince. Hazy tenderly patted the little white dog's head, embodying the pride of a father witnessing his son's success. Before them stood the divine tomb, a monumental stone tablet exuding an ancient and vast aura, inscribed with the two characters, divine tomb. Confronting it felt akin to facing an entire world. Behind the stone tablet lay a colossal white corpse, appearing to be in slumber, though it had long since perished. This corpse bore an uncanny resemblance to the little white dog, with a closed red rune upon its brow resembling a genuine black hole. Even in the absence of manifest Daoist resonance, it instilled a heart-stopping sensation in Chen Ning, as if the slightest tremor of that rune could lead to his own demise. Meanwhile, the carefree little white dog, upon beholding this corpse, was already weeping profusely. Sobs of sorrow flowed forth, and the red rune upon its forehead radiated a dazzling brilliance. Suddenly, the tightly shut rune began to quiver gently, ultimately opening, resonating with the flickering rune of the little white dog. A warm red light enveloped the entire small world, leaving Chen Ning and the others feeling as though their very spirits were being consumed by this crimson glow. After a moment, the vast expanse of red light faded. Chen Ning's vision gradually restored, revealing that the monumental stone tablet and the immense corpse had vanished. It was unclear whether they had truly disappeared or if they had merely transitioned to another location. No, they had indeed changed locations, for he found himself within an extraordinarily grand palace filled with the profound auras of numerous esteemed cultivators, the 10 individuals at the forefront, along with the one seated at the highest point of the hall, emanated a presence that Chen Ning had never encountered before. Suddenly, a gaze emanating from beside the figure at the hall's pinnacle fell upon him, prompting an instinctive reaction as Chen Ning turned to look. It was the little white dog. Chapter 72. The fine leg. The owner of that gaze bore an uncanny resemblance to his little white companion, small, fluffy, with a brilliant red rune on its brow and wise eyes. Yet, it merely cast a casual glance at Chen Ning before lowering its head to groom its pristine fur. The solitary figure seated in the hall, though his face remained obscured, spoke with clarity that echoed in Chen Ning's ears. Esteemed friends, the time for breaking the heavens is upon us. These calm words resonated like the voice of the Tao lingering in Chen Ning's ears. Break the heavens, break the heavens, the crowd in the hall fervently shouted. Some with a hint of fervor. The scene shifted, seemingly transporting them to the very moment when the figure had proclaimed the breaking of the heavens. Atop a towering peak, countless powerful auras, akin to Ji Qian Huang, were being unleashed. Chen Ning stood cautiously at the summit, peering down into the depths below, where layers of clouds obscured the horizon. I shall offer my body to usher in peace for future generations. Until the firmament is shattered, I shall not return. Beneath Mount Bujo, loyal souls shall be buried. The indistinct figure surged forward, charging into the clouds, followed by a multitude of figures. Chen Ning wished to follow, but an invisible force restrained him, rendering him immobile. Subsequently, the sun and moon were obscured, mountains crumbled, and blood of various hues rained endlessly from the void. Uncertain epochs passed, and the skies bore no more anomalies, while the indistinct figure plummeted from the heavens. The deception, all of it a deception. The Tao of heaven is unjust, and the great Tao is but a ruse. With a resounding crash, the figure collided with the midsection of Mount Bujo, shattering it in the process. The Tao of heaven is unjust, the great Tao is selfish. What purpose does this pillar of heaven serve? The scene transformed once more, and Chen Ning found himself back in that small world. Fu Shui stared at him in a daze, while Hazy, seeing that he had returned to normalcy, stifled a yawn and resumed his faint slumber. Yet the little white dog was nowhere to be seen. Tao ancestor, Fu Shui expressed her concern, having never witnessed such a sight, leaving her utterly disoriented. Chen Ning waved his hand to interrupt her, reflecting upon the myriad encounters he had just experienced. In his heart, he had already reached a conclusion. Ji Qian Huang had not lied. The heavenly and great Taos of this world were indeed a grand deception. His desire to cultivate a Tao of heaven of his own was a notion both mad and brilliant. Thus, one must never judge by appearances. You might think he was wholly devoted to the human race, yet he was, in fact, so selfish for the sake of his woman that he was willing to sacrifice the entirety of humanity. You might believe he truly acted for his woman, yet he sought to use her to foster a Tao that could contend for the ancestral star. Chen Ning's consciousness delved into his sea of awareness, where the vast powers of the great Tao sprawled densely, numbering perhaps not far from 1,000, all belonging to him. Who could comprehend the value contained within? Relying on others pales in comparison to depending on oneself. I shall traverse the Tao with my own strength. when the great Tao is accomplished, I shall take all acquaintances, friends, and kin along with me. Thus, Chen Ning mused, Ji Qianhuang's strategy was commendable, yet alas, it paled in comparison to his own fortuitous advantage. Moreover, one uncertainty lingered: what role the divine and demonic races played within this scheme. If they were to play an unfavorable role, well, apologies, but they would be thoroughly exterminated. This bunch of schemers truly had too many tricks up their sleeves. Leaving one with a headache. The wet nurse, no Oshue, that doesn't seem right. Where is that little white dog, Dao ancestor? The little white dog has been drawn into that red seam each time he had her call him Dao ancestor. In that soft, mellifluous tone, it felt incredibly soothing, not a pretense. This Dao ancestor is aware. You may go cultivate system. Insights gained from achieving exchange power. In truth, it mattered little where one cultivated, for this tranquil place was ideal for honest practice. Outside the capital of the Great Qin, beyond Yongdu, hey, to the demons outside, merely standing guard here is hardly a solution. On the city walls of Yongdu, Lu Bang raised a cup of spiritual wine. Feigning nonchalance as he shouted down to the gathered demon horde, Hong Yi's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and resolve, perpetually at a loss for a decisive plan. He cast a resentful glance at the palace behind him. Knowing full well that they possessed the capability yet chose to remain inactive despite their strength. Are you foolish? Why persist in a futile struggle against me? I hold no decree of the Taisu realm. Don't let it come to pass that the Taisu secret realm opens, and your demon kin cannot even enter. How embarrassing that would be. Lu Bang's silver tongue proved effective, and with just a few words, he swayed Hong Yi's resolve. By nature, Hong Yi was a suspicious individual. How could someone of such disposition withstand Lu Bang's coaxing? Ultimately, he made a decision, dispatching half his forces to seek the decree of the Taisu realm. In truth, Hong Yi's interest in the Taisu secret realm was not particularly fervent. The legendary master of the Taisu secret realm, the Taisu Sword Emperor, had long ascended to the realm of immortals. Immortal, not the kind perceived by mere mortals, but the true immortals as seen by cultivators. How could there be no cultivators interested? Yet, since records began, the Taisu secret realm had opened countless times. While treasures within were indeed valuable, such as innate spiritual treasures, postnatal sword embryos, and longevity herbs, these were merely baubles for cultivators without a background, for those from great clans of heaven and earth. They were rather commonplace. What truly piqued their interest was the legacy of the Taisu Sword Emperor. However, despite the numerous openings of the Taisu secret realms, there had never been a report of the Taisu legacy being discovered. Within the imperial palace of the Great Qin, Lu Bang retrieved the celestial sword inscribed with the characters Taisu. This sword had fallen from the void when he first stepped into the Great Ascension. Ever since obtaining this sword, inexplicable knowledge had surfaced within his mind. Was the Taisu sword technique truly connected to the Taisu secret realm? If so, those divine and demonic beings scrambling for the decree of the Taisu realm outside would surely be filled with regret. With the continuous influx of resources from the heavenly Dao Bank, Lu Bang had become utterly unyielding. Let them exhaust their resources, for it was not his wealth at stake. Thus, after a rare period of tranquility lasting several decades, a sudden upheaval occurred. In an instant, the essence of the great Dao within the Great Qin's heavenly Dao became perfected. With a resounding boom, one person's success led to the elevation of all. Not to mention the unprecedented occurrence of a man-made heavenly Dao. Endless Daoist rhythms cascaded from the void, as if celebrating something, prompting countless cultivators to begin their breakthroughs, merging into the Great Ascension. Transitioning from the initial to mid stages of the Great Ascension, the recently ascended White Ape now appeared, for the current Great Qin's heavenly Dao could wholly withstand her power. Second brother, a melodious voice rang out. Devoid of the anticipated ferocity, Lu Bang head bowed, first caught sight of a pair of delicate jade feet. Raising his gaze slightly, he beheld her long, graceful legs. The novel can be downloaded through the open source. Free star string downloader developed by Xingyu. If you obtain the novel file through a proxy download and the vendor has not provided the software source code or open source address, please request an immediate refund and report the vendor. Author's email xingyu@outlook.com. Author's QQ 201-759-3710. Official QQ group 149050832. Official TG group https t.me FQ Tool Chapter 73. By Lingyun. Before Lu Bang appeared a striking woman, her skin fair, her figure tall and adorned yet radiantly beautiful, a shrunken Lingyong staff resembling a hairpin nestled amidst her flowing black tresses. Fourth sister, the successfully transcended by Yuan, now transformed into human form, utterly captivated Lu Bang, who privately mused that foolish people often enjoy fortunate blessings. It is I, second brother. I have chosen a name for myself, Bai Lingyun. Bai Lingyun spoke playfully. Who would have thought that not long ago, the first ape to transcend the calamity, renowned for wielding a staff that determined the fate of the world, would so swiftly metamorphose into such a stunning beauty? Lingyun, what a lovely name. Who says women cannot soar to great heights? If third brother were to see you now, he surely would no longer shy away from you. Lu Bang jested. Humph, just a lecture. Bai Lingyun retorted, her lips curling in mock discontent, yet a hint of blush graced her cheeks, revealing her anticipation. Second brother, shall I deal with those rabble outside the city? Bai Lingyun's expression darkened, causing the temperature in the grand hall to plummet by 8 degrees. Lu Bang shivered and thought to himself, indeed, fourth sister remains true to her nature, then I must trouble you. Fourth sister. Suddenly, a breathtaking woman appeared at the gates of Yongdu, instantly capturing the attention of all demonic beings present. Hong Yi's eyes revealed a flicker of astonishment. He had encountered many beautiful women, yet few possessed such elegance and high cultivation. Why can I not sense her realm? Hong Yi furrowed his brow slightly. Regardless of who you are, I advise you not to meddle in this matter. A senior from my demonic clan is about to arrive, and when they do, no one shall be able to save the great Qin. Such a beauty, if she were to perish, would indeed be a pity. If only she could be within the palace. Dition and Tai Yi sensed an unusual aura and rarely stepped outside to investigate. Dition frowned, having never seen this person before. Just as he was about to speak, he caught sight of Tai Yi rushing back into the palace without a backward glance. Tai brother, a tigress, no, a mother white ape. She has transcended the calamity, so ruthless. Dition's heart trembled. It was she. Whoosh, utilizing his unmatched body technique, he instantly entered the palace. Bang, the doors slammed shut, and one man and one beast peered through a small window to observe the unfolding scene. Bai Lingyun slowly removed the hairpin from her head, gripping it tightly in her hand. Boom, her eyes widened in fury as an unparalleled aura erupted, the intensity so great that the debris outside the city began to flow backward. An invisible force instantly seized control of this expanse, and the might of the path of strength amplified the gravity of the space 100-fold. Behind her graceful figure, a colossal white ape phantom emerged, mirroring her every movement. The hairpin in her hand expanded immensely. Gripped by the white ape phantom, the 36 sticks of the ancestor vertical slash. Hong Yi's soul quaked in terror, his hair standing on end. What in the world is this? Killing God, you're already so powerful, yet you still choose to deceive me with this guise. Just as the colossal Lingyong staff struck at Hong Yi and the others, the gigantic bird, ablaze with flames, soared toward them. Humph, with merely a cold snort, the Lingyong staff was halted 10 zhong away from Hong Yi's head, unable to move. Meanwhile, Bai Lingyun's domain shattered with a single blow. Late stage of calamity transcendence. Bai Lingyun's lips bled slightly. The fire path of the newcomer had already reached perfection, while she had only just stepped into the early stage of calamity transcendence, barely able to contend with the mid-stage of calamity transcendence under the enhancement of the Lingyong staff against such an old monster in the late stage of calamity transcendence. She stood no chance. The giant bird was none other than the Golden Crow Emperor Jun, the fire god, ranked first among the 10 generals of the White Emperor. Is it just you? Emperor Jun looked at Hong-yi with a flicker of disdain in his eyes. Lord Jun, the bull demon is grievously wounded. Bone Spear was slain by this woman before you. Tion and Tai-yi. Emperor Jun glanced back at the palace and understood the situation, revealing a hint of helplessness. As for these two, not to mention the insignificant Hong-yi, even I feel powerless. Bai Yuan, the current demons have long since become one. As the head of the Bai Yuan clan whistling to the ancient heavenly court, Emperor Jun did not summon an attack but instead attempted to persuade her. Demons are demons, and the Bai Yuan clan is the Bai Yuan clan. The clan's teachings of my Bai Yuan clan have never changed. Bai Lingyun's tone was resolute, showing no sign of yielding to the late-stage calamity transcendence old monster before her. Hop clan teachings, even the ruler of the human race has given up. And you, a remnant of the Bai Yuan clan, still speak of clan teachings. Bai Lingyun was taken aback, recalling the actions of the current human ruler Ji Qianhuang, and a trace of despondency appeared on her resolute face. As fellow demons, I offer you one last chance, surrender or resist to the end. Emperor Jun employed both soft and hard tactics, hoping to shatter Bai Lingyun's resolve. Bai Lingyun slowly closed her eyes. Visions of a million years of legacy flooding her mind. A fierce aura coalesced around her. It was the fighting spirit engraved in her very bones. It was a warning from countless Bai Yuan ancestors. And it was also her own path. The Bai Yuan shall never be enslaved. The Lingyong staff in her hand erupted with resplendent light, the indomitable will of her Bai Yuan ancestors converging at that moment, causing the heavens and earth to shift, the Tao of heaven to tremble. Emperor Jun's expression grew grave. It seems you have made your choice. Can the Tao of heaven fight? Can the great path be severed? Truly a foolish choice, just like your ancestors. Boom, the fire path erupted, the primal fire of the sun manifesting around Emperor Jun. Just the scorching aura alone rendered Bai Lingyun breathless. Fight, the Bai Yuan clan. A race born for battle would not retreat a single step regardless of the direst circumstances. Formation, Wu Hao, Lu Bang was in a frenzy. If anything were to happen to his sister-in-law, how could he explain it to third brother? The formation erupted, the power of the primordial witch surging forth wildly, every corner of Yongdu illuminated with ethereal light, rushing wildly toward Bai Lingyun. Fortunately, Bai Lingyun's true form was that of the ancient white ape. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to sustain such immense spiritual energy. Bai Lingyun's aura soared once more, enabling her to stand toe-to-toe with Emperor Jun. Interesting. Emperor Jun chuckled lightly, transforming into his true form as the overwhelming golden crow divine bird appeared above Yongdu. As he spread his wings, the sun vanished beneath Yong City. Whoosh, with a flap of his wings, endless primal fire transformed into torrents of flame, hurtling toward Bai Lingyun below. To protect Yongdu behind her, Bai Lingyun chose to confront it head-on. Although her spiritual power had qualitatively improved under the formation's enhancement, it proved futile against the crushing force of the Great Path. At this moment, Bai Lingyun had already reverted to her true form, successfully blocking the endless primal fire. However, in mere moments, her pristine, jade-like fur had turned to char. Fourth sister, Lu Bang's rage ignited. He could not bear to watch Bai Lingyun perish. How could he face third brother if she died? Boom! Just then a colossal staff struck the giant bird's head. Instantly, the bird recoiled, and the torrential primal fire retracted. Who dares to bully my woman? Chapter 74, The Overprotective Husband. A bare-chested man tore through the void. Emerging above Yongdu, his long, black hair cascaded freely over his shoulders, and his bare torso was covered in countless scars, each resembling a writhing dragon, emanating endless Tao rhythms. The vitality contained in his flesh felt even hotter than the primal fire of the sun. The aura of his perfected Tao body distorted the space surrounding him, rendering his appearance indistinct. Whoosh! The dark iron staff instantly returned to Zhao Kuangyin's hand, upon which were inscribed the words, "The Staff of Free Will." Bai Lingyun, unable to sustain herself any longer, hastily transformed into human form before fainting. Second brother, take care of her. With Zhao Kuangyin's fury, various phenomena erupted throughout heaven and earth. A mountain of corpses and an ocean of blood. Endless darkness swiftly enveloped the entire expanse. Old thing, I have come to play with you. Emperor Jun's expression shifted drastically. Such a formidable physical cultivator was someone he had never heard of. The primal fire of the sun erupted, surging toward Zhao Kuangyin. However, Zhao Kuangyin did not dodge. He allowed it to scorch his flesh. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. I was just lamenting my inability to find a way to dispel this damned great path power. This saves me the trouble. Zhao Kuangyin grinned, bathing in the primal fire of the sun, showing no sign of avoidance. Even the defenses of his Dao body were lowered. The more Emperor Jun burned, the more alarmed he became, for the man before him not only remained unharmed, but his aura grew increasingly formidable. As the Dao rhythms from his scars were incinerated, the wounds that had never healed began to slowly mend. Now it's my turn. The great path has been eliminated. The flesh body is perfected. Zhao Kuangyin wielded the staff of free will, soaring upward, his diminutive form, in comparison to Emperor Jun's true self, appeared as an ant beside an elephant. Bang! The staff of free will expanded instantaneously, striking Emperor Jun, sending him flying thousands of miles away. With a single strike, Zhao Kuangyin repelled Dijuan and swiftly appeared behind him. His formidable vitality surged forth like a tidal wave, crashing against Dijuan, whose expression shifted drastically. A swing of his staff unleashed a dragon-like tempest, an unstoppable force. Faced with Zhao Kuangyin's torrential onslaught, Dijuan found himself momentarily unable to retaliate. However, being an ancient spiritual beast, his physical form was exceptionally resilient. Despite Zhao Kuangyin's fierce assault, he suffered no substantial harm. Growing increasingly emboldened, Zhao Kuangyin wielded both his iron staff and his fists with earth-shattering might. Dijuan's breath became erratic. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead, and he could barely maintain his stance despite gaining overwhelming advantage. Zhao Kuangyin's brow furrowed slightly, realizing the difficulty of breaching this bird's defenses. Truly a formidable foe. Brother, assist me. Dijuan was taken aback. If he was already struggling alone, was there truly another adversary? Was this the day he would meet his demise? Suddenly, Ying Zheng, clad in a black dragon robe, stepped forth. It felt as though he were treading upon the heart of the golden crow, causing even his thunderous heartbeat to falter momentarily. The tribulation was complete. The great way was perfected. This is dire. Dijuan's soul quaked with fear, inwardly regretting his choice to languish among the demon clan instead of remaining in tranquility. Why did he choose to wade into such murky waters? With a resounding force, various powers of the Great Way erupted, instantly pinning Dijuan in place. How could this be? So much power in such a brief moment. The shock overwhelmed Dijuan. As he contemplated Ying Zheng's Great Way, disbelief flickered in his eyes. It was all his own path. The ancestral star was saved. Boom! After being subdued by Ying Zheng, Zhao Kuangyin shattered him with a single blow from his staff, unleashing a torrential rain of blood and causing the heavens and earth to tremble. The fire of the Great Way was absorbed by the celestial path in the boundless void, which continued to strive for perfection. Zhao Kuangyin instantly appeared beside Bai Lingyun, his eyes filled with concern. It's nothing, merely some damage to the Great Way. A moment's rest will suffice. Ying Zheng waved his hand, dispelling the remnants of fire from Zhao Kuangyin, offering him comfort. Brother, you may return now. Lu Bang stepped forward, genuinely aggrieved. Every time the Qin Emperor departed, trouble seemed to follow him. Each incident grew increasingly daunting. Had it not been for Bai Lingyun's timely breakthrough, he feared he would not have endured until Ying Zheng's return. Ying Zheng, well aware of Lu Bang's character, smiled lightly. Isn't it a testament to my trust in you? No matter the difficulties, you will persevere. Will you not? Indeed. Lu Bang felt a touch bashful at Ying Zheng's praise. Second brother, gather all those we can trust. Ying Zheng suddenly spoke with gravity. Understood. Moments later, Ying Zheng surveyed the assembly before him, the four from the Chongsheng sect, Sha, Zhan, Yao, and the farmer, several from the Tiandi Bank, Wushan, Fengbo, Ho Qing, and Qinjianzi, a few younger members of the Chen family, as well as several from the Qin, including Lu Bang and El Bu. Your Majesty, There is one person about whom I am uncertain. After your departure, one claiming to be a demon appeared. Oh, do not concern yourself with him. He is merely a shadow demon that emerged from the void when I was breaking through in another realm. If he cannot be controlled, eliminate him. If he can be of use, then keep him. Lu Bang immediately understood, realizing why the being seemed so sinister. Now, what I must say is, Yingzheng paused, enveloping the space with dozens of powers of the Great Way. Completely isolating it from the outside world, the resonance of this world's paths must not be disturbed. Except for Zhao Kuangyin, everyone else displayed a hint of confusion. What does it mean that the resonance and the Great Way must not be disturbed? In simple terms, every cultivator in this world is akin to a piece of land. The resonance of the path is like a seed. Once a cultivator possesses this seed, they will nurture it continuously. When the seed sprouts, it becomes the Great Way. When it bears fruit, that signifies the perfection of the Great Way, and simultaneously, Lu Bang, quick-witted, hypothesized, at that point, it is time for others to harvest the fruits. And those who harvest are the heavenly paths. Yingzheng nodded, casting an appreciative glance at Lu Bang. The others fell silent. None could have anticipated that what they knew as cultivation and the Great Way was, in fact, a grand illusion. However, despair soon followed. That was the heavenly path, the very essence governing the Great Way. What did it matter that they understood this truth? Would they cease their cultivation, as long as they cultivated? They could not escape the Great Way. Wait, since the Qin Emperor has revealed this, he must have a solution. Your Majesty, do you possess a way to break this cycle? Feng Bo's aged eyes glimmered with hope. Based on my conjecture, Ji Qianhuang's nurturing of the Great Way of the Qin was to forge a path of his own. Whether this method can succeed remains uncertain. However, my method has already proven effective. Please, Your Majesty, enlighten us. Chapter 75. This king, the tribulation transcending power. Yingzheng withdrew the powers of the Great Way and led everyone to the edge of the North Sea. Report, in the underwater dragon palace. The Dragon King Aoxing glanced indifferently at the small shrimp soldier. What is it, Your Majesty? Many humans have arrived. The Dragon King's eyes widened. They had come again. Over a century ago, this same group had visited. And at that time, he had yet to embark on his tribulation, but their presence had terrified him. Now, boom, Aoxing transformed into his true form, a colossal azure dragon, emerging from the depths of the North Sea and soaring into the skies. Who dares to be arrogant in my North Sea? As the dragon lord's might manifested, the skies darkened with ominous clouds, compounded by his overwhelming aura of tribulation. Brother, there is actually a four-legged serpent that has gained sentience here. Zhao Kuangyin remarked with curiosity, having never seen a living dragon before. A dragon in tribulation. Yingzheng's interest piqued. It was opportune, for the dragon aura of his great Qin was resonant yet devoid of divinity. If he could capture this young dragon and make it the spirit of his dragon aura, it seemed perfectly fitting. Seeing Yingzheng signaled, Zhao Kuangyin unleashed his unparalleled might, effortlessly dispersing the thunderous clouds above in an instant. How dare you come out to flaunt your prowess when you could have remained hidden? Aoxing, startled, attempted to retreat to the ocean depths. As long as he returned, even a perfected tribulation could not capture him. Trying to flee. With a cold snort, Zhao Kuangyin's voice thundered like the wrath of heaven, reverberating in Aoxing's ears. A mouthful of dragon blood was expelled as Aoxing found himself immobilized. The disparity was insurmountable. A colossal hand blotted out the sun, seizing Aoxing as easily as one would catch a mere four-legged serpent. Little dragon, you were mistaken. Please spare me. You were not wrong. Otherwise, how could I have captured you? After subduing Aoxing, Yingzheng's powers of the Great Way reemerged, forming a terrifying spear of the Great Way at a special node, which he thrust forcefully into the void. Open! With a resounding shout, a pitch-black portal manifested before them. Esteemed ones, this leads to an alternate world beyond the ancestral star. Within, you shall comprehend the Great Way. Casting aside the ancestral star's path, whether you succeed depends solely on your own efforts. Thank you, Qin Emperor. unbeknownst to them, farther west from this location lay the realm of the divine tomb. Boom, a surge of energy erupted, awakening Chen Ning, who had been contemplating the Great Way as he slowly opened his eyes. Countless powers of the Great Way radiated from Chen Ning's gaze, causing the nearby Fu Shui to avert her eyes in awe. If he wasn't the progenitor of myriad paths, who could claim that title? Previously, she had not realized, but now he stood before her. Her large, captivating eyes were fixated on Chen Ning, akin to a child learning to read. Recognizing a character required little time, and similarly, Chen Ning grasped the Great Way with remarkable speed. In just a few months, he had comprehended an unfathomable number of paths. Whoosh, a white figure materialized before them. Little Bai has grown up. How incredibly handsome. With strong limbs and a lithe physique, he appeared both beautiful and robust. A mysterious red pattern on his forehead resembling a closed celestial eye. Brother, suddenly, Little Bai spoke in a youthful voice, tinged with a hint of timidity, as if haunted by shadows of the past. Second brother. He then bowed respectfully to Haizi, as he had always been kind to him. Haizi, pleased, gently patted him with his paw. We are all family, there's no need for formality. At that moment, the small realm began to tremble. And the massive figure of Little Bai slowly dissipated into countless stars, coalescing into a spiritual form. Ultimately, it transformed into a spirit resembling Little Bai, whose eyes opened wide, illuminating the entire small world. 1,000,000 years ago, the human emperor's campaign against the heavens failed. I have waited here for 1,000,000 years, anticipating the arrival of future generations. Though there were occasional intruders, none were the ones who opened the heavens. A faint, ethereal voice echoed, as if emanating from the depths of eternity. May I ask, Venerable One, what constitutes an opener of the heavens? Chen Ning inquired. Only those unbound by the Great Way of this realm may open the heavens. Indeed, as he had surmised, Chen Ning suddenly thought of Ji Qianhuang's actions and posed another question. If a heavenly path is artificially nurtured and subsequently controlled by humans, does that still qualify as the heavenly path of this realm? The ethereal being hesitated, frowning in contemplation. Uncertain. The current generation is remarkable. No one has attempted such a method before, yet I believe you may very well succeed. Detached from causality and the Great Way, you are the first I have seen in countless years. Chen Ning fell silent, recognizing that some matters were best kept concealed within his heart. I was once the Jade Wolf deity, the offspring of the Demon King among the 4 divisions of the Celestial Court. In the battle against the heavens, the demon race was utterly annihilated, and I wonder how things stand now. After pondering for a moment, Chen Ning replied, the demon race is currently thriving and coexists harmoniously with the human race. That is good to hear. Do you have any questions, young one? My time is limited. No, none. The ethereal spirit was momentarily taken aback. Was that truly all? Are you not curious about what the Celestial Court is? Who is the ruler of the Celestial Court, or what treasures remain in the Celestial Court today? The ethereal spirit gazed into Chen Ning's clear eyes, confirming once again that there was indeed no trace of curiosity. Very well, it seems I was mistaken. The past is ultimately behind us. Little Bai, be sure to follow your elder brother closely. The ethereal spirit's gaze towards Little Bai was filled with affection, slowly dissipating. Little Bai remained silent, yet his trembling form and reddened eyes betrayed his current emotions. Why are you crying? At least you have met your elders. Look at me and old He, we have never encountered our family elders. Heizi also embraced him gently. And what about us? Even the little Aning nestled in Fu Shui's arms seemed to sense some unfortunate event, gently ruffling Little Bai's fur while giggling. Little Bai, who had been suppressing his emotions, could no longer hold back, bursting into tears with a loud wail. Alas, after all, he is just a child. Just as they stepped out of the divine tomb, the small realm behind them collapsed with a thunderous roar, countless divine lights soaring into the sky. Damn, there are treasures, Chen Ning finally realized. How could the 4 great secret realms, which have been called upon for countless years, lack treasures? over 1,000 strands of the power of the great Tao erupted instantaneously, completely sealing this space. Old He, little Bai, Chen Ning was anxious. These were all their possessions. How could he stand idly by as they flew away? 2 streaks of light, one black and one white, darted through this realm at an imperceptible speed, soon gathering all the various spiritual treasures, elixirs, and techniques left behind. Yet a considerable portion had already escaped when the divine tomb was first destroyed, causing Chen Ning great heartache. Elder brother, do not worry. I remember the scent of everything within the divine tomb. Little Bai spoke up. What is mine will forever remain mine. Chapter 76. Has the Great Qin fallen? Could it be that the Great Qin is no more? Chen Ning gazed suspiciously at the Great Qin capital before him, murmuring, just previously, the Great Qin capital was incredibly prosperous, yet now its gates lay in tatters. Resembling a scene from the apocalypse, the gates stood wide open, and within the city not a soul could be found. After carefully sensing the threads of causality tied to Huoxia, he noted, Yingsheng and Zhao Kuangyin are both present. Yet I cannot sense Liu Bang, Fu Hao, or El Bu at all. Following the threads of causality connected to Yingsheng and the others, he discovered the Divine Land, the capital of the Great Xia. A modest yet renowned spiritual mountain just outside the city of Shacheng. At this moment it was surrounded by countless cultivators, with the leader being Ji Xingrong's son, Ji Changxing. Were it not for you, how could my father have perished?